Douluo continent. Upon the summit of a nameless peak a young boy stood alone. Radiance flickered within his eyes, a divine gleam that seemed to seize the soul as he gazed out across the majestic expanse of mountains and rivers in the distance. The boy possessed strikingly handsome features and looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. His figure was tall and slender, already reaching about 1.78 meters. Clad in a black robe, he exuded an extraordinary and refined temperament. I am free at last. I finally no longer have to serve that little demon girl. Shen Tian laughed wildly toward the sky, his heart overflowing with joy and agitation, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He had finally escaped that den of devils, breaking free from the clutches of that little demon girl. He had arrived in this Douluo continent 13 years ago, and for 12 of those years he had been bullied. Those 12 years could be called the darkest chapter of his entire life. As he recalled the miserable experiences of those 12 years, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shen Tian's face darkened and he snarled, "Once I become a titled Doichin Ning Rongrong, I will let you truly understand what remarkable bone structure means, what exceptional talent means, what it is to endure the bitterest hardship, to stand above others, what love's harsh discipline is, and what it means when a beating is called affection." He had transmigrated to the Douluo continent, and by great fortune descended into the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, even becoming Ning Rongrong's betrothed. It could be said he started at the very peak of life. Yet this very blessing had turned into his nightmare. Ning Rongrong was the cherished jewel of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Under the meticulous guidance of Chen Tian and Gu Rong, she had been nurtured into a pampered little demon, arrogant, domineering, and wildly unruly. Although Shen Tian was Ning Rongrong's fiancé, whenever he displeased her in the slightest, he would immediately receive the personal guidance of the two titled Douluo. "Now that I've left the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, where should I go?" Shen Tian muttered under his breath, considering his next steps. As a transmigrator, he possessed a natural advantage over the beings of this world. He could foresee the future, knowing what was destined to unfold. Though his appearance would inevitably alter the original course of events, the general trajectory of the future would not change. He was far too weak to possess the strength to overturn the fate of the entire world. It was like the butterfly effect. A seemingly insignificant butterfly might trigger a terrifying chain reaction and great calamity, yet it still lacked the power to overturn the entire world. At this point in time, Shrek Academy should be in its enrollment period. Along the path of destiny, the 7 monsters of Shrek will converge there from all corners of the land, gathering at that Thrino Academy. Shen Tian murmured, then suddenly thought of something. His expression changed as he said, "My Rongrong, under Destiny's arrangement, will also go there and become one of the Shrek 7 monsters. She is now my fiancée. Her original fate must be altered, or else I'll end up wearing a green hat. Oscar, if you dare steal my woman, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." Shen Tian's gaze turned icy as he made his decision. He would go to Shrek Academy and first subdue a few of those fellows so they would not dare lay a finger on his woman. At the same time, within the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, a series of heavy thuds echoed through the hall. From within a certain room came a succession of chaotic noises. The once exquisitely decorated chamber was now a complete mess. Amid the wreckage stood a girl of breathtaking beauty. The girl wore a long white dress, her skin was fair as snow, and she stood about 1.65 meters tall. Though her figure was not overly voluptuous, graceful curves were still faintly discernible. This young lady was none other than the little demon of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Ning Rongrong. Having learned that Shen Tian had fled the sect, Ning Rongrong was thoroughly enraged. A betrothal ceremony for the two of them was to be held before long, yet he had run away at such a time. If word of this spread, would it not be said that Ning Rongrong was unwanted? Outrageous beyond belief. "I will definitely drag you back," Ning Rongrong shouted in fury. Though his act of fleeing their engagement filled her with rage, she did not lose all reason, as she did not recklessly leave the sect at once to search for Shen Tian. The Douluo continent was vast. Searching for a single person would be like finding a needle in the ocean. Where would he go? Ning Rongrong's delicate brows furrowed, then her eyes suddenly brightened as a place came to mind. Shrek Academy. It was a peculiar academy of considerable renown. Shen Tian had once spoken of this place. Now that he had left the sect, it was very likely he would head there. "You can't escape the palm of my hand." A devilish smile curved across Ning Rongrong's flawless face. She quickly packed a few things, then slipped out of the sect alone, without a sound, setting off on a long journey to hunt down her husband. As Ning Rongrong departed the sect, 3 figures stood upon a nearby peak, watching her go. These 3 were 2 elders and a refined middle-aged man. One of the elders wore a snow-white robe. His hair and beard were completely white, his features simple and unadorned, yet his face was as smooth and tender as that of an infant. The other elder was dressed in black, his body gaunt and withered, resembling a dried corpse. These two were the twin guardian deities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the sword master Chen Tian and Douluo Rongrong. As for the elegant middle-aged man with features like polished jade, he was none other than Ning Rongrong, sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Letting Rongrong leave by herself like this, I cannot feel at ease. Chen Tian set his gaze fixed on the departing Ning Rongrong, eyes filled with worry and deep affection. Having no children of his own, Ning Rongrong was to him as dear as his own granddaughter. Beside him, Rong said, "When Shen Tian left, you refused to let us stop him. Now Rongrong is leaving, and again you tell us not to intervene. The world outside is nothing like the sect. That brat Shen Tian is one thing, but Rongrong is different. She is a young girl who alone outside it is far from safe." "I know," Ning Rongrong replied with a nod. Looking toward the direction in which Ning Rongrong had departed, Ning Rongrong said helplessly, "Without weathering storms, how can one truly grow? You both have indulged Rongrong too much, as she has become difficult to discipline. Outside she can receive a better form of education. Is there anything wrong with our education? Under our careful guidance, that boy Shen Tian can already be called the foremost prodigy of ancient and modern times," Rong said with some displeasure. Yet in his heart he knew that under their instruction Ning Rongrong had indeed developed some minor bad habits, but none he considered truly serious. Ning Rongrong sighed in helplessness. "Bone uncle, sword uncle, there is no need to worry so much. I have already arranged for people to protect Rongrong in secret, and I more or less know where those two youngsters are headed. They should face no great danger. Letting them venture outside will better cultivate the bond between them." Chen Tian asked, "Rongrong, have you also sent anyone to secretly protect Shen Tian?" "No, Ning." At that moment his refined demeanor fell away, replaced by sharp, unhidden resolve as he gazed into the distance. If he cannot even protect himself, how will he protect Rongrong in the future? A true eagle must endure countless hardships before it can spread its wings and soar high. Only then can he carve out a world that truly belongs to him. Chen Tian relaxed and said, "In that case, good. For daring to flee his own wedding, when he returns, I will let him experience just how sharp my sword truly is." Deep within a nameless mountain range the earth roared, and the gale howled as dust billowed skyward. A lone figure, miserable and bedraggled, sprinted for his life through the mountains. That person was none other than Shen Tian, whom Douluo had dubbed the foremost prodigy of ancient and modern times. "Stop chasing me already. I only ate a bit of your honey," he shouted angrily. He tilted his head back and gulped down the remaining half-jar of honey with a series of loud swallows, then wore a thoroughly intoxicated expression. The honey brewed by soul beasts was truly incomparable. Compared to his previous life, the Douluo continent was not only more exuberant in its vegetation, the animals grew and developed far more vigorously as well. Fruits, vegetables, and other foods on this continent possessed flavors that were all the more exquisite. A colony of black-striped purple-tailed bees, each the size of a human head, saw that the thief before them had actually drunk all the honey they had painstakingly produced. Enraged, they swarmed forward, launching a frenzied assault on the intruder. Glancing back at the dark, churning mass of bees, Shen Tian's face went pale. Although the black-striped purple-tailed bees were merely 10-year-old beasts, only slightly stronger than ordinary wild animals, there were at least 1,000 of them. Even a battle soul master of the soul elder level would likely retreat at such a sight. Soul power circulated through his body as wind seemed to rise beneath his feet. His speed instantly increased by 30%, and he plunged into a thick forest ahead, using the ancient trees to obstruct the crazed black-striped purple-tailed bees. The black-striped purple-tailed bees were extremely vengeful and would not give up merely because of a few old trees. Their wings were like sharp blades. As they beat rapidly, every tree they passed was instantly reduced to fine powder. Seeing that he could not rely on the thick forest to block them, Shen Tian had no choice but to think of another plan. His figure was like a gust of wind, leaving one after another residual shadow on the ground. Soon he reached a swiftly flowing river, and without hesitation leaped in. Bubbles rose to the surface one after another, then the water grew calm again. The black-striped purple-tailed bees circled above the river. They did not fear dense ancient trees, nor even solid rock, but they feared water. Once they entered the river, they would never rise again. Farther downstream, along the turbulent current, Shen Tian burst out from beneath the surface with a splash, gasping heavily for breath. The water had masked his scent. He reckoned he had finally shaken off those troublesome little bees. Suddenly, he froze, his expression going blank, as he even forgot to breathe, stunned by the breathtaking scene before. In that rushing river besides him, there was another person, a girl, and he had emerged from the water directly in front of her. The girl was not very old, 12 or 13 at most. Her face was exquisitely delicate, and in that peerless countenance her eyes shone with lively spirit, rendering her beauty ethereal and otherworldly. Her damp, long hair hung over her shoulders. Her skin was as radiant and fair as carved jade. Her collarbones were elegantly defined, and though only half of her bosom rose above the water's surface, it was still obvious how perfectly rounded and full it was. In that instant time seemed to have frozen. The two of them simply stared at one another. Neither had anticipated such a scene. It was so sudden that both their minds went utterly blank. So big, though this world was suffused with dense spiritual energy causing all living beings to grow vigorously and humans to reach adulthood around 12, this was still far beyond what he had expected. Shen Tian quickly recovered himself, realizing that he was in serious trouble. In such a situation, no explanation could possibly be clear enough. The best choice was to follow the old proverb of 36 stratagems: running away is the foremost. With a resounding splash, Shen Tian vaulted from the river, soaring up as a great wave crashed behind him. Two soul rings appeared beneath his feet, one yellow and one purple. The second purple soul ring flared with dazzling light as a powerful gust of wind enveloped him, carrying him swiftly into the distance. In that same moment, the girl in the river came back to her senses. Her gaze turned cold as she stared toward the direction in which Shen Tian had fled, icy light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Half a month later, Mingfeng City. As Shen Tian passed by a tea-house-like restaurant bustling with business, a rich fragrance wafted into his nose. He halted, feeling his stomach grow slightly hungry, then turned directly and walked toward the restaurant. The waiter responsible for greeting guests at the entrance saw Shen Tian and hurried forward, a bright smile on his face as he enthusiastically said, "Young master, please come inside." Shen Tian went up to the second floor and chose a seat by the window, sitting down. The waiter asked warmly, "Young master, what would you like to eat?" "We have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted mandarin duck, roasted spring chicken, roasted goose, marinated salted duck, soy braised chicken, cured meat, sliced spiced, jelly stuffed pork, belly smoked chicken, white, tripe, clear steamed, 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice, stuffed duck." The waiter rattled off. "Bring out all the signature dishes of your establishment," Shen Tian ordered. Shen Tian spoke. He was someone with a deep fondness for fine food who enjoyed tasting all kinds of different flavors. His gaze shifted to a figure just coming up from the stairway as he added, "You don't need to attend to her as she's with me." The waiter turned and looked at the young girl who had followed up. Though she was not very old, her figure was enough to make countless women feel inferior. Exquisitely voluptuous and explosively curvaceous. Her skin was fair, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was stunningly beautiful. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the focal point of the second floor. The girl's expression was icy. She merely cast a cold glance at Shen Tian, then chose a seat not far away and sat down. An extreme chill seemed to emanate from her body, many feeling that cold aura were so frightened they did not dare continue staring. "Sit here. My seat is by the window. Aren't you afraid I might just leap out and run away?" Shen Tian smiled as he addressed the cold girl, yet inwardly he felt helpless. To be followed all this way by such an unparalleled beauty did not make him happy in the least, because she had come to kill him. The girl froze for a moment, then stood up and came over to Shen Tian's table, sitting down beside it. Her expression remained utterly indifferent, and she said nothing at all. The waiter did not know what relationship the two shared and did not dare to say anything. He simply turned and left, going to prepare wine and dishes for them. Looking at the cold little beauty before him, Shen Tian said helplessly, "Young lady, I truly didn't do it on purpose. I already apologized, and it really was only a coincidence." The girl remained silent. Shen Tian went on, "I know I offended you. That is my fault. What will it take for you to forgive me?" The girl still did not respond. "Kill me?" he asked. Seeing that she still did not speak, Shen Tian continued, "If you choose to kill me, I will not sit and wait for death. You cannot defeat me. To just keep following me like this is no solution either." The girl was still silent. Shen Tian studied her, puzzled. Could she be mute? For such a breathtaking little lass to be unable to speak would be far too great a pity. The girl looked at Shen Tian, cold light filling her eyes. It was indeed as he had said. She was not his match, and killing him would be difficult. Yet to simply let the matter pass left her unwilling. "You and I will duel fairly. If I lose, I will never pester you again. If I win—" She began but fell silent at the end. Though in her heart she wished dearly to kill this lecher before her, she could not bring herself to make that decision. For she had never killed anyone. "So you're not mute?" When Shen Tian heard the girl speak, his expression changed in shock, followed by delight. "All this way you haven't said a single word. I thought you couldn't speak. Since you can talk, then we can communicate. Your proposal is quite good. We are both soul masters, and should abide by the rules of soul masters. If I lose, I will let you handle me as you wish. If you lose, you will let me handle you. No, if you lose, the matter between us ends here." Shen Tian spoke. Although the girl before him was exceedingly beautiful, he was not the sort of man who became incapable of moving at the sight of a pretty face, much less a debauched stallion who would pursue every woman he met. The girl said fine. Her words were extremely concise. She cherished speech like gold. The atmosphere once again fell silent. The two sat facing each other, and the air grew somewhat awkward, especially because of the icy aura radiating from her, which made one feel as if sitting on pins and needles. Breaking the oppressive air, Shen Tian asked, "You followed me for half a month, and I still don't know your name." Shen Tian, what is your name?" The girl answered coolly, Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. At her words, Shen Tian's eyes widened at once, his face filled with shock. He had never imagined that the young woman before him was actually Zhu Zhuqing. His gaze almost involuntarily dropped to her chest. It was large, imposing, and magnificent. Unbidden scenes from the water surfaced in his mind. Suddenly he felt a surge of icy killing intent, and instantly came back to his senses, looking apologetically at Zhu Zhuqing, who was currently staring at him with eyes brimming with murderous intent. He had not expected that the fiery girl who had hunted him for half a month would turn out to be Zhu Zhuqing. Her long jade-like legs were straight and slender, her hips full and perky, her slim waist delicate, her bosom full and firm. With such a proud figure coupled with a feline martial soul, he really should have guessed it earlier. Zhu Zhuqing did not speak, merely swept a cold glance over Shen Tian, inwardly full of disdain. In her eyes, men in this world were all the same. Though Shen Tian did not know exactly what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking, he could more or less guess that he had surely earned her contempt. Smiling, he said, "You just said that if you lose, you'll let me handle you as I wish. You won't go back on that, will you?" "When did I say that? Our agreement was that if I lose, I will no longer pester you over that previous incident," Zhu Zhuqing replied. Thinking of what had happened before, a faint blush appeared on her exquisite face, making her seem all the more radiant. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's slightly shy appearance made her all the more alluring. At the same time, Shen Tian could see that Zhu Zhuqing was the type to be cold on the outside, yet warm within. Her outward aloofness was, he believed, a form of self-protection. After all, born into such a family, she could hardly live like an ordinary person. "Yes, that is exactly what I meant," Shen Tian said earnestly. "Just now our agreement was that if I lose, I will let you handle me as you wished. How you deal with me is your business. If you lose, you will let me handle you, and the method I choose is that the matter between us is settled, and we shall have nothing more to do with each other in the future." Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment upon hearing this. Although it was not exactly the same as before, the general meaning was similar. "Yes," she said, "that is indeed what we just agreed upon. To keep you from going back on it, I think we should put it in writing. After all, you just denied what you said. I don't want you clinging to me again. If my fiancé were to see, I really wouldn't be able to explain it clearly," Shen Tian said seriously. Light flashed in his hand as he retrieved a brush and paper from the spatial soul-guiding device on his wrist. With swift strokes he wrote on the paper, "Wager duel Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing will fight a fair duel. The loser shall be handled as the victor wishes." Because his characters were large, he could only fit this single sentence. Zhu Zhuqing had not expected Shen Tian to formally draw up a written agreement. In this world, such documents and wager duels were taken very seriously. Once set down, they could not be reneged upon. Handing the written agreement to Zhu Zhuqing, Shen Tian smiled and said, "All right, sign your name here, and then I can be at ease." Zhu Zhuqing glanced over the words. Though brief, their meaning was indeed much the same as what they had agreed upon earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, she signed her name. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing sign, the corners of Shen Tian's mouth lifted, and his smile grew even brighter. Though Zhu Zhuqing looked very steady, her nature was still far too straightforward and pure. "What a pretty girl." At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice came forth as a group of young men dressed in luxurious robes approached, their gazes fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, revealing unabashed greed in their eyes. Many people on the second floor, upon seeing those young men, exhibited expressions filled with trepidation and fear, hurriedly lowering their heads, not daring to look at them. The leading young man in splendid clothing wore a lewd smile as he said, "Little beauty, it's not safe around here these days. It's dangerous to be alone, especially for a beauty like you. Stay by my side, and I will protect you. Get away from me." The young man in splendid clothing approached Shen Tian, feeling that Shen Tian's presence was an eyesore, and kicked out directly, intending to send Shen Tian flying, exhibiting utmost arrogance. Shen Tian's expression darkened as he waved his hand, a powerful force erupting from him, directly sending that young man in splendid clothing flying down the stairs, rolling to the first floor. Then his fingers moved in the air, unleashing sharp blades of wind that struck the other young men, slicing their skin and causing them to scream in pain. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Shen Tian, her eyes revealing shock. She hadn't seen him use his martial soul or soul rings, yet he could effortlessly unleash profound power with just a wave of his hand. While soul masters wield powers that transcend the mundane, utilizing such power requires the aid of martial souls and soul rings as mediums. Of course, for advanced soul masters, it is possible to unleash profound and powerful abilities without relying on martial souls and soul rings, but the person before her clearly did not belong to the ranks of advanced soul masters. Shen Tian did not pay attention to those foolish individuals, but looked toward Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing the shock on her exquisite face, he smiled and explained, "It's just a little trick. It's difficult for ordinary low-level soul masters to achieve this, not because the trick is brilliant, but because it requires a strong mental force to control. Low-level soul masters lack the strength of mental force to manage it well. Mental force is different from soul power. Every being possesses their own mental force, which originates from their spiritual sea and governs their consciousness, thoughts, and actions. Every action taken by a being is controlled through mental force. Without it, one can be likened to a vegetative state, a living corpse devoid of the ability to think. When a soul master employs soul power to unleash soul skills, it is naturally done through mental force. If the mental force is weak, they cannot even activate their martial soul, whereas if the mental force is strong, they can unleash powerful abilities without needing to release their martial soul. For instance, the ability to control objects with thought is a remarkable application of mental force, allowing one to manipulate objects with great mental strength. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was even more astonished, as she naturally understood mental force, but unlike soul power, mental force is ethereal and elusive, making it difficult to enhance through cultivation. It usually only improves slowly as a soul master's soul power increases. How dare you ambush me? You won't leave here alive today. The young man in splendid clothing who had been knocked away by Shen Tian climbed up with a twisted face, his eyes filled with fierce murder and resentment, angrily shouting, "Get him! Capture him!" A few muscular men stepped forward, each tall and robust, their muscles bulging, clearly the type of strong men with immense physical power advancing together. An invisible aura of oppression radiated from them. Any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear. This kind of pressure is essentially another application of mental force. While ordinary people's mental forces are weak, when many gather together, their mental forces combine to create a mental force field. The young man in splendid clothing sneered, "Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you're a soul master. Even gods would have to kneel before me here. If you offend me, I will make you regret being alive in this world." Although soul masters possess powers beyond the ordinary, it does not mean they can dominate over regular people. After all, soul masters are still mere mortals, not the immortal deities of legend. What arrogance! Shen Tian turned to look at the young man in splendid clothing, genuinely impressed, not expecting him to utter such bold words. He himself wouldn't dare to say such things. The young man in splendid clothing, upon hearing this, wore a proud expression. He was not afraid of gods, but sought to amplify his strength through exaggerated words. Whether gods existed in this world was still debatable, so why should he fear? Even if you start to fawn over me now, I won't let you off. People must take responsibility for their actions, not think they can escape with just a few words. The young man in splendid clothing said indifferently, looking at Shen Tian with disdain, as if to say, "I've seen through you. It's too late to beg for mercy now." Shen Tian smiled, a bright grin spreading across his face. The young man in splendid clothing, seeing that smile, felt an inexplicable fear and unease arise within him, hurriedly stating, "My father is the city lord." "Oh, so you're the young city lord? How honored I am." Shen Tian replied with a smile, still showing no signs of fear. Although a city lord holds great power, it was not enough to intimidate him. The young man in splendid clothing, seeing Shen Tian remain unafraid even after revealing his identity, felt even more uneasy. Was this person perhaps a disciple from a major power? While it is true that imperial authority reigns supreme in this world, there are still many powers that even the imperial authority must regard with caution. Furthermore, he was just one of the sons of a minor city lord within a kingdom under the empire. The young man in splendid clothing was now torn, unsure of what to do. If the other party had a powerful background and he offended them, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Yet if he retreated now, wouldn't that be a loss of face? The few strong men received no command to halt and advanced to grab Shen Tian. Though they were mere mortals, they possessed immense strength, easily capable of lifting several thousand pounds. Bang! Shen Tian did not employ the power of his martial soul, but used his physical strength to effortlessly knock down those strongmen. He approached the young man in splendid clothing and said with a smile, "Young city lord, shall we continue?" "And no, let's not continue." The young man in splendid clothing quickly shook his head, his expression terrified. Upon witnessing his strongmen easily taken down, he no longer dared to be arrogant and sought nothing more than to leave quickly. "Get lost," Shen Tian said, not striking down the young man in splendid clothing. After all, he was the son of the city lord, and being in Mingfeng City, he understood the principle that even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Yes, the young man in splendid clothing hurriedly led his people to leave in a panic. The crowd in the tavern stared at Shen Tian in shock, not expecting this man could make the notorious young master of Mingfeng City suffer. Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Shen Tian in astonishment, though her shock was different from that of others. She was amazed by Shen Tian's mastery over power. It seemed to have reached an extraordinary level, as there was no excess soul power leaking out during his actions. This kind of technique she had only seen in high-level soul masters. Then she recalled the previous wager. Given such formidable strength, she feared she had no hope of winning against him, and that matter could only be left unresolved. Observing Zhu Zuking's shocked expression, Shen Tian smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you captivated by my handsome appearance?" Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, snapped back to her senses, her face slightly flushed, but it quickly turned cold again, leaving her without any words. Leaving the tavern, Shen Tian strolled with Zhu Zhuqing through various shops and markets. "What are you looking to buy?" Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask. She couldn't just follow him indefinitely, as she needed to go elsewhere to make a soul guide device. Shen Tian replied, approaching a stall and picking up a worn metal piece adorned with intricate patterns. A soul guide device. That's an external object. With your high talent, why would you want to study such things? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Soul guide devices had appeared long ago, but they never gained traction as many soul masters were highly resistant to them. Although soul guide devices are tools, they possess magical powers. For instance, spatial storage soul guide devices can hold items within a space, making them incredibly convenient. Some soul guide devices also have formidable offensive capabilities capable of unleashing terrifying power even when used by ordinary soul masters. However, the existence of such soul guide devices made soul masters wary of them, especially high-level soul masters who had spent years cultivating to gain their strength. How could they accept that they were surpassed by an object? As a result, soul guide devices faced suppression from many high-level soul masters and gradually fell into decline. Nowadays, the methods for creating them are nearly lost. I don't have a strong interest in soul guide devices themselves, but I am deeply fascinated by the formations inscribed on them. Shen Tian frowned slightly, raising his gaze to the distance where many people were present, yet none seemed to pay attention to them, all engrossed in their own affairs. Is it an illusion? Shen Tian muttered to himself, sensing a gaze upon him. Let's go. He placed the worn metal piece down, then wrapped his arm around Zhu Zuking's waist, pulling her into his embrace. The sudden turn of events left Zhu Zhuqing stunned. She hadn't expected him to dare to do this. Just as she was about to use her soul power to push Shen Tian away, Shen Tian's expression turned serious. "Don't move, someone is secretly watching us. We need to leave quickly." After saying this, he swiftly led Zhu Zhuqing through the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing felt no one watching her and attempted to break free, but Shen Tian's grip was strong like an iron clamp, making it impossible for her to escape. They arrived at a deserted alley. "Hold on tight," Shen Tian said, tightly holding Zhu Zhuqing as a purple soul ring appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light. A whirlwind surrounded him, making him as light as a swallow moving swiftly through the alleyways. After Shen Tian disappeared, a figure appeared at the alley entrance. It was a figure clad in black robes, obscuring its visage as it let out a harsh laugh. "Your senses are quite sharp, but you won't escape my grasp." At its feet slithered a snake as thick as an arm, crawling along the ground, flicking its tongue before climbing up its leg and onto its body. "In a spacious alley, do you really think I wouldn't kill you?" Zhu Zhuqing glared at Shen Tian with a pale expression. The previous incident hadn't passed, and now he was openly holding her. Did he think she was someone to be bullied? Shen Tian sensed Zhu Zuking's anger, also feeling the strong, unmasked, killing intent emanating from her. Clearly his previous actions had thoroughly provoked her. That was truly dangerous. "I don't know if that person was after me or you, but one thing I can be sure of is that they are very dangerous," Shen Tian said earnestly. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her. At that moment, he sensed a threat to his life. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Shen Tian with a cold expression, clearly not believing his words, thinking they were merely. Sensing her distrust, Shen Tian felt troubled. He couldn't possibly go catch the person watching them and have them prove he wasn't lying, could he? "The bet is void from this moment on. We shall part ways," Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. After witnessing his strength, she knew she had no chance of winning. Since that was the case, it was better to let go and stay away from him. "No way," Shen Tian replied firmly. "It's too dangerous. You need to stay by my side." "Are you trying to?" Zhu Zuking's expression darkened further as she circulated her soul power, preparing to break free at any moment. Even though he was strong, her power was no less, and she was a sensitive attack-type soul master. "No," Shen Tian said, realizing she misunderstood him. He knew it was impossible to clarify, thus his face darkened as he said dominantly, "I'm protecting you. Unless you are truly safe, I won't let you leave my side." Swish. Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial soul, her left eye a deep green, and her right eye a clear blue, her hair naturally cascading down her back, leaving behind traces of afterimages on the ground. At the same time, Shen Tian's figure vanished, reappearing in another location to block Zhu Zhuqing. He extended his hand, grasping her arm forcefully, stating, "I told you I won't let you leave." Zhu Zuking's expression was icy as a yellow soul ring rose beneath her radiating brilliant light. Her claws suddenly extended, swiftly stabbing toward Shen Tian. Puff! The sharp claws pierced directly into Shen Tian's chest, blood splattering. Zhu Zhuqing looked on in shock, not expecting him to not evade. She couldn't understand why he didn't defend himself if he intended to attack her. She didn't believe it was because she was too fast for him to react. That hurts. Shen Tian looked down at the claws embedded in his chest, lifted his head, and calmly gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. Can I ask you to trust me just this once? I really didn't deceive you. Zhu Zhuqing looked into Shen Tian's sincere eyes, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can temporarily trust you, but I can't stay by your side forever. I have my own matters to attend to. Where are you going? Shen Tian asked. Although he knew where she intended to go, if he stated it directly, it would only make her more wary of him. Zhu Zhuqing replied, Shrek Academy. You are going to Shrek Academy. I'm also heading to Shrek Academy. Shen Tian smiled, and seeing the vigilance in Zhu Zuking's eyes hurriedly explained, I really didn't deceive you. The direction we've been heading for the past half-month has been towards Sodo City. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback upon hearing this. Their direction had indeed been towards Sodo City for the past half-month, which is why she had been following Shen Tian. Shen Tian said, If possible, could you please withdraw your hand? It's not good to leave it stuck like this. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing realize this, hurriedly pulling her hand back. Shen Tian departed Mingfeng City with Zhu Zhuqing. Though he did not know the identity of the unseen observer, the most likely suspect was the city lord's son, the very man who had clashed with them at the tavern. Mingfeng City was his adversary's domain. They had no choice but to leave as swiftly as possible. They traveled by horse-drawn carriage, a slow and cumbersome conveyance, covering barely a dozen kilometers in half a day as dusk gradually deepened into twilight. This carriage is far too sluggish, Shen Tian muttered in mild frustration. In this world, technological advancement remained primitive. Efficient transportation was scarce, rendering journeys between distant locales painfully time-consuming. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing gazed out at the encroaching darkness. Wilderness stretched endlessly in every direction, silent and uninhabited. A subtle unease stirred within her, mingled with quiet regret for having trusted him so readily. Shen Tian glanced back into the carriage and met Zhu Zhuqing's wary gaze. Her hand rested discreetly behind her back, an unmistakable sign of vigilance. She would strike without hesitation should he betray even the slightest ill intent. Shall we press onward, or halt here for rest? Shen Tian asked. Her wariness was entirely justified. No one simply fell in love upon seeing a handsome face and surrendered themselves unconditionally. Let us continue, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice taut with discomfort. The desolation of the open wilderness unsettled her deeply. You need not fear me so. Had I intended harm, it could have happened long before now. During those 2 weeks you pursued me across the wilds. Most of that time we were alone in remote terrain. If I'd wished to act, I would have done so then, not wait until tonight. Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged the truth in his words, yet it did little to ease her guard. In this world, she trusted only herself. Even kin held no sacred claim upon her faith. A full moon hung high above. A lone carriage rolled silently along a secluded road. Shen Tian sat atop it, reins in hand, cool night air brushing his face as his eyes remained closed, seemingly asleep. Yet he was fully awake, his senses keenly attuned to the surrounding stillness. Though he had glimpsed no hidden watcher in Mingfeng City, his instincts refused to be dismissed. Someone was observing him, and Zhu Zhuqing, unseen. Whether that observer served the city lord's dim-witted son remained unknown. What was certain was the chilling danger emanating from that unseen presence. Leaving Mingfeng City might well place them in greater peril, for within its walls at least societal rules imposed restraint. Out here, however, law dissolved into silence. Still, fleeing Mingfeng City had been his first and instinctive decision. First, it allowed them to slip away unnoticed. Second, though the city upheld formal order, if the hidden foe truly hailed from the city lord's household, he could easily fabricate plausible pretexts and strike openly under lawful guise. Shen Tian opened his eyes. Bathed in the moon's silvery light, he scanned the landscape, paused, then closed his eyes again. Eyes open. Eyes shut. Eyes open. Eyes shut. Finally, he accepted the undeniable truth: he was lost. All around him stretched barren wasteland. Grass choked the path, untrodden for years, as if forgotten by time itself. How could this be? His astonishment surged. Even with eyes closed, his awareness of direction had remained precise. He could not have strayed so utterly. He surveyed the shadow-cloaked mountains looming nearby, a creeping dread tightening in his chest, as though unseen eyes watched from the dark. Yet when he searched intently, no presence revealed itself. Only silence reigned, absolute, unnatural, suffocating. A soft glow flared in Shen Tian's palm, and a palm-sized compass materialized. Its needle spun wildly, refusing to settle on any single bearing. So it isn't my misstep, he murmured low. Scanning the gloom with renewed alertness, he urged the carriage forward. Turning back was futile, the only path left was ahead. Onward the carriage rolled. No danger emerged, no living soul crossed their path, not even a beast or bird disturbed the eerie stillness. Shen Tian lifted his gaze to the heavens, and froze. The moon, once pristine and luminous, now glowed crimson, drenched as if in blood, a grotesque, otherworldly omen. His eyes fell upon a stone beside the road, its surface etched with fresh, deliberate marks, his own. Each circuit added another line, 7 already scarred its surface. With this pass he had circled this accursed place at least 8 times. It's like being trapped in a ghostly maze, he whispered. Were it not for the existence of unfathomable soul arts in this world, he might have believed himself haunted. Soul arts manifested in infinite forms, each possessing unique, extraordinary abilities. Clearly whatever ensnared him belonged to the realm of illusion. How he'd fallen prey, however, remained a mystery. Why have we stopped again? Zhu Zhuqing's voice drifted from inside the carriage, tinged with confusion and rising anxiety. The profound silence unsettled her. Though night cloaked many creatures, others thrived after dusk. Yet not a single rustle broke the hush. Shen Tian blurted, "We've hit a ghost wall." Then instantly recoiled, correcting himself, "We're lost." In such a sinister wilderness, speaking of ghosts invited calamity. Lost? Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, utterly unconvinced. She slid open the carriage window and peered out into the oppressive gloom, then upward where the blood-red moon burned cold and malevolent. The moment her gaze locked onto that crimson orb, her bright, intelligent eyes glazed over. Her expression slackened, her spirit seemingly drained away. What are you doing?" Shen Tian whirled around just in time to see Zhu Zhuqing vault straight out the carriage window, stunned. Was she taking an unconventional exit? Even nature's most urgent call wouldn't warrant such haste. Yet soon he noticed her vacant stare and hollow demeanor. She no longer looked human, merely a shell animated by some alien will. Zhu Zhuqing stepped from the carriage and walked trance-like toward the forest ahead. Shen Tian made no move to stop her. Instead, he guided the carriage slowly behind her, following her deeper into the heart of the woods. He knew grave peril awaited ahead, but he had no alternative. To linger here meant starvation would claim him long before any enemy could. If he could not dispel the illusion by his own means, then the only solution lay in eliminating its architect, thus dissolving the problem at its source. Soon Shen Tian followed Zhu Zhuqing to an open area. In the center of this clearing stood a tree, a massive tree that, while not very tall, was incredibly thick, requiring several people to wrap their arms around it. What was most shocking was not the size of the tree, but rather the fact that a person was hanging from it, making it appear as though the tree was covered in people. It was eerie. Very eerie. Shen Tian's expression grew serious, as he hadn't expected to find such a bizarre place here. He hurriedly stepped forward to grab Zhu Zhuqing, who was intent on moving closer to the tree. Although he didn't know the specifics of the situation, it was evident that the tree posed a grave danger, and he would not allow Zhu Zhuqing to approach it. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had lost her rationality, persistently attempting to walk towards the tree, and her strength was so great that Shen Tian struggled to hold her back. "Come out," Shen Tian said in a deep voice. The tree should be a plant-type soul beast, but he was unsure of its exact nature or age. However, it was clear that it was not the tree that had lured him here. "You pique my curiosity. Not only are you immune to the abilities of the dreaming demon tree, but you can maintain such composure upon witnessing this scene. Are you truly just a 12 or 13-year-old boy?" A ghostly voice emerged, and then a figure clad in black robes stepped out from the shadows, followed by a massive snake thick as a water barrel, its cold gaze fixed on Shen Tian. The dreaming demon tree. Shen Tian frowned slightly, as if he had seen this name somewhere before. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. He looked at the figure in black and asked, "Who are you and why are you attacking me? While I don't know your strength, I assume it must be formidable. I don't remember provoking you." "You indeed haven't." The figure in black was gaunt, with a hooked nose and eyes that were particularly cold. With a sinister smile he said, "But does killing you require a reason?" Shen Tian pondered and replied, "No, it does not." The figure in black countered, "If no reason is needed, then why ask me for one?" Shen Tian was taken aback by this response, leaving him at a loss for words. After a moment he said, "Then a reason is indeed necessary." The figure in black paused for a moment before chuckling. "You are quite an interesting little fellow. Since you wish to know, I will tell you. I am not here to attack you, but rather the girl in your arms. Her martial soul is of the dark attribute, specifically the nether attribute. If she is sacrificed to the dreaming demon tree, it will bloom the dreaming demon flower." The dreaming demon tree, the dreaming demon flower. Shen Tian frowned as he quickly recalled where he had seen the term dreaming demon tree before. In an ancient book from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school, which listed the 10 most bizarre and powerful soul beasts of the Douluo continent, the dreaming demon tree was mentioned. The dreaming demon tree is a highly unique plant-type soul beast, and it is also a terrifying one capable of devouring the soul power of living beings to enhance itself. The Dreaming Demon Tree favors dark attribute soul beasts or soul masters with dark attribute martial souls, as it is of the dark attribute. Consuming dark attribute soul beasts and soul masters with dark attribute martial souls allows it to elevate its cultivation. To some extent, the Dreaming Demon Tree resembles the dark demonic evil god tiger, although the latter also ranks among the 10 most bizarre ferocious beasts. What sets the Dreaming Demon Tree apart from the dark demonic evil god tiger is that it does not fully convert the soul power of the beings it devours into its own, but instead condenses part of the soul power into the Dreaming Demon Flower. The Dreaming Demon Flower is a special spiritual flower formed from the soul power absorbed by the Dreaming Demon Tree from other beings, yet it is remarkably pure. Whether for soul masters or soul beasts, refining it can rapidly enhance their soul power. Because of this property, many soul masters or forces have raised Dreaming Demon Trees, feeding them soul beasts and soul masters to obtain large quantities of Dreaming Demon Flowers for self-enhancement. While this method can quickly boost one's strength, allowing soul masters to gain huge improvements in a short time, it is an extremely cruel practice. The number of soul masters is not large, and while soul beasts are numerous, they are not easy to capture. Some frenzied soul masters ultimately targeted civilians. Although the soul power contained within civilians is weak, every little bit counts, and when combined, the soul power of tens of thousands of civilians can rival that of a powerful soul master. During the height of the Dreaming Demon Tree's influence, countless villages and small towns were raided and innumerable civilians were sacrificed. Eventually, under the joint efforts of the Spirit Hall and several major powers, those soul masters and forces that raised Dreaming Demon Trees were exterminated. The calamity caused by the Dreaming Demon Tree was ultimately brought to an end. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, several major forces exterminated all Dreaming Demon Trees along the main roads. He hadn't expected there to be one here, having grown to such a level, not knowing how many living beings had become. Shen Tian looked at the figure in black and said, "You have told me so much, it seems you will not let me leave here alive." "That is natural," the figure in black said with a smile, raising his hand. The large snake beside him lunged at Shen Tian. This was no ordinary snake, but a soul beast with 1,000 years of cultivation. Buzz. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, rose from beneath Shen Tian's feet and flew to his head, with the first yellow soul ring shining with brilliant light. Flames erupted from Shen Tian's fist, and with a punch the fiery aura transformed into a fire dragon, roaring fiercely towards the large snake. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the large snake, unleashing a terrifying force. The purple soul ring. I didn't expect not only you to be special, but even your soul ring to be so unique, with the second soul ring condensing a 1,000-year soul ring. The figure in black gazed at the purple soul ring above Shen Tian's head, his expression filled with shock. There are limits to the absorption of soul rings by soul masters. The first soul ring generally cannot exceed 400 years, and the second soul ring cannot exceed 800 years. Some exceptionally gifted soul masters can break the 800-year limit for their second soul ring, absorbing soul rings from soul beasts that exceed 800 years, but not by a large margin, and certainly not exceeding 1,000 years. A talented soul master relying on their powerful physique and willpower can absorb a 909-year soul ring, but if they attempt to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, which is just 1 year more than 909, they will explode and die instantly. This is due to the qualitative difference between 100-year and 1,000-year soul rings. The gap is several times greater, not merely a 1-year difference. Of course, while the difference is vast, it is not impossible. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. It could take thousands of years to produce just one. But once successful, that person will undoubtedly be an immensely powerful prodigy. I never expected today I would have the fortune to eradicate a peerless prodigy. I will remember you. You will become one of my greatest honors in life. The figure in black laughed maniacally, his expression filled with madness. The thought of exterminating a genius, especially one as extraordinary as this, made his blood surge with excitement. What, just one of many? You are insulting me. Shen Tian's expression turned furious at the words, and his second soul ring lit up, a violent wind forming around him, wreaking havoc as sand and stones flew, creating a massive tornado. Shen Tian slowly raised his hand, gathering a ball of flames that blazed fiercely as the first soul ring illuminated. The flames in his hand became even more ferocious, merging into the raging tornado. In an instant, a terrifying firestorm formed continuously, spreading outward, reducing everything in its path to nothingness. The ground even showed signs of melting from the flames. The figure in the black robe changed dramatically, hurriedly retreating, not expecting that the opponent's first and second soul rings could actually form a combined skill. Using the wind to enhance the fire, the power was several times stronger than a mere fiery attack. With the second soul ring being a 1,000-year soul ring, the resultant combined skill was even more terrifying than the third soul ring of many soul lords. Your talent is stronger than I imagined, but unfortunately you are too foolish. I have decided to kick you out of my collection of glory because you are unworthy. Throughout the ages there have been those who could condense a 1,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring, but even if one could, many soul masters would still refrain from doing so, as it is too dangerous. As for the second point, although the 1,000-year soul ring has a higher age limit and grants far more powerful skills than a 100-year soul ring, the soul power consumed by a 1,000-year soul ring far exceeds that of a 100-year soul ring. Releasing your soul skills so recklessly is nothing but foolishness. I suspect that your soul power is already halved. Do I wonder if you can still unleash this combined attack? The figure in the black robe was concealed in the surrounding dark forest, his indifferent voice echoing from all. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian's expression changed. He lost the calm demeanor he had before, panic flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly masked as he forced himself to calm down, coldly stating, I am a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If you dare to lay a hand on me, no place in the world will be able to shelter you. In the distance, the figure in black, hidden in darkness, looked at Shen Tian's fierce, yet inwardly timid expression, a mocking smile appearing on his lips at the sight of such so-called elite disciples from powerful factions. Despite their strong talents, they were utterly useless, otherwise merely wasting resources while alive. The black-robed man stepped out of the shadows, brilliant soul rings rising from beneath his feet, a total of 5 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. 5-ringed Soul King. Shen Tian looked at the 5 soul rings above the black-robed man's head, terror filling his eyes as he instinctively took 2 steps back, stammering, My teacher is Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Today let this matter be regarded as a misunderstanding. Let us pretend we have never met each other. The ranks of Soul Masters are classified as Soul Master, Great Soul Master Soul, Respect Soul Sect, Soul King Soul, Emperor Soul, Saint Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. At each level a Soul Master can obtain a soul ring. Haha. The black-robed man laughed loudly upon hearing this, looking at Shen Tian with a gaze full of ridicule, as if he were looking at a fool. He chuckled, the disciple of the esteemed Pope, yet so cowardly. It seems the Pope's judgment is quite poor, as selecting disciples should not only be based on talent, but also on their state of mind, otherwise the disciples cultivated will merely be useless ornaments. He did not doubt Shen Tian's words too much, for such a powerful prodigy could not possibly be nurtured by a mere faction like Put. What if it was fake? For no matter the opponent's identity, it would not affect his determination. Hearing this, Shen Tian's face turned red. He wanted to angrily rebuke the other party, but his expression was filled with apprehension, clearly restraining himself, trying not to provoke the other. Seeing Shen Tian in this state, the last shred of vigilance in the black-robed man's heart disappeared. True geniuses are always arrogant, and cannot possibly be so obsequious. As for the other party being immune to the power of the Dream Demon Tree, it was likely due to possessing some treasure, relying on that treasure to withstand it. Do you wish to live or die? The black-robed man smiled as he spoke, not rushing to kill the other, wanting to toy with a genius before the kill. It would be quite enjoyable. Naturally, I wish to live. Shen Tian hurriedly replied, delight showing in his eyes. Then with a fawning smile he said, I apologize for my earlier offenses. Please do not hold it against me. Just consider me a mere nuisance, and let me go. Haha. The black-robed man laughed heartily upon hearing this, saying, Since you want to live, then first hand over that girl in your arms. Such a beautiful girl, it would be a pity to sacrifice her directly to the Dream Demon Tree. Let me enjoy her first before allowing the Dream Demon Tree to devour her. All right. Shen Tian looked at the beauty in his arms, a struggle evident on his face. He soon made a decision, walking toward the black-robed man, with Zhu Zhuching, his face full of flattery, saying, It is a blessing for my junior sister to be noticed by you, esteemed sir. Stop right there, just let her go. Seeing Shen Tian approach, the black-robed man felt an inexplicable unease. Though this person was a coward, his cautious nature still made him choose not to let the other get close. Shen Tian furrowed his brow at these words, his smile fading as he glared at the black-robed man coldly, saying, I have been so humble, and yet you still regard me with such wariness. Truly you bring shame to the Soul King. After saying this, he charged directly at the black-robed man, his left arm wrapping around the controlled Zhu Zhuching. His right arm glowed, growing larger, his robe tearing apart, revealing dark scales covering his arm, which transformed into sharp claws radiating a chilling light, an extremely terrifying aura permeating the air. Upon seeing Shen Tian charging towards him, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. At this moment, how could he not realize that from the very beginning the other had been acting, trying to make him lower his guard? But it was too late to understand now. Dragon Claw Tear. Shen Tian's second soul ring erupted with dazzling brilliance as a powerful force coalesced around his claws, as if they could tear apart the very fabric of space. The black-robed man was struck by Shen Tian's claws, blood splattering everywhere. However, being a 5-ring Soul King, he quickly reacted, avoiding a critical hit. Damned! The black-robed man roared, his left forearm, now missing, blood gushing out profusely. He looked at Shen Tian with fiery eyes, unable to believe that he had been so careless, suffering such a severe injury at the hands of a 12 or 13-year-old brat. Shen Tian looked at the black-robed man with a calm demeanor. Everything that had just transpired was a deliberate act to make the other lower his guard, for he was not alone, and Zhu Zhuqing in his hands was under the opponent's control, preventing him from using his full strength. I will tear your flesh off piece by piece. The black-robed man glared at Shen Tian, his eyes almost bursting with rage as his 4th soul ring illuminated. Above them, the blood-red moon in the sky became even more eerie, casting down endless blood-colored light. A guttural roar tore from Zhu Zhuqing's throat as she arched backward in Shen Tian's arms, her eyes blazing crimson, her soul energy erupting as she activated her spirit avatar, transforming into a feline warrior. Your spirit avatar possesses an unsettling power, but alas, you've run out of time. All ends here. Shen Tian tightened his grip, immobilizing Zhu Zhuqing completely. The 3rd spirit ring shimmered into existence around his leg, radiating brilliant violet light as he slowly ascended into the air. The 3rd spirit ring. You're a soul-respected master. The black-robed figure stared in shock at Shen Tian's 3rd ring, stunned to realize this opponent was not merely a 2nd ring great soul master, but a 3rd ring soul-respected master. Correct, though regrettably no reward awaits. A sly, chilling smile curved Shen Tian's lips as he lunged forward. Terror contorted the black-robed figure's face. He tried to evade, but an invisible crushing force pinned him in place as though sinking into bottomless marshland. A sickening thud echoed as Shen Tian's right hand pierced straight through the black-robed man's chest, inflicting a grievous wound. The paralysis was the effect of Shen Tian's 3rd soul skill. No, impossible. I am a 5th ring Soul King. I bear a 10th Ascendier spirit ring I still have. His furious, defiant roar faded into despair. No amount of resentment could alter the inevitability of his fate. Above, the blood moon dissolved like mist, yielding once more to a pristine silver moon, whose gentle radiance softened the world below. Strictly speaking, the moon itself had never changed. Only the eerie fog shrouding this region distorted its reflected light. The celestial orb hanging high in the heavens remained unchanged from beginning to end. After all, a mere 5th ring Soul King lacked the authority to alter the moon itself. Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness gradually returned. Her eyes opened, no longer scarlet with madness but clear and lucid. Seeing Shen Tian mere inches away, she recoiled in alarm, leaping back over 10 meters, activating her spirit avatar and bracing for combat. Observing her alertness, Shen Tian knew she had recovered. No need for such vigilance. The danger. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing scan her surroundings, and her gaze fell upon the black-robed figure lying motionless in a pool of blood beside Shen Tian. Bewildered, only then did Zhu Zhuqing scan her surroundings, and her gaze fell upon the black-robed figure lying motionless in a pool of blood beside Shen Tian. Bewildered, she recalled only glimpsing a blood-red moon before her memory dissolved into void. What happened? She asked, uncertain, yet acutely aware of how grave the peril must have been. If even she, a seasoned cultivator, had lost control in an instant, the foe must have been formidable indeed. Ha ha ha. None of you will escape. You shall all perish with me. A ghastly wailing laugh spilled from the black-robed man's lips, like a specter's lament. Shen Tian glanced down and recoiled slightly. Before his eyes, the man's body shriveled, rapidly collapsing within seconds into a desiccated mummy, ancient and brittle. Go! Sensing imminent peril, Shen Tian dashed to Zhu Zhuqing's side, seized her wrist, and fled without hesitation. A thunderous boom shook the earth. Then countless roots erupted from the ground like grasping tentacles, surging toward Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing. Boom! Shen Tian condensed a searing orb of flame in his palm, then delivered a devastating punch, shattering the root tentacles one by one. His 1st spirit ring blazed forth, bathing the ground in a ring of roaring fire that severed the encroaching tendrils. It seems the Yoming demon tree refuses to let us leave. His gaze locked onto the colossal ancient tree in the distance, upon whose boughs now bloomed a single grotesquely radiant blood-red flower. This is the Yoming demon tree and the Yoming demon lotus. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the tree, her expression stricken with dread. That man must have been a demon servant of the Yoming demon tree. By slaying him, we awakened it. Demon servant. Shen Tian frowned. He had never heard the term before. Zhu Zhuqing explained gravely. The Yoming demon tree is an aberrant soul beast. Its plant-based nature severely limits mobility, yet its malevolence runs deep. It sustains itself by devouring other soul beasts and soul masters. To expand its reach, it blooms the Yoming demon lotus. Any soul beast or soul master who consumes it becomes enslaved. a demon servant bound utterly to the tree's will. Long ago this triggered a cataclysmic demon calamity across the Douluo continent, one that nearly erased civilization itself. Such a thing truly occurred? Shen Tian was astonished. Though he knew of the Yoming demon tree and its calamitous legacy, he had never imagined the scale of devastation, or the horrifying consequence of ingesting the demon lotus. Zhu Zhuqing spoke solemnly. This history lies buried deep in time. Few sects retain knowledge of it today. But my clan's inherited soul spirit is shadow-aligned, granting us exhaustive records of shadow-type soul beasts. Though the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect boasts immense power and ancient lineage, its inherited soul spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, means it does not systematically document every shadow-type soul beast, especially among outer disciple ranks. The Zhu family, however, inherits a shadow-aligned soul spirit, and thus selects shadow-type soul beasts for spirit rings, meticulously chronicling each one. If persuasion fails, then annihilation it is, Shen Tian declared. His second spirit ring ignited, unleashing a spiraling gale that swelled rapidly into a colossal vortex. Fire. With his first soul skill, he intensified the flames, until the vortex became a roaring cyclone of incandescent fury, reducing the grasping roots to ash. Wind and fire both inherently suppress plant-type soul beasts, and their fusion yielded a force of apocalyptic magnitude. A sharp thud. Shen Tian looked down at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Her eyes had turned crimson again, her expression vacant, exactly as when the black-robed man had controlled her. Your spiritual resilience is astonishingly frail. You've fallen under control once more. Shen Tian sighed in weary exasperation, tightening his hold on her. His gaze locked onto the Yoming demon tree, now shielded by thick, writhing roots, and his eyes hardened into glacial daggers. You have provoked the one being you should never have dared to awaken. Booming sounds echoed through the heavens and the earth, darkening the already murky skies even further as a terrifying aura enveloped this realm, causing the universe to tremble. Behind Shen Tian, a massive figure emerged, a colossal dragon silhouette extending thousands of feet, its body as black as ink, spiraling in the air as it gazed down upon the earth. Martial Soul Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Martial Soul was immensely powerful and terrifying, its aura even more daunting than that of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family's Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul. However, it was precisely due to its overwhelming strength that even Shen Tian, with his formidable mental power, found it difficult to control. As the Black Dragon Martial Soul manifested, a terrifying pressure engulfed the realm, three gigantic soul rings hovering above its head. The first and second soul rings shone brightly, slowly merging into a single soul ring. The roar of the Black Dragon. The immense Black Dragon Phantom unleashed a dreadful black beam from its mouth, distorting the void as it struck the Dream Demon tree, which instantly turned to nothingness, leaving a massive pit on the ground. As the Black Dragon Phantom dissipated, all returned to tranquility. At that moment, Shen Tian's face turned pale and his body slowly fell. On a quiet street, a horse-drawn carriage sped forward. Due to the rapid pace of the carriage and the uneven road, it swayed dangerously, appearing as if it could fall apart at any moment. The carriage was driven by an exceptionally beautiful young girl, her curves remarkable, with long black hair flowing in the wind, her body swaying with the carriage, creating a mesmerizing sight. Bang! Bang! Sounds occasionally echoed from within the carriage, resembling something constantly colliding. Ouch! Shen Tian woke up with great difficulty, feeling as if he had been beaten by dozens of people, his body aching all over. Suddenly, he tilted, hitting something hard beside him. The intense pain jolted Shen Tian awake instantly. He hurriedly reached out to steady himself against the side of the carriage, which was swaying violently. Now he felt weak all over and couldn't stabilize himself, continuing to collide. Stop, stop, please stop! Shen Tian shouted urgently. If this continued, he would surely be jolted to death. Such a death was too brutal. Hearing Shen Tian's voice from within the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's face brightened. She quickly pulled the reins, causing the two horses that had been galloping to come to an abrupt halt. Inside the carriage, Shen Tian, due to inertia, lunged forward. Zhu Zhuqing sensed something coming at her from behind. Turning around, she saw Shen Tian lunging towards her. Before she could react, she was knocked away. They fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. So soft. Shen Tian had expected to suffer injuries from the fall, but instead he landed on something soft, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Bang! Before Shen Tian could react, he was blasted away by a powerful force. What are you doing? Shen Tian cried out in pain. At that moment, he felt extremely weak, having just been jolted to the brink of collapse, and now he was blasted away again, truly adding insult to injury. You? Zhu Zhuqing glared at Shen Tian, her face flushed with embarrassment, not expecting that she would once again be taken advantage of by him. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zhuqing, arms crossed, recalling the soft place he had fallen onto. He knew he had experienced an embarrassing moment, and feeling somewhat awkward, he quickly changed the subject, saying, "Haven't you driven a carriage before? You shouldn't drive too fast, and must always pay attention to the road. Also, you should never slam the brakes suddenly." "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied instinctively, this being her first time driving a carriage. "Then slow down next." "All right," Shen Tian said, moving toward the carriage. Having used the fusion ring skill earlier, he was greatly drained not just in soul power, but also in his vitality and spirit. To fully recover, he would need at least 3 days. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, finding it too awkward, and instead asked, "What happened earlier? Why can't I remember anything?" After waking up, she saw Shen Tian collapsed on her, and the dream demon tree had vanished, leaving a massive pit on the ground emanating a terrifying aura that made her soul tremble. "It's nothing. You were once again controlled by the dream demon tree, and I used a one-time soul guiding device," Shen Tian replied, not mentioning that he had killed it with his own strength, as that was too astonishing. After all, the dream demon tree was comparable to a 6-ring soul emperor, while he was merely a 3-ring soul master. He didn't want to linger on this topic and continued to ask, "How much longer until we reach Sutuo City? I need to find a quiet place to recuperate for a few days. We are less than 10 kilometers away from Sutuo City now, so we should arrive today." Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression turning somber at the thought of nearing Sutuo City. At this moment her heart was in turmoil. She had left her family and traveled a long way to find that cowardly man who chose to escape. Due to her family's circumstances, her fate had been predetermined from birth, as she had to compete with her sister for the family's inheritance. If she ultimately failed, she would either be erased or confined for life. Yet that man who had been intertwined with her fate since childhood had long since fled the family, and given her young age, she had no hope of winning. If she continued to wait, what awaited her would be confinement or erasure. She was unwilling to resign herself to fate and sought to change her destiny. Thus, she fled from her family to find that man, hoping to unite with him. But now, as she drew closer to where that man was, her heart grew confused, losing the initial determination, for if she ultimately succeeded, it would be her sister who would face confinement or erasure. Although her sister had only caused her harm throughout her life, and there was no shred of kinship, she was still her sister, her blood sister. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zhuqing, sensing her troubled heart and confusion. He quickly realized why she felt this way, and said, "You have something on your mind. Oh, why not share it? Speaking about it might lighten your burden, and I could provide you with some advice." "It's nothing," Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, driving the carriage forward. "Keeping everything bottled up inside will only exhaust you." "You're right," Shen Tian said, observing her open demeanor and thinking it's hard to believe she's keeping so. Quickly shaking off his distracting thoughts, he continued, "After all, we share a bond of life and death, having experienced peril together as friends. What is there that can't be said? Rest assured I can keep a secret." Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing offered no response, he went on, "Even if you don't speak, I can guess. Your surname is Zhu, your martial soul is the Nether Cat, and you are from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, right? You didn't deny it, so it seems I was correct. The Zhu family is one of the most prestigious families in the Star Luo Empire, second only to the Imperial Dai family, with no other family able to surpass it. This is because every generation of the Zhu family's most exceptional women marries into the royal Dai family. The Zhu family's inherited martial soul is the Nether Cat, while the Dai family's inherited martial soul is the White Tiger. The compatibility of their martial souls is very high, allowing them to unleash martial soul fusion techniques. Because the Dai family's throne succession system is extremely ruthless, it causes the Zhu family women responsible for marrying into the Dai family to become embroiled in that brutal competition for the throne. The victor becomes emperor, while the loser faces erasure or confinement. You must be one of the Zhu family's women in this generation who is marrying into the Dai family." Shen Tian said, knowing this information not from deduction, but from prior knowledge, now merely expressing it in a deductive manner. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent upon hearing this, not denying anything, for Shen Tian was entirely correct. She was indeed one of the women engaged to the Dai family in this generation. Shen Tian asked, "Do you wish to marry that man and become the queen?" "I do not wish to," Zhu Zhuqing answered without any hesitation. After uttering these words, she felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders, as if she had finally released the pent-up resentment that had long burdened her heart. Naturally, she did not want to marry the fiancé she had never met, especially after he had fled alone, and her reluctance only deepened. As for becoming a queen, she had no interest in power. Her heart yearned for freedom, and if given a choice, she would not want to be a daughter of the Zhu family. Within her family, she felt no warmth of kinship, only coldness. Shen Tian was not at all surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's choice. The union between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai was merely a family arrangement. They had never even met. When Dai Mubai fled the Dai family, he lost the right to be Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Suddenly Shen Tian reached out and embraced Zhu Zhuqing, who sat in front of him. This unexpected turn of events caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, who she never expected this damned guy would take advantage of her again. Shen Tian said gently, "From now on, as long as I am here, no one can force you, and no one can harm you." Upon hearing this, the soul power circulating within Zhu Zhuqing came to a sudden halt, leaving her in a daze. Although the words were ordinary, they were the most beautiful she had ever heard in her life. She had always fantasized about someone being there for her to protect her and allow her to lean on. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing wiped away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes, feeling very happy. This moment was the happiest she had ever experienced in her life. She wished to remain in Shen Tian's embrace forever, but she knew that was impossible. For in front of her stood an empire that ruled over half of the Douluo continent. Her life could not be changed from the moment she was born into the Zhu family. Her fate had already been sealed. She would either become a revered queen or perish with no third option. Zhu Zhuqing sensed Shen Tian's intentions and did not wish for him to become entangled. She said, "There is no possibility between us. I will always regard you as." Woo. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, her delicate red lips were silenced, unable to utter another word. Shen Tian directly pressed his lips against Zhu Zhuqing's, not giving her any chance to respond. He could not pursue her in a normal way, for she was shackled, her life firmly locked away. To break free, she could only use brute force to shatter the chains. "You, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing pushed Shen Tian away, her expression filled with anger. She never expected him to dare to do such a thing to her. Her first kiss had been stolen just like that. Shen Tian said domineeringly, "From now on, you are my woman." "What's wrong with kissing my own woman?" "Who is your woman? When did I become your woman?" "You." This document signed by you in the Mingfeng City Tavern clearly states that the losing party is subject to the disposition of the winner. You lost, and you will be at my mercy, which means you will become my woman. What? Zhu Zhuqing looked incredulously at the document in Shen Tian's hand. "We agreed that if I lost, I wouldn't pursue that matter any longer." Mentioning that matter made Zhu Zhuqing's face flush with embarrassment. She was charming and alluring, full of feminine grace, for their first encounter had been quite awkward. "Our agreement was this: if I lost, I would let you decide my fate, and if you lost, you would submit to me. I could choose to let you drop that matter." Shen Tian replied earnestly, "But now my choice is not to let you drop that matter, but to make you my woman. Do you wish to break our agreement?" Originally, he had set up this document to play a prank on Zhu Zhuqing, intending to show her the cruelty of the world. Yet before he could even pull off the prank, things had taken an unexpected turn. However, this document had now become quite useful. "You." Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed with anger. She had thought him a good person, not realizing he had been calculating her from the very beginning, and she had jumped into his trap, treating him as if he were a good man. Shen Tian held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, not allowing her to break free, and smiled, "From now on, you are my woman, my little kitty. No one can take you from my hands." "I do not acknowledge that. Who is your little kitty?" Zhu Zhuqing glared at Shen Tian, wanting to push him away, but he was too strong for her to escape. She could only allow him to hold her. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. She even forgot that she was a powerful soul master, while Shen Tian was currently very weak. She could easily use her soul power to send him flying. "I am from the Zhu family of the Xingluo Empire. Whether I wish to or not, I have already been promised to the royal Dai family." Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression dim. She and Shen Tian could never be together. "So what?" Shen Tian replied domineeringly, his expression proud. "Do not think that the mere royal Dai family can take you from me, even if it is a god." Zhu Zhuqing looked at Shen Tian, before her heart racing. She was stunned by his domineering attitude, as she liked this assertive side of him, for it gave her a profound sense of security. Shen Tian lowered his head, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite and flawless beauty, holding her tightly before kissing her once more. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if she had been electrocuted, her body softened. She did not resist, but instead allowed Shen Tian to take what he wanted, even responding occasionally, although her movements were quite unpracticed. The kiss lasted a long time before it ended. Zhu Zhuqing buried her head in Shen Tian's embrace, a sweet smile gracing her face. She felt very happy, having abandoned everything just moments ago and wishing for this moment to last forever. Shen Tian also wore a smile. As he looked at the beauty in his arms, he knew that although he had made her like him, there was still a long way to go before they could truly be together. He did not care about Dai Mubai at all. If he dared to voice an opinion, he would not hesitate to help him understand it. As for his fiancé Ning Rongrong, Shen Tian was not very concerned either. Having multiple wives was quite normal for men in this world. The biggest problem lay with the little kitty. Although she appeared indifferent deep down, she cared a lot about emotions. Even though her family treated her this way, she still loved her family dearly. Shen Tian needed to quickly grow strong enough to gain the Zhu family's recognition. Only then would he not make things difficult for the little kitty. Zhu Zhuqing did not know if she was too tired or if the pent-up feelings in her heart had finally released. She fell asleep, directly sleeping soundly. Shen Tian reached out to stroke Zhu Zhuqing's long hair while urging the carriage onward. Fearing to wake Zhu Zhuqing, the carriage moved slowly. By the time they arrived in Sotoa City, it was already night. Fortunately, Sotoa City was a large city and the gates would not close at night. As night fell, the world was shrouded in darkness. In the eerie mountains, countless snakes slithered towards a single destination. What a terrifying power imbued with pure destructive force. It makes my very soul tremble. How exhilarating. In the deep pit created by Shen Tian, eerie voices echoed, infused with a sense of madness. Boom. A powerful force erupted from the pitch-black pit, causing the heavens and earth to lose color as gigantic soul rings illuminated the sky. 8 in total, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, exerting pressure across the cosmos. A massive black serpent soared out of the pit, towering over several dozen meters, entirely jet black, with black wings. On its head a figure appeared, coldly declaring, "You destroyed my dream demon tree. Let me make you my 9th soul ring." Rose Hotel. Shen Tian gazed at the luxuriously decorated hotel, resembling a blooming rose that captivated anyone who glanced at it. Whether it was fate or the hotel's uniqueness that led him here, he could not tell. This will do. Shen Tian chose not to look for another hotel, partly out of convenience and partly because he felt exhausted. Already weak, the long carriage ride had drained him further. Carrying the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing into the Rose Hotel, the moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by the refreshing scent of roses. The exquisite interior decor provided a comforting atmosphere. "I need a room," Shen Tian stated at the front desk. The receptionist glanced at Shen Tian, then at the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, momentarily stunned before respectfully saying, "Dear guest, our Rose Hotel is a legitimate establishment." "What does your legitimacy matter to me? I'm tired and need to rest quickly," Shen Tian replied coldly. He needed a quiet room to sleep and didn't want to waste time. The receptionist hesitated, saying, "Dear guest." Shen Tian's piercing gaze met his, dark eyes radiating a powerful aura. The receptionist, who had intended to say something more, felt as if he were falling into an endless abyss, his expression turning terrified. He quickly arranged a room. Shen Tian brought Zhu Zhuqing to a room on the 2nd floor. The room was spacious, with a living area exceeding 50 square meters. The furnishings were all silver, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. A bright red carpet covered the floor, embroidered with rose patterns. Numerous roses adorned the room, their vibrant red hue emanating a rich fragrance that was intoxicating. Shen Tian did not linger to admire the room. He placed Zhu Zhuqing on the bed and lay down on the other side. The bed was large enough for 2 or 3 people without issue. The next day, Shen Tian awoke, opening his eyes, intending to sit up and call for food, but felt something pressing down on him. Looking over, he saw Zhu Zhuqing sprawled on him. Zhu Zhuqing wore a smile on her face, as if lost in a beautiful dream. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zhuqing's body, her clothing disheveled. The softness that had once been concealed was now almost exposed, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin, and from his angle, he could see a significant cleavage. "You sleep too restlessly," Shen Tian remarked seriously, though his gaze remained fixed. He thought to himself that the quality of her clothing was excellent, and the tailor must have been terrible at business. Quickly, Shen Tian averted his gaze. Although eye-catching, he feared he might succumb to temptation if he stared too long, carefully shifting the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing's body. Just as he reached out, the once sleeping Zhu Zhuqing woke up. Seeing Shen Tian's hand reaching for her, she, being a sensitive attack type soul master trained in assassination and ambush techniques from a young age, instinctively dodged, immediately activating her martial soul, crouching like a cat on the bed in a defensive posture. Shen Tian's outstretched hand froze in midair, his expression astonished, as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, not expecting her to react so quickly. More shockingly, she resembled a little kitten. Seeing that it was Shen Tian, Zhu Zhuqing felt relieved. However, upon noticing her disheveled attire and the large expanse of her fair skin exposed, she hurriedly covered her chest with her hands, glaring at him in anger. "You shameless." "Me?" Shen Tian felt wronged. He had done nothing, and this misunderstanding was too large. Explaining such matters seemed pointless, as no one would believe him. "You don't need to look at me like that. If I truly wanted to do something to you, I would have had plenty of opportunities and would not have waited until now. You were lying on me, and I wanted to get up, so I needed to move you aside." Seeing the vigilance in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Shen Tian felt compelled to explain himself. Otherwise, allowing her to continue misunderstanding would only deepen the confusion. "Humph." Zhu Zhuqing huffed, seemingly unconvinced. However, having been taken advantage of before, she was either used to it or for some other reason, and did not dwell on the issue further. Instead, she asked, "Where is this?" "Soto City Rose Hotel. Although this is a couple's hotel, I didn't choose it intentionally, it was a coincidence. This hotel is just too eye-catching." Shen Tian explained, feeling as though the more he explained the worse it became. Eventually he could only sigh helplessly, "Just consider me a lecher." Zhu Zhuqing looked around the room for a moment, her expression alternating between dark and flushed as the room's decor was excessively suggestive. Meditation is the process of eliminating distractions from the mind, allowing one's consciousness to enter a state of unity with the heavens and earth, comprehending the vastness of the universe. Through the power of their martial soul masters can sense energy elements that match their martial soul attributes, draw them in, and integrate them into their bodies to enhance their soul power. At this moment, Shen Tian's consciousness entered a void of darkness, cold and silent, filled with an oppressive and terrifying aura. Shen Tian was not surprised, as this was not his first time here. His ability to reach the rank of Soul Elder at such a young age stemmed from both his exceptional talent and the connection to this mysterious space. While a Soul Master's meditation involves entering a void to feel the world, it is a state of self-forgetfulness, unlike Shen Tian's experience, which felt incredibly real, as if he had truly entered another world, even capable of condensing a conscious avatar in this void. As for why this was the case, Shen Tian believed it was likely related to his martial soul. His martial soul was a dragon type, and among dragon types it was the most powerful black dragon, so powerful that even he could not control it at present. Shen Tian sensed the energy contained within this void, drawing it in. Soon the once pitch-black world was filled with glimmers of light, like stars in the night sky, illuminating his body. Meanwhile outside, Shen Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, radiating a glow that made him appear exceptionally sacred as the spiritual energy of the world continuously gathered towards him. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Shen Tian in shock, not expecting his cultivation to evoke such a remark. What astonishing pulling power! What is his martial soul? It is so domineering that it can draw all the heavenly energy. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with awe. Ordinary soul masters can indeed draw in heavenly energy, but they can only attract elements that match their martial soul attributes, and only in small amounts. However, Shen Tian drew in everything in one go. Even elements he could not absorb were still drawn towards. As the energy in the room grew denser, the once wilting roses began to revive, becoming even more vibrant and captivating. Zhu Zhuqing had originally planned to meditate in another room, but upon sensing the rich energy in this one, she sat cross-legged in a corner instead. Due to the dense energy in the room, once Zhu Zhuqing entered meditation, she could clearly feel the energy material in the air, drawing it in and integrating it into her body. After meditating for a while, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes to look at Shen Tian, realizing her cultivation had not disturbed him, and she felt relieved, continuing her meditation. Time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, the sky outside had darkened. Shen Tian slowly opened his eyes, golden light shimmering within his gaze, which soon faded. As he felt his body, he realized he had fully recovered, bringing a look of joy to his face. He had expected to take 3 days to recuperate, but he was surprised to find he had recovered so quickly. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still meditating not far away, his gaze wandering over her alluring curves and full figure. The tight-fitting robe perfectly outlined her graceful form, accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist. Greed filled Shen Tian's eyes as an infernal fire burned fiercely within him, making him want to pounce directly on her. However, he quickly calmed himself, his eyes revealing astonishment at how close he had come to losing his rationality. What is happening? While Zhu Zhuqing was indeed charming, he was not the kind of man who would lose his composure at the sight of a woman, and it was not his first time seeing her, even having witnessed her bathing. Shen Tian wore a puzzled expression, refraining from looking at Zhu Zhuqing further. He feared he would truly lose his reason. As he carefully sensed his body, he soon discovered a significant enhancement in his physical form, filled with a strong masculine energy. This is strange. My martial soul, the black dragon, is clearly of the dark attribute. Why, as my cultivation improves, have I not cultivated an extreme yin body, but instead transformed into an extreme yang body? Shen Tian murmured to himself, could it be that I have a second martial soul? That shouldn't be possible. If I had a second martial soul, it wouldn't have remained dormant until now. If it isn't a second martial soul, could it be that I am inherently an extreme yang body, and as my cultivation rises, my physique is gradually being activated? Shen Tian stopped pondering and directly stood up, walking towards the bathroom. He felt a sticky substance on his body, impurities that needed to be washed away. After finishing his shower, wrapped in a towel and humming a tune, he stepped out of the bathroom feeling completely refreshed. Shen Tian sensed the gaze upon him and turned to see Zhu Zhuqing, who had awakened from her meditative state, smiling as she said, little kitty, I didn't expect you to be spying on me. Who is spying on you? Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a mix of shame and anger, though she felt that Shen Tian looked even more handsome than before, exuding a unique aura that particularly attracted her. If you want to see, there's no need to sneak a look. I'm quite generous and won't hold back, Shen Tian replied with a smile, approaching Zhu Zhuqing with open arms ready to give her a big hug. Seeing Shen Tian approaching, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of panic and hurriedly stepped back, eventually retreating against the wall, unable to move further. Bang! Shen Tian reached out and executed a wall slam, gazing at the seemingly fragile girl with a domineering look. Noticing the panic in her eyes, he gently lifted her delicate chin with his left hand, lowered his head, and kissed her luscious red lips. After a long moment they parted. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson like a ripe apple, and she hurriedly pushed Shen Tian away, retreating to her bedroom. At that moment she was devoid of her usual aloofness, only exhibiting the shyness of a young girl. A radiant smile broke out on Shen Tian's face as he licked his lips, savoring the taste from moments ago. The next day noon, a thunderous sound erupted. A massive noise reverberated, causing the entire hotel to shake, nearly throwing Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing out of their meditative states. What is going on? Who is so reckless to create such a ruckus at noon? Shen Tian exclaimed angrily, feeling a cold gaze upon him. He awkwardly added, I wasn't talking about that kind of thing. I'm asking who is fighting. Zhu Zhuqing stood up and walked towards the door, having discerned that the loud noise signified a battle between soul masters. She wished to see who was disturbing her training. Shen Tian followed Zhu Zhuqing outside, standing at the second floor railing and looking down at the first floor. He noticed a crowd gathered with two figures at the center of the hall, one about 12 or 13 years old and the other 14 or 15. Shen Tian's gaze fell upon the two below and then shifted to a girl in a pink dress. She had a delicate and youthful face, currently filled with worry. Could it be Xiao Wu? If this girl is Xiao Wu, then that must be Tang San, and the one fighting Tang San should be Dai Mubai. Shen Tian looked at the 14 or 15-year-old boy, noticing his peculiar eyes, double pupils that glimmered coldly, and deep blue irises. He was certain this was Dai Mubai, as very few people possess such eyes. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing beside him and saw her fixated on Dai Mubai, clearly recognizing his identity. After all, the double pupils were a hallmark of the Dai family, and they were in the Tiando Empire, making it unlikely for there to be another royal descendant. Shen Tian wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing struggled to break free from his embrace, feeling embarrassed since her fiancé was not far away. That so-called engagement is merely a shackle forced upon you by your family, not a vow you made willingly. Since you do not like it, then sever it completely. Shen Tian held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, refusing to let her escape from his embrace. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was his woman, he was determined to sever all ties with her previous engagement, and the current situation was even more conducive to that. Shen Tian held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, refusing to let her escape from his embrace. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was his woman, he was determined to sever all ties with her previous engagement, and the current situation was even more conducive to that. Below, the two were locked in fierce combat. Dai Mubai exhibited immense power, his attacks fierce like a raging tiger. In contrast, Tang San was weaker, but his moves were strange, capable of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, easily neutralizing Dai Mubai's overwhelming attacks. Realizing he could not defeat Tang San, Dai Mubai unleashed his martial soul, his body growing larger, muscles bulging with explosive power, enveloped by a frenzied energy. At the same time, circles of soul rings rose beneath him. 3 in total, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The soul rings spun, and a torrent of soul power surged forth, spreading outwards like waves, filling the air with a sense of oppression. Tang San activated his martial soul, 2 soul rings slowly rising from beneath him, countering the terrifying pressure emanating from Dai Mubai. The blue-silver grass intertwined, forming thick vines. A single stalk of blue-silver grass is quite weak, but when the number of stalks reaches a certain threshold, it can become incredibly strong, comparable to iron chains with remarkable flexibility. Is this really just blue-silver grass? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on Tang San, utterly astonished by his strength. After all, blue-silver grass was widely regarded as a useless martial soul, yet this weakest of martial souls was displaying tremendous power. Shen Tian remarked, while martial souls vary in strength, it doesn't mean that weaker martial souls are inherently weak. Blue-silver grass, though feeble, can surpass many powerful martial souls in skilled hands. Master Yu Xiaojing is indeed exceptional in certain aspects. His research on martial souls allows him to better develop their potential, though his character is another matter altogether. Shen Tian reached out to caress Zhu Zhuqing's silky long hair, saying, your martial soul can be further developed. Although you already have a direction for your growth, some adjustments can be made. Zhu Zhuqing was born into the Zhu family, whose inherited martial soul is the nether spirit cat. After thousands, even tens of thousands of years of heritage, the Zhu family has established a relatively complete system for enhancing one's strength. The disciples of the Zhu family simply need to follow this system to cultivate This situation is not unique to the Zhu family. Many soul master families in the Douluo continent are in a similar position. Once a soul ring is absorbed by a soul master, it cannot be changed, and a soul master has a limited number of soul rings they can absorb in their lifetime. Absorbing the wrong one not only wastes a soul ring, but may also cut off their path as a soul master. Soul master families summarize the experiences of their ancestors and ultimately establish a relatively complete system which allows future generations to strengthen themselves more effectively. However, this also stifles innovation and hinders further breakthroughs. Further development. Zhu Zhuqing looked somewhat puzzled. Her family had a very clear description and analysis of the nether spirit cat martial soul, and through generations of experience, they had formed a perfect system that allowed for better development of their martial soul abilities. Leave it to me, I will help you develop it well. Shen Tian felt a sharp glare and quickly corrected himself. I will help you better develop your martial soul and make you stronger. Zhu Zhuqing didn't entirely believe Shen Tian. After all, her family had thoroughly researched the nether spirit cat. However, if he truly had some good methods, she was willing to give it a try. The battle below concluded in a draw. Everything was as Shen Tian had known. Tang San and Xiao Wu ultimately stayed at the Rose Hotel, while Dai Mubai left with the twin beauties. Zhu Zhuqing watched Dai Mubai leave with the two beauties, her expression unchanged. After all, she had already severed ties with him and chosen her own path. Tang San and Xiao Wu took the room card and headed to the second floor, where they encountered Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing standing at the staircase. Tang San looked at Shen Tian, his expression grave as he sensed a powerful pressure emanating from him, even stronger than that of the previous individual, which shocked him since this person appeared much younger. Xiao Wu glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and upon seeing her ample bosom was rendered momentarily dazed. She then looked down at her own and thought that without comparison one wouldn't feel inferior. Shen Tian. Shen Tian stated his name. Tang San. Tang San paused briefly before stating. Shen Tian smiled and asked, "Are you here to participate in the Shrek Academy?" "Yes," Tang San replied, looking at Shen Tian with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Are you a disciple of Shrek?" "No," Shen Tian shook his head and said, "Like you, I plan to enter Shrek Academy." "Do you know where it is?" "I heard it's near Soto City, but I don't know the exact location." "I plan to ask the Martial Soul Hall tomorrow as surely." Tang San stated this because of the master's suggestion, which led him to come here. However, having just arrived, he hadn't yet inquired about the location of Shrek Academy. Shen Tian said, "I see. Since that's the case, when you plan to go to Shrek Academy, let us know, and we can go together. Is that okay?" "Sure," Tang San replied without hesitation. Since they were both going to Shrek Academy, traveling together made sense, especially since Shen Tian was quite strong and might be a classmate in the future. "Thank you," Shen Tian said gratefully. "We are in room 203. Tang San left with Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing then spoke up, "Aren't you planning to inquire about the location of Shrek Academy today, so we can go tomorrow? Now that we have company, why waste time asking for directions?" Shen Tian wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing and returned to the room, thinking that once they entered Shrek Academy, it would be difficult to have a two-person world with Ning Rongrong around. On the other side, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San seriously and asked, "Little San, do you prefer bigger breasts or smaller ones?" "Huh?" Tang San's mouth dropped open in surprise. He hadn't expected Xiao Wu to ask such a question, leaving him unsure how to respond. He coughed and declared solemnly, "I'm still young. Right now I just want to become stronger. That Shen Tian, he is around my age, but incredibly powerful. Clearly I need to work harder on my training." After saying this, Tang San walked ahead, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction with Tang San's response. Looking down at her slightly protruding chest, she gestured in front of herself, feeling increasingly self-conscious as she did so. In room 203, Shen Tian carefully observed Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. The nether spirit cat manifested as a phantom rather than a physical form, which highlighted one of the distinctions between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Beast martial souls typically manifest as attachments, while weapon martial souls cannot, but can take on a physical form, much like Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, which appears to grow as if it were real. When Shen Tian reached out to touch the phantom of the nether spirit cat, it became frightened and transformed into a shower of light, returning to Zhu Zhuqing's body. My martial soul seems to fear you." Zhu Zhuqing felt the fear emanating from her martial soul, leaving her greatly astonished. After all, her nether spirit cat was a very powerful beast martial soul, yet it was now exhibiting fear and unease. Shen Tian quickly understood it must be because of his martial soul, the Black Dragon, which was immensely powerful, even surpassing that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. "What is your martial soul?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, realizing now that she had very little knowledge about Shen Tian's martial soul. No, she realized she knew almost nothing about him at all. "Black Dragon." Shen Tian held Zhu Zhuqing close in his arms. Now that she was his woman, he withheld nothing from her. "My spirit soul, whether due to mutation or innate strength, is extraordinarily powerful. Yet I cannot yet fully control its power. Thus, even now, I am unable to activate spirit-soul fusion entirely. He currently possessed 3 spirit rings, each granting him an elemental mastery ability. His first spirit ring bestowed mastery over fire. His second granted mastery over wind, his third over earth. Elemental mastery. And not just one, but 3 distinct elements consecutively. Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly astonished. For most spirit masters, each spirit ring conferred a single ability intrinsically tied to their spirit soul. Yet Shen Tian's 3 abilities bore no apparent connection to the Black Dragon. Shen Tian continued, "These are my foundational abilities. When I activate Spirit Soul Fusion, their nature transforms. The first becomes Dragon Flame, the second Dragon Claw Rend, and the third Gravity Control." Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to stunned disbelief. This was the first time she'd heard of spirit skills undergoing such radical transformation before and after Spirit Soul Fusion. "It seems your post-fusion abilities are what a spirit master's skills should be. I feel the same, but I believe elemental mastery is inherently more potent than the fused state skills. Not in raw destructive force, but in intrinsic versatility and refinement." Shen Tian raised his right hand. Spirit energy coalesced upon his palms, swiftly igniting a flame. "Take fire mastery for instance. Through attunement with ambient fire essence, I can conjure flame directly, without invoking my spirit soul. So this is how you unleash formidable offensive power, even without activating your spirit soul." Zhu Zhuqing recalled Shen Tian's prior battles and suddenly understood. "I had assumed you wielded such profound techniques solely through exceptional spiritual energy. While immense spiritual energy can manifest transcendent esoteric forces, it cannot precisely command elemental attributes." Shen Tian explained. Though he was a transmigrator whose dual lifetime spiritual energy had merged, manipulating elements purely through willpower remained implausible. If possible, then elders of 60 years would all wield such power. Zhu Zhuqing nodded inwardly. To channel a specific elemental attribute required spirit soul resonance. Without such a conduit, perception of that element remained utterly inaccessible. The world's energies manifested in myriad attributes. Spirit masters could only perceive and absorb those harmonizing with their spirit soul's inherent affinity. We'll revisit your spirit soul later. You still have a long way to reach level 30. For now, let's attend to our immediate task. A mischievous smile flickered across Shen Tian's lips as he swept Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. "Not the bedroom. Let's stay in the hall." Zhu Zhuqing cried out in alarm. She feared that once inside the bedroom, this insufferable man would inevitably grope her. Shen Tian stared at her, genuinely startled. "In the hall? That's rather bold. I hadn't realized you were so uninhibited." Zhu Zhuqing blinked, then instantly grasped his implication and flushed crimson with mortified indignation. "I meant cultivation, not that." "So did I. Cultivation. The hall floor is too hard. Isn't sitting on the bed far more comfortable? By the way, what did you have in mind just now?" "What is that?" Shen Tian asked, feigning wide-eyed innocence. As pure and guileless as a swan. Zhu Zhuqing's face burned scarlet. Humiliated, she realized he'd deliberately misled her. Enraged, she sank her teeth into his forearm. "Ouch! Since when did you learn to bite?" Shen Tian yelped, but retaliated instantly. Fairness demanded reciprocity. Even if he spared her arm, he claimed her luscious, tempting lips instead. 2 days later, Shen Tian, Tang San, and their companions departed Soa City, heading south through the southern gate. Endless fields of cultivated land stretching to the horizon. "Xiao-san, where exactly is this academy? All I see are fields. Has it been swallowed by crops? Or is it simply too low to spot?" Xiao Wu asked, skipping ahead with childlike curiosity, craning her neck to glimpse any grand structure. Tang San gazed southward. Only boundless farmland met his eyes. Even with his violet extremity demon, no monumental edifice appeared. "I'm uncertain myself. Let's press onward. We'll find it soon enough." "Gidge." Xiao Wu called, her voice soft and coaxing, eyes shimmering with quiet yearning. Tang San knew her well, knew precisely what she intended. But with Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing nearby, he demurred. "You're hardly a child anymore. You're perfectly capable of walking." Xiao Wu paid no heed. She lunged straight into his arms and giggled. "No matter. I'm your sister after all." Instinctively, Tang San lifted her onto his back. Shen Tian watched them, then glanced sidelong at Zhu Zhuqing, eyes alight with silent, hopeful expectation. Zhu Zhuqing met his gaze with cool, unyielding indifference. She saw his intent plainly. Without a word, she strode ahead, leaving him only the elegant sway of her retreating silhouette. Shen Tian rubbed his nose awkwardly and followed. Tang San observed Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing. Though he knew little of their bond, its depth was unmistakable, yet it held no relevance to him. He adjusted Xiao Wu on his back and fell in a step behind them. Soon they approached a dilapidated village, small and weathered, its entrance crowded with youths their age. Shen Tian surveyed the crumbling settlement, suspecting it was Shrek Academy, though its decrepitude surpassed even his bleakest expectations. Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu stared at the faded, splintered sign above the village gate, her expression slack with disbelief. It's here? How utterly run down. It makes even junior spirit master academies look opulent. Zhu Zhuqing studied the shabby hamlet, her delicate brows faintly furrowed, but she uttered nothing. Her silence was ingrained, quiet by nature, reserved by habit. Is this truly Shrek Academy? It's beyond belief. How could it be this decrepit? Who knows? But if everyone says it's here, it must be. They say graduates earn imperial viscountship outright. True or rumor? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Most regarded Shrek Academy with disdain, their skepticism sharpened by its shocking dilapidation, far worse than even minor town junior academies. You seem remarkably calm. Did you already know? Xiao Wu gazed at Shen Tian with curiosity, sensing an unusual maturity in this young man, as if nothing truly stirred his concern. Shen Tian looked at Xiao Wu and smiled. It's my first time here. Besides, renown often masks reality. If the Shrek Academy enjoys such legendary prestige, it surely conceals far greater depth than its surface suggests. Tang Xin nodded, thoughtfully, finding Shen Tian's reasoning sound. If Master had held this academy in such high esteem, and if it were said that any graduate would be ennobled as a viscount by the Empire, the institution must indeed possess extraordinary merit. The age requirement is astonishingly strict, not a single day beyond. Xiao Wu heard the preceding argument, and her delicate face flushed with astonishment, though she felt no anxiety, for neither she nor Tang Xin exceeded 13 years of age. Tang Xin, having overheard the exchange ahead, spoke gravely. They accept only prodigies, not ordinary youths. One must attain the rank of Great Soul Master before turning 13. Clearly this academy is no ordinary institution. Shen Tian paid no heed to the commotion but scanned the crowd, his gaze soon settling upon a young woman clad in a flowing white gown, her skin luminous, her figure graceful and poised. She was unmistakably Ning Rongrong, Shen Tian's fiancé. Shen Tian's eyes shifted toward Dai Mu by the young man overseeing the entrance examination. Noting how Dai Mu Bai's gaze lingered persistently upon Ning Rongrong, Shen Tian's expression darkened, cold light flickering within his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing sensed Shen Tian's subtle shift in demeanor and followed his line of sight, only to behold a maiden whose beauty rivaled, even surpassed her own. A quiet pang of loss tightened her chest, as though something precious had been silently taken from her. She knew well that Shen Tian was betrothed, and that his fiancé had likewise come to sit the Shrek Academy entrance examination, though she had declared herself unbothered. For in this world polygamy was commonplace among men. Yet now, facing Shen Tian's official betrothed in flesh and blood, she felt a sudden tremor of unease, uncertain, unsettled. Shen Tian remained unaware of Zhu Zhuqing's inner turmoil. His own thoughts churned, uncertain how to navigate the delicate tension now unfolding between Rongrong and the little cat. He feared discord between them, not because he dreaded the little cat, but because of Rongrong's temperament. Beneath her gentle exterior lay a fierce, unyielding will. Ning Rongrong's examination proceeded flawlessly. Her innate talent ranked unparalleled among the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's century-old lineage. If not for her notorious aversion to cultivation, her current cultivation level would likely have surpassed 29 ranks rather than remaining at 26. Ning Rongrong stood aside after completing her trial, radiant with a sweet, serene smile. Her slender form elegant, her gaze soft yet watchful as it swept across the waiting line. Soon her eyes locked onto a familiar figure, and her delicate features hardened into fury, her teeth clenched as though she longed to rush forward and strike. Yet she restrained herself. This was a public setting demanding grace and decorum, for she, after all, was a well-bred young lady. When her gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing standing beside Shen Tian, particularly upon Zhu Zhuqing's voluptuous statuesque figure, Ning Rongrong froze utterly, her eyes riveted upon the other girl's full rounded bosom. Zhu Zhuqing sensed Ning Rongrong's stare. The earlier pang of loss dissolved, instantly replaced by a faint triumphant smile. Her eyes drifted pointedly to Ning Rongrong's modest chest. Then almost instinctively she lifted her chin and arched her spine, making her already generous curves appear even more commanding. Ning Rongrong, witnessing that smug expression, ground her teeth together in silent rage. She had always believed herself the most exquisite being in any gathering, the undisputed center of attention. Now she had been utterly eclipsed. Shen Tian glanced at Ning Rongrong and found her deflated, like a vanquished rooster, head bowed, expression bewildered. What on earth has rattled this little demon? Moments later, catching Zhu Zhuqing's self-satisfied smirk, and noticing how deliberately she held herself, he understood at once. A wry inward sigh escaped him. Indeed, in this particular regard, Rongrong simply could not rival the little cat, among their peers none possessed such breathtaking physical grandeur. Upon learning the requirements, age under 13 and cultivation rank above 20, many aspirants withdrew voluntarily. Thus, Shen Tian's group advanced swiftly to the front. Shen Tian extended his hand, allowing the elderly examiner to palpate his bones, not his palm, but his skeletal structure, to ascertain his true age. While outward appearance could deceive, bone age never lied. Bone age acceptable. Now release your spirit core. The elder remarked, noting that although the youth hovered just shy of 13, he remained technically qualified, pending verification of his spirit core and spirit rings. Shen Tian did not manifest his spirit core, but instead unveiled his spirit rings. 2 luminous bands rose slowly from his feet, one golden yellow, one deep violet, shimmering with resplendent brilliance. The moment those rings appeared, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Every eye widened in stunned disbelief, fixed upon the violet ring. For that violet hue signified a millennium-level spirit ring, a 1,000-year spirit ring. Li Yusung the examiner stared in utter shock at Shen Tian's violet ring, never imagining that a youth could forge a millennium-level spirit ring as his second. Tang Xin gazed at Shen Tian in awe. He had sensed formidable strength, but never fathomed such stat. Master had once told him it was virtually impossible for a spirit master to absorb a millennium-level spirit ring as their second. Its overwhelming spiritual energy and the residual resentment of the slain spirit beast would shatter an ordinary cultivator's soul and body. True, it was not absolutely impossible, provided one relentlessly forged both body and spirit until they could withstand such intensity. Yet by then one would long have surpassed adolescence. Shen Tian, however, was barely older than Tang Xin himself. Among the onlookers, only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained unruffled, for they alone knew Shen Tian's true capabilities and understood he had yet to reveal even a fraction of his strength. Excellent. Who would have imagined this year's intake would yield such a freak of nature? Li Yusong burst into hearty laughter, already envisioning Shrek Academy's ascension across the Douluo continent. Daimu Bai, escort him inside. He may proceed directly to the final trial. No need to rush. I'll wait for the others. Shen Tian smiled gently, then walked quietly toward Ning Rongrong, offering no greeting, merely standing beside her in silence. Ning Rongrong said nothing, only ground her teeth softly. Her heart raced, uncertain what to say. She had vowed upon seeing him again to deliver a sound beating without delay. Yet now that he stood before her, hesitation seized her. What if he thought she'd come solely to pursue him? That would be utterly humiliating, for she was after all the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, and pride was her birthright. Shen Tian broke the silence, asking, was the journey all right? Though she was quite angry at this little demon girl for having suffered numerous beatings from those 2 old men. After all, she was his fiancé, and they had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. How could she truly not care about her? It's fine, Ning Rongrong said softly. Throughout this journey, she had not encountered any danger. Instead, it was quite peaceful, with no one causing her trouble, as if someone was helping her clear all obstacles. How did you end up here? I was feeling restless at home, so I came out for a walk to relax, and ended up here. Ning Rongrong said, not admitting that she was looking for him. After all, that would be too embarrassing. Moreover, if he found out she was looking for him, he might mock her. Dai Mubai looked at Shen Tian, then at Ning Rongrong, sensing that these two seemed to know each other. However, the question and answer exchange felt a bit odd. With his years of experience, he could see that there was definitely something going on between them. However, he quickly shifted his gaze, no longer focusing on them, but rather on Zhu Zhuqing, who was undergoing an inspection. He was drawn in by her alluring figure. Based on his extensive experience, he could tell that she was extraordinary. Moreover, her martial soul caused a fluctuation in his own, making him ponder a certain clan that had a special connection between their inherited martial souls and his families. Ning Rongrong lowered her head, her voice faint like a mosquito with a hint of nervousness as she asked, do you prefer larger or smaller breasts? Shen Tian was taken aback, then looked at Ning Rongrong with a strange expression. At that moment, she was bowing her head low, her hands clutching her clothes, clearly very tense. He did not expect her to ask such a question. However, considering her bold personality, it was not surprising, as she had previously uttered many outrageous words. Ning Rongrong had a quirky personality nurtured by the indulgence of Chun Xian and Gu Rong, which made her self-centered and quite arrogant. Now displaying such a girlish demeanor made him feel quite uneasy. At this moment, he felt some confusion, wondering if she genuinely wanted to know, or if she was fishing for information. Shen Tian pondered for a moment, and said, no matter how you change, I will like you. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong revealed a sweet smile. However, she was evidently not satisfied with the answer, as Shen Tian had not clearly indicated whether he preferred larger or smaller. What are you staring at? Are you trying to harm that girl? On the other side, Xiao Wu noticed Dai Mabai's gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and shouted loudly, she is a flower with an owner. Hey Shen Tian, this guy is trying to make a move on your woman. Because of the incident at the Rose Hotel, she held no good feelings towards Dai Mubai. Now seeing him trying to pursue Zhu Zhuqing made her even more displeased. Dai Mubai frowned slightly at her words. He had just seen that Zhu Zuqing's martial soul was the nether cat. He was certain she belonged to that family, but he did not expect her to already have an owner. Your woman. Ning Rongrong lifted her head at this moment, looking at Shen Tian with a fierce glare, her eyes shining with sharpness. Xiao Wu noticed the tension between Shen Tian and Ning Rongrong, sensing that something was off, especially as she saw Ning Rongrong's angry expression. Understanding the situation, she glared at Shen Tian and said, "You are indeed no good. You are just like this Dai Mubai. He brought 2 women to a hotel, and now you are straddling 2 boats." Shen Tian's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He had originally planned to handle the issue slowly, but unexpectedly Xiao Wu had blurted everything out. Tang Sen approached, glancing at the scene, then quickly took Xiao Wu away. He sensed that a terrible storm was about to. Little San, don't pull me away. I still want to watch the show and see what happens to these 2 scumbags. Plus you can't learn from them, Xiao Wu said, looking at Tang Sen, seriously feeling somewhat afraid that he might learn bad habits from these 2. Tang Sen awkwardly replied, not knowing why it had turned back to him, but he still earnestly said, "Don't worry, I." Dai Mubai looked at Tang Sen with some speechlessness. "You are a good man, and we are all scumbags." However, he was currently very concerned about the relationship between Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing. For a moment the scene fell silent with no one speaking, and the atmosphere felt quite oppressive. Sausages for sale, sausages for sale. Come take a look, don't miss out. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, reasonably priced. Only 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar's sausages guarantees you will have an easier time passing the entrance exam. At that moment, a soft and mellow voice came as a person pushing a cart approached, quickly drawing a queue of buyers. Xiao Wu turned to the uncle selling sausages and said to Tang San, "Little San, go buy some sausages. I want to eat while watching the show." Tang San felt a headache coming on. This was really stirring up trouble. However, Xiao Wu indeed had a knack for creating situations. Now that there was real trouble, her involvement might lead to a bloody incident. "Hurry up." Xiao Wu urged Tang San to go, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing confidently, saying, "Zhuqing, don't worry, I'm on your side. Together we will beat up this despicable scumbag, and that Dai Mubai too. If it weren't for Little San stopping me last time, I would have wanted to beat him up at the Rose Hotel." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San felt he had no choice but to stay. Both Shen Tian and Dai Mubai were extremely powerful, and Xiao Wu was simply no match for them. Shen Tian kept signaling to Tang San with his eyes, indicating that he should quickly take Xiao Wu away. With her here, it would be difficult for him to end this day peacefully. Tang San saw Shen Tian's gaze and hurriedly pulled Xiao Wu away from the scene. Xiao Wu was very reluctant, but Tang San's strength was significant, forcibly dragging her away, which made her quite angry. She shouted, "Little San, why are you so supportive of those 2 scumbags? Do you want to learn from them too?" "No." Tang San quickly replied, afraid of Xiao Wu misunderstanding him. Although he did not know why he was afraid, he simply did not want Xiao Wu to misunderstand. "If it's not, then you should join me in teaching these 2 scumbags a lesson," Xiao Wu said. During this time, she hadn't hit anyone and felt a bit itchy to use her hands. It was perfect to have 2 scumbags right in front of her, and she naturally could not let them go. Even if the 2 were strong, so what? They had 4 people on their side, and together they could definitely beat these 2 scumbags. Tang Sen looked helplessly at Shen Tian. Between women and friends, he decisively chose the former. Shen Tian felt even more helpless at Tang San's choice. If Xiao Wu was not there causing trouble, he would have great confidence in overcoming this challenge. But now with Xiao Wu constantly fanning the flames, he felt he might not see the sun tomorrow. "What are you all standing here for? Why aren't you going to participate in the assessment behind?" Li Yusung, responsible for the assessment, saw everyone standing there and was quite puzzled. He said to Dai Mubai, "Mubai, what are you dawdling for? Take them over." "Yes," Dai Mubai replied. Although he was very confused at the moment, he knew it was not the time to dwell on it. He said to Shen Tian, Tang San, and the others, "Follow me." Tang San saw Xiao Wu was about to say something again and hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing another storm might arise. Shen Tian felt relieved when he saw Tang San cover Xiao Wu's mouth. After the assessment ended, he needed to properly address their relationship. Dai Mubai brought Shen Tian and the others to the location of the second round of assessments, but instead of letting them queue, he directly led them to the teacher in charge of the evaluation and whispered a few words. The teacher looked at Shen Tian and the others and said, "All right, you can take them directly to the 4th challenge. If they pass, they will be accepted. I don't foresee any issues." "Let's go," Dai Mubai said, and then he prepared to lead Shen Tian and the others away. However, those who had passed the first round of assessments and were currently queuing for the second round were unwilling to accept this. After all, they had been waiting here for a long time, and now someone was trying to cut in line. How could they tolerate that? One of the candidates asked, "Teacher, what's going on?" Why can they skip to the fourth challenge while we have to go through each? The elder in charge of the second round replied calmly. If your soul power also exceeds level 25, then you too could directly proceed to the fourth challenge without wasting time here. However, since your tested soul power is only level 21, you must pass each stage one by one. Above level 25. The candidate looked shocked and asked in confusion, do they really have soul power above level 25? That's impossible. We are only 12 years old. How could anyone have such high soul power? Having passed the first round of assessments already proved their extraordinary talent. They were the top prodigies at their junior Soul Master Academy. Humph. Daimu, by already in a bad mood, snorted coldly and said, if you can't do it, don't assume others can't either. Stop whining here, we're leaving. He couldn't be bothered with these people since they would never be able to enter Shrek Academy. The reason for this assessment was primarily for the principal to make money. These people were merely a bunch of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Shen Tian's expression was calm. Everything was as he had foreseen in the future. Clearly, he had not affected these people's destinies. Tang Xin observed the dissatisfied expressions of the candidates. If he and the others left just like this, they would undoubtedly face criticism. Although he did not care much, he thought it would be better to resolve the situation, so he picked up the crystal used to test soul power. As the Shen Tian art operated within him, the white crystal instantly emitted a dazzling light, resembling a brilliant night pearl. This crystal could detect the soul power of soul masters below level 30, and the brighter the light, the higher the level of the soul master's power. Tang Xin then handed the white crystal to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu took the crystal, and it once again shone with brilliant light. She then passed the crystal to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing took the crystal and infused it with her soul power, causing it to emit a dazzling light. Though it was not as bright as that of Xiao Wu and Tang San, it was still quite brilliant. Zhu Zhuqing passed the crystal to Shen Tian. Shen Tian did not activate it, and instead handed it to Ning Rongrong, as his soul power exceeded level 30, and this crystal could not withstand his soul power. Ning Rongrong took the crystal and infused it with her soul power. The crystal shone brightly, but her expression was not happy, because her soul power was weaker than that of the big bad woman. The candidate was stunned by the extraordinary presence of these few individuals. He never expected that such prodigious talents existed. However, when he saw Shen Tian and remembered that this person had not tested yet, he immediately said, why aren't you testing? Are you trying to sneak through? Daimu Bai said nothing as he held a negative impression of Shen Tian due to Zhu Zhuqing. Additionally, he wanted to see how high the soul power of someone who could condense a 1,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring truly was. If Shen Tian's soul power was not at least level 25, he would unhesitatingly kick him out of the group and make him wait in line. Shen Tian smiled and said nothing. He took the white crystal from Ning Rongrong. As his soul power circulated, he made the white crystal emit an extraordinarily brilliant light akin to a great sun. Crack! Suddenly the white crystal shattered into powder. Shen Tian looked at the candidate and said indifferently, I didn't test because my soul power exceeds level 30. Such a low-grade crystal cannot withstand my power. How is that possible? The candidate was horrified, unable to believe that this person who seemed to be about the same age as him was already a 3-ring soul master. How could such a prodigy exist in the world? Shen Tian looked at the elder in charge of the assessment and awkwardly said, I didn't do it on purpose. Oh, it's fine. The elder in charge of the assessment finally reacted and looked at Shen Tian with a bright smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, very well, Mu Bai can take them directly to the fourth challenge. He had intended to say that Shen Tian was directly accepted, but thought better of it. After all, the fourth challenge was not very difficult for him. It was merely a formality. Yes, Daimu Bai respectfully replied, his eyes showing a complex expression as he looked at Shen Tian. He had initially thought Shen Tian was already extraordinary, but did not expect him to be this remarkable. Xiao Wu looked at Shen Tian in shock and curiously asked, your strength is so great, how did you cultivate? How did I cultivate? Shen Tian involuntarily thought of the two old fellows in his mind. Under their guidance, his cultivation speed had skyrocketed. Gritting his teeth, he said, it's all thanks to my two very responsible teachers. Under their loving guidance, I became highly motivated to cultivate. While others were playing, I was cultivating. While others were eating, I was also cultivating. While others were sleeping, I was still cultivating. That's how I reached my current level. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Shen Tian's words. She could hear the complaints in his tone, and of course she understood why it was so. Additionally, a significant part of his misery stemmed from her. All that is a bit tragic, Xiao Wu said with her mouth agape. She had thought he was naturally gifted, but it turned out he had achieved this through hard work. Could this be what they call the early bird catches the worm? It's okay, I guess. Shen Tian's gaze became somewhat profound at this moment. With his hands behind his back, he exuded an aura of a wise sage and said, one must endure hardship to become exceptional. If you want to grow stronger and protect others, you must never allow yourself to slack off. That's why you've fallen now. You endured too much hardship as a child, and later began to indulge and let yourself go, Xiao Wu said seriously. Upon hearing this, the lofty image Shen Tian had painstakingly built collapsed instantly. It seemed that his image in this girl's mind was now firmly set. Soon they arrived at an open area where a robust middle-aged man sat in a chair in the center, eyes closed. Dai Mu Bai respectfully addressed the middle-aged man in the chair. Teacher, Zhao, I brought people for the 4th round of assessments. There are candidates for the 4th round this year. 5 of them, no less. The middle-aged man opened his hazy eyes and looked at the 5 young men and women before him in surprise, finding it quite unbelievable, as in previous years there had only been 1 or 2, and sometimes none at all. Shen Tian looked at the middle-aged man before him, who was not particularly tall yet robust, and deduced that this must be the immovable King Zhao Wuji, even shorter than he had imagined. Zhao Wuji stood up from his chair. Despite his height of only a little over 1.5 meters, he exuded a powerful aura, standing there like a towering mountain, instilling a significant sense of pressure. All 5 of you have surpassed level 25, quite impressive. It seems this year's little monsters are not in short supply. This is the final round. If you pass my test, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master's strength, and what I will assess is your capability in this regard. Zhao Wuji beamed with a brilliant smile, his gaze sweeping over Shen Tian, Tang San, and the others, growing increasingly pleased as he said, I am Zhao Wuji. Since you 4 have already passed the 2nd and 3rd rounds without a test, I will personally join you in this challenge. Now I will give you a stick of incense to get to know each other and discuss your strategy. After the incense burns out, the test will begin. The content of the test is for the 4 of you to withstand my attacks for the time of 1 stick of incense. As long as one of you can hold out until the end, you will pass. Additionally, I hope you understand not to try any shortcuts. No one can escape this area through speed alone. Also, let me remind you, relying solely on individual strength will not block my attacks. Mutual coordination is your only chance of success. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, filled with enthusiasm as he contemplated how to challenge these little monsters, how much force to use, and what impressive posture to defeat them one by one. Dai Mu Bai was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting Zhao Wuji to change the test content. Hesitantly, he said, Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Humph. Zhao Wuji shot Dai Mu Bai a glare and said, What's inappropriate? The dean is not here and the highest authority in the academy. What I say is final. Now I will light the incense. You don't have much time to prepare yourselves. Xiaobai, you can also inform them of my strengths so they can be prepared. After speaking, he directly took out a stick of incense, lit it, and inserted it into the ground, sitting back down in his chair, without giving Shen Tian, Tang San, and the others a chance to protest. Dai Mu Bai looked quite helpless. He knew he could not change Zhao Wuji's decision. With a serious expression, he approached Tang San and the others, and said, Your test has become a bit troublesome. Teacher Zhao will personally evaluate you. Shen Tian appeared calm, as he had already anticipated this. Xiao Wu looked puzzled and asked with a smile, Is this Teacher Zhao like the teacher at the entrance, a level 6 ring soul emperor? No. Dai Mu Bai shook his head. Xiao's face broke into a sweet smile as she said, Then there's nothing to fear. After all, among us 5 are close to level 30, and this scoundrel exceeds level 30. 5 against 1, holding out for a stick of incense should be quite simple. Xiao Wu, Tang San hurriedly reminded her upon hearing her words, then turned to Shen Tian and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my sister. It's fine. Shen Tian smiled, unfazed by Xiao Wu calling him a scoundrel, as he was magnanimous and would not hold a grudge against the little girl. He thought of catching a few rabbits later for a meal. Tang San felt relieved, seeing Shen Tian was not overly concerned. He didn't want to see Xiao Wu and her companions at odds right after arriving at the academy, as they would all be classmates and spend a long time together. Hey! Xiao Wu made a face at Shen Tian, evidently believing she had not said anything wrong. A scoundrel is still a scoundrel. Time is running out. Let me tell you about Teacher Zhao. Dai Mu Bai said, Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor of level 60. He is a soul sage of level 76 with a beast martial soul, and is the vice president of the academy. His overall strength is second only to that of the dean. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others' pupils constricted in horror, not expecting that the short man was actually a soul sage of level 76. A being of that level could become a regional overlord. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, He is level 76. But he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Age has never represented anything for soul masters. Let me briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's strengths, and you must immediately decide on a tactic against him, or else don't expect to withstand even the first wave of his attacks, let alone a stick of incense. The strength of a soul sage at level 76 is beyond the imagination of lower-level soul masters. If he wishes, he could annihilate all of them in an instant. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, a powerful beast martial soul with no flaws and terrifying defensive capabilities. Even a soul master of the same level would find it difficult to breach his defenses and inflict damage. Although speed is not Teacher Zhao's forte, the gap in soul power between you and him is simply too great, making it impossible for you to be faster in that regard. Teacher Zhao's greatest strengths are his attacking power and defensive capabilities, earning him the nickname Immovable King in the academy. Dai Mubai simply recounted information about Zhao Wuji, his words filled with respect and caution towards Zhao Wuji. Immovable King. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. He is actually the immovable King Zhao Wuji who disappeared for 10 years on the continent. I never expected he would be a teacher at Shrek Academy. Back then, the immovable King Zhao Wuji had conflicts with the Spirit Hall, and they wanted to punish him, but he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. That incident was eventually left unresolved, and the bishops of the Spirit Hall were all at least level 60 Soul Emperors. At that time, Zhao Wuji must have only been in his 60s. Now he must be even more powerful. Indeed. Dai Mubai nodded and said, I have never seen Teacher Zhao unleash his full strength, so you should pray for your own good. Among Teacher Zhao's 7 spirit rings, the first 2 are century rings, the third and fourth are millennium rings, and the last 3 are 10th ascendier rings, all of which enhance attack and defense. You should be able to imagine his terrifying strength. Now first introduce yourselves and your abilities, and see how you can best coordinate to withstand Teacher Zhao's test. Although the talents of these individuals are not inferior to his, holding out for a stick of incense will be quite challenging. Even if Teacher Zhao holds back, it won't be easy. Of course, these individuals will definitely stay, but they will have to endure some pain. Shen Tian said, My name is Shen Tian, and my beast martial soul is the Black Dragon. I am a level 33 control and assault system battle soul master. Tang San was taken aback upon hearing this, unexpectedly realizing that not only was the opponent powerful in cultivation, but also a dual system soul master. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and he needed to work harder. He replied, I am called Tang San, and my weapon martial soul is blue silvergrass. I am a level 29 control system battle soul master. I am Xiao Wu, and my beast martial soul is a rabbit. I am a level 29 assault system battle soul master. Ning Rongrong, my weapon martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, my beast martial soul is the nether cat, and I am a level 28 agility system battle soul master. Everyone introduced themselves. Most people's attention was focused on Ning Rongrong, because her martial soul was the 7 treasure glazed tile, the most powerful support system martial soul in the Douluo continent. The 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul is only possessed by true disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, which is one of the 3 major sects in the Douluo continent. Now a true disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect had surprisingly come to Shrek. Ning Rongrong was accustomed to the gazes of everyone. After all, her martial soul was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. She stuck out her cute little tongue and smiled, saying, Don't stare at me, I'm no different from ordinary people. I snuck out from home. She glanced at Shen Tian and continued, Let's first pass the test before discussing anything else. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile with 2 soul rings that can enhance speed and strength by 30% for a duration of 1 incense stick's time without issue. The support effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile is incredibly powerful. The basic enhancement effect is 10%, and for each additional soul ring a new attribute can be enhanced while also increasing the enhancement effect of all previous attributes by an additional 10%. Moreover, the enhancements from the 7 treasure glazed tile can ignore the base level, regardless of the disparity in strength between the enhancement target and the owner of the 7 treasure glazed tile. The enhancement magnitude remains fixed. Currently, Ning Rongrong is a level 26 Great Soul Master possessing 2 soul rings with enhancement effects of 30%, with the 2 rings enhancing strength and agility respectively. Although I am also a control system soul master, I cannot compare with Tang San in control. This battle will be controlled by Tang San, and I will focus on the assault. Shen Tian said since he was the strongest, he naturally took charge. Xiao Wu and I will be responsible for the frontal attack. Zhu Qing will handle the agility attacks, and Rongrong will provide support. Tang San nodded, having no objections, as this arrangement was the best. Ning Rongrong heard Shen Tian refer to Zhu Qing as Zhu Qing and pouted, clearly a bit unhappy, but she didn't voice her thoughts. Shen Tian noticed the change in Ning Rongrong's expression. He felt reassured about Zhu Qing, but was quite concerned about this girl, and could only hope nothing troublesome would arise. Have you all reached an agreement? It's getting dark, and if we don't hurry we will miss dinner. Zhao Wuji's booming voice rang out. At this moment he had already stood up from his chair, kicking it away, and began to flex his wrists and body, producing a series of cracking sounds from his joints. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Manifest. Ning Rongrong reacted instantly. Although she sometimes acted recklessly, she never faltered at crucial moments. Her body spun gracefully, releasing brilliant, colorful light from within her, and at the point where the colorful light converged, a seven-colored tower appeared standing over a foot tall. Holding the seven treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong exuded a divine and extraordinary aura resembling a transcendent fairy. 2 soul rings rose slowly from beneath her feet, making her appear even more remarkable. The first treasure is named Strength. As the first soul ring rose, it enveloped the seven treasure glazed tile. Under Ning Rongrong's left hand's gesture, 4 beams of colorful light simultaneously shot out, covering Shen Tian, San Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 4 of them could distinctly feel a warm current flowing within them, filling their bodies with strength and invigorating their blood. Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, surprised that they had actually recruited a disciple from the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. It seemed Shrek was about to rise. The second treasure is named Speed. Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring, and again 4 beams of colorful light floated out towards Shen Tian San and the others, merging into them and making them feel as light as a swallow. Boom! Suddenly a powerful force collided as Shen Tian and Zhao Wujia clashed, unleashing terrifying strength that cracked the ground beneath their feet. Little guy, what great strength! Zhao Wujia looked at the young man in shock, not expecting the opponent to be not only quick in reaction, but also immensely strong, able to contend with him. It's not bad, Shen Tian replied with a smile as his soul power surged, creating wind around him. A whirlwind enveloped the 2 of them, lifting the dirt and sand from the ground, blinding them with dust. Zhao Wuji's expression changed as he squinted, scanning the surroundings to see who was behind this underhanded tactic. Although this method was effective, it displeased him, as being blinded, even for him, was quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were extremely shocked, as they had yet to use their soul skills and did not understand why the wind had suddenly risen, enveloping Shen Tian and Zhao Wujia. Ning Rongrong saw Tang San and the others in a daze and explained, "This is Shen Tian's ability. He can control the wind and earth elements. Now is the time to attack, don't mind the dust." Zhu Zhuqing had already moved while Ning Rongrong was speaking, unleashing her martial soul. As an agility system soul master, with her speed increased by 30%, she became even faster, leaving only an afterimage, her true form, unseen. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, charged towards the center of the wind and sand. During her sprint, she completed her martial soul enhancement. Although she was not an agility system soul master, her speed was not much slower than theirs. When Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu reached the front of the wind and sand, it seemed as if the sand had a consciousness, directly evading them, allowing them to clearly see Zhao Wujia amidst the storm. Although Zhao Wujia had his eyes closed, being a 7-ring soul sage with powerful mental strength, he could clearly sense everything around him without needing to see. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "If it were an ordinary soul master, they would probably have already fallen, but unfortunately your opponent is me." Boom! An incredibly terrifying force erupted from Zhao Wuji's body, dispersing the surrounding wind and sand, sending Shen Tian, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing flying backward from the immense power. As the wind and sand dispersed, a massive figure emerged, standing over 2.5 meters tall, covered in a thick layer of brown fur resembling a true bear. Zhao Wuji unleashed his martial soul, emanating a terrifying aura that pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe, as if they were burdened by a great mountain. "I originally intended to play with you for a bit before getting serious, but it seems I underestimated you and almost fell." Zhao Wuji's gaze turned to Shen Tian. Had it not been for Shen Tian's timely use of his martial soul, he would have suffered a huge loss today. Boom! Zhao Wuji stomped on the ground, causing it to tremble violently, like an earthquake, as 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Continue. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms. Though the few individuals before him surprised him greatly, it was still early. Defeating them instantly would be quite dull. Shen Tian's expression was serious. Although his opponent had not unleashed any skills, the overwhelming pressure made him feel as if he were being watched by an ancient demon bear, causing his soul to tremble. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he was excited to test his true combat strength, and a surge of anger rose within him, as if he were provoked by an ant challenging a true dragon, filling him with rage. This was the power of a level 76 soul saint. Tang San's expression was equally grave. He sensed an insurmountable force from his opponent. The gap between them felt like a chasm, leaving him only able to look up. This was the power of a formidable soul master. Tang San's seriousness faded, replaced by excitement. His gaze filled with fervor. He craved this strength as it was the goal he pursued. Boom! Shen Tian charged at Zhao Wuji. As a strong attack-type soul master, he naturally led the charge, leaping to kick towards Zhao Wuji's head. Zhao Wuji reached out to grab Shen Tian's leg, but Shen Tian suddenly rolled in the air, changing his position, causing Zhao Wuji to grab nothing but air. Wind. Zhao Wuji's expression was one of surprise, sensing that this little fellow had some peculiar abilities. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Zhao Wuji, her second soul ring glowing as her body spun rapidly, her sharp claws attacking in a single spot. That hurts a bit. Zhao Wuji frowned, feeling his thick fur being torn, turning to grab at Zhu Zhuqing, but she had already retreated to a distance. As an agile attack-type soul master, the key was not to sustain attacks, but to strike and retreat. After one strike, regardless of its effectiveness, one needed to choose to fall back. Bang! Bang! Suddenly blue-silver grass erupted from the ground beneath Zhao Wuji's feet, growing wildly and wrapping around him. There are thorns. Zhao Wuji looked at the blue-silver grass on him, noticing that it was different from ordinary blue-silver grass, as it had barbs that continuously rubbed against him. Had he not activated his martial soul covered in thick fur, he would have been left in a bloody mess. Not only are there thorns, but there is poison as well. However, the level gap is too great. This little poison is of no use to me. Zhao Wuji roared angrily, then his first soul ring lit up, a burst of light erupted from within him, instantly shattering the blue-silver grass, as he grinned fiercely. Since you all have made your move, it's time for me to strike. Wait, I haven't made my move yet. Suddenly a weak voice was heard. Zhao Wuji looked towards the source of the voice. Xiao Wu awkwardly said, I didn't attack, just now everyone else did, and it felt a bit bad that I hadn't attacked, so you just stand there and let me hit you once. She had been about to make a move, but before she could, Zhao Wuji exploded with terrifying golden light, causing her to hastily stop her actions. All right then, Zhao Wuji said, since there was still time, a little girl wouldn't waste too much time. Xiao Wu circled around Zhao Wuji, then suddenly made her move, leaping up to Zhao Wuji's head, aiming to unleash her first soul skill, waist bow, but Zhao Wuji stood like a mountain, making it impossible for her to budge him. Haven't you eaten? Use some strength, Zhao Wuji said, arms crossed, not making a move, allowing Xiao Wu to attack him. He claimed to be the immovable king, and it was not just for show. Xiao Wu struggled for a while, but couldn't move Zhao Wuji in the slightest, having to abandon her efforts. She jumped down from Zhao Wuji's head, rolling forward, and when she looked at Zhao Wuji again, her second soul ring lit up, her eyes turning blood red. Shen Tian noticed Xiao Wu's actions and hurriedly shouted, Don't use your soul skill. But it was already too. Xiao Wu's second soul skill had already been unleashed. Her second soul skill was a charm-type skill belonging to mental attacks. Although this type of skill was strange and powerful, her opponent was a level 76 soul saint, and the disparity in spiritual power was immense. Upon seeing the blood-red eyes, Zhao Wuji felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, shook his head, and quickly regained clarity. Xiao Wu spat out blood, fainting and falling from the air. Shen Tian's figure appeared beside the falling Xiao Wu, catching her as he saw blood flowing from her mouth and nose. Her delicate face was extremely pale, clearly suffering from backlash. Xiao Wu. Tang Sen hurried over to Shen Tian's side, looking at Xiao Wu in Shen Tian's arms. It's fine if she just suffered some mental backlash. She'll be all right after resting for a night. Shen Tian reassured, handing Xiao Wu over to Tang Sen. Although he knew the original trajectory of fate, his appearance had altered that fate, causing him to momentarily forget about it. You were too harsh. Could you have let us pass by just playing around? Shen Tian's expression was quite helpless. He had intended to just muddle through, but Zhao Wuji insisted on thoroughly defeating them. This isn't my fault. The difference in soul power between her and me is too great. It's normal for her to suffer backlash when using charm-type skills against me. Zhao Wuji replied indifferently. Furthermore, the Shrek assessments have always been serious. It's not child's play. If you can't hold on, it simply means your strength is lacking. There is still half the incense time left. Since the assessment time is not yet over, let's continue. Shen Tian's smile faded and 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 2 purple and 1 yellow, the yellow one darker than Tang San, and Xiao was first yellow soul ring, indicating that it was not low in age. Since his strength was the strongest, he had to take on the responsibility of being the captain. If his team members were injured, how could he as the captain not show some indication to gain their respect in the future? What a true monster. Let me see what abilities this monster possesses. Zhao Wuji was stunned by Shen Tian's soul rings, but it was just a momentary shock. Powerful soul rings did not necessarily mean strong combat power, especially since the opponent was still quite young. If he couldn't control a 1,000-year soul ring, then it was not as good as a 100-year soul ring. Rongrong, assist me. Zhu Qing Tang Sen, do not intervene. Shen Tian said, and immediately a powerful force surged within him, causing mysterious and strange black patterns to appear on his skin, covering his entire body. Zhao Wuji stared at the changes on Shen Tian, saying, Is this the power of your martial soul? I remember you previously mentioned that your martial soul is the beast martial soul black dragon. Among dragon-type martial souls, the strongest is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. I wonder how your black dragon martial soul compares to it. You'll find out soon enough. Shen Tian replied with a wicked smile, disappearing in an instant. Boom. Shen Tian reappeared in front of Zhao Wujie, kicking out and sending Zhao Wujie's massive 2.5-meter tall figure flying. Cough cough, my strength is even greater than before. This punch possesses a force of at least 50 to 60,000 pounds. Zhao Wujie got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected to be knocked back. This cannot happen. If he couldn't easily suppress him and curb their arrogance, it would make teaching them in the future problematic. The warm-up is over. Zhao Wujie roared, unleashing a palm strike. His palm, as large as a fan, struck down like a mountain, the terrifying pressure causing the air to roar. This is his second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. Shen Tian was enveloped by a whirlwind, increasing his speed and easily dodging Zhao Wujie's attack. His right hand transformed into a claw as he struck towards Zhao Wujie. Feeling a sense of danger, Zhao Wujie's third purple thousand-year soul ring lit up, merging into the ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, a terrifying force radiated outward from him. Bang! Shen Tian, who had been half suspended, suddenly fell to the ground, kneeling as his right hand pressed against the earth. He felt as though he was sinking in quicksand, his body weighed down as if filled with lead. This is my third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Although speed is my weak point, it does not mean I lack methods to counter it. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily as he strode towards Shen Tian, intent on capturing him and teaching him a lesson to show his strength. Teacher Zhao, you should be prepared in advance. If it gets too messy, don't blame me for using heavy hands. After all, this assessment must be taken seriously, Shen Tian said with a wicked smile, channeling his soul power. Zhao Wujie felt a wave of unease in his heart upon seeing Shen Tian's sinister grin. Rumble. Suddenly the ground shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred, and cracks appeared in the ground from which brilliant light emanated. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from beneath the ground, and pillars of fire shot up into the sky, engulfing Zhao Wujie. The raging flames spread outward, turning the area within dozens of meters into a sea of fire. Tang San and the others, seeing the surging flames, changed their expressions and retreated frantically, moving away from the scene. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the motionless Ning Rongrong, and without hesitation quickly moved to her side to take her away from the area, as the flames were too fierce. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected her to come to help, saying, "Don't worry about me, he won't harm me." Zhu Zhuqing, hearing this, felt puzzled. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and she saw the flames actively avoiding them, making it seem as though they were an island amidst the fire. Boom! A terrible sound erupted from within the sea of fire, and then a figure was violently thrown out, crashing into distant buildings, demolishing several in succession, before finally stopping. Boom! A terrible sound erupted from within the sea of fire, and then a figure was violently thrown out, crashing into distant. Little monster, well done. Come, let's continue. Zhao Wujie emerged from the collapsed building. Although he looked quite tragic, his eyes were filled with wildness. Time's up, you have lost. Shen Tian walked out from the flames, the fire parting for him, as if he were a king of. Time's up. Zhao Wujie looked at the sea of fire, the ground ablaze. Even if that incense had not yet burned out in this raging fire, it would likely be incinerated. He coldly declared, whether time is up or not is not for you to decide. It is I who decides when it is up. Having been beaten so badly, and with his reputation tarnished, if he couldn't suppress Shen Tian, he would lose face as the vice dean, making it difficult to teach them in the future. Since teacher Zhao wants to continue, then I will play with teacher Zhao, Tang San said coldly. With Xiao Wu injured and unconscious as her brother, he must do something. How could he be her brother otherwise? You. Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San, surprised that the latter dared to challenge him as well. Did he think he could just step in while he was being beaten? Good. The students of this realm are indeed remarkable. Let me see what abilities this little monster possesses. Zhao Wujie couldn't help but laugh angrily. He took out an incense stick, broke it in two, lit one half, and stuck it in the ground, saying, I'll give you a chance, as well endure half a stick of incense in my hands. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong asked Shen Tian with worry in her eyes. She understood him very well. Although his martial soul was powerful and his soul skills were formidable, due to their immense strength they were difficult to control, and forcibly using them could backlash. Shen Tian smiled, saying, I'm fine, but it's just that my soul power has been significantly depleted. I'll be fine after resting for a while. He then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was also looking at him with concern in her eyes. However, she did not speak, and it was uncertain whether it was because she did not want to or was wary of Ning Rongrong beside them. He also felt it was not the right time to say too much. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Now was not a good moment. He would handle it later when an opportunity arose. The atmosphere fell into silence, becoming somewhat awkward. Fortunately, the exciting fight not far away prevented it from becoming overly embarrassing. Although Tang San's soul power was weak and his martial soul blue silvergrass lacked strong offensive capabilities, his combat experience, strange movement techniques, and even stranger hidden weapons made Zhao Wujie appear quite flustered. In the end, Tang San emerged victorious. Zhao Wujie gazed at him with resentful eyes. Originally, he wanted to establish his authority and build a grand image in front of the new students, but now he had been slapped in the face time and again. Teacher Zhao? Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Wujie. What? Do you want to challenge me too? Zhao Wujie retorted with an ashen face, ready to unleash his 10th Sandier soul ring if Dai Mubai dared to say yes to make him aware of his terror. No, I just wanted to ask if they have passed the assessment, and can I take them to the dormitory now? The day was getting late. Dai Mubai hurriedly said, although Shen Tian and Tang San had made Zhao Wujie suffer greatly, it did not mean that Zhao Wujie was weak. If he were to really challenge him, he was certain he would not last 3 moves, and would be beaten to the point of not being able to get up. Get lost. Zhao Wujie waved his hand, feeling embarrassed and not wanting to stay any longer. He looked toward a big, bearded man in the distance and shouted, Oscar, come here. The Shrek Academy not only had poor teaching facilities, but also very few dormitories. Boys shared rooms with 2 to a room, while girls had slightly better accommodations with 1 to a room. Due to the odd number of boys, one person could enjoy a room alone, and Shen Tian was that lucky one. What was called a dormitory was actually an independent courtyard rented from the village. If one did not wish to stay in the free dormitory, they could spend their own money to rent an independent courtyard from the villagers. As night fell, Shen Tian left the dormitory and saw a figure heading towards the forest outside the village. Although he could not see the figure clearly, he could easily guess who it was from the short and sturdy silhouette. Zhao Wujie was really unfortunate, having just been beaten during the day, and now he was going to be beaten again at night. Shen Tian did not pay much attention, quietly approaching the girls' dormitory and walking towards Ning Rongrong's room, which was not locked from the inside and opened easily. Without any hesitation, Shen Tian pushed the door open. You're not asleep yet. Were you waiting for me? Shen Tian looked at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting on the bed, and laughed. At that moment, her face no longer bore the sweet and charming smile from earlier, but was instead filled with a cold, frosty aura. What's going on with her? Ning Rongrong did not beat around the bush, but went straight to the point. It had only been a short while since they parted, and he already had a new love, and one older than herself. Thinking about Zhu Zhuqing, that fierce woman, made her feel angry, yet there was also envy and jealousy. She is my woman. Shen Tian also did not beat around the bush, as this matter could not be hidden, especially after being exposed by Xiao Wu during the day. Denying it was absolutely impossible, and if he did deny it, it would feel unfair to Zhu Zhuqing. You actually betrayed me and found another woman. Do you not want me anymore? Ning Rongrong cried out, although she had her suspicions. Hearing it directly from him made her feel as though she had lost something, causing her immense pain and sadness. Shen Tian walked over to Ning Rongrong, wrapped her in his arms, and said, How could I not want you? You will always be my only one in my eyes. You are more important than my life. After an hour of comforting, he finally managed to pacify Ning Rongrong. In this world, it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives, and Ning Rongrong naturally understood this. After all, even her father had more than one woman. Of course, understanding it was one thing, accepting it was another. I knew my Rongrong was the best, Shen Tian said with a smile as he lowered his head and saw Ning Rongrong's alluring lips, unable to resist kissing her directly. Ning Rongrong did not expect Shen Tian to dare to kiss her. Although they had a betrothal, they were not yet engaged, let alone married. Before she could react, Shen Tian had already pried open her lips. Ning Rongrong struggled desperately, but how could her strength resist Shen Tian? In the end, she could only allow him to take the initiative, occasionally responding. Although this was her first time, she had read about some knowledge of men and women in books. After a long while, their lips finally parted. Shen Tian looked at the shy and charming Ning Rongrong in his arms, holding her tightly and wearing a radiant and happy smile. My father told me that your martial spirit is a black dragon. Those with dragon-type martial spirits are all lecherous, liking one after another. Ning Rongrong leaned against Shen Tian's chest and said softly, her voice as small as a mosquito. Shen Tian was taken aback, not expecting his future father-in-law to be so open-minded. Ning Rongrong's face flushed as she continued, I don't mind how many women you have outside, but you can't love one after another and bring back a whole army of beauties for me. How could that be? Shen Tian was stunned by Ning Rongrong's words and admired his future father-in-law even more. This education was truly excellent. He said, Don't worry, I am not that kind of person who flirts around. Ning Rongrong replied, resting against Shen Tian. Shen Tian felt delighted in his heart. With such a virtuous and gentle wife, it seemed he would not have to worry about domestic issues in the future and could boldly live freely. Shen Tian left Ning Rongrong's room and secretly went to the courtyard where Zhu Zhuqing lived. Was the door unlocked? It seemed she was waiting for him. Shen Tian pushed the door open and saw Zhu Zhuqing sitting on the bed, diligently cultivating. When it came to dedication and cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing could definitely rank among the top 3. Whenever she had spare time, she would use it to cultivate and enhance her strength. Wife, I'm here. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zuking's impressive figure on the bed, his eyes shining. After all, her figure was too good, curvaceous and graceful. Zhu Zuqing noticed Shen Tian and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which sparkled like stars, then closed them again because she did not know what to say. Seeing Zhu Zuqing both open and close her eyes, Shen Tian realized she had stopped her cultivation and directly approached her, wrapping his arms around her impressive body and kissing her alluring lips. Zhu Zuqing did not expect him to be so bold, but she did not refuse. The two embraced tightly. After a long while, Zhu Zuqing said shyly, "You only know how to bully me," her stunning face turning a rosy hue as she leaned against Shen Tian. Shen Tian gently stroked Zhu Zuking's long hair, his smile very bright as he said, "You don't need to worry about Rongrong. She just has a bit of a princess complex, but otherwise she's fine. You two can become great sisters." Zhu Zuqing replied. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zuking's shy demeanor and her beautiful lips, unable to resist kissing her passionately again. Of course, Shen Tian did not come here just to take advantage. He was there to help her cultivate. Once he began cultivating, rich energy would gather around him, making it much more effective for her to cultivate nearby and speeding up her progress. At this moment, not far away in a room, the little dance, who had been in a deep sleep, woke up and sensed the rich spiritual energy flowing in. Her beautiful eyes revealed confusion. Absorbing this dense spiritual energy, her previously lethargic spirit slowly began to recover. What a rich life energy! Who brought this? Little Dance showed a puzzled expression. Having lived deep in the starry forest for years, she was very sensitive to the life energy there. As for the other girl in the dormitory, she was currently sleeping soundly, completely unaware, showing no inclination to cultivate, her pretty face occasionally revealing a sweet smile, as if she were having a beautiful dream. The next day in the morning, Shen Tian awoke and looked to the side, where he saw Zhu Zuqing already up. To be precise, she hadn't slept at all, having been meditating and cultivating throughout the night. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. One must not push oneself too hard, Shen Tian said, waking Zhu Zuqing from her meditation. He understood her desire to grow stronger, but did not wish for her to dedicate everything to cultivation. "I will pay attention," Zhu Zuqing replied. She knew that excessive cultivation could have negative effects on her body, but she needed to become stronger quickly, for only by growing powerful could she escape her fate. Yesterday she had met Dai Mubai and shared her decision with him. Although he was surprised, he did not seem overly concerned, as their relationship was merely a betrothal one set without his knowledge after he had left his family. Though Dai Mubai did not mind, he informed her that his indifference did not imply the same for the leaders of the Zhu and Dai families. After all, their engagement was not just about them, it also represented the dignity of both families. Shen Tian looked at Zhu Zuqing, knowing she would not change her mind due to his advice. Although he wanted to help her, he felt too weak himself to provide her with the confidence she needed. "I will head out first," Shen Tian said. He left the room, choosing not to seek out Ning Rongrong, instead wandering alone through the village, his brow furrowed and a heavy expression on his face. Soon he heard the sounds of a quarrel in the distance. Shen Tian looked towards the commotion and saw 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. Among them he recognized Tang San and Xiao Wu, while the other 2 were an ordinary, yet delicate girl around 14 or 15 and a chubby boy about 12 or 13. Seeing those 2, Shen Tian did not need an introduction to guess their identities. Suehua and Ma Hongjun. "What are you arguing about so early in the morning, practicing your voices?" Shen Tian approached, a smile on his face, saying, "I can hear you arguing from far away. If you can fight, why not just pick up your weapons and go at it?" Tang Sin saw Shen Tian coming over and felt a bit overwhelmed. Instead of mediating, Shen Tian seemed to be encouraging the fight, making him feel as though both Shen Tian and Xiao Wu were troublemakers. "What's going on?" Shen Tian asked as he approached the group. Though he knew the reason, he needed to feign ignorance, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Xiao Wu shouted angrily, "This guy is harassing others worse than you scumbag. When have I ever been a scumbag? I am merely affectionate." Shen Tian explained, glancing at Ma Hongjun, who was even fatter than he had imagined and looked somewhat lewd. "Little chubby, instead of learning good behavior, you dare to tease girls. Who's learning bad behavior? We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. And who are you calling chubby?" Ma Hongjun shouted in anger, unable to tolerate the humiliation. Xiao Wu laughed, saying, "You are the only chubby one here, so naturally I mean you." "You're infuriated." Ma Hongjun's expression turned furious as his soul power surged within him. He wanted to show these people what happens when they provoke him. Seeing Ma Hongjun make a move, Shen Tian swiftly kicked out, interrupting his build-up. Though Ma Hongjun appeared lewd, he was very strong, and being hit by his flames up close would not be pleasant. Phoenix manifestation. After being pushed back, Ma Hongjun's fury intensified as he unleashed the power of his martial spirit. A purple glow erupted from him, his short hair instantly lengthening, feathers sprouting from his arms, and his hands transforming into claws. Pooh! Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hongjun's appearance. She had thought he was truly a phoenix, but to her surprise he looked more like a fat chicken. Is there really a phoenix that fat? He looks like a country chicken to me. Shen Tian observed Ma Hongjun's martial spirit manifestation, and it was indeed quite comical. This was the ugliest manifestation he had ever seen. Even a hen would feel ashamed to be compared to him. Ma Hongjun, seeing the unabashed smiles on the faces of the three, grew even angrier, roaring, "You call me a country chicken?" With that he raised his hands, and the first soul ring around him suddenly lit up. Opening his mouth, a terrifying energy gathered, followed by a blast of purple flames shooting forth. Shen Tian waved his hand, releasing a special energy wave. The purple flames suddenly erupted, spreading outward like a meteor shower. Xiao Wu and Tang Sen hurriedly stepped back, sensing that the flames were anything but ordinary, containing a temperature far more terrifying than regular flames. Cough, cough. Ma Hongjun coughed violently, looking at Shen Tian with a serious expression. What did you do to me? Why is my soul skill out of control? Earlier he had unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire line, which had incredible destructive power. Combined with the fact that his flames were far beyond ordinary, his attack became even more terrifying. But just now he realized that the flames he released suddenly became chaotic and uncontrollable, leading to an explosion that nearly detonated in his mouth. Just thinking about it was frightening. It seems your country chicken martial spirit releases flames that are indeed different from ordinary fire attribute martial spirits. Not only are they more powerful, but they also contain an extremely domineering force, Shen Tian remarked. Not a country chicken, but a phoenix. A phoenix. Ma Hongjun bellowed, furious at others calling his martial spirit a country chicken. His soul power erupted once more, and terrifying purple flames engulfed him, twisting the very void. That chubby one seems formidable. Oh, I hope that scumbag is okay, Xiao Wu thought, sensing that Ma Hongjun was no ordinary soul master. He should be fine. Shen Tian also wields the power of flames, so he likely has some immunity to them, Tang Sen said. His martial spirit was blue silver grass, and flames were a significant counter to him, making it impossible for him to intervene. It seems your martial spirit is also fire attribute, but unfortunately all fire attribute martial spirits in front of me are merely country chickens, for my martial spirit is a phoenix. Ma Hongjun shouted, his second soul ring activating, causing his flames to become even more fearsome, radiating an astonishing aura, as if he were a reborn fat chicken in flames. You must be referring to yourself, you country chicken and tiled dog, Shen Tian said with a smile, waving his hand to conjure a swirling flame that transformed into an egg. The egg broke open and a palm-sized fire phoenix flew out, declaring, "This is a phoenix, yours is just a country chicken." Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the palm-sized fire phoenix in Shen Tian's hand. Although the phoenix was small, it was extraordinarily radiant. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Could it be that your martial soul is also a phoenix?" In the distance, Tang San and Xiao Wu were stunned to see Shen Tian casually conjure a phoenix controlled by exquisite power. His martial soul is not a phoenix, but, Xiao Wu said, but her face turned red at the end, especially seeing that the two guys in front of her were both male. She spat and said, "Scumbag rogue, you two are really a match made in heaven." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Shen Tian glanced at Ma Hongjun in front of him, thinking about how the other's martial soul was a phoenix while his own was a black dragon. Dragon and phoenix. EW. Ma Hongjun saw Shen Tian looking at him, and then vomited. What was this about? Was he disgusted by his unseemly appearance that just a glance made him sick? Too much bullying. Up. Ma Hongjun was furious, his second soul ring fully activated, his body enveloped in terrifying purple flames. This fire was not only powerful, but also had a sticky property, but once touched it was hard to get rid of. Boom. The two clashed, unleashing terrifying power with the ground around them, constantly erupting flames scattering everywhere, scorching the ground to the point of melting. "It's early in the morning, and you all are so energetic actually fighting here." A surprised voice came from afar, and a figure approached. It was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai looked at Shen Tian and Ma Hongjun confused, and asked, "Why are you two fighting?" "This fat lecher is bullying a girl in broad daylight. We couldn't stand it, and wanted to teach him a lesson," Xiao Wu said, looking at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, looked at Ma Hongjun, and then at the anxious Tsuwa not far away, unable to help but laugh, saying, "Xiao Wu, I think you might be mistaken." He then turned to Tsuwa and asked, "Miss Tsuwa, can't you stand him either?" Huihua's face turned red upon hearing this. She nodded, and immediately ran away, as those matters were hard to speak of. Ma Hongjun did not stop her, but had a very grim expression. "What's going on here?" Tang San at this moment realized that the relationship between these two was not as they had imagined. Dai Mubai did not explain, but looked at the fat man, saying, "You say it, or shall I say it for you?" Ma Hongjun's expression was very unpleasant as he glanced at Dai Mubai and lowered his head, saying, "You say it then." Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun's shy demeanor and couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "What? Fatty, you can be shy too. Alright, I'll say it for you." He looked at Shen Tian, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, explaining, "Remember, I once told you that there are only 3 students in the academy, including me." "He should be that 3rd student, right?" Shen Tian said. Dai Mubai nodded, saying, "That's right, but how did you know?" Shen Tian replied nonchalantly. At such a young age, having such cultivation and appearing here, he obviously wouldn't be a sole master from this village. Even if he was unaware of the future, he could easily judge that this fat man was a disciple of the academy. Dai Mubai nodded and said, "Yes, the fat man is that 3rd one, and he was the last to enter the academy before you. Although I did not see what happened just now, I could guess. Actually, it's not the fat man's fault, it's just that his grass chicken martial soul is to blame." "Nonsense, your martial soul is the grass chicken. My martial soul is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial souls were chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a grass nest there can be a golden phoenix." Ma Hongjun was enraged upon hearing Dai Mubai say his martial soul was a grass chicken. He hated it most when others referred to his martial soul as such. Dai Mubai paid no heed to Ma Hongjun's anger and said with a smile, "A phoenix. Good, let's call it a phoenix. Then this fat man's martial soul is a mutated martial soul mutated from a grass chicken. Mutated martial souls are very rare, and once a martial soul mutates, it can develop in 2 directions, one becoming extremely powerful and the other becoming extremely weak. Ma Hongjun's martial soul changed in the direction of becoming extremely strong. Originally, his martial soul was indeed a grass chicken with no offensive power, but it mutated and gained immense strength." Shen Tian looked at Ma Hongjun. Through their earlier encounter, he could feel that the other's martial soul was incredibly powerful, especially the power of the flames, far surpassing any flames he had encountered before. Due to the mutation of the martial soul, the fat man possesses a strong flame ability. This flame is peculiar. It not only has an extremely high temperature, but also has a strong adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish. Although the martial soul has become powerful, it has a significant drawback, which is that it enhances his abilities regarding men and women tremendously, and his desires are 10 times that of an ordinary person. If he only suppresses it without guidance, there is a constant risk of being overwhelmed by this evil fire and dying from bursting. Dai Mubai briefly explained Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other in strange expressions, not expecting such a martial soul to exist. Xiao Wu looked at Shen Tian, thought of something, and asked, "Isn't your scumbag martial soul also a mutated one? It wouldn't have similar side effects, would it?" "What are you thinking? I uphold my chastity, and so far I am still a pure-hearted young boy." Shen Tian was quite speechless, saying, "However, my martial soul does have some side effects. Oh, I should mention them to you in advance to avoid you being at a loss when I lose control later. Your martial soul really has side effects." Xiao Wu looked at Shen Tian in shock. She had only asked casually a moment ago. Shen Tian continued, "The side effects of my martial soul are slaughter and destruction. Once it erupts, it will drive me into madness, annihilating everything. Then I guess I should keep my distance from you in the future," Xiao Wu said in fear. "This academy is really full of monsters. Is there no one normal?" Thinking this, she looked at Dai Mubai and asked, "Your martial soul doesn't have side effects, does it? I see you're also quite lecherous. Could it be that your martial soul is like that fat man's?" "My martial soul is a normal one," Dai Mubai hurriedly replied, not wanting to be categorized as a pervert. He couldn't help but glance at Shen Tian, not expecting that his martial soul was also a mutated one, and no wonder it was so terrifying. "Normal, my foot. Just look at his eyes, and you can tell he's not normal. Maybe he's just like me, otherwise how could he be dating different girls every day?" Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai. Unlike Oscar, he was unafraid of him, feeling a bit envious. If only he had a pretty face, would he still need to worry about the evil fire? Dai Mubai shot a glare at Ma Hongjun, but chose not to explain anything. "What did you call me here for?" Shen Tian looked at Dai Mubai. Earlier on the way to the cafeteria, he was summoned to this deserted place. Although he had guessed the other party's intention, he still needed to ask. "You put a green hat on me, what do you think I want with you?" Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold as he gazed at Shen Tian, a piercing chill emanating from his gaze. He then struck without hesitation, his body glowing with brilliance, unleashing a terrifying force without any mercy. Shen Tian's expression remained unchanged as he dodged the attack, striking out with a palm that hit Dai Mubai. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai lunged forward, rolling his body, and then kicking towards Shen Tian's head. Shen Tian did not expect the other party to use such a move. He waved a finger upwards, and suddenly a powerful gravitational force erupted from the ground. This sudden change in gravity caught Dai Mubai off guard, causing him to fall flat on the ground. "Damn it, White Tiger's protective barrier." Furious Dai Mu Bei's body erupted with a strong golden light, his speed and strength greatly enhanced as he charged toward Shen Tian. Shen Tian's soul power circulated within him. He did not continue to wield elemental control, but instead activated his martial soul. However, he did not fully unleash it, only partially manifesting it. Boom. Bang. Boom. Both sides erupted into an intense battle with many buildings around them reduced to dust from their power and the ground cracking apart. "I'm done fighting," Dai Mu Bai said with a grim expression. His face bore numerous scars, and if the fight continued it would surely be deformed. Aside from some torn clothes, Shen Tian had no injuries, clearly indicating that their confrontation ended in his absolute victory. Huff. Dai Mu Bai exhaled a breath of foul air and looked at Shen Tian with a serious expression, saying, "I came to find you because of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé." Shen Tian's expression remained calm, showing no hint of surprise. Seeing no reaction from Shen Tian, Dai Mu Bai continued, "It seems you are aware, but there are some things you might not know. Our identities are not ordinary, and just because I, as her fiancé, do not mind it, does not mean others won't. Even if you have the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School behind you, it won't matter." Shen Tian said calmly, "I know the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, so what if they care?" Dai Mu Bai looked at Shen Tian, surprised that he was aware. Since he knew he was still so composed, he thought of something and asked, "You're not from the Tiando royal family, are you?" At this point, a fierce, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If that were the case, he would never allow Zhu Zhuqing to be with him unless he was dead. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, it would bring shame to the entire royal family of the Star Luo Empire. The Tiando Empire's royal family. Shen Tian sneered and said, "No, I'm just an ordinary person. As for my background, it's not the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Star Luo Empire may seem powerful in your eyes, but to me it's just another mundane empire. Your tone is truly arrogant to the point of ignorance," Dai Mu Bai said coldly. He once thought that Shen Tian was a person worthy of trust, but to find out he was an arrogant fool claiming that the empire was merely mundane. He scoffed and said, "Do you think having a powerful mutated martial soul makes you remarkable? Let me tell you, no matter how strong your talent is, even if you are a titled Douluo in front of an empire, you are nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Although soul masters possess great power, and a titled Douluo can challenge thousands in this world, empires are the true rulers. Even a titled Douluo, when facing an empire, will only meet one in death." "I know," Shen Tian said calmly. He naturally understood that in Douluo continent empires are powerful and dominate the world, especially the Star Luo Empire, where power is concentrated, making the royal family's control even more fearsome. Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. He did not expect Shen Tian to say, "I know." Looking at Shen Tian, he said, "Since you are aware, what qualifications do you have to speak such arrogant words? I can tell you clearly that the reason I do not mind you being with Zhu Zhuqing is not because I don't care for her, but because I know the only outcome awaiting us is death. For now, I just hope she can be happy in the little time we have left. The competition within the royal family of the Star Luo Empire is extremely brutal. Losers either die or have their soul powers abolished, and being stripped of soul powers is no different from death. Currently, the most powerful figure in the Star Luo Empire is his elder brother Davis. With his own strength, he has no qualifications to compete with Davis, thus, he chose to escape the Star Luo Empire. Though he escaped the Star Luo Empire, he knew he could not escape his fate. The day his brother ascended the throne would be his day of death, and as his fiancée Zhu Zhuqing would meet the same fate. Even if they did not contend, the outcome would still be the same. Davis would not let them off simply because they did not fight back. This is the rule passed down through generations in the Star Luo Empire, and no one can change it. Shen Tian looked at Dai Mu Bai with some surprise, not expecting him to choose to let go for such a reason. Although he had never been to the Star Luo Empire, he was aware of the cruel rules of the royal family. From this perspective, you do make me see you in a new light. However, if you think my words are arrogant, it's because you don't understand me. The Star Luo Empire, the Tiando Empire, or the Spirit Hall are indeed powerful. A mere titled Douluo is nothing in their eyes, but from the beginning I have never regarded them highly, even if my current strength is far from being able to compete with these three major forces. Shen Tian patted Dai Mu Bai on the shoulder and then left directly. His goal was to become a deity. How could he fear mere mundane empires? Dai Mu Bai stood frozen, watching Shen Tian's departing figure, feeling quite confused. The man in front of him was not an arrogant fool, so how could he utter such arrogant words? Shen Tian arrived at the cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria was bustling with people. He scanned the room and quickly spotted Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were sitting together, appearing to have a harmonious relationship, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Tian approached the food counter, served himself some dishes, and then walked over to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong with a radiant smile. Not far away, Ma Hongjun was furious to see Shen Tian shamelessly sitting in front of two beautiful girls, monopolizing them. He also wanted to join them. You should just give up, you fatso. You're no match for that scumbag. If you really go over there, just be careful not to get beaten into a pig's head, Xiao Wu said with a laugh from the side. Her words only fueled Ma Hongjun's anger, remembering that guy's detestable expression from before his fury surged. Xiao Wu, said Tang Sin, looking at Xiao Wu, fully aware that she thrived on chaos. Xiao Wu smiled, choosing not to say more. However, Ma Hongjun could not suppress his anger and directly marched over to Shen Tian, holding his bowl and utensils. As their senior, he felt it was his duty to properly introduce the situation at Shrek Academy to the younger students. Hello everyone, my name is Ma Hongjun, and I entered school a year earlier than you, so I am your senior. Ma Hongjun appeared overly familiar, grinning as he said, now that we are all students of Shrek, we will be living together. You don't have to call me Senior Ma, just call me Hongjun or Brother Hongjun. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun, and seeing his fat and lewd appearance, one look was enough for her not to want a second. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained cool and indifferent, completely ignoring Ma Hongjun. However, Shen Tian reached out and draped his arm around Ma Hongjun's neck, his smile radiant as he said, Brother Hongjun, we have just arrived at the academy and are not very familiar with it. Please help us with an introduction. Sure. When Ma Hongjun heard Shen Tian call him Brother Hongjun, his smile widened almost to the point of splitting his face. He said, although Shrek Academy is shabby, it boasts a strong faculty, with both the principal and vice principal being soul saints. Additionally, we have 3 soul emperors among our teachers. As for the students, there were originally only 3, but now with the addition of your 5, there are a total of 8. I am not familiar with you newcomers, so let me introduce our 3 senior students. The oldest is Dai Mubai, whom you probably met yesterday. This guy is quite the womanizer, dating 3 different girls in a single day. Sometimes he even books a room with several girls at once. He is a notorious playboy, commonly known as a girl killer. You must stay away from him. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, thinking that with these 2 beauties, even if the despicable guy beside him claimed one, he could take the other without feeling cheated. His smile grew even more pronounced and lewd. Ma Hongjun continued, the second one is Oscar, who is even worse, nicknamed Oscar the Scoundrel. He spends all day grinning foolishly and looks rather shifty with unkempt facial hair, making him seem like a bad uncle. So you should also keep your distance from him. Oh, so according to you, among the 3 senior students, you are the only decent one. Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjun, and if it weren't for his lewd appearance, she might have actually believed him. Ma Hongjun patted his chest proudly, saying, that's right. Although I'm a bit chubby, I possess many other virtues. At that moment, Dai Mubai walked in from outside. Xiao Wu quickly waved him over, saying, Dai Mubai, come over quickly, this fat guy is talking behind your back. Dai Mubai turned his gaze to Ma Hongjun, Shen Tian, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were sitting together chatting and laughing, appearing to have a good relationship. What bad things did he say about me? Dai Mubai asked, puzzled as he approached Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, this fat guy claims you are a playboy, and that we should stay away from you. He also said that Oscar is a bad uncle, and that you are the only pure and kind person in the whole academy. Dai Mubai's expression darkened upon hearing this. He never expected Ma Hongjun to say such things about him. He angrily said, Ma Hongjun, we will have a practice session later. Are you afraid of me? Ma Hongjun replied proudly, standing with his hands behind his back, brimming with confidence, as if he could battle against the heavens. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun somewhat speechless, not anticipating that this fat guy would show off in front of the beauties. He said, you are trying to elevate yourself by belittling us, but you have miscalculated. Both of these ladies already have partners. As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Although he had no ties with her, whatever path she chose was her business. He wouldn't pry into it, as everyone has their own choices. In the coming years, whether it's false happiness or genuine joy, it is far better than living in endless despair. Indeed, it was despair. Every day he chased after various beauties, a part of him driven by lust, while another part sought to numb himself with beauty. Already have partners. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, unable to help but look at Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing then turned his gaze to Shen Tian. Shen Tian looked at Ma Hongjun, nodded and smiled, saying, they are all my women. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him, completely stunned. He never expected that such beautiful girls would all like one person. Did women in this world really favor a lecherous face? Even if 2 women share one husband, it was not an issue, while pure and kind-hearted individuals like him had none. Heavens, why is this happening? Ma Hongjun howled to the sky, lamenting the unfairness of the world, wondering why he was not given a handsome face, and why all the beautiful flowers were being trampled by pigs. Stop shouting. Dai Mubai coldly shouted, looking at everyone in the cafeteria, saying, now we are just missing Oscar. That guy is quite lazy and should still be sleeping. Don't worry about him. From now on we will all study at the academy, and it seems we are all acquainted now. At this point he couldn't help but glare fiercely at Ma Hongjun, continuing, now let me explain the rules of the academy. There aren't many particular rules. Simply put, we cannot harm, kill, or plunder. Rape and abduction are even more out of the question. However, our academy encourages fighting and gambling. Xiao Wu curiously asked, I understand fighting, but what about gambling? Dai Mubai explained, fighting can enhance your combat experience and strength. As for gambling, it's a form of psychological competition, mainly used to improve judgment and observation skills, as well as for entertainment. After all, monotonous fighting can be dull, but if it's a gamble, it becomes quite interesting. As for the course arrangements, I cannot say for sure as our courses can change at any time. After all, there are only a few of us, and the academy will adjust the courses based on our individual situations. However, I can confirm that today's most important lesson is about fees. The annual tuition fee for the academy is 100 gold coins, which should be no problem for you, as great soul masters. Dai Mubai then went on to provide detailed information about the academy to Shen Tian and the other newcomers. A sound echoed ding, ding. The faint chimes of a bell resonated. Dai Mubai heard the bell and remarked, this is the bell calling us by the principal. Let's go to the square, the principal dislikes tardiness. Soon everyone gathered in the square, which was more accurately described as an open area. As they arrived, a figure strolled leisurely from afar holding a sausage. It was Oscar. At this moment, Oscar appeared quite different from his disheveled self yesterday. After kicking off his beard, he looked exceptionally handsome. Before long, a middle-aged man approached from the distance. He looked to be in his 50s, very robust, with distinctive features, a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a hawk-like nose. Isn't that the shady merchant? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, recalling him as the unscrupulous merchant she and Tang Sen encountered in Soto City, who set prices at random. Beside her, Oscar asked in confusion, what shady merchant? This is our principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, the furried cat Eagle Flinder, a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. He possesses a flying beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters, and the fat guy is his direct disciple. Looking at Flinder, Shen Tian thought he bore a resemblance to a major villain, especially with that hawk-like nose. At this moment, the man wore glasses, giving him an air of cultured sophistication, though the square glasses appeared somewhat comical. Flinder quickly approached, scanning the group before breaking into a smile. He said, this year is quite good, we have 5 more little monsters. I, Flinder, principal of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the academy. Later, each of you will hand in 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Dai Mubai stepped forward. Principal. Flinder turned to him and said, 5 new junior brothers and sisters have arrived. Later you will explain the academy's rules to them. He then looked at the crowd, continuing, after that, return to rest, and do your best to restore your condition to its peak. Today's first class will start in the evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions, both of you come with me. Seeing this, Shen Tian smiled, as everything was just as he knew it would be in the future. It seemed that his presence had not altered this future. However, the upcoming future would undoubtedly change, as Rongrong was his fiancé, and he would not allow her to. The crowd dispersed in succession. The main purpose of this gathering was indeed, as Dai Mubai said, to collect money. Zhu Zhuqing left together with Shen Tian. Shen Tian said, you go practice first. I need to check on Rongrong. That guy won't behave obediently, and will definitely cause some trouble. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her expression remaining unchanged, still very cold. Shen Tian observed Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent demeanor and directly pulled her into his embrace, grinning. Although I'm going to see Rongrong later, we can have some time for just the two of us now. I was going to ask what you want. I meant to guide you in your practice. As for other matters that will naturally wait until Shen Tian smirked, then led Zhu Zhuqing away into the distance. Zhu Zhuqing's face was as red as a ripe apple, charming and alluring. These new junior brothers are utterly incompetent. 3 girls have been entirely taken, leaving none for us. Ma Hongjun watched as Shen Tian took Zhu Zhuqing away, and then turned to see Xiao Wu following Tang Sen, his expression sour. Dai Mubai shot a glance at Ma Hongjun, recalling the previous slander directed at him. Although it was the truth, it still bothered him. He said, Fatty, come here, senior brother wants to check your recent cultivation results. Ma Hongjun deflated at those words. Although he had acted quite domineering in the cafeteria, he was merely a second-ring soul master now, while Dai Mubai was already a third-ring soul master. In the woods outside the academy, Shen Tian did not take Zhu Zhuqing to practice, but instead honed her combat. You are a speed-type soul master, and speed and reaction are your greatest strengths. Attack me without holding back, Shen Tian instructed. Zhu Zhuqing stepped back, activating her martial soul. Her body transformed, sprouting a pair of cat ears, her claws becoming sharp, and a tail emerged from behind, though it was not a real tail, but a manifestation of her soul power. Swish! Zhu Zhuqing instantly vanished from her position, darting swiftly through the woods before disappearing without a trace, leaving no residual aura. Shen Tian closed his eyes carefully, sensing his surroundings. His breathing was exceptionally steady. Under his perception, everything around became eerily quiet, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. Suddenly a figure appeared in his awareness, moving at incredible speed, instantly arriving behind him, with sharp claws glinting ominously. Shen Tian stepped forward, and it was this movement that fortuitously allowed him to evade the incoming attack. Seeing Shen Tian dodge her attack, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to pursue, but quickly retreated, her figure vanishing once more into the woods. Shen Tian commented, "The ability of the Nether Cat can help you conceal your aura well. If you transform into a ghost, it becomes impossible for others to sense your location. With this skill, you could become a top-tier assassin. However, your explosive power is not very strong. If you make a mistake, it would be like a moth to the flame in a spider's web." Puff! Shen Tian shifted to the side, bumping directly into Zhu Zhuqing, who had attacked him, chuckling, "You?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Shen Tian, seeing her sharp cat paw strike his chest, blood flowing out, leaving her shocked and worried. She hurriedly asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't you dodge?" "To help you analyze your weaknesses better." Shen Tian, unconcerned, said with a smile, "Your speed is fast, making it difficult for enemies to evade. However, for true powerhouses, especially attack-type soul masters, they can entirely choose to forsake dodging and trade injury for injury. Your attack power is not great enough to inflict deadly harm on an attack-type soul master, but an attack-type soul master can easily knock you out of combat with just one strike. Just like the distance between us now, a casual punch could exert a force of 10,000 pounds crashing into you." Shen Tian suddenly froze, his outstretched hand brushing against a towering mountain. "Ah!" Zhu Zhuqing screamed, quickly retreating, her face flushed red, hands covering her chest, glaring at Shen Tian in embarrassment and anger, astonished at his shamelessness. Shen Tian felt somewhat awkward looking at Zhu Zhuqing. He hadn't intended to take advantage of her, he merely wanted to offer better guidance unexpectedly. However, the feeling was genuinely quite nice. Flander assigned a running task to Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The purpose was to hone their skills and acquire means of escape, as they were both support-type soul masters considered weaklings in battle. Without self-defense capabilities, they would be nothing more than live targets. Although this training method seemed simplistic, it was remarkably effective. Unfortunately, to Ning Rongrong, any effective method seemed useless. After running a few steps, she strayed off course, but instead of heading directly to Soto City, she began searching for Shen Tian within the academy. "What are you looking for?" Shen Tian asked with a smile, watching Ning Rongrong wandering aimlessly in the academy. "Why aren't you running properly? What are you doing here?" Ning Rongrong's face lit up at Shen Tian's words, and she hurriedly approached him, saying, "Running is exhausting. Ooh, let's go to Soto City instead." She wouldn't foolishly run in circles, as running was tiring and made her sweat. Shen Tian knew that this girl would never run obediently. He replied, "Since we're here, we must follow some rules. I'll accompany you in running this course before we head to Soto City." "No way," Ning Rongrong insisted. "I don't want to run. I want to go directly to Soto City." Shen Tian looked at Ning Rongrong seriously and said, "There are many things I can accommodate for you, but some things I cannot. If you don't want to be left far behind, you need to run properly. Do you know that you have the weakest cultivation in the academy right now? How is that possible?" Ning Rongrong's expression changed as she suddenly remembered that before their battle against Zhao Wujin yesterday, everyone had reported their cultivation levels, and indeed hers was the weakest among the newcomers. She was even weaker than the newcomers, let alone comparable to the senior students. In other words, she was currently at the bottom of the entire academy. Shen Tian said, "My Rongrong is the best, she is the most gifted person in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could she possibly lose to anyone else? Don't talk about just 20 laps, she can complete 30 laps with ease." "Of course," Ning Rongrong replied proudly. She was the most gifted individual in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in a century. How could she fall behind? She had to catch up. Shen Tian accompanied Ning Rongrong as they ran 20 laps around the village. One lap was enough to cover several kilometers. 20 laps amounted to 30 or 40 kilometers. Such a distance was challenging for an ordinary person to complete, but for soul masters, it was easily manageable. After finishing, Shen Tian accompanied Ning Rongrong to Soto City. Night fell. Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, looked at the 8 students before him, a satisfied smile on his face. His gaze swept over them, ultimately settling on Ning Rongrong. However, he said nothing. Initially, he thought it was impossible for them to complete the run, especially starting with 20 laps, which meant dozens of kilometers. No one could finish that. But to his surprise, they completed it, leaving him unable to express the words he had painstakingly crafted. After all, he couldn't just look for trouble and bully a little girl. But there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shen Tian glanced at Flander, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood what was on the other's mind. Using a chicken feather as a command, Ning Rongrong not only completed 20 laps, but even ran an extra lap. If Flander wanted to cause trouble for Ning Rongrong again, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson on how to behave. At this moment Ning Rongrong blinked, her large eyes appearing quite innocent. She was somewhat excited about the upcoming arrangements and was unaware of Flander's intentions to trouble her. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two can go rest. The rest of you follow me, Flander said, turning to leave. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others hurriedly followed. What are you all going to do? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Oscar beside her replied. They are likely going to the Grand Soul Arena. I didn't expect the dean to take you there on the first day. The Grand Soul Arena? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at the mention, and she looked at Shen Tian saying, I want to go too. All right then, keep up with me, Shen Tian replied. Ning Rongrong quickly followed him, but due to the fast pace, she soon began to struggle. After all, she was merely a support-type soul master and her speed could not compare to that of battle-type soul masters. Shen Tian noticed that Ning Rongrong was becoming exhausted. This was a fast run, unlike the slow jog during the day, and given her physique, she couldn't keep up. This was also why Flander initially excluded her and Oscar. I'll carry you, Shen Tian said as he approached Ning Rongrong, crouching down for her to climb on. Okay. Ning Rongrong said without hesitation, directly getting onto Shen Tian's back, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Hold on tight. Shen Tian instructed before sprinting forward with all his might, enveloped in a gust of wind power that made him as swift as the wind, quickly catching up with the others ahead. Flander noticed Shen Tian at the back, but he didn't say anything. As long as Ning Rongrong didn't use her martial soul to assist Shen Tian, he wouldn't intervene. After all, running alongside him was a form of training by itself. If Ning Rongrong assisted from the side, the significance of the training would be lost. Damn, carrying someone and still running so fast, Ma Hongjun said, seeing Shen Tian carrying someone and still ahead of him. His expression turned sour. As a senior student, he couldn't allow a newcomer to surpass him. Oh, Ma Hongjun shouted, then frantically channeled his soul power to run quickly. However, after just a few steps, he was panting heavily and ultimately had to slow down, returning to his position at the back. Before long, everyone arrived at Soto City. Flander descended from the air, standing before the city gate waiting for the others. Soon everyone gathered at the city gate. Follow me, Flander said, entering through the gate. Although it was dark, Soto City was still bustling and lively, even more so than during the day, with various snacks for sale along the streets. I want to eat this. I want that too. I want this one as well. As Ning Rongrong entered the city, she was like a wild horse that had broken free, running around energetically among the various stalls, her speed nearly surpassing that of an agile attack-type soul master. Shen Tian followed helplessly behind. If he didn't constantly keep an eye on the direction of the group, he feared he would lose them given the large crowd on the streets. Flander led everyone to a shabby tea shop. Ning Rongrong placed the snacks she had bought on the table and shared them with everyone. Flander looked at the food on the table, initially intending to say something, but thought better of it. It wasn't his money being spent. He ordered 8 cups of tea, pointing toward a distant building, and said, "Eat first. You need to be full of energy before I take you there." The location Flander pointed to was a gigantic structure towering nearly 100 meters high, resembling a colossal giant. The Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is a place where soul masters engage in combat, with countless soul masters fighting here every day, showcasing a variety of professions. Shen Tian gazed at the Great Soul Arena, his expression calm. Although the arena before him was vast, it paled in comparison to the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena he had visited, which was on an entirely different level. Flandre said, "The rank of a martial soul is a mark of a soul master's strength, and soul rings are the best expression of it. However, this does not truly represent a soul master's real ability. Only the titles earned through one's own efforts in the Great Soul Arena can best reflect one's strength. Any level of soul master entering the Great Soul Arena is simply represented by the term dueling soul. After winning the first battle, they will receive a badge, and thereafter for each victory, they will earn points. Once the points reach a certain threshold, the level of the badge will increase. This badge symbolizes the rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The benefits of a higher rank badge are numerous, and I want to elaborate further. The badge levels are classified according to the quality of minerals, starting with the Iron badge known as Iron Dueling Soul, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple, Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. Flandre detailed the Great Soul Arena to everyone looking at them as he said, "Your task is to obtain at least a Silver Dueling Soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? However, do not think that obtaining a Silver Dueling Soul badge is an easy task. Mu Bai and Hong Jun have been participating in battles here for over a year. Mu Bai, tell them the requirements for increasing badge levels here, as well as your records." Mu Bai said, "I began participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena battles at level 29, having fought a total of 56 battles. My current record is 29 wins and 27 losses with 2 points. To upgrade from Iron Dueling Soul to Copper Dueling Soul, one needs 100 points. Each victory in battle earns 1 point, but losing a battle deducts 1 point. If a winning streak exceeds 5 battles, each additional victory will directly add 10 points. If the streak exceeds 10 battles, an additional win adds 100 points. Even if the points reach the threshold for Copper Dueling Soul, losing 100 points will disqualify one from the Copper Dueling Soul. To upgrade from Copper Dueling Soul to Silver Dueling Soul requires 1,000 points. In battles between Copper Dueling Souls, each victory earns 10 points while each loss deducts 10 points. The ratio for earning points during a winning streak remains the same as for Iron Dueling Souls. The reason Mu Bei's record is 29 wins and 27 losses is not due to a lack of strength, but rather the unique battle rules of the Dueling Soul Arena. Battles in the Dueling Soul Arena are grouped according to the level of the Soul Masters. Simply put, a 31 level Soul Sovereign and a 39 level Soul Sovereign are placed in the same group. Although both the 31 level and the 39 level Soul Sovereigns are Soul Sovereigns with 3 soul rings, there is a significant disparity in their strength. This is because the higher the soul power, the more powerful the soul skills unleashed. Seeing that everyone understood the Great Soul Arena, Flandra directly led them towards the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Soto Great Soul Arena can be considered the largest building in Soto City, with a spacious interior divided into 1 main arena and 24 sub-arena. Dueling types are classified into 3 categories. The first is the sparring, which involves mutual skill exchange prohibiting lethal force. The second is life and death battles used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The third is betting battles judged by the Great Soul Arena, where both parties send out an equal number of Soul Masters to compete, with the final victor gaining everything from the bet. Although Soul Masters are noble, this nobility is in contrast to ordinary people. Powerful Soul Masters still become playthings for the nobles used for betting battles. I am an auxiliary system Soul Master and cannot compete alone. We should form a 2-person team. I will assist while you fight. Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian, her large eyes blinking, filled with longing. No way. Shen Tian directly refused. Although he was highly confident in his strength, he was only a 33-level Soul Sovereign at the moment. If he couldn't defeat his opponent with 1 strike, he would fall into a passive position and become a live target, as Ning Rongrong lacked the ability to protect herself, forcing him to defend while countering the enemy's attacks. Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes filled with resentment. Shen Tian ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Zhuqing, let's form a combination later." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, felt furious, thinking, if it's not okay with me, then it's okay with her. Am I being looked down upon? Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Ning Rongrong's fiery eyes, intended to agree but hesitated. She didn't want to put Shen Tian in a difficult position, saying, I am not very familiar with fighting yet, and plan to familiarize myself first. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's response, felt much of her anger dissipate. She was quite clever. As an auxiliary system Soul Master, she wouldn't be able to help Shen Tian on the battlefield, and might even hinder him, mumbling, "You two team up, just watch from the side. Can we form a team here?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she looked at Tang Sen, saying, "Xiao-san, let's team up for a Tuntuo battle. We're both level 29, so we should win easily." Mu Bai looked at Shen Tian and couldn't help but say, "You are a 33-level Soul Sovereign. If you want to participate in the Tuntuo battle, you can only compete in the Soul Sovereign battles, not in the Great Soul Master battles. Battles are based on the highest cultivation level, not the lowest or the average cultivation level. Therefore, Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing can only participate in the Soul Sovereign level battles." Originally, Shen Tian's cultivation level was not very high, only 33, and now, with Zhu Zhuqing at 28 participating in the Soul Sovereign level battles, would likely see them struggle through 3 rounds. Shen Tian smiled and said, "The purpose of participating in battles is to train oneself, not just to win. Sometimes losing is better than winning, because only through failure can one realize their shortcomings." Ning Rongrong pouted and complained, "If that's the case, why not team up with me? If I teamed up with you, being at level 30 might work in battle, but you are currently only level 26. Unless I go all out from the start, we would undoubtedly lose. I aim to gain experience through combat, not just to hit or be hit." Shen Tian said, somewhat speechlessly. If he were to exert his full strength, forget about facing 2 39-level Soul Sovereigns. Even 2 Soul Kings would be instantly defeated, but he would suffer backlash as well. Ning Rongrong said, looking dejected, "Then let's forget it. I'm afraid that you might get carried away and hurt me." The combination of Totoro. This is the name of the duo formed by Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing. When participating in a Tuntuo or group battle, it is necessary to have a team name for the host of the Soul Arena to introduce. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Ning Rongrong sitting alone sulking. Looking at Shen Tian, she said, "I feel this is not good. Why don't you participate in a Tuntuo battle with Rongrong?" "No." Shen Tian directly refused, saying, "I am doing this on purpose." "What? On purpose? Why?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at Shen Tian in confusion, not understanding why he would do this. Shen Tian looked at Ning Rongrong, who was sitting in the distance, her expression angry, and her gaze resentful, saying, I understand Rongrong's temperament very well. I am doing this in hopes that she will cultivate harder and not think about playing all day. Go to the waiting area for battles first, you don't need to ask about her matters. Shen Tian said, leading Zhu Zhuqing towards the waiting area of the battle arena. Since there are many battle zones in the Soul Arena, they would not have to wait long. Soon Xiao Wu was the first to take the stage. Her opponent was a strength-type Soul Master, and the final outcome was naturally a complete victory for Xiao Wu. After all, Xiao Wu was a 29th level Battle Soul Master, and was originally a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, possessing a top-tier beast martial soul. In an unknown situation, it was difficult for anyone to defeat her. Next up were Tang San and Ma Hongjuan, both of whom easily defeated their opponents and won their battles. The fourth to take the stage was Zhu Zhuqing. Her opponent was a powerful attack-type Soul Master, robust in physique with prominent muscles clearly showing immense strength. Ma Hongjuan looked at Zhu Zhuqing's opponent and said, this little girl is a bit unlucky. I know her opponent is a 29th level strong attack-type Battle Soul Master Quang Tai. Although speed is his weakness, his strength is remarkably powerful. Last time I almost lost to him. Quang Tai. Shen Tian felt something odd about the name, but he was not particularly worried about Zhu Zhuqing as her strength was substantial. Quang Tai, seeing that his opponent was such a young and stunning beauty with a figure that he had never seen before, gleamed with excitement and said, little girl at such a young age. Come to the Soul Arena, I advise you to concede. I don't want to hurt you. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned cold. Without saying a word, she directly activated her martial soul, her claws transforming into sharp spikes, her eyes changing colors simultaneously. Her left eye dark green, her right eye azure blue. Her long hair naturally fell against her back, energy morphing into cat ears on her head, and a cat tail formed from energy appeared behind her. In an instant, the entire battle arena was filled with phantoms, making it difficult to discern which was the. Quang Tai frowned slightly, having underestimated his opponent. However, he was not worried. Although agility-type Soul Masters were fast, their attack power was not strong. A single strike would not severely injure him, but his own strike could easily crush them. Why are you so calm? Aren't you worried at all? This Quang Tai's defense is quite astonishing, almost comparable to that of a defense-type Soul Master. Ma Hongjuan observed Shen Tian's calm demeanor and was puzzled, not understanding why that senior had feelings for such a cold-hearted girl. First soul skill, gravity suppression. A tumter-long giant hammer appeared in Quang Tai's hand, and he slammed it onto the ground, while two yellow soul rings emerged around him, the first soul ring lighting up. Boom. As the hammer struck the battle platform, an invisible force swept across the surroundings, and the area covered by this force experienced an immediate change in gravity. Not good. Ma Hongjuan's expression changed as he hurriedly said, this is a gravity soul skill which is the most effective against agility-type Soul Masters. Even if agility-type Soul Masters are fast, once gravity changes they will experience a brief imbalance, and before he could finish, the battle on the platform was already over. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Quang Tai fell. Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious. How could this be? Ma Hongjuan stared at Zhu Zhuqing on the battle platform in astonishment, unable to comprehend why it was Quang Tai who fell and not Zhu Zhuqing. Even he had spent a long time defeating Quang Tai, and that was with the aid of his high-temperature phoenix flames, which made it unbearable for the opponent. A sudden change in gravity can indeed affect agility-type Soul Masters, but as long as they react quickly enough, they can easily adjust. Shen Tian said, regarding Quang Tai, regardless of his strength, his underestimation of the opponent has already determined his defeat. Quang Tai saw Zhu Zhuqing's beauty and stunning figure and developed improper thoughts. He was restless, and one could say he had flaws all over, which made his defeat not surprising at all. The next match seems to be between you two. Tang San looked at the screen displaying the next unknown battle participants, which were Shen Tian and Dai Mubai. He did not expect them to face each other. Your luck isn't great. Your opponent is Dai Lauda. You should just concede. Dai Lauda is a 37th level strong attack-type Battle Soul Master, while your cultivation is only 33rd level, Ma Hongjuan said. He was very clear about Dai Mubai's strength. Even a 39th level Soul Sovereign might not be his opponent. Shen Tian smiled and said, since I participated, I will take it seriously. Indeed. Dai Mubai said coldly he had long wanted to see Shen Tian's true strength. Although they had sparred in the academy before, it was just a simple exchange. Ma Hongjuan looked at Shen Tian and Dai Mubai, feeling like two needles pointing at each other. However, he was not worried. Instead, his smile became radiant, as whoever got beaten would make for a good show. After the host finished introducing on the battle platform, Shen Tian and Dai Mubai stepped onto the platform at the same time. Dai Mubai looked at Shen Tian, his expression cold, and said, let me see your true strength. Okay. Shen Tian replied. White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai directly activated his martial soul, his body becoming quite large, and 3 soul rings appeared beneath him. The first soul ring lit up, emitting a white glow. Shen Tian stood still, not moving, and did not even release his martial soul or soul rings. Seeing Shen Tian not even releasing his martial soul and soul rings, Dai Mubai felt that he was being deliberately humiliated. His expression darkened as he released his second soul skill, White Tiger Blaze Wave. His second soul skill was similar to Ma Hongjun's first soul skill, both being projectile attacks, one shooting flames and the other shooting a white energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere struck Shen Tian, unleashing a terrifying force that devoured everything, even causing the specially designed battle platform to explode with dust and smoke rising. Damn! Sitting in the viewing area, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, "Is this guy out of his mind, or is he trying to commit suicide? Not only is he not using his martial soul or releasing his soul rings, but he isn't even dodging. Could he be here just to provoke?" Tang San's expression turned serious. He didn't believe that Shen Tian would be so foolish. His purple eyes gathered light as he activated the purple extreme demon eye to look at the center of the explosion. No one. Dust and smoke rose, obscuring the vision, but under his purple extreme demon eye he could easily see that there was no one in the explosion. There! Xiao Wu pointed to the sky. Ma Hongjun and Tang San looked up and saw Shen Tian standing elegantly in midair. Shen Tian extended his hand, and a glowing ring appeared, which was his first soul ring. Flames erupted from the ring, like shooting stars crashing down towards the arena. What soul skill is this, and how can he fly? Ma Hongjun looked at Shen Tian in shock, noting that there were no wings behind him, unlike a soul master with a flying-type martial soul. Boom! Boom! The flames landed on the fighting platform, producing deep sounds, and soon Dai Mubai, who stood on the platform, was engulfed by the endless flames. Roar! A roar emanated from within the flames, and then the flames were forcibly torn apart by Dai Mubai, who glared at Shen Tian in the sky, and said, "These flames can't break through my protective aura. They are useless against me." Second soul skill, Wind. Shen Tian snapped his fingers, and a gust of wind erupted from beneath him, covering the entire fighting platform. The raging wind devoured the flames on the platform, making them even more ferocious, quickly forming a massive firestorm. Dai Mubai's expression changed. If it were just fire or wind, he wouldn't be afraid, but now that these two forces were merging, their power far exceeded that of either alone. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up, activating his third soul skill. His muscles bulged, black stripes appeared on his skin, and his aura grew stronger. This third soul skill allowed him to double both his attack and defense. White Tiger Blaze Wave. Dai Mubai chose not to defend, but to attack, directly launching an offensive against Shen Tian in midair. As long as he defeated his opponent, the firestorm would surely dissipate. Good method, but unfortunately your attack cannot break through this firestorm. Shen Tian waved his hand, transforming the firestorm into a fire dragon that devoured the light ball released by Dai Mubai. He stood on the dragon's head, looking down at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai saw his second soul skill released under the activation of his third soul skill being so easily resolved by his opponent, and his expression darkened. Damn, is this guy that terrifying? In the audience, Ma Hongjun was stunned to see Shen Tian defeating Dai Mubai with overwhelming force, feeling it was unbelievable. Fusion of Rings. Tang Sen said solemnly, "Fusion of Rings is a powerful talent that merges soul rings. Once fused, the power unleashed is far beyond simple addition." Fusion of Rings. Ma Hongjun looked confused, having never heard of such a thing before. However, it seemed that this ability was indeed powerful, capable of directly overwhelming the level 37 Dai Mubai. Shen Tian descended from the fighting platform with a pale face. Although Fusion of Rings allowed him to temporarily unleash tremendous power, it took a heavy toll on his soul power and mental strength. "Was that your strongest power just now, eh?" Dai Mubai asked Shen Tian, thinking that even if he couldn't defeat his opponent with all his might, he could at least achieve a draw, but unexpectedly, he was completely crushed. Shen Tian didn't answer directly, but thought for a moment and replied, "That is the strongest power I can fully control at the moment." Dai Mubai did not continue to inquire. Shen Tian also did not provide further explanations. The two then parted ways, with Shen Tian walking towards the audience, while Dai Mubai left the arena. In ordinary matches, each soul master can only participate once a day. To continue participating, one must choose Tuntuo or multi-person battles. Since Dai Mubai did not form a team after completing this unknown battle, he could not continue participating. As for the unlimited life and death battles and betting matches, he had no interest in joining. Still angry, Shen Tian approached Ning Rongrong, embracing her, and saying, "Do you feel lonely and helpless, as if everyone has abandoned you?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong cried as she held on to Shen Tian, saying that she had just seen others participating in the battles, while she could not, and even Shen Tian was unwilling to team up with her. She felt as if the whole world had abandoned her, filled with despair and fear. All right, don't cry anymore. Shen Tian wiped her tears and said, rest assured, I will never abandon you. However, you need to quickly raise your cultivation level, otherwise, even if I want to help you, I won't be able to. Tuntuo battle. Shen Tian and Zhu Zhuqing had bad luck. Their opponents were two soul masters above level 35, one a speed-type battle soul master, and the other a strength-type battle soul master. The Double Wolf team was surprised to see that their opponents were two kids, and that the girl was actually a touring great soul master. They were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter, saying, didn't expect one of you to be a touring great soul master. This is like giving us points. Little sister, you should just admit defeat. I really don't want to hurt you too much. Really a lot. One of the men said, eyeing Zhu Zuking's impressive figure, saliva uncontrollably flowing as his eyes gleamed with unabashed greed. Seeking death. Shen Tian's expression turned furious. How dare they flirt with his woman in front of him? A soul ring rose from his body, and endless flames surged from his feet, spreading across the entire fighting platform. With the second soul ring rising, the wind howled, and the flames raged. Under Shen Tian's control, walls of fire appeared on the fighting platform, dividing it into small sections and separating the two members of the Double Wolf team. Although the power of the fire walls was not very strong, allowing a three-ring soul master to easily break through it required time, and in an area engulfed in raging flames it was difficult to discern the exact locations of allies. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing launched an attack. The flames blocked the two soul masters of the Double Wolf team, but did not hinder her. Wherever she went, the flames actively avoided her, allowing her to easily lock onto her target and launch a surprise attack. Ah! A scream rang out. Damn it! Another soul master from the Double Wolf team heard his companion scream, and realizing his ally must have lost, had a grim expression. He activated his martial soul, transforming into a werewolf while flames burned around him. Rising soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and the third purple soul ring lit up as he coldly said, playing with fire before me. You're still far from it. Third soul skill, Earth Lava. He then slammed his hands on the ground, shouting loudly, and the fighting platform shook violently. Cracks appeared in the ground around him, from which terrifying flames erupted. Area attack. Shen Tian looked somewhat surprised, then sneered, daring to directly use your third soul skill in front of a speed-type soul master. Do you think you can release a soul skill instantaneously? Puff. Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind the soul master and unleashed her first soul skill, Netherworld Stab, instantly wounding him and preventing him from executing his third soul skill. This battle did not interest Shen Tian because the opponents were too weak. Weakness was not in their strength, but in their combat experience. From underestimating the enemy at the beginning to blindly unleashing powerful skills in anger, disappointing him greatly. Although the power of a big move is strong, it takes time to activate, usually 2 to 3 seconds. 2 to 3 seconds may seem short, but for a speed-type soul master that time is enough to kill him at least twice. After participating in the soul duel, Shen Tian returned to the academy with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Today, Flandra brought everyone to the Grand Soul Arena primarily to introduce the arena and to inform them of the importance of practical combat. As for whether to participate, he would not intervene, for one must obtain a silver soul to graduate from Shrek Academy. We've arrived, you can go now, Ning Rongrong said as they had safely reached their dormitory and no longer needed Shen Tian as their protector. Go where? I will be staying here for the time being to supervise your training, Shen Tian replied, wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong's slender waist and lifting her up. Ah, let go of me. Ning Rongrong protested angrily, not expecting Shen Tian to act so brazenly in public. Although Zhu Zhuqing was the only one nearby, she still felt embarrassed being seen. Not letting go, Shen Tian said, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Come over here. Training beside him could accelerate their cultivation speed, and it wouldn't be long before they could break through to level 30. Soon, endless spiritual energy gathered in the girls' dormitory, making the life energy here exceptionally rich, causing the flowers and plants on the ground to become lush and vibrant. The next day, Shen Tian opened his eyes looking at Ning Rongrong, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. He glanced to the side and saw Zhu Zhuqing still meditating and cultivating. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Originally, he thought Rongrong was diligent for cultivating for 5 consecutive hours last night, but compared to Zhu Zhuqing, who had trained until dawn, she seemed quite lazy. Rise and shine, little lazy cat, Shen Tian called to Ning Rongrong, feeling he should be stricter with her. Even if she couldn't reach Zhu Zuking's level, she should at least match half of it. No, let me sleep a bit longer. Ning Rongrong pushed Shen Tian's hand away, her voice filled with morning grumpiness as she turned over and rolled to the other side. Smack! Shen Tian was unceremonious and slapped her on her pert backside. Ah! Ning Rongrong yelped in pain, waking up immediately, looking at Shen Tian with a resentful gaze. What are you looking at? If you don't get up, I'll strip you and spank you, he threatened. You dare, she retorted. You can try me, he replied. Under Shen Tian's coercion, Ning Rongrong reluctantly left the soft and comfortable bed. After a quick wash, Shen Tian left the room with the two girls, and as soon as they stepped outside, they saw someone waiting there. It was Xiao Wu. To be precise, Xiao Wu had been standing outside the door blocking them. Seeing Shen Tian come out of Ning Rongrong's room, Xiao Wu showed a look of surprise, then angrily said, You actually dared to enter the girls' dormitory. I'm going to tell the teacher. You must tell the teacher. This guy not only entered the girls' dormitory, but also bullied me, and wouldn't let me sleep, making me have a terrible night. Ning Rongrong exclaimed angrily, still upset about being woken. Not let you sleep. Xiao Wu was taken aback upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Ah, you three together. How scandalous. What are you thinking, you lewd rabbit? Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Shen Tian understood she was misinterpreting things. I am here to supervise her training, and besides, you should have felt it last night. The spiritual energy in this area is incredibly rich. That's true. The life force is very abundant. Could it be related to you? Xiao Wu looked at Shen Tian with curiosity. She had felt it on the first night, but initially thought it was an illusion due to her spiritual damage. However, last night, she realized that the life force had once again intensified. Training in such an environment would yield twice the result with half the effort. Shen Tian continued, If you tell the teacher, I won't be able to cultivate here. In that case, you won't be able to absorb the energy anymore. All right then, Xiao Wu replied, looking at Shen Tian. But you mustn't do anything bad. Rest assured. Shen Tian smiled, feeling that as long as he had pacified Xiao Wu, he didn't need to worry. After all, there were only 3 people in the girls' dormitory, 2 of whom were his girlfriends, and since Xiao Wu didn't mind, there would naturally be no objections. After everyone finished breakfast, they arrived at the square. However, after waiting for a long time, no instructor came. This teacher is so irresponsible, leaving us here to waste time. With this time I could practice well, and perhaps my soul power would have reached level 30 by now. Ning Rongrong complained since no one had shown up after waiting for so long. Shen Tian felt speechless upon hearing this, and said, As long as you want to cultivate, you can do so here. But with this attitude towards training, even if I give you another month, you won't reach level 30. What I mean is that with this situation, if I waste an hour today, and waste another tomorrow, over a year, that's 365 hours wasted, which equates to 300 days. 300 days is 1 year, and with just a little practice, I could easily break through to level 30. If that's the case, am I not the gravest of criminals? At this moment, a lazy voice came from afar, and Flandra was seen strolling over. About right. You're not afraid at all, Ning Rongrong, Flandra said, because we have to wait for you here, not knowing when you will come. Could be the next second, could be a quarter of an hour, or even an hour. In that case, we can't do our own things at all. Isn't this a waste of time? Furthermore, since you say students should be punished for being late, why can you teachers disregard time and come in at your own leisure? You can come whenever you want. Shen Tian did not stop Ning Rongrong. He was also quite displeased with Flandra's delay. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun gasped as they realized Ning Rongrong dared to confront Flandra, knowing that Flandra was petty and such open defiance would definitely lead to trouble. Do you all think so too? Flandra's gaze shifted to Shen Tian, Tang San, and the others. Without hesitation, Shen Tian stated, Although Rongrong's words are somewhat exaggerated, she is not wrong. Students should respect teachers, but teachers must also respect students. Who else thinks I'm wrong? Flandra coldly asked. I do, Zhu Zhuqing said, but she only stated, I, without elaborating further. Good, who else? Flandra's gaze fell on Tangsen, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjuan, exuding a strong aura that made it hard for everyone to breathe. Xiao Wu glanced at Flandra, who was on the verge of exploding, then at Shen Tian, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward and said, I think Rongrong and Shen Tian have a point. You are indeed wasting our time. Xiao Wu. Tang San was taken aback by her words, not expecting her to stand up and confront Flandra. Shen Tian was quite surprised to see Xiao Wu standing up. He had indeed believed that Rongrong was right, and as her fiancé, he naturally had to support her. Regarding Zuking's choice, he was not the least bit surprised, but Xiao Wu stepping forward exceeded his expectations. Good, very good. Fulanday's gaze was icy cold. He swept a glance over Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, then turned to Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, and said that it seemed only the 3 of them thought he was not at fault. Yes, Dean, you are not wrong. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and said with firm eyes. He did not know whether the dean was right, but he knew that as a disciple he had to stand up and support his teacher. Falan nodded, pleased with Ma Hongjun's reply, and looked toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai hesitated a moment, then stood and said, I support the dean. He did not declare whether Falan was right or wrong. He only declared his support for the dean. Falan glanced at Dai Mubai and then directed his gaze at Tang San. Tang Sen felt an immense weight of pressure. Such a binary choice made it hard for him to decide. He drew a deep breath, looked at Faland, and asked, "May I abstain?" Xiao Wu looked at Tang San, feeling a touch disappointed by his words. "Why?" Faland asked Tang San, surprised by his choice. Tang San said, "What Ning Rongrong and Shen Tian said is not wrong, but you are the dean, our teacher, and as students we should show you respect." Tang San left the sentence unfinished, but Faland understood. "I was wrong." Faland said, withdrawing his aura with a sigh, "I did not notice before. After hearing Ning Rongrong, I realized I was indeed wrong. You came early out of respect for me, yet I arrived late and showed you disrespect. For that I apologize." When he finished speaking, Faland bowed deeply to everyone, his manner sincere. Dean, teacher, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's faces shifted when they saw Faland bow and confess his fault. They had always held him in the highest esteem, yet now their most revered mentor was apologizing to them. To err is human. Faland waved his hand to stop Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and continued, "I promise I will not be late again. Furthermore, given your earlier actions, Ma Hongjun will run 100 laps around the village, Dai Mubai 70 laps, Tang Sen 50 laps, and as for the four of you," he looked at Shen Tian and the others, and said, "You will run 20 laps around the village." "On what grounds?" Ning Rongrong demanded angrily. Seeing Faland apologize had made her happy, as she had expected they might be rewarded, not ordered to run. "Because I am the dean of Shalake Academy, and because you did not save my face earlier," Faland said with an arrogant air. He restored the authority of his position, sweeping his gaze over everyone and frowning as he noticed one person missing. "Ayasaka, why are you not here?" Tang San, who shared a dorm with Ayasaka, stepped forward and said, "When I left this morning, he was still training. Perhaps he entered a meditative state and did not wake in time." Faland frowned and said he must not miss today's lesson. Tang Sen, go fetch him. "Yes." As Tang Sen turned to head for the dorm, he saw Ayasaka hurrying toward them from a distance. "Ayasaka, are you planning to run laps again?" Faland glared at the approaching Ayasaka and scolded him for daring to be late, threatening at least 50 laps. Ayasaka trembled at the words, quickly shaking his head. "No, Dean, please let me explain. I broke through. I reached level 30. "What?" Faland's expression showed surprise. He had not expected Ayasaka to have broken through. Although Ayasaka was only 14, reaching level 30 at that age did not automatically mark him as supremely gifted. Udai Mubai, a year older, was already level 37, and Shen Tian, 2 years younger, was level 33. But his martial soul was a sausage, a food-type martial soul. Food-type soul masters are among the most difficult to cultivate. For someone his age to advance to level 30 could well be a first in a century, or even several centuries. "Very good," Faland said with a smile. "But it is class time, so that matter will stop here. Today's lesson begins now." Today's lesson is simple. Ayasaka, you are the focal point. Everyone except Ayasaka must each eat at least one of the 2 kinds of sausages created by Ayasaka's soul power. "What?" Xiao Wu cried out at Fulande's words, as she certainly did not want to eat that sort of thing. "Dean, what kind of lesson is this?" she demanded angrily. Faland replied calmly, "This is adaptability training. I ask you, which is more important, life or face? If you could choose only one, which would you choose?" Shen Tian said, "It depends on the circumstances. Sometimes life matters more than face, but in some special situations face and dignity may be more important than life. If to live one abandons all dignity, then perhaps death would be preferable." Faland looked at Shen Tian and said, "You speak well. At times dignity does indeed trump life. But do you truly think eating Ayasaka's sausage would be so humiliating?" "No." Shen Tian responded calmly. "A sausage is just a sausage. Even if... Never mind. If I say more, I fear none of you will be able to eat afterward." Faland glanced at Shen Tian and continued, "Ayasaka's soul spell is admittedly a bit crude, but he is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power and exceptional talent. The martial soul sausages he produces are the best food-type martial soul I have ever seen. During your time at the academy, he is one of you. You will adventure together. If you cannot build rapport with him, you will have squandered a superb support partner. Moreover, this is training for your mentality. If you cannot manage even this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To survive, one must be unscrupulous." Shen Tian interrupted Faland and asked, "Isn't that going too far? Does survival justify caring about nothing at all? Does that mean in desperate moments you would even kill your companions and divide them as food?" Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing felt faint at the phrase, "divide them as food." They had not expected Shen Tian to phrase it so bluntly. Faland looked at Shen Tian and wondered if the man delighted in arguing. His remark about being unscrupulous had been metaphorical. Who had suggested you should slay one another and literally divide each other as food? He took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "Apologies, my wording was poor. In short, do not fuss over certain things. Enough. For this lesson, each of you must eat 2 of Ayasaka's sausages." He feared that if he continued speaking, he would be baited into further argument and left without a reply, and that would cost him his face. Outside the village, 8 people are running under the morning sun. What's going on? I feel like you are purposely arguing with the dean. Xiao Wu said with confusion, glancing at Shen Tian. Earlier in the square, he seemed to intentionally put Flander in a difficult position, forcing Flander to stop speaking. Beside them, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun all looked at Shen Tian. They naturally noticed that Shen Tian was deliberately arguing. He punished me by making me run. I was naturally upset and needed to vent it. Shen Tian said calmly. Since he values face, I will make him lose face. How dare he punish me to run? This is truly outrageous, looking for trouble, just like those 2 old bastards. Why did you stop? Go on. Ning Rongrong said angrily. Although Shen Tian didn't finish his sentence, she knew exactly who he meant by those 2 old bastards. During their time at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jianshun and Gu Rong were always looking for trouble, nitpicking and punishing Shen Tian, causing his suppressed anger to explode now as he faced punishment from Flander. I'm tired and don't want to talk anymore. Shen Tian said, seeing Ning Rongrong's sullen face. He apologetically added, Alright, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Don't be angry. Although Shen Tian didn't explicitly say anything, Dai Mubai and the others roughly guessed that Shen Tian's resentment wasn't aimed at Flander for punishing him, but rather because the punishment reminded him of some unpleasant past. Xiaosun, why did you give up earlier? Is respecting your teacher really more important than right and wrong? Xiao Wu recalled Tang San's earlier withdrawal. She felt somewhat disappointed in his choice. Although she knew that Tang San was a person who greatly respected his teacher, respecting someone shouldn't blind one to right and wrong. Hearing this, Tang San fell into silence. Whether in his past life or this one, valuing teachers and the way was deeply ingrained in him, he would never betray his sect, even if it meant death. Tang San didn't respond, while Ma Hongjun said, respecting one's teacher is definitely the most important. The teacher imparts knowledge and guides you. As for right and wrong, even if the teacher is wrong, we should still respect them. Flander was not only his teacher, but also his second father. He held great respect for Flander. Even if Flander made mistakes, he would steadfastly support him, because without Flander, he would have perished long ago due to his mutated martial soul. Xiao Wu didn't pay attention to Ma Hongjuan's words, but looked at Tang San. Seeing that he didn't respond, her disappointment deepened. If respecting one's teacher was more important to him than right and wrong, how would he view her an abnormality in the eyes of the secular world? It has been 6 years since Xiao Wu left the Stardow Forest. She was no longer the naive little girl she once was. As she continuously interacted with the human world, she felt both longing and fear for it. Shen Tian, with his keen perception, looked at Xiao Wu and sensed that something was wrong, especially when he saw the disappointment in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year spirit beast, not a human. Although she appeared carefree, she was actually very sensitive, especially regarding her identity. In the eyes of spirit masters, spirit beasts were merely prey beings to be hunted, even kept like the chickens and ducks that ordinary people raise, only to be killed for their soul rings once they grew. Xiao Wu had already understood this in Nodding City. She had kept it hidden in her heart and didn't want to think about it. However, now the dilemma of valuing teachers over right and wrong made her think of the judgment of the secular world. If Tang San couldn't make a decision between respecting his teacher and right and wrong, then how could he stand up for her, someone who wasn't human and was merely prey in the eyes of spirit masters? Meanwhile, Shen Tian's mind was in turmoil. He had fallen into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School upon arriving in this world, and subsequently became Ning Rongrong's fiancé. Since that was the case, he must intercept Ning Rongrong. Later, by chance, he met Zhu Zhuqing and intercepted her. As for Xiao Wu, though he had thought about it before, he had no opportunity. After all, he couldn't time travel back 6 years to Nodding City to intercept Xiao Wu before Tang San. Over the past 6 years, Tang San and Xiao Wu had grown up together and were inseparable. Unexpectedly, because of Tang San's withdrawal, cracks had emerged in their relationship. This gave him an opportunity, a chance to slip in. Should he go for it? Would it be taking advantage of someone else? Although he was lecherous, he thought they were all classmates now. Moreover, there were only 3 women in the academy, and he had already monopolized 2. If he took the third as well, would he still count as human? Next, along the way, no one spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. Tang San had remained silent throughout. Which is more important, respecting one's teacher or right and wrong? For him, this question couldn't be answered easily, as he had been educated since childhood to value teachers and the way. This ingrained belief was not something he could easily change. However, as time passed, the gap between him and Xiao Wu would only grow. Once the gap reached a certain extent, it would become impossible to bridge. Yet Tang San was unaware of this. Because Xiao Wu, Shen Tian, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing only needed to run 20 laps, they quickly withdrew from the group. Finally finished running. I'm exhausted. I need to relax properly. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, looking at Shen Tian. I give you an opportunity as a flower protector to escort us to Sautua City. Now that I've sweated so much, I want to take a bath and then have a big meal. Shen Tian replied, what bath? Just rinse off when we get back and focus on practicing. Look at Oscar. He has already broken through to level 30. Ning Rongrong countered. Why didn't you mention that he is already 14? I'm only 12, and I'm already at level 27. I'm only 3 levels away from level 30. In less than 3 months I can break through to level 30. By then I'll still be under 13. My talent is not something others can surpass. I'm 12 and at level 33. You are a battle spirit master. I'm at level 33 and 12 years old. I'm an auxiliary spirit master. Level 33, I'm 12 years old. I am. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, walked to Shen Tian's side, hugged his arm, and shook at her, voice soft and coaxing. I want to relax after breaking through. Please, please. Cut it out. Shen Tian said, somewhat overwhelmed. All right, from now on, every time you break through a realm, I'll let you relax a bit. But on regular days you must practice hard. Okay. Ning Rongrong said with a smile, jumping up and giving Shen Tian a kiss on the cheek. Shen Tian turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, you should join us too. Practicing too much isn't good for your body. Cultivation requires a balance of relaxation. You can't suppress yourself all the time. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Shen Tian noticed that among the 4 people, 3 were going to soak in a hot spring, leaving only Xiao Wu alone, looking somewhat lonely. He turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, you should join us. Tang San and the others still have dozens of laps left. It will take them at least an hour to finish. Yes, let's go together. Ning Rongrong immediately stepped forward to pull Xiao Wu along, not wanting to be alone with Zhu Zhuqing as she was too young. With Xiao Wu there, she felt she was no longer alone. Evening. Shen Tian returned to Shrek Academy, dragging his weary body, looking utterly disheartened. Accompanying women on shopping trips is exhausting. Accompanying 3 women on shopping trips is even more exhausting. In contrast to Shen Tian's fatigue, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were having a great time, and through their day together, they had already become the best of sisters. The 3 of them staggered into Shrek Academy, but their swaying was not due to exhaustion, rather they were drunk, each holding a bottle of wine. At this moment a figure stood at the entrance of the academy. It was Tang San. After finishing his run, Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu was missing and grew anxious. He searched the entire village but found no trace of her. Upon learning that Shen Tian, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were also absent, he speculated that Xiao Wu must be with them, and so he waited at the academy gate. Now that he saw Xiao Wu returning, a smile spread across his face, and he wanted to approach her. However, seeing Xiao Wu with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing laughing and joking while linking arms, he felt shy, and instead went to support Shen Tian, who was almost collapsing on the ground, saying, What have you all been up to? Why are you so exhausted? And how did they drink so much? I'm dead tired. Shen Tian sat down on a rock outside the academy, his expression weary. After walking all day and fighting all day, how could I not be tired? Fighting? Tang San asked urgently. You got into a fight. With whom? A bunch of lecherous fools. Shen Tian replied. Although Ning Rongrong and the others had not fully matured yet, their appearances and figures were enough to make them stand out, especially Zhu Zhuqing's impressive physique, Xiao Wu's long slender legs, and Ning Rongrong's unparalleled beauty. Tang San immediately understood. Each of the 3 had their own merits, and together they would undoubtedly attract countless lecherous onlookers. He asked Xiao Wu, Why are they so drunk? Maybe they just had too much fun, Shen Tian said. Now that they are back at the academy and safe, I should go rest. After walking all day, my legs are about to give out. Xiao Wu, feeling down, wanted to forget her sadness, and asked Ning Rongrong what could help her forget bad things. Ning Rongrong suggested drinking, and so the 3 began to drink. He naturally knew why Xiao Wu wanted to drink, but why should he tell Tang San? Those long legs that could ensnare him grew more and more appealing. Tang San stood still, watching Xiao Wu's departing figure. At that moment, he felt the distance between him and Xiao Wu seemed to grow further apart, just like their current separation. No, it wasn't just this moment. It was when Xiao Wu asked him in the morning. No, it wasn't just this moment, it was even. Although Tang San appeared stiff, it did not mean he was foolish. At this moment, he recalled that when Xiao Wu had chosen not to answer the headmaster's question that morning, disappointment had flickered in her eyes. While running, Xiao Wu had asked him again, and he had failed to respond, deepening her disappointment. The next day, everyone gathered in the square. Today they would head to the Stardow Forest, led by Zhao Wu. Zhao Wujin looked at the 8 individuals before him, and said, I won't waste words. This time Mu Bai is leading the team. If there's anything, find him. If it can't be resolved, come to me. Also, unless necessary, I won't assist you. Dai Mubai stepped out from the group and addressed everyone. The Stardow Forest is no place for games. There are numerous soul beasts within, and they are quite aggressive and harbor no goodwill towards humans. Everyone must be cautious. Shen Tian, you'll be at the front. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you 2 will follow behind Shen Tian. Fatty and Xiao Wu, you'll be on either side. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, you'll be behind Oscar and Ning Rongrong. I'll be at the back. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and stay alert. Let's move out, Dai Mubai said. The group then set off in the formation arranged by Dai Mubai. They didn't take a carriage, but ran forward. Although they were running, everyone felt comfortable, as they had each run dozens of kilometers the day before, with Ma Hongjun even running over 100 kilometers. When the group grew tired from running, they would consume Oscar's sausages to recover. This way they could continuously replenish their energy and maintain peak condition. Oscar's support allowed everyone to maintain their stamina, while Ning Rongrong's support increased their speed. In just one day, they arrived at a small town outside the Stardow Forest before nightfall. This was the supply station for entering the Stardow Forest. Though small, the town was bustling and lively with everything one could need. Once inside, the group slowed their pace, walking along the streets and observing the shops around them, which mostly sold items related to soul masters and soul beasts. Seeing Tang San's curious expression, Oscar explained the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat the mountains, rely on the water to eat the water. This town survives by relying on the Stardow Forest, and there are many such towns around it. Tang San, somewhat puzzled, said, but this place is still nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest. Isn't that a bit far? Oscar laughed. You're probably used to the country-raised soul beast forests. Those domesticated soul beasts are relatively gentle and don't actively attack humans. The wild soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are quite different. They are much fiercer, and some soul beasts near the outskirts even frequently venture beyond the forest. If the town were too close to the Stardow Forest, that would be troublesome. Xiao Wu gazed at the soul master weapons surrounding her, listening to the discussions among the soul masters about how to hunt soul beasts. She even saw some restaurants butchering soul beasts on site, cutting them into pieces, and her face turned pale. After all, she was a soul beast herself, and although these soul beasts were not of the same kind as her, they were all soul beasts belonging to the same family, the Soul Beast clan. Previously, while at the academy, she hadn't felt much, but now, following everyone to hunt soul beasts, fear began to arise in her heart. Looking at the crowd around her, she felt as if they were all smiling at her, but that smile slowly transformed into something grotesque and terrifying. Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong noticed something was off with Xiao Wu and hurriedly supported her, asking, are you feeling? No. Xiao Wu shook her head, her gaze directed toward Tang San, who was still chatting happily with Oscar. Hearing their conversation about hunting soul beasts made her heart ache for some unknown reason. I'm fine, I might just be a bit tired from running all day. Ning Rongrong didn't notice Xiao Wu's discomfort and said, now that you mention it, I do feel quite tired. Let's find a place to eat. After a day of sausages, I'm feeling a bit nauseous. The crowd arrived at a hotel. The hotel was only 2 stories high, not very magnificent, and even appeared somewhat worn. After all, this was not Soto City, but merely a small town. The first floor was a dining area, while the second floor provided accommodation. Zhao Wujie did not dine with the others, but booked a room and went straight upstairs, as it was Shrek's rule that all expenses be borne by oneself when outside. Teachers would not cover costs for students, nor did students need to gift their teachers, i.e. everything was clear-cut. Shen Tian did not quite agree with this. If there were many students, this rule would indeed be beneficial. But the problem was that currently Shrek Academy had only a few students. If it weren't for this batch taking in 5 students at once, the entire academy would have only 3 students. There was no need to worry about the issue of being indebted to others for food or being soft-hearted. Doing so now only gave a rather pretentious impression. I want this, and this, all of it. Ning Rongrong picked up the menu and began to order vigorously. As the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's master, she had no shortage of money. Even if she ran out of cash, she could quickly earn a large amount of gold soul coins thanks to the special abilities of a disciple from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Rich lady brother, you're amazing. Marrying such a wealthy woman means you'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Ma Hongjuan, seeing Ning Rongrong's grand demeanor, nearly drooled. If he could find a rich woman, he wouldn't have to work hard for money anymore. Order your food, Shen Tian said with annoyance. Did he need Ning Rongrong to support him? Soon the dishes were served, all looking exquisite. While the crowd was nearly finished with their meal, a group of 8 people entered. Leading them was a middle-aged man, followed by 7 young individuals, 6 males, and 1 female, all appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed in matching attire. Shen Tian glanced up at the newcomers, and noticing their light blue spirit master robes, guessed that they must be from the Tsanghui Academy. The restaurant owner, upon seeing the newcomers, hurriedly approached to greet them warmly, for it was evident that these individuals were spirit masters, noble and wealthy. That girl is quite attractive. Dai Laodao, these guys should be from Tsanghui Academy, right? Ma Hongjun's small eyes were fixated on the only girl in the group of 8, his gaze filled with greed, and he couldn't help but let his drool flow. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Shen Tian shook his head. What was meant to happen would still happen, saying, let's eat, don't go looking for trouble. What is there to fear? Ma Hongjun chuckled, then proudly said, when outside one should not fear trouble. A spirit master who does not dare to provoke is not a good spirit master. As the saying goes, fearing trouble makes one mediocre. I don't know who taught you that, but let me give you another piece of advice. If you invited the trouble, you must see it through with. After a long day of travel, we should go rest now. Shen Tian said to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, not wanting to involve himself in the ensuing matters. He had no interest in unnecessary provocations. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt quite speechless at Shen Tian's remark about seeing it through with tears, and their faces involuntarily flushed red. However, they still stood up to follow Shen Tian upstairs. Ning Rongrong paused and looked at Xiao Wu, asking, Xiao Wu, will you stay here to fight, or go upstairs to rest? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu stood up and said, let's go rest. If it were a normal day, she might have stayed to fight, but today she just wanted a good rest. Tang Xin, seeing Xiao Wu wanting to rest, also had no desire to stay. What are you doing? Ma Hongjuan, seeing Tang Xin also getting up to leave, quickly placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, saying, it's just a little Tsonghui Academy, what's there to fear? Are you going to cowardly run away like him? Dai Mubai felt a resonance upon hearing cowardly run away. His weak choice to escape in the past made him realize that Shen Tian was also making a weak choice to escape. What right did he have to criticize? Tsonghui Academy is nothing. Today he'll beat them until they can't take it anymore. Dai Mubai declared boldly, not bothering to lower his voice, and the once noisy restaurant fell silent in an instant. Oscar shouted 666 from the side. He was merely a support, a weakling in combat, and had no authority to speak here, fearing that whatever he said would provoke the Tsonghui Academy members, leading them to take revenge on him. Tang Xin watched as Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai both seemed invigorated, as if ready to battle heaven itself. He felt quite helpless. Although he didn't want to get involved, he couldn't refuse and remained seated. The restaurant erupted in a commotion, with many people directly vacating their seats, knowing that a fierce battle might soon unfold here. However, the expressions on their faces were not of fear, but of excitement and anticipation. On the second, Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian puzzled and said, are we really not going to participate? Didn't the dean say that we are a group and should help each other? Shen Tian replied, we are a group and should help one another, but if one person commits murder, should the others help bury the body? This? Ning Rongrong was at a loss for words. Shen Tian continued, tomorrow we will enter the perilous Star Do Forest. If we get into a fight now and someone gets injured, how will we enter the Star Do Forest tomorrow? Moreover, by offending people here, if the Tsonghui Academy members are petty and suffer losses tonight, they might secretly follow us into the Star Do Forest tomorrow to plot against us, which could very well lead to our demise in the Star Do Forest. Alright, you all should go rest and don't worry about them. If they get beaten too badly, Zhao Wujia will not stand by idly. After all, they dared to provoke someone who is at least a Soul King, and they must have calculated that Zhao Wujia would step in at the right moment. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu walked toward a room. The three girls staying together would be much safer. After the three entered the room, Shen Tian frowned, his expression serious. For some reason, he felt a vague sense of unease, as if a pair of eyes were secretly watching him along the way. Could it be that guy Tang Hao? He knows I have my eyes on Xiao Wu and am trying to snatch his daughter-in-law. So now, Shen Tian shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Regardless of the reason, he needed to be extremely cautious going forward. Although Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, there were many stronger figures in the Spirit Master realm. The next day, a crowd gathered in front of the hotel. Shen Tian looked at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongju, and Tang San, and Oscar. At this moment, all four were injured, looking utterly wretched, almost unrecognizable. That's quite tragic, Shen Tian remarked with a smile. Although he had guessed that these few would undoubtedly face a grim fate, he did not expect them to be beaten to such a state. It seemed Zhao Wujia had not acted in time last night. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and the others glared at Shen Tian. Haven't you been taught a lesson enough? Do you want to fight again right here? Zhao Wujia coldly reprimanded, sweeping his gaze over Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, Tang San, and Oscar. Finally, he turned his gaze to Dai Mubai and said, Dai Mubai, tell me, why are we here? Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, to help Tang San and Oscar obtain their soul rings, and also for training to deepen our cooperation. Initially, they were only supposed to help Oscar acquire a soul ring, but before setting off, Tang San had a breakthrough. Now they needed to assist Tang San in obtaining a soul ring as well. Zhao Wujia sneered, it seems you know. I thought you were unaware. The Stardo Forest can be said to be the most dangerous place on the entire continent. At this time, fighting with others, regardless of whether you might be killed, just your injuries will severely affect today's plans. Originally, he was quite pleased with the troublemaking abilities of the little ones, but after hearing Shen Tian's words yesterday, he felt they carried much truth. Times were different now. Being injured or hated would be dangerous once they entered the Stardo Forest. I'm sorry, teacher, Zhao Dai Mubai said, his previously angry heart now calmed. With all four of them injured, it seemed unlikely they would enter the Stardo Forest today, which would delay the entire team's schedule. Zhao Wujia admonished, Flinder taught you not to be afraid of making trouble, but I don't remember him teaching you to stir up unnecessary conflict. Your reckless troublemaking could cause all of us to linger here. That would be mild. If you cause trouble in the Stardow Forest, it could lead to our total annihilation. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongju and Tang, San, and Oscar all lowered their heads in shame upon hearing this. Last night, they had been too wrapped up in their own fun and hadn't considered the consequences. Zhao Wujia's expression softened as he said, "Now you four are seriously injured and need to rest here for a few days. All expenses during these days will be your responsibility." "Oh, no need." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his face changing drastically. He hurriedly said, "Teacher Zhao, we're fine. These are just superficial injuries. We don't need to rest. If you don't believe me, look." He then proceeded to perform a few somersaults on the spot to prove he was fine. Since this place is near the Stardow Forest, the expenses are high. If he had to stay here for a few days, he would definitely go bankrupt. Now he understood the meaning behind Shen Tian's words. "What about you?" Zhao Wujia looked at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar. Dai Mubai said, "We're fine. We had a bit of Oscar's sausage, and we are almost recovered. A few more, and I believe once we reach the Stardow Forest, we will be completely fine." Tang San and Oscar nodded in agreement. They did not want to waste everyone's time, and were eager to obtain their third soul rings as soon as possible, for they could only continue their cultivation after acquiring them. The group exited the small town and hastened towards the direction of the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the Douluo continent, located directly south of the Tiando Empire. The forest spans two great empires, and due to the multitude of soul beasts present, this area has the most ambiguous national borders. As one of the three major wild soul beast habitats, the Stardow Forest is naturally where soul masters aspire to be. The variety of soul beasts here is greater, and their strength is more formidable, making it possible to find a soul beast suitable for oneself. Soon the group arrived at the Stardow Forest. Looking at the vast and boundless forest before them, they were filled with awe, and the fresh air made them feel very comfortable. "Everyone stop," Zhao Wujia commanded. Hearing this, the group immediately halted. Without needing to say much, Oscar immediately conjured sausages to help everyone recover their stamina. Now that they had entered the Stardow Forest, they needed to be fully alert and keep themselves at their peak. Zhao Wujia looked seriously at the 8 students before him and said, "Listen carefully, the Stardow Forest is not the kind of place where the country raises magical beasts. The magical beasts inside are extremely dangerous, and at any moment you may face attacks and ambushes from 1,000-year or even 10th-year magical beasts. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you is allowed to stray more than 20 meters from my side. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two must stay close to me. Without my command, no one is allowed to recklessly attack soul beasts. Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Zhao Wujia waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Inside the Stardow Forest, the terrain is very complex. Sometimes it's steep hills, other times deep valleys, and everywhere is covered with vines. There are no roads here, only the constant need to forge a path while moving. Everyone was very cautious, for this was the Stardow Forest, and a terrifying beast could suddenly spring out from the bushes. Fortunately, they were still in the outer regions, and along the way they did not encounter any particularly strong soul beasts. Of course, many powerful soul beasts had already been hunted down in the outer region. Due to the scarcity of soul beasts in the outer region by noon, they had yet to encounter any suitable soul beasts. The group stopped to rest. "What's wrong?" Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian, sensing that he seemed a bit anxious, which puzzled her since she knew he was very strong and could easily defeat a soul king, even a soul emperor. "It's nothing," Shen Tian shook his head. Since entering the Stardow Forest, he felt increasingly uneasy, and the sensation of being watched became clearer. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to ask further, Zhao Wujia suddenly shouted, "Everyone get up, something is Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. Shen Tian quickly pulled Ning Rongrong behind him, his gaze fixed ahead, as he sensed something emitting a powerful aura. Soon he guessed what it was, and let out a sigh of relief. "Zhu Zhuqing, see what it is," Zhao Wujia said, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly flashed and reached an ancient tree. With her sharp claws, she could move as if walking on flat ground, and when she activated her martial soul, her vision became exceptionally keen. Even at night, she could see clearly, and now in the daytime, she could see even farther. Quickly, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice came from the tree. "It seems to be a flying snake, but it can't fly high, only able to glide about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head which looks larger than its head, bright red as blood, and its tail is quite special, shaped like a fan." Hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. "It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. This type of soul beast is quite rare. The fleshy crown on its head has many wondrous effects. Oscar, you have good fortune. It's a pity we don't know how many years old this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is. Zhu Zhuqing, keep an eye on its direction and report to me immediately if there are any changes." "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "It's coming in our direction quickly, but..." It seems to have some trouble maintaining its balance. How long is this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and what color are its wings? Tang Xin asked. Zhu Zhuqing replied, the wings are light red, and its length is about 6 to 8 meters. Hearing this, Tang Xin pondered for a moment and said, this is a 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The light red wings are a sign of its 1,000 years of evolution. Based on its length, it should be between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. He then looked at Oscar and smiled. Oscar, this is perfect for you. The Fengwei Jigwanch is a particularly special type of soul beast. Although it is a snake, it is non-venomous, using its body to coil around enemies to suffocate them as its method of attack. Its attacking method is quite simple, yet its speed is astonishingly fast. Additionally, its comb stores various nutrients which can grant it a sudden boost in speed in times of crisis. Soul masters absorb the soul rings of soul beasts to condense their own soul rings. While it is uncertain what kind of soul skills will be acquired, it is possible to roughly infer the potential soul skills based on the abilities that the absorbed soul beast specializes in. The Fengwei Jigwanch excels in speed. If Oscar absorbs its soul ring, the soul skill he acquires will likely be related to speed. Here it comes. At that moment, Zhu Zuking's cold voice echoed. She then directly pounced from the air, her first soul ring glowing as she unleashed Phantom Strike. The Fengwei Jigwanch reacted swiftly, evading Zhu Zuking's attack, while simultaneously launching an assault towards her. However, at that moment a figure appeared above it, and a terrifying oppressive force descended upon it, as if a massive mountain had fallen, directly suppressing it. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and the others were about to take action when they saw the Fengwei Jigwanch being suppressed. They looked at the figure standing on it, Shen Tian, with shock. At that moment 3 soul rings manifested around him, 1 yellow and 2 purple, enveloping him in a radiant glow, making him appear as an extraordinary powerhouse. Put me down. Zhu Zhuqing said, her face flushed, because she was currently held in Shen Tian's arms. Shen Tian smiled and set her down. Tang Xin looked at Shen Tian in shock, finding it hard to believe that he had suppressed the Fengwei Jigwanch with just one glance. Even if he were a soul reverent, he shouldn't possess such overwhelming strength. How did you do that? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. He had just heard Tang Xin say that he could counter the Fengwei Jigwanch, and was about to intervene, only to find that the dumb snake had already been subdued by Shen Tian. Shen Tian replied, my martial soul is a dragon. A mere snake-type soul beast naturally would not dare to act recklessly in front of me, especially since the Fengwei Jigwanch was already injured. Correct. Zhao Wuji approached with a bright smile. They had managed to obtain a suitable soul beast for Oscar within just one morning. Their luck was indeed extraordinary. He reached out and grabbed the head of the Fengwei Jigwanch, then flicked its comb with his other hand, causing the Fengwei Jigwanch to be knocked unconscious. Shen Tian stepped aside, his expression solemn. He had unleashed his full power and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Although he did not detect anyone nearby, the feeling of danger grew increasingly clear. He was certain that a terrifying entity lurked in the shadows, one that bore hostility towards him, an enemy, not a friend. On another side, Oscar killed the Fengwei Jigwanch, and a purple soul ring flew out from its body, radiating dazzling brilliance. Everyone then began to protect Oscar. The absorption of a soul ring by a soul master takes a long time, and they were in the Star Do Great Forest, where anything could happen. If Oscar were to absorb it while being attacked, he would be directly backlashed to death. Hence, everyone needed to remain fully alert to prevent ambushes from soul beasts. At first it was very calm, but soon an unexpected event occurred. 2 figures emerged from the forest, one old and one young, both female. They looked at Oscar, who was absorbing the soul ring, with very grim expressions. Shen Tian merely glanced at the two, noting that they were an old woman and a young girl. Although he had never seen them before, he could guess who they were. Knowing they were not the ones secretly spying on him, he stopped paying attention. Is there something you need? Zhao Wuji asked gravely as he looked at the old woman. Although she was only a 6-ringed soul emperor, her identity was very special. Now that she was here, that old fellow must be nearby. The snake lady looked at Zhao Wuji, especially when she saw the 7 soul rings around him. A hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. Although she and her husband Long Gong Mengshu were quite renowned, and the two together could even stand up to an ordinary title Douluo, she was alone now, and her cultivation was only that of a soul emperor. However, the snake lady was someone who had seen great storms. She looked at Zhao Wuji and said, this Fengwei Jigwanch is our prey. Now that you have intercepted it, what do you expect us to do? Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it so. We are in the Star Do Great Forest, where all soul beasts are unclaimed. Moreover, the soul ring of the Fengwei Jigwanch has already been absorbed by my student. Indeed, if you had come a bit earlier, we might have considered giving this Fengwei Jigwanch to you. But now, as you can see. The snake lady looked at Oscar, who was absorbing the soul ring. She knew that continuing to argue was futile. Only the soul master who defeated a soul beast could absorb its soul ring, and now he was nearly done. Let's go. The snake lady said coldly, leading her granddaughter Meng. He ran away. After the two left, Zhao Wuji exhaled a sigh of relief, revealing a look of ease. Teacher Zhao, she is just a mere soul emperor, and you are a soul sage. Why are you so afraid of her? Is it because you fear women? Get lost. Zhao Wuji shouted angrily, then explained, do you know who she is? Who? Isn't she just an old lady? Ma Hongjun replied with confusion, then added lewdly, but that little girl beside her is quite pretty and has a great figure. All you think about are women. Zhao Wuji slapped Ma Hongjun on the head, saying, you must not have paid attention in class. Although there are countless martial souls on the continent, it is essential to have some knowledge about special martial souls. Apart from the 3 strongest martial souls, the Haoyan Hammer, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, there are other special martial souls that need to be remembered, one of which is the Snake Staff. The Snake Staff? I seem to have some impression of it, or I've heard about it somewhere. Ma Hongjun pondered, but no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't recall where he had heard about it. The world-defying dragon snake. Zhao Wuji continued, a pair of soul master couple in the soul master world. Although the snake lady's cultivation is only that of a soul emperor, her husband Long Gong is a soul Douluo. They are seldom apart, and now that the snake lady appears here, it is likely that Long Gong is nearby. So it's the world-defying dragon snake. I've heard of them. They are quite famous in the soul master world. It is said that they possess a martial soul fusion skill that can compete with title Douluo. I wonder if it's true. It's true, Zhao Wuji replied. However, they can only compete with ordinary title Douluo. Of course, even so, that is still quite powerful. After all, there are not many title Douluo in the entire continent. This time we were fortunate to have killed the Fengwei Jigwanch in advance, otherwise it would have been hard to end this. Boom. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted in the distance, creating a terrifying storm. Zhao Wuji's soul rings manifested to shield against the oncoming shockwave. As he looked toward the direction of the explosion, his expression grave. That direction seems to be where the snake lady just left. Could it be that she encountered some powerful soul beast? No, they must have been ambushed. Shen Tian said with a serious expression. Currently they were in the outer region where powerful soul beasts could not possibly exist. As for the Titan giant ape that came to search for Xiao Wu, that is even more impossible, as they had just entered the Stardow forest, and the Titan giant ape could not appear. Eliminating all impossibilities, there was only one left, which was the existence that had been secretly following him, the one he was wary of, who had made a move against Snake Granny. Ambush. Could it be an enemy? Zhao Wuji said with a serious expression. Although he was curious, he could not leave at this moment, because Oscar was still absorbing the spirit ring, and he needed to guard him. Shen Tian said, I don't know if it's an enemy, but if Snake Granny and that little girl are dead, we probably won't be able to leave the Stardow forest alive. Zhao Wuji asked with confusion, what do you mean? Shen Tian did not answer, but countered with a question. We robbed Snake Granny's soul beast, and shortly after she left she was killed. If you say it wasn't you, do you think that Long Gong would believe it? They wouldn't believe it. Zhao Wuji's face turned very ugly. Although he was not very bright, he realized that someone might be using them as a knife to kill, to deal with them. Of course, all of this could be a coincidence, but the premise was that Long Gong Meng Shu would believe it was a coincidence. Teacher Zhao, you guard Hero, go take a look. If that Snake Granny or that little girl is still alive, it could resolve our current predicament. If they are both dead, then we need to leave here quickly. Shen Tian said. Then, without waiting for Zhao Wuji to respond, he transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the location of the earlier explosion. Although he did not know who had ambushed Snake Granny Zhao Tianxiang, he was 90% sure it was that hidden existence. If he could save Snake Granny or that Meng Iran, he could gain Long Gong's help to turn the crisis into safety, even resolve that hidden existence. Although he had not seen that hidden existence, the fact that the other party did not directly attack them indicated that they were certainly not a title Douluo. Even if they were a soul Douluo, they could only be someone who had just stepped into that realm, otherwise it would be impossible for them to fear Zhao Wuji, a seven-ring soul saint. Zhao Wuji saw Shen Tian running out directly, his face looking grim. He wanted to chase after him, but seeing Oscar still absorbing the spirit ring made him hesitate. Given the current unclear situation as the leading teacher, he absolutely could not leave the team easily. If the other party was trying to lure him away, his departure could lead to the destruction of the entire team. If all these little monsters died here, he wouldn't even need to wait for Flanders to tear him apart. He would do it himself. Be ready to retreat at any moment, Zhao Wuji ordered. They initially thought they were lucky to have just entered the Stardow forest and encountered a soul beast suitable for Oscar, but they did not expect it was not luck at all, but rather misfortune. Now they could only pray that Snake Granny would not be killed so quickly, or else it would be like yellow mud falling into their pants, a situation worse than shit. Ning Rongrong's pretty face looked grim as she said angrily, what's just a soul Douluo? Even if it was a misunderstanding, so what? So what? Zhao Wuji looked at Ning Rongrong and said, It will leave us trapped here forever. I know you come from a noble background, but you must understand one thing: this is the Stardow forest where killing does not even require burying the bodies. Ning Rongrong turned pale upon hearing this. This was the Stardow forest where even titled Douluos could fall. No one here would take her status into account. Don't worry, he will be fine. Zhu Zhuqing walked over to comfort Ning Rongrong, believing in Shen Tian. At this moment, 3 spirit rings appeared around Shen Tian, with the second purple spirit ring lighting up, radiating brilliant light. His body was surrounded by a fierce wind, allowing him to swiftly traverse through the forest. Boom! A loud explosion sound came from ahead, and then 2 figures looking miserable and battered flew towards her. So tragic. Shen Tian looked at the figures flying back, which were none other than Snake Granny Zhao Tianxiang and the little girl Meng Ran, who had just left not long ago. Now both of them were in a tragic state, but still alive, which was fortunate. Shen Tian waved his hand, gathering the power of wind in his palm, transforming it into 2 large handprints that grasped Snake Granny and Meng Ran. At the same time, his third spirit ring lit up, the ground rumbled, and a wall of earth appeared to block the residual waves from the explosion. Shen Tian then turned and left. In such a short time, he had made Snake Granny, as 6-ring Soul Emperor, lose her life awareness, proving that the hidden enemy was not something he could contend with. Rustle. Sounds came from all around, and then several snakes 2 to 3 meters long appeared. Shen Tian's body was covered with patterns as he looked up and roared, emitting a dragon roar. Instantly, a terrifying dragon might emanated from him, causing the surrounding snakes to freeze in fear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly moved forward. Soon he returned to the base. Hurry and heal them, don't let them die. Shen Tian placed Snake Granny and Meng Ran on the ground, allowing Zhao Wujia and the others to heal them, while he sat cross-legged to recover his consumed soul power. This was the Stardow forest he needed to recover quickly. Zhao Wujia looked at Snake Granny and Meng Ran, both of whom were in a very miserable state. Especially Snake Granny, if not treated promptly, she might not live much longer. Give her this sausage to eat. It has some recovery effects. Zhao Wujia took out the sausage that Oscar had previously condensed and handed it to Meng Ran, instructing her to feed it to Snake Granny. Meng Ran, although looking very miserable, had only torn some clothing and suffered no serious injuries, indicating that Snake Granny had blocked most of the attacks. Meng Ran hurriedly took the sausage, her dirty face covered in tears, carefully feeding the sausage to her grandmother. If it weren't for her grandmother protecting her with all her might, she would have died, and her grandmother would not have been so heavily injured. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to ask who had hurt them, he suddenly sensed that there were auras surrounding them, continuously closing in. Be vigilant, Zhao Wujia shouted, and immediately Dai Mubai and the others prepared for battle. The atmosphere became extremely tense, with only the continuous rustling sounds surrounding them. I succeeded. Suddenly a voice was heard. Oscar, who had been absorbing the spirit ring, woke up, his face filled with excitement. However, his smile quickly froze as he sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Due to his keen sense of danger, he felt they were now surrounded. Oh my, so many snakes. Oscar looked at the huge snakes surrounding them and screamed. How could there be so many snakes? Were these snakes seeking revenge for the phoenix tail coxcomb snake he had killed? Shut up, Zhao Wujia shouted, his gaze sweeping over the giant snakes, then looking at the unconscious Snake Granny, and then at Meng Ran. Girl, who wants to kill you? I don't know. Meng Ran shook her head, her pale face saying, we had just left not long ago when we were ambushed. The hidden person said nothing and wanted to kill us. If it weren't for the defensive soul guide on my grandmother, we would have been killed. Zhao Wujia looked at Meng Ran, and the other party did not seem to be lying. Could it be an attempt to frame them? But when had they provoked an enemy? Could it be Tsanghui Academy? Impossible. The leading teacher of Tsanghui Academy was only a soul king. It was impossible for him to heavily injure Zhao Tianxiang, a 6-ring soul emperor. Zhao Wujia could not understand, so he decided to stop thinking. He clasped his hands together and tried to sound as polite as possible, saying, "This friend, I wonder where I have offended you. Please bear with me." A cold laugh echoed from all directions, the voice raspy and unpleasant. I never expected the renowned immovable King Zhao Wuji of the Spirit Master world would actually be so courteous. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. Since the opponent recognized him, it was likely they were indeed targeting them. He smiled and said, "It's just a false reputation, friend. If I have offended you in any way before, I apologize. Can we? Enough, I don't want to waste time. Hand over the 2 of them to me, and I will leave. Otherwise you will all die here." A cold voice interrupted, followed by 8 soul rings appearing in the sky. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, casting a pressure across the heavens. 8 rings. Soul Douluo. Zhao Wuji's expression changed in shock. He had thought the person hidden in the shadows was at most a soul saint, but never imagined they would be an 8-ring Soul Douluo. What a predicament. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others also looked horrified. They had thought that with Zhao Wuji, a seven-ring soul saint, everything would be manageable, but to their astonishment the enemy turned out to be an eight-ring soul Douluo. Zhao Wuji forced himself to calm down. Although the enemy was a soul Douluo, it did not mean he was afraid. Back when he first stepped into the realm of Soul Emperor, he could contend with soul saints. Now at level 76 as a soul saint he could at least exchange a few blows with a soul Douluo. May I ask which two you are referring to? At this moment Meng Iran turned pale with fright. With her grandmother injured and unconscious, and she herself merely a level 30 soul Zune, if they were handed over they would undoubtedly be doomed. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others remained calm. Although the hidden figure did not mention who the two were, they all speculated that they must be Grandma Snake and her granddaughter. Two people. Shen Tian frowned tightly. He did not believe the two mentioned were Grandma Snake and Meng Iran. If it were truly those two, the opponent could have easily intercepted him right then rather than follow him here. Suddenly a startled scream pierced the air. A snake swiftly coiled around Xiao Wu, wrapping tightly around her and rendering her immobile. I want this little girl, the figure in the shadows declared. What? Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen. He never expected that one of the two targets would be Xiao Wu. Could the other one be Tang San? Thinking this, he instinctively glanced at Tang San. Tang San was the son of the Supreme King, and Xiao Wu had been very close to him. This figure in the shadows was likely an enemy of the Supreme King and the Supreme King's enemies. We're from the Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji's expression turned grave. He did not expect the Spirit Hall would find them so quickly. Puff! A wind blade erupted from Shen Tian's hand, striking down the snake that had attempted to ambush him. And this boy, I want him too. Hand over both of them to me, and I can let you go. Otherwise you will all die here. The cold voice echoed around them, and more snakes began to appear. Tang. What? No, it's not Tang San, it's him. Zhao Wuji momentarily failed to react. He had thought the target was Tang San, but to his surprise the hidden soul Douluo was after Shen Tian. When did these two become connected? Not only did he fail to react, but even Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and the others were taken aback. After discovering that Xiao Wu was the target they were already shocked, but they never expected the second target would be Shen Tian. Zhao Wuji forced himself to calm down and respectfully asked, May I ask what offense those two have committed against the esteemed soul Douluo? Handing them over. That's utterly impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. As the leading teacher, if he were to sacrifice his students for his own life, Zhao Wuji would rather die. But at this moment he needed to understand the reason behind this demand. At this moment Xiao Wu's face was pale. Upon learning that the opponent was a soul Douluo, she felt immense unease, for a soul Douluo could see through her true identity. It seems you are not planning to hand them over. In that case you shall all die. The cold voice rang out, and the huge snakes around them attacked. These snakes were at least 100 years old, all poisonous, and began to spew toxic mist. Instantly the area was shrouded in toxic mist. Wherever the mist passed the vegetation withered, even the rocks began to corrode. Zhu Qing, take good care of Rongrong. Shen Tian entrusted Ning Rongrong to Zhu Zhuqing, then the second soul ring on his body lit up. He activated his second soul skill with all his strength, unleashing a violent force of wind to blow away the toxic mist, and in a flash he darted into the depths of the forest. Although Zhao Wuji was a soul saint and a formidable battle soul master, the enemy was adept at using poison. If he remained, casualties would likely occur soon, so he had to leave. The figure in the shadows, seeing Shen Tian escape, felt delighted. He should have known that the opponent would leave the group so easily. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed to attack Grandma Snake pointlessly. He swiftly appeared beside Xiao Wu, grabbed her, and quickly pursued into the forest. Now that he had captured the spirit beast that had existed for 100,000 years, he could not let that guy go either. Zhao Wuji, realizing this, unleashed his third and fifth soul skills. The third soul skill, gravity enhancement, could make the enemy's body feel heavy, slowing their movement and restricting their actions. The fifth soul skill, gravity compression, allowed him to control gravity and move the enemy towards a certain position. He instantly used these two soul skills, intending to hinder the enemy, not allowing them to chase Shen Tian and also to keep Xiao Wu behind. But the figure merely paused for a moment, then sneered coldly. His soul power erupted, breaking free from Zhao Wuji's soul skill restraints, and he continued chasing into the depths of the forest. Damn it! Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. He was not afraid of facing the enemy, but if the enemy wanted to flee he would not be able to catch up, as speed was his weakness. Xiao Wu. Tang San's face was filled with rage and sorrow as he wanted to chase after, but countless snakes surrounded them, preventing any pursuit. Teacher Zhao, what should we do now? Dai Mubai approached with a grim expression. He never expected such a situation to arise suddenly. It hadn't even been a day and they had already lost 2 members from the 8-person team. He felt like a complete failure as the captain. First, let's eliminate these snakes. Zhao Wuji said. Although he wanted to chase after if he left, the remaining members would likely be in danger, especially since these snakes were poisonous and Oscar and Ning Rongrong had no combat strength and lacked self-defense capabilities. Shen Tian ran through the forest with all his might. Although his strength was not formidable, the ancient trees were dense and the vines were thick. Furthermore, many powerful soul beasts were present which he could use to temporarily fend off his enemies. His only hope for survival now lay with the Titan Great Ape. As long as he could hold on until the Titan Great Ape arrived, he could not only shake off his pursuers, but even turn the tables on them. At that moment, a figure in a black robe appeared behind him, holding on to Xiao Wu. The figure's body was as flexible as a serpent, easily dodging the thick vines while emanating a unique wave of power that made the soul beasts hesitate to attack. Little one, the game is over. The sixth soul ring on the black-robed figure lit up, and suddenly his body vanished, reappearing right in front of Shen Tian, reaching out to grasp him. Shen Tian's expression changed. He hadn't expected the opponent to possess a skill akin to teleportation. He unleashed his martial soul, transforming his body, and his right hand morphed into a dragon claw, a terrifying power emanating from within him. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw Tear. Without the martial soul manifestation, his second soul skill was Wind Element Control. After manifesting his martial soul, the second skill transformed into Dragon Claw Tear, possessing immense destructive power. The black-robed figure sensed danger and evaded Shen Tian's attack in an unimaginable manner, but he was not completely unharmed. The wind blades shredded his clothing, leaving 5 bloody marks on his chest. What a terrifying attack power. If hit directly, even I would suffer severe injuries. The black-robed figure looked down at the wounds on his chest. Although he was not a defensive soul master as a soul Douluo, his physical body was extremely robust, yet now it had been easily pierced. Shen Tian saw his attack avoided and was about to retreat, when suddenly a snake shot out from beneath him, wrapping around him completely, rendering him immobile. The snake's head flicked its tongue near his ear, poised to strike at any moment. He did not struggle, but calmly looked at the black-robed figure before him. Though he had his suspicions, he still asked, "Who are you, and why have you captured me?" "Why capture you?" The black-robed figure replied with a sinister smile, "You destroyed my dream demon tree. Originally I planned to make you my 10th soul ring, but now I have a better choice. With this 100,000-year soul beast, I will be invincible in the world." After speaking, he glanced at Xiao Wu in his hands, his eyes filled with greed and ecstasy. 100,000-year soul beast is a dominant existence among soul beasts. If it were a non-transformed soul beast, he would naturally not dare to provoke it, as even a title Douluo would not dare to offend one. But now it was different. Since the opponent had transformed into a human, it would lose all its power, and everything would have to be cultivated from scratch. However, a soul beast is still a soul beast. Killing her would still grant him to the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Xiao Wu's face turned pale upon hearing this. She had not expected that she would meet the same fate as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which had been killed by Oscar, becoming someone else's soul ring. Xiao Wu looked at Shen Tian with despair in her eyes, and apologetically said, "I'm sorry I've brought you trouble." "No, it's not you who troubled me, but rather I who brought trouble to you," Shen Tian said. "If it weren't for me offending this guy, he wouldn't have come to seek revenge on me. If he didn't seek revenge, he naturally wouldn't have seen you, and wouldn't have known you are a 100,000-year soul beast transformed." "Wait, you don't seem surprised at all." The black-robed figure looked at Shen Tian in astonishment. Upon learning that this little girl was a 100,000-year soul beast, even as a soul Douluo, he found it hard to suppress his overwhelming joy. Yet this little guy in front of him remained so composed, it was highly abnormal. Xiao Wu, who had previously been filled with despair, now showed a look of confusion upon hearing the black-robed figure's words. As a 100,000-year soul beast, shouldn't a normal person feel incredulous or even greedy upon hearing this? Wow, a 100,000-year soul beast, how terrifying. "I'm so scared." Shen Tian put on a frightened expression, but both his demeanor and expression were insincere, so fake that it made one want to punch him, as such expressions were too humiliating. The black-robed figure's face darkened, feeling that the other was insulting him. However, he quickly realized that a 100,000-year soul beast existed only in legends. How could it possibly be a little girl? It was normal for a regular person to disbelieve. Shen Tian was unaware of the other's thoughts and spoke up, "Soul Douluo is very strong, but I am not weak either. You are so close to me and unguarded. Ooh, do you look down on me?" As he spoke, black patterns appeared on his skin, resembling black serpents winding across his body. At the same time, a terrifying power erupted from within him, akin to an unrivaled emperor awakening. The skies changed as dark clouds gathered, and a massive black dragon silhouette manifested within the clouds, somewhere in the Douluo forest. "That is..." Ning Rongrong noticed the changing skies in the distance, her pretty face altering. As Shen Tian's fiancé, having grown up alongside him, she understood his power very well. Usually he did not exert his full strength since it was too terrifying and powerful to control. Her voice trembled as she said, Shen Tian is losing control. The soul Douluo is in great danger, but Xiao Wu. What do you mean? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion. The others nearby all looked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's expression was serious as she said in a deep voice, Shen Tian's martial soul is a mutated martial soul. Dragon-type martial souls are inherently powerful, and after mutation, they become even more fearsome. Usually he doesn't dare to manifest his martial soul, because he cannot control that power. In the sect he once lost control, and even 3-souled Douluos could not suppress him. What? 3-souled Douluos couldn't suppress him? Ma Hongjun's face showed shock, but then he quickly brightened saying, great. Now the enemy is just a soul Douluo. It seems Shen Tian will be able to take him down. Ning Rongrong's face showed no joy, instead she revealed a worried expression. Zhao Wujia noticed Ning Rongrong's expression and asked, you mentioned losing control, does that mean he can't distinguish between friend and foe? Yes. Ning Rongrong replied. Once he loses control he will lose his reason and unleash a full-powered attack. Although it is only one strike it is enough to threaten a soul Douluo. After that single strike his soul power and spiritual power will be drained, and he will fall into a coma. Then doesn't that mean Xiao Wu will also? Ma Hongjun said in horror. He then looked at Tang San. If Xiao Wu died at the hands of that soul Douluo, it would be somewhat bearable, but if she died at Shen Tian's hands, he couldn't bear to think further. Little Ao. Tang San looked at Oscar, his eyes filled with a fierce and terrible killing intent. Oscar understood Tang San's meaning, but he did not hand over the mushroom sausage to Tang San. Instead, he looked at Zhao Wujia. Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang San, realizing she shouldn't have spoken those words in public. If Shen Tian really killed Xiao Wu, it was very likely that Tang San would attack Shen Tian, but Shen Tian was currently unconscious and had no ability to protect himself. Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her martial soul manifestation, ready to intervene at any moment. Everyone stop. What are you all doing? Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice looking at Oscar. Give me a mushroom sausage, I'm going over there to check it out. Now that the poisonous snakes around had been cleared, everyone momentarily faced no danger. Oscar activated his third soul skill, creating a mushroom sausage and handing it to Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia took the mushroom sausage and looked at Dai Mubai saying, Mubai, this is up to you now. Yes, Dai Mubai replied, turning to Tang San and saying, Little San, you don't need to worry so much. Perhaps everything will be fine. Even if Shen Tian's martial soul is very strong, that person is still a soul Douluo. It should not be so easy to kill him. Tang San remained silent. Dai Mubai found it difficult to say anything. If an outsider harmed Xiao Wu, killing them would be straightforward. But the key was that the person was not an outsider, it was Shen Tian. However, if Shen Tian really killed Xiao Wu and Tang San killed Shen Tian, then what would happen to Zhu Qing and me? In the deepest part of the Star Do Great Forest, this place is not only a forbidden zone for soul masters, but also for soul beasts, permeated with rich life essence, surrounded by towering trees. At the center of this dense forest lies a lake, its waters crystal clear, radiating a brilliant blue glow under the sunlight, with shimmering light rising in waves. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation disturbed the lake's surface, and an endless brilliance overflowed from the water, within which a silver dragon shadow emerged. The dragon's eyes sparkled like the bright moon, gazing in a specific direction. In the distance, a figure flew in. It was a massive black dragon, its wings spreading wide, blocking the sun. Soon this enormous black dragon transformed into a human figure, a man clad in a black robe. I pay my respects to the master. Di Tian bowed towards the silver dragon shadow manifesting in the shimmering lake. He was the leader of the 10 fierce beasts of the Star Do Great Forest, and also a guardian of the dragon clan responsible for protecting the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King did not look at Di Tian, but kept staring into the distance. After a long while he spoke. Though the aura just now was not very powerful, it made me feel a sense of suppression stemming from a bloodline suppression. How could that be? Di Tian's expression changed in shock. Although he sensed it earlier, he did not pay much attention because he himself did not know how many generations of dragon lineage he belonged to. It was not surprising for a dragon of stronger bloodline to appear, but he found it hard to believe that the bloodline of the other party was even stronger than the master. After all, the master inherited the legacy of the dragon god. In this world, perhaps only the bloodline of the dragon god could surpass that of the master. Could that aura belong to the dragon god? No, it is not the dragon god. The Silver Dragon King, understanding Di Tian's thoughts, stated that the dragon god had already fallen, saying, I need to see what kind of being this is. Zhao Wuji returned from the depths of the forest, looking at the crowd filled with anticipation before him, shook his head, and said, I went there, and there was only a deep pit with many bloodstains on the ground, but not a single corpse. No corpse. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. No corpse meant that no one had. Zhao Wuji's gaze turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, "Are you sure that Shen Tian's move would have definitely knocked him down?" He had been startled when he saw that deep pit. If he had taken that hit he feared, he would have lost half his life. Well, Ning Rongrong pondered and replied, "It should have, but the last time he lost control was a year ago, and at that time, he was still a great soul master. I am confident that half a month ago I faced a 10th Ascendier soul beast and a soul king alongside him. At that time I was controlled by the soul king, and when I woke up both the soul king and the 10th Ascendier soul beast were killed while Shen Tian was lying on the ground. You were unharmed." Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, "I am fine. Do you think he would lose control and lose himself? It might be because back then he was just a great soul master, but now he is a soul sovereign, his mental strength stronger, so he should be able to control his power." Zhao Wuji said, "If Shen Tian is sure to faint, then there are only two possibilities. One is that although Shen Tian heavily injured that soul Douluo, it was only a heavy injury, and ultimately they were still taken away by the soul Douluo. The second is that Shen Tian heavily injured the soul Douluo, and then Xiao Wu took him to escape, while that soul Douluo chased after them. Regardless of whether it is the first or the second, both Shen Tian and Xiao Wu are in great danger, because this is the Star Do Great Forest filled with powerful soul beasts." Boom! Suddenly a terrifying force erupted in the distance, and this power was even more horrifying than the last explosion, a dreadful energy, consuming an unknown number of places. Could it be that Shen Tian unleashed another move? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock. Deep within the Star Do Great Forest, Shen Tian felt warm all over. His previously exhausted spiritual power was rapidly recovering, and the soul power within him was like a sponge madly absorbing the surrounding energy. His soul power, originally at level 34, instantly broke through to level 35 and continued to rise. This feeling was quite comfortable. Eventually, Shen Tian's cultivation reached level 37 before he stopped opening his eyes to see a stunning figure before him. He was momentarily dazed, for the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, was so beautiful that she seemed not of this world. The Silver Dragon King, having transformed into human form, looked at Shen Tian. Before her slightly parted her red lips, her voice melodious and enchanting. "Who are you and why? Why is your martial soul so powerful?" She had just carefully examined the human boy before her. He was indeed human, but his bloodline was exceptionally unique, containing a special power. "Who are you?" Shen Tian, coming to his senses, looked around. He felt that the energy here was incredibly rich, making cultivation here incredibly efficient. Moreover, the shimmering light filled the area, leaving only the two of them. The Silver Dragon King, arms crossed behind her back, spoke with a hint of arrogance. "I am the master of the Dragon Clan, the Silver Dragon King." The Silver Dragon King. Shen Tian's expression changed. He did not expect that the incredibly beautiful woman before him was actually the Silver Dragon King. Could this be the life lake in the depths of the Star Do Great Forest? "You know of my existence?" The Silver Dragon King's piercing gaze was sharp. Her existence was known only to a few soul beasts, yet this human boy before her somehow knew of her. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian inwardly felt uneasy. The Silver Dragon King had slept for countless ages, and no one in the human world was aware of her existence. Only those soul beasts who had lived for endless years knew of her. "I do know," Shen Tian replied calmly. "Silver Dragon King, one of the two Dragon Kings split after the Dragon God's fall. You inherited the benevolence of the Dragon God." The Silver Dragon King's eyes flashed with an intense killing intent, her voice icy cold. "Which god from the divine realm are you a descendant of?" In this realm, humans are entirely ignorant of her existence. Only a few gods in the divine realm are aware of her. Since this person before her is not a god, the only possibility left is that he is a descendant of a god. A descendant of a god. Shen Tian shook his head and said, "I am no descendant of a god. The gods in the divine realm are so old that I would consider them too ancient to be my sons. I know of you not because someone told me about your existence, but because I was fortunate enough to read the Heavenly Book and saw the past and future within it." The Heavenly Book. The Heavenly Book, born from the Tao, is the first marvel of the heavens. All living beings and everything in the world will be recorded within this book, akin to a history book. Everything from the myriad realms will be chronicled within it. Shen Tian briefly narrated the concept of the Heavenly Book, though all of it was fabricated by him. This was the only way he could explain everything. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person like him know about events that transpired tens of thousands of years ago? The Silver Dragon King listened to Shen Tian's words with skepticism. Although she inherited the wisdom of the Dragon God, even the Dragon God had little understanding of this world and did not even know how it came to be. "What is going on with your martial soul, eh?" The Silver Dragon King asked, as the martial soul on Shen Tian's body made her feel apprehensive, indicating the formidable power contained within. As for my martial soul, I do not know. Shen Tian shook his head and replied. So far I have been unable to control it. Each time I unleash its power, I am drained completely. He truly did not understand his martial soul. Initially, he thought reaching the rank of Grand Soul Master would grant him control, but when he attained that rank he realized he was mistaken. Later he believed that achieving the rank of Soul Venerable would allow him to control it, yet upon reaching that rank, he realized once again that he was wrong. Because even now he was still unable to control it, as if his martial soul were an endless abyss, though no matter how much power he infused it could never be filled. It is quite normal that you cannot control it, you are simply too weak, the Silver Dragon King said flatly. The power of his martial soul was terrifying, far beyond what a mere Soul Venerable could manage. Shen Tian's face darkened upon hearing this. He felt underestimated. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Despite her injuries, the Silver Dragon King was still immensely powerful. A title Douluo would seem insignificant before her, while he was merely a lowly, three-ring Soul Venerable. The Silver Dragon King continued, the main reason you cannot master it is that your spiritual power is too weak. If you could significantly enhance your spiritual power, even when unleashing your martial soul's strength, you would not faint. Shen Tian rolled his eyes at her words, somewhat speechless. I naturally understand this, but cultivating spiritual power is even more difficult than cultivating soul power. As a transmigrator, how could he not know how to become stronger? Yet knowing did not equate to being able to a glimmer of cunning appeared in the Silver Dragon King's beautiful eyes as she said, I can help you enhance your spiritual power. You will help me enhance my spiritual power. Shen Tian was taken aback and immediately cast a wary glance at the Silver Dragon King. Although this female dragon spent most of her time sleeping here, it did not mean she was a simple-minded fool. The Silver Dragon King said, indeed I have lived for a long time. Even without deliberately cultivating spiritual power, my spiritual power is still formidable. You only need to cultivate your spiritual power alongside mine to quickly enhance it. Cultivate alongside you. Shen Tian gaped, finding it hard to believe. Could such a good opportunity exist? Was this female dragon truly not a fool? He quickly came to realize why she wanted to cultivate alongside him. Her intention was not to cultivate alongside him, but to search his soul and probe his spiritual world. Due to the overwhelming power of his martial soul, she could not forcefully search his soul, so she devised this method to make him willingly open his spiritual world for her inspection. This doesn't seem right. Once we cultivate together, you will know everything about me, and in turn I will know everything about you. Shen Tian set his gaze unabashedly roaming over the Silver Dragon King's alluring figure. Although her figure was not as stunning as Zhu Zuking's, it was still quite impressive, curvaceous and full. The Silver Dragon King felt a surge of murderous intent as she noticed Shen Tian's unabashed scrutiny of her. However, she restrained her killing intent. The talent of the person before her was terrifying, especially since he possessed a powerful dragon martial soul. If she could harness him, the resurgence of the dragon race would be imminent. Even if she could not use him, obliterating his consciousness and bestowing a new one could potentially lead to the birth of a new dragon race. Are you going to refuse? The Silver Dragon King said, coldly, exuding an extreme chill that frosted the ground beneath her. Shen Tian felt as if his body had been frozen. He knew that if he refused, she would likely kill him instantly, for he was a human, and she was the master of spirit beasts. She would never allow him to leave alive. Now two paths lay before him, immediate death or death later. Shen Tian chose the latter without hesitation. Even if he was to die, he could not give up. Moreover, in spiritual cultivation, while she could sense his spiritual consciousness, he too would be able to perceive. I want to see how powerful you truly are. With that thought, he fixed his gaze on her graceful figure, as if admiring a priceless work of art. The Silver Dragon King felt uneasy under Shen Tian's intense scrutiny, wanting to swat this arrogant person dead. Yet she ultimately restrained herself, as once she explored everything about him, he would lose all value. Spiritual cultivation, akin to merging martial souls, involves the intertwining of both parties' spiritual energies and a connection between their consciousness. In a sense, merging martial souls is a special form of spiritual cultivation, a unique application. Essentially, spiritual cultivation requires both individuals to be equal. However, the issue was that Shen Tian's spiritual power was far inferior to that of the Silver Dragon King, thus, his spiritual consciousness was firmly suppressed from the outset. In the realm of the spirit, Shen Tian's spiritual consciousness manifested as a being no larger than a thumb, while the Silver Dragon King's manifested as a towering silver dragon standing hundreds of feet tall. Shen Tian's attempts to resist were futile. The Silver Dragon King's consciousness took the form of a girl clad in a silver dress with a stunning smile on her beautiful face. She looked at Shen Tian, who was no larger than a thumb, and extended her delicate hand, directly locking onto his spiritual consciousness. In that moment, Shen Tian felt an unusual sensation. He could clearly sense everything about the Silver Dragon King. This feeling was incredibly vivid, more real than seeing with his eyes. He could even feel every part of her body. He sensed her long legs, the smooth curves of her voluptuous figure, the firmness of her bosom, and that. How could this be? The Silver Dragon King's expression changed. She had sealed off all of Shen Tian's perceptions, yet his consciousness had effortlessly broken through her seal, allowing him to sense everything about her. The originally thumb-sized Shen Tian suddenly began to grow larger, eventually matching the size of the Silver Dragon King's manifestation, and he directly embraced her. The Silver Dragon King was now panicking, her body trembling uncontrollably. She felt utterly helpless before him, her spiritual consciousness firmly restrained by an invisible force. As their spiritual cultivation proceeded, a peculiar sensation surged into her consciousness, nearly causing her to emit a unique sound. At this moment, Shen Tian could distinctly feel his spiritual power rapidly increasing, sensing a continuous stream of spiritual energy flooding into his spiritual realm. What was once a small pond of spiritual consciousness transformed into a vast lake, which continued to expand. The Silver Dragon King had inherited half of the dragon god's spiritual power and had cultivated for countless years, making her spiritual power immensely strong to the point she could hardly control it herself. The reason she had remained in slumber was partly due to severe injuries sustained during the Divine War, and partly because her spiritual power was too overwhelming, while her own consciousness was too weak, akin to a child wielding a divine artifact. After a long time, Shen Tian opened his eyes, and within them were intricate runes that emanated a power unparalleled to his martial soul, the Black Dragon. At this moment, he did not notice the change in his eyes, but rather focused on probing his spiritual power. His spiritual power was immense. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense everything around him. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful energy flowed from within him. 3 soul rings manifested, radiating brilliant light, and mysterious patterns appeared on his body. Boom! The heavens roared, dark clouds gathered, enveloping the land. A terrifying dragon's might spread, causing all beings in this realm to kneel down, even someone as powerful as Tian. Tian knelt on the ground, gazing up in horror at the enormous dragon's silhouette in the sky, his expression filled with dread, as if he were experiencing a primal suppression. With his martial soul manifesting, he let out a long howl to the sky, shaking the heavens. The clouds parted with his roar, and the overwhelming power within him filled him with confidence, as if he could challenge the gods of the 9 heavens. With his martial soul manifesting, he let out a long howl to the sky, shaking the heavens. The clouds parted with his roar, and the overwhelming power within him filled him with confidence, as if he could challenge the gods of the 9 heavens. With a thought, his body floated into the air. Though he hovered, he did not possess wings, for his martial soul was not a winged dragon, but a wingless divine dragon. The power consumption is too great. Although I can now fully manifest my martial soul without losing my mind, it requires a massive amount of soul power. Shen Tian assessed his current state. With his current soul power, he could maintain this form for at most 3 minutes, and could only manifest his martial soul without using any soul skills. Oh, is that not my esteemed Silver Dragon King over there? What happened to you? Shen Tian noticed the Silver Dragon King slumped on the ground, and smiled as he dispelled his martial soul from manifesting. It consumed continuous soul power. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King had lost her initial arrogance, now appearing completely exhausted and staring intently at Shen Tian. She could not fathom why he could suppress her spiritual consciousness and even devour her spiritual power. After all, she was the Silver Dragon King, a being comparable to a god. Shen Tian paid no mind to the Silver Dragon King's resentful gaze. He approached her carefully, helping her up, a radiant smile on his face as he said, "Don't look at me like that, I will feel embarrassed." Also, suddenly the image of their previous encounter in the spiritual realm flashed in his mind, causing him to feel a surge of heat. Damn it, what is happening? Shen Tian hurriedly suppressed the desire rising within him, trying to cast aside distracting thoughts. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress it. Instead, it grew stronger. The Silver Dragon King's beautiful eyes locked onto Shen Tian. Although she was weakened, and a lot of her spiritual power had been devoured by him, she was still the Silver Dragon King. Her spiritual power remained strong enough to sense the troubles brewing in his body, just as she was about to launch a sneak attack on him for a fatal strike. Shen Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze crimson, staring at the stunningly beautiful Silver Dragon King. A surge of heat coursing through him, he embraced her, inhaling a captivating fragrance. The Silver Dragon King's expression was one of shock. She wanted to push him away, but she was utterly powerless, and his body emanated a unique force that firmly suppressed her strength. After a long time, Shen Tian regained his consciousness. He looked down at the Silver Dragon King, who was slumped in his embrace. She no longer had her initial cold demeanor, All that remained were helplessness and shame. At that moment he realized that this was likely a side effect of his martial soul's second awakening, yet it was different from Mahongjan's. Dragon nature is inherently lustful. His earlier loss of self-control was due to his weak willpower unable to suppress the desires brought about by his martial soul, which was fundamentally different from Mahongjan's situation. You? The Silver Dragon King attempted to rise, but her body was too weak to muster any strength. Shen Tian covered her mouth. The Silver Dragon King was filled with indignation, having been tormented by him earlier, and could hardly believe he still wanted more. This time Shen Tian merely kissed her. Looking at the shy and charming Silver Dragon King, he smiled and said, "From today onwards you are my woman." The Silver Dragon King had no words. Her heart was filled with grief and anger. She could not believe she had fallen into the hands of a human youth. She felt that her hundreds of thousands of years of life had been in vain. Once she regained her strength, she would definitely kill him to reclaim her honor. Seeing her silence, Shen Tian said, "You aren't planning how to kill me, are you? None of this is my fault. If you hadn't captured me here to search my soul, would this have happened?" The Silver Dragon King gritted her teeth in anger. "You should leave," the Silver Dragon King said resignedly. By now she had calmed down. Although she wanted to kill this detestable human, the power within him was too strange and unique, capable of suppressing her. Even if she recovered, she might not be able to kill him. "You want me to leave?" Shen Tian was quite surprised. He had prepared for death, yet she did not kill him. Uncertainly he asked, "You aren't going to kill me. Do you want to die?" The Silver Dragon King said coldly. "How could it be? Who would want to die?" Shen Tian smiled as he looked at the Silver Dragon King in his arms, admiring her flawless beauty. "You are now my woman. Since you won't kill me, I will come to propose to you in the future." "Propose to me?" The Silver Dragon King scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "What qualifications do you have to propose to me? You are a human, and I am the sovereign of the spirit beast race. We are destined to be enemies. One day, I will lead the spirit beast race to annihilate humanity." Long after, Shen Tian opened his eyes, revealing mysterious runes within his gaze. These runes were enchanting, exuding a power not inferior to that of his martial soul, the Black Dragon. At that moment he did not notice the change in his eyes, but focused on probing his mental power. His mental strength was formidable. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense everything around him. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful energy continuously erupted from within him. 3 soul rings materialized, radiating dazzling brilliance, while intricate patterns appeared on his body. Boom! The heavens roared, dark clouds gathered, enveloping this realm. A terrifying dragon might spread through the air, causing all living beings in this world to kneel, even someone as strong as Tian. Tian knelt on the ground, his expression filled with horror as he gazed at the massive dragon shadow in the sky, his face reflecting sheer terror, a suppression that originated from the very source. Deep within the lake of life, Shen Tian felt the ceaseless power flowing through him. Black dragon scales surfaced on his skin, a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his head, a dragon tail emerged behind him, and his hands transformed into dragon claws. With his martial soul manifesting, Shen Tian let out a long howl towards the sky, the sound echoing across the heavens, scattering the clouds. The surging power within him filled him with confidence to battle even the gods of the 9 heavens. With a thought, his body floated into the air. Although he was suspended, there were no wings behind him, for his martial soul was not a winged dragon, but a wingless divine dragon. The consumption of power is too great. Although I can fully manifest my martial soul without losing my rationality, it still requires a large amount of soul power. Shen Tian sensed his current state, and with a thought descended back to the ground. He estimated that with his current soul power he could maintain this state for at most 3 minutes, and he could only manifest his martial soul without utilizing any soul techniques. "Is that you, my most revered Silver Dragon King? What has happened to you?" Shen Tian said with a smile as he approached the Silver Dragon King, who lay helplessly on the ground, having dispelled her martial soul manifestation because it required continual consumption of soul power. At this moment the Silver Dragon King lacked the initial arrogance, and now lay limp on the ground, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Tian. She could not understand why he could suppress her spiritual consciousness and even consume her mental power. After all, she was the Silver Dragon King, a being comparable to a divine monarch. Shen Tian ignored the resentful gaze of the Silver Dragon King, carefully helping her up, his smile bright as he said, "Don't look at me like that, it's making me shy." Also, Shen Tian looked at the Silver Dragon King's graceful figure, and suddenly the images of their previous encounter in the spiritual realm flashed in his mind, igniting a fiery heat within him. Damn it, what's going on? Shen Tian hurriedly suppressed the desire rising within him, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not quell it. Instead, it grew increasingly intense. The Silver Dragon King's beautiful eyes turned to Shen Tian. Although she was currently weak and had lost much of her mental strength to him, she was still the Silver Dragon King, and her spiritual power remained strong. She could clearly sense something was wrong with him just as she was about to sneak attack him for a fatal blow. Shen Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze a fiery red as he stared at the stunningly beautiful Silver Dragon King. A wave of heat surged within him, pulling her into his embrace as he inhaled a heady fragrance. The Silver Dragon King was horrified, wanting to push him away, but she was completely powerless, and the special energy emanating from him firmly suppressed her strength. Long after Shen Tian regained his consciousness, looking down at the Silver Dragon King, who lay limp in his embrace, she no longer bore that initial arrogance, only helplessness and shame. At that moment he had already realized that what had happened was a side effect of his martial soul's second awakening, but this side effect was different from that of Ma Hongjun. Dragons are inherently lustful. The reason he lost himself earlier was due to his weak willpower, unable to suppress the desires brought on by his martial soul, which fundamentally differed from Ma Hongjun's predicament. You? The Silver Dragon King attempted to rise, but was too weak to muster any strength. Woo! Shen Tian covered her mouth. The Silver Dragon King was filled with shame and anger, having been thoroughly tormented by him, yet he seemed to. This time Shen Tian merely kissed her. Looking at the bashful and enchanting Silver Dragon King, he smiled and said, "From today onward you are my woman." The Silver Dragon King had no words. Her heart brimmed with bitterness and fury as she never thought she would fall to a human youth. She felt her life of hundreds of thousands of years had been wasted. Once she recovered, she would surely kill him to wash away her humiliation. Seeing her silent, Shen Tian said, "You are not plotting how to kill me, are you? None of this is my fault. If you hadn't captured me here to search my soul, would this have happened?" The Silver Dragon King gritted her teeth in anger. "You should leave." The Silver Dragon King finally said helplessly. At that moment she had calmed down. She indeed wished to kill this detestable human, but the power emanating from him was too strange and special, capable of suppressing her. Even if she recovered, it was uncertain whether she could kill him. "You want me to leave?" Shen Tian was quite surprised by her words. He had prepared himself for death, yet she did not wish to kill him. He asked uncertainly, "You won't kill me? Do you wish to die, oi?" The Silver Dragon King replied coldly, "How could that be? Who would want to die?" Shen Tian laughed, looking at the Silver Dragon King in his arms, admiring her flawless beauty. He said, "You are already my woman. Since you do not wish to kill me, I will come to marry you one day." "Marry me?" The Silver Dragon King scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. "What qualifications do you have to marry me? You are a human while I am the ruler of the Soul Beast clan. We are natural enemies. One day, I will lead the Soul Beast clan to destroy humanity. Can you really achieve that?" Shen Tian replied, "With your current strength you could indeed destroy the human world, but you do not dare to do so. The divine realm hangs over you like a sword. Once you expose yourself, the gods of the divine realm will descend and capture you, perhaps even devour you, as dragon flesh is highly nourishing." "You?" The Silver Dragon King glared at Shen Tian, wanting to swat him with a dragon claw. However, what he said was indeed the truth. Although this world was merely one of many, once she emerged, it would surely alarm the gods of the divine realm. And currently, she had not fully recovered and was no match for those gods. "I can help you," Shen Tian said. "In the future, when I become a god, I can create a world that belongs entirely to your Soul Beast clan. Additionally, I can help your clan break free from the limitations preventing them from attaining divinity." "What? You?" The Silver Dragon King looked at Shen Tian incredulously, not expecting him to offer such conditions. Soon she calmed down and asked, "Is it because of my beauty?" "Of course. You are so beautiful, so enchanting that it makes me willing to destroy the divine realm for a smile from you." Shen Tian reached out to caress the Silver Dragon King's flawless face. However, his motive was not merely her beauty. If things continued as they were, soul beasts would face extinction. Once they did, the soul masters born from them would also perish. To pursue a sustainable path, it was imperative to break the limitations preventing soul beasts from attaining divinity. The Silver Dragon King said, "If you can truly accomplish that, I am willing to marry you." Although she did not fully believe his words, if he could genuinely find a way for the Soul Beast clan and break the curse preventing them from attaining divinity, what was the harm in sacrificing herself? Shen Tian looked at the determined expression on the Silver Dragon King and smiled, saying, Though you have lived for a long time, your heart is still too simple. You believe whatever others say. You think you can deceive me, eh?" The Silver Dragon King's gaze shot out a sharp, cold light. The fact that he dared to toy with her made her murderous intent surge. She wanted to strike him down immediately. "Calling you simple is not an exaggeration. You are currently immobile, yet you dare to reveal murderous intent towards me. Are you asking for trouble?" Shen Tian grinned mischievously, suddenly recalling the delightful taste. Looking at her alluring fiery red lips, he couldn't help but kiss her again. The Silver Dragon King was furious and wanted to devour this detestable fellow. However, she was currently unable to move, leaving her to endure his excessive actions. This kiss lasted a long time. Shen Tian looked at the Silver Dragon King and said, "This kiss shall be my parting gift to you. Besides, I did not deceive you with my earlier words. If you think I am doing this merely because of your beauty, you underestimate me. Enough of that. You won't believe it anyway. How is Xiao Wu? She is the 10,000-year soft-bone charm rabbit. You saved me, so you must have saved her as well, right?" Shen Tian asked. He had lingered here too long and needed to leave quickly, otherwise those people would start. "She is your little girlfriend?" The Silver Dragon King asked. "Aren't you jealous?" Shen Tian looked at the Silver Dragon King and laughed, saying, "If we go by the order of arrival, you should be I am the younger one." The Silver Dragon King retorted angrily, daring to call her small. However, she soon calmed down and said, "Although she is a 10th sandier soul beast, she is not qualified to step here, being in the outermost region." The outermost area she referred to was not the outermost region of the Stardow Forest, but rather the outermost area of the core region where the Tianqing bull python and Titan giant ape resided. 2 days later. "I am so glad you are all right," Zhao Wuji exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xiao Wu and Shen Tian. He initially thought the two would not survive given their weak cultivation levels, especially in the perilous Stardow Forest. "Wu." Ning Rongrong rushed forward to hug Shen Tian, tears flowing uncontrollably. Although she believed in him, 2 days without any news filled her with despair and sorrow. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not embrace Shen Tian like Ning Rongrong, a smile appeared on her face. Shen Tian said with a grin, "All right, stop crying. Look, we are all fine now. How did you escape from that Soul Douluo? Is that Soul Douluo dead?" Ma Hongjun asked curiously. "A Soul Douluo was second only to the title Douluo." Shen Tian replied, "I don't know. After ambushing him, I fainted. When I woke up, I found only Xiao Wu." The crowd turned their gaze to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, "I am not very clear either." At that time, Shen Tian suddenly erupted with power, heavily injuring that Soul Douluo, and I took the opportunity to escape with Shen Tian. Afterward, I heard a loud noise behind us, but I was too scared to look back. We cautiously made our way through the forest and eventually found you here. Zhao Wuji Dai Mubai and the others listened to Shen Tian and Xiao Wu's account. They did not detect any issues, but felt something was off. A very dangerous incident seemed to have been altered in their narrative. However, since everyone was safe, there was nothing more to worry about. "Let's head back," Zhao Wuji said. During these 2 days, Tang Sen had obtained a soul beast, so they did not need to linger here any longer. The Stardow Forest was dangerous if they stayed for too long. Along the way, there were numerous corpses of soul beasts, 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, and even 1,000-year soul beasts. Xiao Wu looked at these soul beast corpses, her eyes filled with sadness and fear. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many soul beasts killed?" Ma Hongjun replied, "We had to delve deep here to find you, but there were too many soul beasts in the depths. Thankfully, with Xiao San's hidden weapons, it was challenging to eliminate these soul beasts." Dai Mubai sighed, saying, "Xiao San's hidden weapons are incredibly powerful. Even 1,000-year soul beasts can be heavily injured once hit. If developed further, they could definitely kill 10th sandier soul beasts." Oscar chuckled and said, "Xiao San, I have high hopes for you. Keep developing your skills, and one day, even 10th sandier soul beasts could be dealt with. That Titan giant ape would be excellent, and very suitable for Dai Long, potentially serving as his 5th or 6th soul ring." Tang Sen merely smiled at Oscar's words, not responding. Although he could not yet create powerful hidden weapons, he believed that with his increasing cultivation, he could craft some of the top 10 hidden weapons. Xiao Wu trembled at the conversation among the group, especially upon hearing their intentions to hunt Deming. At that moment, she felt a surge of panic within her. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you?" Tang Sen noticed something unusual in Xiao Wu's expression and hurriedly approached Tang. Xiao Wu quickly dodged, looking at Tang San with eyes full of fear. Tang San was stunned by Xiao Wu's words. He couldn't understand why she would react this way, especially seeing the fear in her gaze, which left him utterly confused about why she was afraid of him. "Xiao Wu." Tang Sen stepped forward. "Don't come near me." Xiao Wu was terrified and stepped back, her delicate face pale. Bang! Shen Tian stepped forward and knocked Xiao Wu unconscious. Her mental state was quite poor. If he didn't do this, something bad might happen. He then handed Xiao Wu over to Zhu Zhuqing and looked at Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. He didn't know what to say. Although these guys had been boasting earlier, it was also what they truly thought. He could only sigh helplessly and say, "Let's leave here first." "Wait, what did you do to Xiao Wu?" Tang Sen looked at Shen Tian with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiao Wu had always been very close to him, but now she was afraid of him. Absolutely something had happened in these past 2 days that he was unaware of. "Isn't everything fine?" Shen Tian said indifferently, unwilling to explain. After all, he couldn't just say that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, and that these guys were discussing how to hunt a 100,000-year-old spirit beast, which frightened her. Tang Sen did not believe Shen Tian and said coldly, "Hand Xiao Wu over to me." Let's return to the academy first. Shen Tian replied that he didn't want to linger here. After all, this was the Stardow Forest. The longer they stayed, the more danger they faced, especially since he feared that the Silver Dragon King might go back on its word and send powerful spirit beasts to kill him. First, hand Xiao Wu over to me, Tang Xin said coldly. Then he directly moved towards Zhu Zhuqing to reclaim Xiao Wu. Although he didn't know what had happened, he wouldn't let Xiao Wu leave his side, especially since the look she had just given him filled him with fear and unease. Bang! Shen Tian moved, appearing in front of Zhu Zhuqing, blocking Tang San, his expression cold. He hadn't expected Tang San to act directly, and said in a chilling voice, "What are you trying to do? Shen Tian, be careful. This guy is dangerous. Just now, when I carelessly said you might kill Xiao Wu, he wanted to kill you," Ning Rongrong said from the side. Shen Tian frowned upon hearing this, and looked at Tang San, saying, "Did you want to kill me before? Whoever harms Xiao Wu must die." Tang San said coldly, although he didn't directly answer. His meaning was clear. If Shen Tian really killed Xiao Wu in a fit of rage, he would definitely kill Shen Tian. Everyone calm down, Dai Mubai quickly said, feeling that if this continued, both sides were likely to fight. He looked at Shen Tian and said, "Well, Shen Tian, why don't you hand Xiao Wu over to Tang San? After all, Tang San is Xiao Wu's brother." Shen Tian looked at Dai Mubai and asked, "Do you think I have any intentions towards Xiao Wu?" Well, Dai Mubai didn't know how to respond as to whether Shen Tian had any intentions towards Xiao Wu. That was certain. "My fiancé has already been taken by you, but it's just that this couldn't be said out loud." Moreover, currently, it was Zhu Zhuqing holding Xiao Wu, not Shen Tian. From the perspective of propriety between men and women, having Zhu Zhuqing take care of Xiao Wu was the best choice. "What is everyone doing? Have you eaten and got nothing better to do?" Zhao Wuji snorted coldly. He didn't understand emotional issues, but having Zhu Zhuqing take care of Xiao Wu was indeed the best choice. Tang Xin looked at Shen Tian with icy eyes, but he didn't say anything. Shen Tian's expression remained indifferent. Even if Tang San was someone favored by destiny, backed by the powerful title de la Tang House, so what? If he dared to provoke him, he would kill him without hesitation. Shrek Academy. Although the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive on the way back, everyone eventually returned safely. Because many events occurred during this soul hunting expedition, the Academy granted the students 2 days off, allowing them to arrange their own time without any classes. In the boys' dormitory in the room where Shen Tian lived, Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian with a serious face and said coldly, "Do you have feelings for Xiao Wu?" As a girl, she had keen intuition and could sense that there was something between them. "What are you thinking?" Shen Tian was speechless upon hearing this and said, "This matter. In short, it's not as simple as you think. Don't ask about my affairs. Also, don't be lazy in your cultivation. My cultivation has already broken through to level 37, which is a full 10 levels higher than your level 27. What? Your cultivation reached level 37? Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian in disbelief. Just a few days ago, his cultivation was only level 33, and now he had broken through 4 levels in just a few days. She hurriedly asked, "How did you break through? Teach me." Suddenly she thought of something and looked at Shen Tian seriously, saying, "You're not practicing any evil techniques, are you? I must tell you, if you really are practicing evil techniques, don't blame me for being unkind. In the world of spirit masters, there are many evil techniques that can rapidly increase cultivation, but come with severe side effects. Some of these evil techniques are exceedingly strange and cruel, and once practiced, they are doomed to die. Who are you going to kill?" Shen Tian directly pressed Ning Rongrong down on the bed, looking at her alluring, yet somewhat panicked face. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but restrained himself, not because she wasn't as beautiful as the Silver Dragon King, but because at that moment he had just awakened and couldn't suppress the power within him. Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian, her expression panicked, her cheeks flushed. Her heart raced, and she didn't know what to do or whether to refuse. Shen Tian stood up. Although she was his legitimate fiancé, he didn't do anything out of line. He took out a silver peach from his storage soul guide and said, "If you refine this peach, it should help you break through." Ning Rongrong looked at the silver peach in Shen Tian's hand. The peach was as large as 2 fists, entirely silver white, with intricate patterns on its surface, exuding a silver glow and wafting a tempting fragrance resembling the legendary celestial peach. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock, as it was her first time seeing such a peach. Silver peach, a type of spiritual fruit. Shen Tian explained that he obtained it from the Silver Dragon King. After making the trip, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. The life essence there was very rich, growing many precious spiritual herbs. Although he didn't recognize many of them and didn't know if they were poisonous, he recognized the peach, so he picked a good dozen of them. If it weren't for the peach trees suddenly popping up from the ground and running away, he would have picked them all. Ning Rongrong took the silver peach and took a bite. A rich, fruity aroma filled her mouth, and it tasted extremely delicious. At the same time, she felt a warm current flowing within her body. Soon Ning Rongrong finished eating the silver peach, sitting cross-legged on Shen Tian's bed meditating to refine the surging energy within her. An hour later, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes and a silver light flashed in her gaze, but it was fleeting. Immediately a powerful wave of soul power emanated from within her, enveloping her in a dazzling rainbow of colors, gathering at her chest, transforming into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. I have broken through. My cultivation has reached level 29. Ning Rongrong said excitedly as she jumped up from the bed and hugged Shen Tian. Originally her cultivation was only at level 27, but now she had broken through 2 minor realms in a row, reaching level 29. Looking at Shen Tian, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire, she said, "Do you have more? Give me another one and I can definitely break through to level 30 and become a soul master." "What are you thinking?" Shen Tian flicked his finger on Ning Rongrong's fair forehead and said, "Relying on pills to break through, although it doesn't have too many side effects, there are still some. For a short time you shouldn't rely on the silver peach to break through. Also you have an unpleasant smell on you, but it's best to wash it off first." The silver peach not only helps soul masters improve their cultivation, but also has the ability to cleanse the marrow and expel impurities, which is why Ning Rongrong currently has a lot of impurities expelled from her body. Ning Rongrong caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor on her body and let out a scream before rushing into the bathroom of Shen Tian's room. Shen Tian's hand flashed with silver light, revealing a silver peach. Looking at the silver peach in his hand, he didn't expect such a thing could actually enhance soul power, even by 2 levels. He didn't eat it as his soul power was already increasing rapidly, and he couldn't continue to improve in a short time or it would destabilize his foundation. Shen Tian left the room and went to the girls' dormitory. He couldn't eat it, but he could let Zhu Zhuqing eat it. With her current soul power at level 28, if she could improve by 2 levels, she would reach level 30 and become a soul master. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Zhu Zhuqing refined the silver peach, but only improved by 1. This puzzled Shen Tian greatly. Ning Rongrong refined the silver peach and improved by 2 levels. Why did Zhu Zhuqing only improve by 1? Could it be that the 2 silver peaches were different? Although she only improved by 1 level, Zhu Zhuqing was still very happy. She said, "I feel like my soul power has reached the peak of level 29, and it won't be long before I can reach level 30. Shen Tian quickly understood upon hearing this. Level 30 is a major threshold, and breaking through it is much more difficult than breaking through levels 28 or 29. Therefore, relying on a single silver peach cannot directly lead to crossing this major threshold. However, even so, Shen Tian did not give Zhu Zhuqing a second peach because he feared that too much would be as bad as not enough. He said, "You should stabilize your realm first and take a shower." Zhu Zhuqing then realized and looked at the dirt on her body, her face going pale as she hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Shen Tian left Zhu Zhuqing's room and saw Xiao Wu sitting alone on a plank not far away, looking very "Yo, who is so bold as to dare to upset our Xiao Wu?" Shen Tian said with a smile, then sat down beside Xiao Wu. Seeing that it was Shen Tian, Xiao Wu said with a forlorn expression, "I don't know if I should stay here. I'm very scared. I originally thought we were all from the same world, but I realized I was wrong. We are fundamentally not from the same world and cannot coexist peacefully. Even if she chooses to transform into a human, she still fundamentally isn't a human, she is a soul beast." Shen Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, we are not from the same world. You are a woman and I am a man, we are not from the same world." Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh at his words and said angrily, "You know that's not what I mean. What I meant was..." "I know." Shen Tian said, thought for a moment and continued, "I know you've been afraid deep down, especially with everything that's happened recently. But since you've chosen to step out, you need to face all of this, face the harsh reality of the world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you want to leave, just tell me and I'll send you back. I have a peach here. Eat a peach and forget all your worries and return to being that silly Xiao Wu. You are the silly one." Xiao Wu said angrily. Then she noticed the peach in Shen Tian's hand, her expression turning surprised. She said, "How do you have this thing? What is your connection to those? Why did they give you a celestial peach?" She was 100,000-year soul beast. Although she hadn't really lived for 100,000 years, she had lived for a long time and naturally knew what was at the deepest part of the Stardew Forest. That place is still a forbidden area even for a 100,000-year soul beast like her. "And the kind of person who likes to make friends, who I have friends everywhere," Shen Tian said with a smile, placing the silver peach in Xiao Wu's hand. He added, "No matter what you want to do, strength is fundamental. Only with powerful strength can you do what you wish and protect what you want to protect." As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed Xiao Wu's head, then stood up and left the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 4 figures in the distance: Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjuan, and Tang San. At this moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjuan, and Oscar looked dazed while Tang San's eyes were filled with cold light, even radiating a fierce killing intent. This was because they had just witnessed Shen Tian petting Xiao Wu's head. Ma Hongjun angrily said, "How can he be such a scoundrel? There are only 3 women in the academy, and he has occupied 2 of them. Now he even stretches his hands towards Xiao Wu. He's trying to wipe them all out." Oscar also said angrily, "Indeed, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. This guy continuously eats from the burrow, even worse than Dai Lauda." Dai Mubai nodded, but quickly reacted, glaring at Oscar. He said, "What do you mean, even worse than me? Can you speak properly?" "Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue." Oscar quickly apologized with a smile. Dai Mubai did not argue with Oscar, but turned to Tang San and said, "Xiao San, although this guy is indeed despicable, just teach him a lesson, don't be too harsh." Tang San did not respond, but fixed his gaze on Shen Tian, his eyes filled with cold light. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and Dai Mubai, and sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. She turned to Tang San and asked, "Tang San, what are you going to do? What did you call me?" Tang San restrained his aura and looked incredulously at Xiao Wu. Just now she called him by his name instead of calling him Xiao San or brother. Tang San, I called you Tang San." Xiao Wu's expression was initially hesitant, but ultimately it became resolute. She had thought that he was different from other humans, but during this time she realized she was wrong. He was just like other humans, looking down on soul beasts from the bottom of his heart, believing that soul beasts were merely livestock raised by soul masters. From today onwards, she was just a vengeful spirit born solely for revenge, and would not easily trust anyone again. Shen Tian looked at Xiao Wu with some surprise, feeling that she seemed to have changed and was different from before. Was it because of his earlier persuasion? Although he was clever, he did not realize one thing, that the beautiful world she had once imagined had collapsed, leaving only the initial hatred. Why? How could this happen? Could it be because of him? Tang San roared in hysterical fury, his face contorted into a mask of grotesque rage. He had never imagined Xiao Wu would betray their bond. Could 6 years of devotion truly mean less than a few days spent with another? "It has nothing to do with him," Xiao Wu replied coldly, offering no further explanation. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others stood frozen in disbelief. How could Xiao Wu be so utterly heartless? What enchantment had Shen Tian cast upon her? Tang San refused to accept such a flimsy dismissal. His gaze locked onto Shen Tian, eyes burning with murderous intent. This man was the root of Xiao Wu's betrayal. Shen Tian met Tang San's venomous stare and sighed wryly, "Don't glare at me like that. It truly has nothing to do with me. Stop blaming everything on me. Why not examine your own flaws instead?" He hadn't spoken a single ill word about Tang San, nor had he schemed to tear them apart. This entire calamity bore no connection to him. Surely none at all. After all, he was an innocent, virtuous soul. Dai Mubai glared at Shen Tian's feigned innocence and bellowed, "Shen Tian, this goes too far. I accepted you stealing my fiancé, but now you've stolen Xiao San's girlfriend. A friend's wife must never be coveted. Don't you know that ancient code?" "What a—" Oscar and Ma Hongjun instantly froze upon hearing this, turning sharply toward Dai Mubai, never imagining that their elder brother's fiancé had already been taken by Shen Tian. When had this even happened? Tang San too stood stunned. Shen Tian fixed Dai Mubai with a chilling smirk. "I stole your fiancé. Tell me, when exactly were you betrothed?" "I—" Dai Mubai faltered, then retorted coldly, "Though we never formally pledged our vows, our union was arranged by both families." "Enough." Shen Tian cut him off with a mocking laugh. "You abandoned your fiancé and fled alone to indulge in pleasure, surrounded by beauties lost in poetry and moonlight, yet expected her to remain chaste and follow you straight into hell. How dare you call her your fiancé? Had Zhu Zhuqing not been exceptionally fortunate and fiercely determined, her grave would long since have sprouted towering trees. And yet this man still dared claim lordship over her as his betrothed. You." Dai Mubai's face twisted with fury as he snarled, "Fine, I admit I lack legitimacy. But what of it? Is a man's charm a crime? Regardless of acknowledgement, she remains my fiancé. No one can alter that truth. Should she disgrace my clan, she and her entire lineage will face merciless retribution." Shen Tian's gaze turned glacial. Though indifferent to Zhu Zhuqing's status, it remained an immutable fact, one bound to endure as long as the Xing Luo Empire itself existed. "My affairs concern only me, not my family," Zhu Zhuqing declared, stepping calmly from the chamber, her voice icy and resolute. "Just because you say so doesn't make it so." Dai Mubai unleashed his pent-up wrath, shedding all pretense of composure. With a sneer he spat, "Your clan may be formidable, but it is but a vassal beneath ours. Now that you've shamed us, do you truly believe this matter will vanish without consequence?" Zhu Zhuqing trembled faintly. Though the Zhu clan stood among Xing Luo's most elite houses, ultimate authority rested solely with the imperial house of Dai, the true sovereigns of Xing Luo. This power structure differed starkly from that of the Tiandou Empire. So what if it cannot be buried? Others fear your house of Dai. I do not. Moreover, you are merely a cowardly prince who flees responsibility. Even if I slay you, what could your clan possibly do? Your elder brother might even thank me for the favor. Shen Tian's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. In an instant he vanished, reappearing before Dai Mu Bai as though teleporting. Only then did his spirit rings flare into existence. Thud. Shen Tian kicked Dai Mu Bai flat, then sent Tang Sen flying, stacking them atop one another like human dominoes. His voice rang cold and absolute. I've grown weary of reason. It serves no purpose here. In this world of tooth and claw, strength alone is law. You are weak. Therefore you forfeit the right to debate with me. Damn it. Tang Sen roared, surging his spirit energy, but humiliation choked him. Powerless he lay crushed, not just by force, but before Xiao Wu's very eyes. Boom. Shen Tian's spirit energy surged, 3 spirit rings blazing around him, the third radiating a blinding violet light, its crushing gravity, pinning his foes immobile. His original third spirit skill, unenhanced by spirit manifestation, was mastery of earth elements. When manifested, it became gravitational control. After his second awakening, however, he could now wield gravitational control, even without spirit manifestation. Oscar and Ma Hongjun stared awestruck, never imagining Shen Tian possessed such terrifying power, dispatching 2 opponents in the blink of an eye. We're all classmates. No need to escalate things, Ma Hongjun stammered nervously, fearing Shen Tian might truly kill Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. Do you blame me for this? Shen Tian turned his gaze upon Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun shook his head frantically, his mind reeling. The situation was tangled with revelations, leaving him speechless. Yet one truth remained: they were classmates. This chaos served no one. If it isn't my fault, then it's theirs. So tell me, what's wrong with my disciplining them? Shen Tian asked. This. Ma Hongjun faltered, tongue-tied. Shen Tian ignored him, eyes dropping to the 2 men beneath his feet. You believe Xiao Wu and I are involved. You insult me, and worse, you insult Xiao Wu. And if you insist we're entangled, then unless we truly are, you've slandered us both for nothing. You. Tang San raged, straining against his bindings, but it felt as though a mountain pressed upon his chest. Each desperate struggle only intensified the crushing weight. Shen Tian paid no heed to Tang San's fury. In a flash he appeared beside Xiao Wu, and pulled her into his arms, claiming her lips in a fierce, unyielding kiss. Xiao Wu stood stunned, her mind blank, her senses overwhelmed by the sudden, audacious embrace. Shen Tian released her, then turned to Tang San. Now we are involved. From this day forth, Xiao Wu is mine, and you no longer exist in her life. I'll kill you. Tang San erupted, unleashing his spirit, blue silver grass. But before Shen Tian, it crumbled like brittle straw beneath razor-sharp wind blades. When his spirit failed, Tang San hurled concealed weapons, blades of every size, some invisible. Shen Tian narrowed his eyes. Runes flickered across his irises. Suddenly, every hidden projectile resolved with crystalline clarity. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Since when had he possessed such perception? But there was no time for reflection. His second spirit ring ignited. Wine coalesced around him, and Xiao Wu effortlessly deflecting every dart and blade. Is this all you've got? Pathetic. Shen Tian's voice rang with icy authority. Gone was his usual languor. In its place stood a sovereign aura commanding heavens and earth alike. Light flashed in Tang San's hand. A hammer materialized. Wielding the Hao Tian hammer, he lunged. Though unadorned by spirit rings, its sheer might remained legendary, for it was the supreme weapon spirit of all realms. Crack. Shen Tian didn't flinch. He seized the hammer barehanded. His right arm transformed into a dragon's claw, gripping the weapon, and with a single brutal squeeze shattered it into splinters. Thud. Shen Tian kicked Tang San backward, sending him sprawling. Xiao Wu watched, concern flashing across her eyes. Though she'd severed ties, 6 years of love could not dissolve like mist. Shen Tian held her closed expression, impassive. With power capable of subduing all creation, why should he bend to the whims of the weak? He had not entered this world to suffer indignity. Letting those elders at the Seven Treasures Spirit Pagoda humiliate him, that was forgivable. But these feeble fools daring to challenge him, did they mistake his patience for weakness? Destined heirs, chosen ones, they would kneel beneath his feet, beneath his shadow. Above, the heavens convulsed. Vast clouds tore asunder, revealing a colossal azure dragon's phantom gazing down upon mortals with an arrogance that shook the cosmos. A carriage leisurely drove out of Swoto City. Suddenly the carriage came to a halt. Are you here to bid farewell, or to silence me? Shen Tian looked at Zhao Wuji in front of him, and smiled, not expecting anyone to come to send him off. Zhao Wuji felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, rubbed his head, and chuckled. I'm just an old rough man, but I'm not a fool. Killing here would be courting death. Are you really leaving? Zhao Wuji's smile vanished, and he looked at Shen Tian seriously. Although they had only known each other for a few days, he admired Shen Tian greatly, be it his strength, character, or approach to matters. Shen Tian nodded. His decision to leave was not solely due to the matter concerning Xiao Wu, but rather because of the past few days spent together. He felt that Shrek was different from his expectations. Moreover, he did not wish to follow the original fate laid out for him. He Tang San was a transmigrator destined by heaven, with one external advantage after another. But was he not also a transmigrator? He possessed the ability to foresee the future as a golden finger. Why should he follow the other's development? Furthermore, with the powerful Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School behind him, he would seize control of the ice and fire yin-yang eye upon his return, and utilize the immortal herbs for himself. He was a dragon, not a mere follower. Zhao Wuji said, "Some misunderstandings need to be clarified." Shen Tian interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and said, "I know that some things only require a brief explanation to resolve misunderstandings, but I don't want to explain as it is unnecessary. Some matters aren't about right or wrong. In this case, Tang San is not at fault, Dai Mubai is not at fault, and naturally, I am not at fault either. The only one at fault is fate." Shen Tian looked at Zhao Wuji and smiled. "Would you like to come with me? That guy Flanders has been good to me, I cannot leave." Zhao Wuji shook his head and looked at Shen Tian, saying, "If one day you find yourselves as enemies, I hope you won't go as far as to kill. After all, you are all classmates. Rest assured, as long as you don't cross my bottom line, I won't kill. Farewell, teacher Zhao," Shen Tian said with a smile, driving the carriage away and waving at Zhao Wuji. "Goodbye, teacher Zhao. Goodbye, teacher Zhao. Goodbye, teacher Zhao." Three figures emerged from the carriage waving at Zhao Wuji. It was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Shen Tian left Shrek Academy, naturally taking them with him. "Farewell and safe travels." Zhao Wuji waved his hand, a smile on his face, but deep down he felt a great regret for not seeing these four little ones mature before leaving Shrek Academy. "Going home, my first time running away from home, and I didn't expect to return so soon. I wonder if my dad has gained weight, if Grandpa Bone has become thinner, or if Grandpa Sword has grown a beard again." Ning Rongrong said, laughing in the carriage, not feeling sad about leaving Shrek, but rather happy. After all, she had only stayed there for 3 days. Of course, they had to exclude the time spent heading to the Stardow Forest. However, even counting that, it was no more than 10 days, and naturally, there would be no particularly strong feelings, only a bit of regret. Zhu Zhuqing remained cool and detached. It didn't matter to her where she was, as she had already made her choice to follow Shen Tian, and she would remain loyal, never leaving his side. As for Xiao Wu, she looked a bit forlorn, hugging her long, slender, jade-like legs, her body curled up in the corner of the carriage without uttering a single word. Shen Tian let the carriage move forward on its own while he squeezed into the carriage, holding the three of them close. Looking at Ning Rongrong, he smiled and said, "Do you think when I go home with 2 beautiful wives, those 2 old fellows will beat me up?" "Definitely, but if you ask me, I can plead for you," Ning Rongrong said, proudly reverting back to her haughty self. She didn't care how many wives Shen Tian wanted as long as he continued to love her. At this, Ning Rongrong turned to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, giggling. "From today on, I am your big sister, and you all must listen to me." "Listen to what?" Shen Tian flicked Ning Rongrong's fair forehead with his fingers, then turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu did not resist, her expression was devoid of emotion, lacking the usual smile. "You are not alone." Shen Tian held Xiao Wu tighter, realizing at this moment why Xiao Wu's personality had changed so drastically. It was due to her lack of affection. Xiao Wu's mother was killed by Bibi Dong, and she lost her only family. After leaving the Stardow Forest, she sought revenge for her mother. During that time, she was all alone, and when she met Tang, since she regarded him as her family. But due to various circumstances, their relationship fractured, leaving her once again feeling utterly alone. At this moment, Xiao Wu's heart was in its most vulnerable state, making her the easiest target for manipulation. Although Shen Tian might seem to be taking advantage of her vulnerability, it appeared quite shameless. But so what? Should he wait until she calms down, and then persuade her properly, and then send her back to Tang? People are inherently selfish. He did not deny that he was attracted to her beauty and wanted to possess her. What was wrong with having many women when one is powerful? It's better for a good cabbage to be plucked by oneself rather than letting other pigs do the job. 1 week later, Shen Tian and the others arrived at the imperial city of the Tiandou Empire. Tiandou City is the imperial city of the Tiandou Empire, its prosperity far surpassing that of Suodo City. Just the area alone spans tens of thousands of square kilometers. "Why are we coming to Tiandou City?" Ning Rongrong asked with confusion. Originally thinking they would return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she did not expect Shen Tian to bring them to Tiandou City. Shen Tian did not answer, but instead asked, "I remember the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has a large estate in Tiandou City, right?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong nodded and asked in confusion, "Which one are you referring to?" "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the wealthiest among all sects, second only to the Spirit Hall. As for the Grand Soul Arena, although it is quite wealthy, it is an organization formed by several families, and thus cannot be considered a genuine force. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is located not too far from Tiando City, and thus it has established many businesses in Tiando City. Shen Tian said, "It needs to be large, and it also needs to be quiet." Large and quiet. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment, and said the Qinghua Villa has a land area of several tens of thousands of square meters, and is located in the suburbs of Tiando City, surrounded mostly by noble estates, thus the environment is very elegant and quiet. "That's the place," Shen Tian said, then drove the carriage towards Qinghua Villa. He did not return directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School because of Xiao Wu's identity. Although Xiao Wu had transformed into a human, she was still in her juvenile stage, and even a soul Douluo could see through her identity. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has many soul Douluo, and once she steps into the school, those soul Douluo would undoubtedly see through her identity. 100,000-year soul beast is enough to drive countless soul masters insane, especially 100,000-year soul beast in human form, which can be easily hunted. Shen Tian could not guarantee he could suppress everyone's greed. Moreover, he wanted to establish his own team and eventually overpower the Shrek 7 monsters. Although he had intercepted 3 of the Shrek 7 monsters, he believed that fate would bring the Shrek 7 monsters back, and the reformed Shrek 7 monsters would surely surpass the original 7. For the children of destiny are not only hard to kill, but they also grow stronger with each challenge. Now after his suppression, Tang Sen would undoubtedly rise from the ashes, becoming even more powerful. Qinghua Manor. The Qinghua Manor is not only vast, but also exceptionally tranquil, as the entire estate is devoid of any human presence. Aside from the scheduled cleaning, there are no visitors here on ordinary days. I have only been here a few times, and it felt too quiet and rather dull, so I never returned. Ning Rongrong led everyone into the manor. As the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect's master, she naturally possessed the password to the estate, directly unlocking the Soul Guide's password lock. "Don't worry, it will be lively here soon, because I will find many sisters for you," Shen Tian said with a smile. Ning Rongrong's expression turned cold as she looked at Shen Tian, and said, "While I don't mind you finding other women, you can't have too many, can you? Aren't the 3 of us enough for you?" Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu glanced at Shen Tian with unfriendly expressions. Shen Tian felt somewhat uneasy under their gazes and awkwardly smiled, saying, "I'm looking for teammates to participate in the Senior Soul Master Competition in 2 years, not for women." Senior Soul Master Competition. Ning Rongrong looked puzzled and thought for a moment before saying, "The Senior Soul Master Competition is held once every 5 years. It has been over 2 years since the last one, and the next one will be in 2.5 years. The age limit is under 25. Given our current strength, it will be difficult to achieve a good ranking in the competition 2 years from now. However, if we participate in the one after that, we are sure to rank, well, perhaps even clinch the first place. At present, their ages do not exceed 13, and by the time of the next competition, they will be under 20. 7 years. I don't have that kind of time. I need to participate in 2 years, and not only that, I aim to win the championship to claim first place in the Senior Soul Master Competition." With a sharp gaze, Shen Tian declared that this time he had suppressed Tang San and the others in Shrek, and he intended to do the same 2 years later, continuing to exert his dominance. Ning Rongrong asked, "But there are only 4 of us, and to participate in the Senior Soul Master Competition, we need to join an academy. Are we supposed to join the Tiando Royal Academy?" "No need. Have your father apply for an academy. This Senior Soul Master Competition is a great opportunity to enhance the reputation of the Seven Treasure Academy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family already has a Thunder Academy, so it would be unreasonable for the wealthy Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect not to establish an academy. As for the selection of candidates, it's a bit late to recruit now. You should send someone to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to deliver a message asking your father to bring Jian Laotu here, and then we can head to several academies to recruit people directly. Why let a golden opportunity go to waste?" Like Huo Wu and Shui Binger, they are top-tier talents, their talents not inferior to Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Then there's Yi Lingling. Her martial soul, the Nine-Heart Sea Bell, is incredibly powerful, and I must secure her. Recruiting people. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at the prospect, finding it very interesting. Although the major academies of the Tiando Empire are quite formidable, they still fall short before the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. To directly recruit people will surely be amusing. Shen Tian took Xiao Wu to a secluded spot and tightly embraced her. Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat unnatural. Although this was not her first time being embraced, she was still unaccustomed to it. After all, even with Tang San, she had never been this close. Without saying anything, Shen Tian directly kissed Xiao Wu. After a long while, Shen Tian released Xiao Wu, reaching out to caress her flushed cheek, and said earnestly, "I know our relationship is developing rapidly, but my love for you will never change. and will not be less than for anyone else. Xiao Wu didn't know how to respond. Their relationship had indeed progressed quickly. Initially, she intended to stop trusting others and close her heart, but at this moment, he had forcefully intruded into her world, leaving her heart in chaos. Let's not discuss this for now. This is Tiando City, the imperial city of the Tiando Empire. There are many soul Douluos and even title Douluos here. You should stay in the manor and not go out. I will find a way to resolve your issues as soon as possible, Shen Tian said. Although the lovesick red can obscure Xiao Wu's identity, the current Xiao Wu's feelings for him cannot be recognized by the lovesick red. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Shen Tian looked at the bashful and charming Xiao Wu and mischievously said, "Let's share another kiss." "You're annoying," Xiao Wu exclaimed in embarrassment and anger before turning to run away. Shen Tian did not pursue her. He understood that to make Xiao Wu completely forget Tang San and wholeheartedly love him required a gradual approach. An hour later, two figures arrived at Qingyue Manor. Both figures wore immaculate white robes. One was an elderly man with white hair and beard looking ancient, and with a face as tender as a baby's, his expression extremely indifferent. His eyes were sharp like swords, exuding an air of dominance. The other was a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance, straight nose, and a warm demeanor. Compared to the elder's piercing gaze, his eyes were gentle, giving a sense of approachability. Additionally, there was an air of nobility about him. "Father Grandpa Jian." Ning Rongrong joyfully ran towards the newcomers, embracing both of them. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Chun Zin's cold face immediately broke into a smile as he said, "My little princess, you have grown a lot, and are becoming more beautiful. You came so quickly." At this moment, Shen Tian approached from a distance. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is not too far from Tiando City, it is still a considerable distance, yet they arrived in less than an hour. Upon seeing Shen Tian, Chun Zin's smile vanished. He waved his hand and a torrent of soul powers surged from his hand, transforming into a massive hand aiming to suppress Shen Tian directly. Shen Tian, seeing Chen Xian attack him, showed no surprise. He mobilized his soul power, effortlessly neutralizing the pressure from Chen Xian. "Oh!" Chun Zin's expression turned to one of surprise. He had not expected Shen Tian to withstand his soul pressure so easily. "Jian Lao, to have you not eaten?" Shen Tian chuckled as he casually walked towards him. Chun Zin's expression grew displeased. It had only been a few days, and he dared to speak to him in such a manner. It seemed that a few days without a beating had emboldened him. Ning Rongrong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji looked at Shen Tian, sensing a significant increase in his strength. However, to gauge the exact extent of his progress, they needed to have Jian Shu evaluate him. Chen Xian waved his hand, and a large hand formed from gathered energy, descending to suppress. In that instant, Shen Tian felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. The oppressive sensation reached the level of a soul emperor. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, each step he took left a deep imprint on the ground, accompanied by the emergence of dark patterns on his body. Chen Xian was astonished, channeling his soul power. This time he not only activated his soul power, but also utilized his mental strength. Under his mental control, the soul pressure became even more formidable. Boom! The ground beneath Shen Tian cracked, and he sank into the earth. However, the ground soon exploded, and he soared out in a half-dragon, half-human form, breaking through Chun Zin's handprint and standing proudly in midair. The complete version of the martial soul manifestation, and it didn't go out of control. Both Chen Xian and Ning Fengji were shocked to see Shen Tian exhibit the martial soul manifestation without losing control, and even more incredulous that he was airborne. Shen Tian smiled as he landed, releasing the martial soul manifestation. Although he could manifest his martial soul now, it consumed a lot of energy, preventing him from maintaining it for long. In the main hall of Qingyue Villa, Ning Fengji said, "Xiao Yan, although I don't want to comment on your private life, how many women you want to find is your own business. However, if you make Rongrong sad, I will not spare you." Ning Fengji spoke with an icy expression devoid of his previous elegance. His indifference wasn't due to a generous nature, but rather because for a strong person, having multiple wives was quite ordinary. Additionally, those who possessed dragon-type martial souls had immense physical strength and high demands, whereas Rongrong, as an auxiliary soul master, was physically weak and struggled to endure the endless assaults from the former. Shen Tian said, "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will treat Rongrong well for a lifetime, and will never let her suffer even the slightest grievance." Ning Fengji was quite satisfied with Shen Tian. Although the latter had changed significantly from before, he was confident in his judgment of character. Shen Tian wasn't the type to be ungrateful or cold-blooded. He said, "Rongrong mentioned in her letter that you want to establish an academy and participate in the next Advanced Soul Master competition." "Yes," Shen Tian nodded in response. Ning Fengji asked with confusion, "If you want to participate in the next Advanced Soul Master competition, you could join the Tiando Royal Academy or several other academies. Why do you insist on establishing your own?" Furthermore, with just over 2 years until the next competition, it might be a bit late to train disciples now. He didn't want to establish an academy as the continent seemed calm on the surface, but in reality dark currents were surging and the ambitions of the martial soul hall were growing increasingly vast. In a few years the continent would undoubtedly fall into chaos. 2 years is enough. As for disciples, I can just go and seize them from other academies. Shen Tian smiled and said, this time I not only want to participate, but also to win first place. Additionally, establishing an academy allows for the selection of more outstanding disciples for the sect. Since you want to participate, then so be it. However, seizing disciples from other academies might not be the best approach. It's better to select a few disciples from our sect. Ning Fengji remarked that he wasn't overly concerned about Shen Tian wanting to win first place. Even if Shen Tian's talent was exceptional in 2 years, he would at most reach the rank of Soul Scholar, and with the age limit for the Advanced Soul Master competition set below 25, a Soul Scholar was nothing significant. There was even a possibility of encountering Soul Kings during the competition. No, Shen Tian replied firmly. I have already chosen the list of disciples. I will have Grandpa Jin accompany me to seize them from several major elemental academies, and as for the consequences, I don't mind. You may not mind, but I do. Ning Fengji wanted to slap him, knowing that behind the major elemental academies lay substantial forces. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect had no fear of these forces, he didn't wish to offend them. Chen Xian said, Fengji, since Xiaotian wants to do this, let him proceed. It's just a few disciples. Do they dare to come knocking on our door? Ning Fengji wanted to say something, but since Uncle Jian had spoken, he refrained from further persuasion. Not to mention a few disciples, even forcibly swallowing several academies would not be a difficult task for the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Looking at Shen Tian, he smiled bitterly and said, you have changed a lot. The old you wouldn't have wanted to stir trouble, but now, when you make a move, it's a big deal. The old me didn't avoid trouble out of reluctance, but out of fear of losing control. I have been suppressing myself. Now, after my martial soul's second awakening, I can fully control my power without worry. Shen Tian smiled and said, by the way, once I select the disciples, I will go confront Douluo. With Grandpa Jian's strength, he should be able to suppress Douluo, right? What? You want to confront Douluo? Ning Fengzi's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Shen Tian. Even Chen Xian, who had always been cold, showed signs of astonishment at this moment. Ning Fengzi's expression grew serious as he asked, Xiaotian, did Douluo provoke you? No, Shen Tian shook his head. He hadn't even met the man, so how could there be any enmity? If he hasn't provoked you, then why do you want to confront him? Douluo is a solitary person, both righteous and wicked. Most importantly, he is adept in poison. If we offend him, it could bring great disaster to our Seven Treasure Glazed Sect. Ning Fengji said, feeling that Shen Tian's actions were becoming increasingly reckless, which was not a good sign. Rest assured, I won't create enmity. Even if I can't recruit him, I will make him grateful to me. Some things are hard to explain, you will understand in time. Shen Tian smiled as he was determined to obtain the ice and fire yin-yang eyes occupied by Douluo. The celestial herbs inside were crucial, not only for rapidly enhancing power, but also for improving talent. Ning Fengji said solemnly, you need to clarify your intentions, otherwise I won't agree. Douluo is not an ordinary person, but a titled Douluo. Even if the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect has no fear of him, offending a titled Douluo will bring a calamity to our sect. Shen Tian said, 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. To convince Ning Fengji, he needed to present sufficiently great benefits, as the latter was the sect leader and had to consider the entire sect. What? Ning Fengji stood up abruptly from his chair, his usual calm demeanor gone. His breathing quickened as he gazed at Shen Tian. Xiaotian, why do you suddenly mention the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower? The Seven Treasure Glazed Sect's inherited martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the continent. Although it is the strongest, it has a flaw: it can only add 7 soul rings. In simple terms, no matter how extraordinary the talent of the owner of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, their highest achievement can only be a level 79 soul sage. Although Ning Fengzi's talent was not as high as Ning Rongrong's, he had cultivated for many years and was now stuck at level 79, finding it difficult to progress further. There was a legend within the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect that above the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, there were the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower and the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, with the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower capable of adding 8 soul rings, and the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower adding 9 soul rings. Ning Fengji had always hoped that his 7 Treasure Glazed Tower could evolve, but after countless attempts he had ultimately failed. He had originally chosen to give up, but unexpectedly he heard about the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower from Shen Tian today. Shen Tian said, confronting Douluo could allow your 7 Treasure Glazed Tower to evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. You aren't deceiving me. Ning Fengji looked at Shen Tian and asked. If it could allow his 7 Treasure Glazed Tower to evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with Douluo, even if it meant ambushing him. No, Shen Tian did not plan to have Rongrong consume the Chiluatulip, but rather Ning Fengji, as Ning Fengji, consuming it could expedite his ascent to title Douluo. Thus, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would become even stronger and his support would be greatly enhanced. As for Rongrong, he would think of other methods. After all, while the Chiluatulip was rare, it didn't mean there was only one in the entire continent. The Stardow Forest held many precious celestial herbs, and there were surely other ways to evolve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower. Ning Fengji said, "Alright, let's go right now. I will first send a message to Grandpa Gu inviting him to join us. That way, even if Douluo has amazing escape skills, he won't be able to get away." He had no doubts. First, he knew that Shen Tian disliked lying, and second, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he wouldn't let it slip. Shen Tian said, "Although I said I would confront Douluo, I never said I wanted to kill him. Rather, I intend to make a deal with him. Moreover, since it is still early, let's first handle my matters." The Blaze Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, specializes in the study of a single element, following a cultivation path centered around extremes. As for the Blaze Academy, it focuses on the fire element, and all disciples within the academy possess fire attribute martial souls. Douluo and Ning Fengji brought Shen Tian to the Blaze Academy. Although the Blaze Academy could not compare to the Seven Treasure Glazed School, directly stealing disciples would have a negative impact, so negotiation was naturally the best option. Shen Tian said there is only one, and that is Huowu. Huowu's martial soul is Fire Shadow, a very special martial soul with immense potential. Huowu. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and quickly recalled who she was saying. Huowu is the daughter of the principal of the Blaze Academy. I have some connections with the principal, so I should be able to bring her over. Ning Fengji took Shen Tian directly to the principal's office at the Blaze Academy. Naturally, the principal of the Blaze Academy was extremely enthusiastic in hosting the arrival of the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed School. Hua Tianba, the principal of the Blaze Academy, was a burly middle-aged man with a head of fiery red hair, giving off a rough impression, and he spoke in a very casual manner. However, his sharp eyes conveyed a sense of astuteness. Upon learning about Ning Fengji's intentions, Hua Tianba smiled and said, "Huowu is my favorite daughter and also the most outstanding disciple of the Blaze Academy." Ning Fengji smiled and replied, "I heard that the Blaze Academy wants to renovate its training grounds. I have great expectations for the future of the Blaze Academy and intend to invest 300,000 gold soul coins. I will entrust my daughter to you, Master Ning." Hua Tianba said with a smile, shaking Ning Fengji's hand. "No problem, no problem." Ning Fengji also replied with a smile. Shen Tian watched in a daze, thinking it would be troublesome, but unexpectedly, with his father-in-law's intervention, it was resolved directly. Indeed, having money makes the path smoother. Soon Huowu was called over. "What do you want me for?" Huowu's voice could be heard before she even entered, and from her tone, she seemed quite displeased. A sweet-looking girl walked in shortly after, about 15 or 16 years old, with long crimson hair, stunning features, a tall figure, and dressed in a gold and red dress, giving off the aura of a sprite amidst flames. "Xiao Wu, do not be rude. This is Master Ning, hurry and greet him." Hua Tianba chastised, then added with a smile, "Moreover, starting today you will transfer to the Seven Treasure Academy and cultivate under Master Ning." "What? The Seven Treasure Academy?" Huowu was stunned, not expecting that her father had called her over to send her away. Anger flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "Old man, what do you mean by this? Just because I broke a few of your things you want to send me away to an academy I've never even heard of? I refuse." "Enough." Hua Tianba interrupted Huowu with a commanding tone, saying, "This matter is non-negotiable. I am the principal of the Blaze Academy. You have disrespected your elders and are expelled." Huowu trembled with rage, feeling that her father no longer loved her as he wanted to send her away. Tears of grievance brimmed her eyes, nearly spilling over. Shen Tian said, "Joining my Seven Treasure Academy will undoubtedly be the best choice of your life. As for the future of the Seven Treasure Academy, I want elaborate. We are soul masters, so let's resolve this in the way of soul masters. If you can defeat me, then we have no right to invite you to join. We will simply leave." Huowu looked at Shen Tian, her eyes brightening at the sight of the handsome youth. But soon her expression turned cold as she scoffed, "You dare challenge me?" Although she didn't know how old Shen Tian was, he was certainly younger than her. Currently, her cultivation had reached level 35, while he was at most. A series of soul rings appeared beneath Shen Tian's feet, totaling 3, 1 yellow and 2 purple, radiating a dazzling brilliance. 3-ring soul ancestor with a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Huowu exclaimed in shock, her lovely face filled with disbelief. The youth before her, significantly younger than herself, had reached the rank of soul ancestor, and his second soul ring was even a 1,000-year one. Even Hua Tianba was taken aback. The reason he agreed to allow Huowu to join the still established Seven Treasure Academy was out of respect for the Seven Treasure Glazed School, hoping his daughter would have a good future. He never expected the disciple of this academy to be such a prodigy. Shen Tian maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he asked, "Do you still want to compete?" "Naturally," Huowu replied confidently, realizing that even if the opponent was a soul ancestor, it did not mean she was weaker than anyone. Boom! The power within Huowu erupted and 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath her feet, while an orange-eyed illusory figure appeared behind her, identical to her own form. Shadow Martial Soul, an exceedingly rare martial soul, should be classified as a variant martial soul. Ning Fengzi's gaze turned to the orange-eyed shadow behind Huowu. Shadow martial souls typically manifest in dark attributes and appear in shadow forms, but her martial soul was fire attribute. It is indeed a variant martial soul, but it has not mutated from her generation. It has been several generations, Hui Tianba explained, noting that Huowu inherited her martial soul from her mother. If a variant martial soul mutates in a beneficial direction, it can become very powerful, and a strong martial soul can be passed down through bloodlines to the next generation. Flames ensconced Huowu's entire body, and the temperature rapidly rose as her martial soul attacked Shen Tian. Her martial soul was special, possessing the ability to embody beast martial souls, while also having direct offensive power of weapon martial souls. Shen Tian smiled, not dodging, but extending his hand as his first soul ring lit up, causing the flames enveloping Huowu to dissipate instantly, along with the flames from the fire shadow, which ultimately transformed the fire shadow into an orange-eyed silhouette. "Why did my flames disappear?" Huowu exclaimed in shock, realizing at that moment that she suddenly lost her connection to the fire element, and the flames produced by her martial soul vanished. Shen Tian chuckled, saying, "My first soul skill is fire element control. Unless your strength greatly exceeds mine, the flames you unleash will be under my control." Fire element control. Hui Tianba's expression turned serious upon hearing this. If it were true, then Shen Tian could be considered a nemesis to their Blaze Academy. "I don't believe it," Huowu shouted angrily, channeling her soul power as the fire shadow merged into her body, unleashing an even more powerful flame, as if she had transformed into a goddess of flames. With a wave of his hand, Shen Tian caused the flames surrounding Huowu to dissipate once more, but this time the speed of their disappearance was much faster than before. "All right, shall we? You lost." Hui Tianba intervened, noting that once the opponent demonstrated the ability to control flames, Huowu could not possibly win. Since Huowu would follow Shen Tian in the future, it would be unwise to continue the contest. Although Huowu was reluctant, she still retracted her power, knowing she could not defeat him. Even though she had not unleashed her 1,000-year soul skill, her 1,000-year soul skill was not an attacking soul skill. Hui Tianba looked at Shen Tian and smiled, saying, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. You will surely make a name for yourself in the world of soul masters in the future." The little fellow before him became increasingly satisfying to watch, especially considering how he had just acted skillfully, controlling his power without harming Huowu in the slightest. If the two could get together. The Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy is a soul master academy established by the Tiando Empire, boasting a strong faculty. However, as the academy only admits noble disciples, it is challenging for them to cultivate powerful soul masters. Huowu looked disdainfully at the magnificent and vast Tiando Royal Academy, saying, "If the Tiando Royal Academy were not eyeing the prestige of the Tiando Empire's royalty, it would have been eliminated long ago. What good soul masters can come from here? Although the academy is garbage, that doesn't mean there are no good soul masters here. What I'm looking for is the wielder of the 9 Hearts Sea Pair," Shen Tian said. "The 9 Hearts Sea Pair?" Ning Fengzi's expression shifted slightly as he said, "The 9 Hearts Sea Pair excels in support abilities, even surpassing the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. However, the stronger the martial soul, the more it is restricted. The 9 Hearts Sea Pair has strong supporting capabilities, but there is only one wielder per generation. It seems that the current wielder of the 9 Hearts Sea Pair is quite young." With Ning Fengzi's intervention, they easily took Yi Lingling away from the Tiando Royal Academy. Although Yi Lingling possessed the powerful martial soul of the 9 Hearts Sea Pair, the Tiando Royal Academy had long since decayed. With a direct payment of several 100,000 gold soul coins, they let her go. Yi Lingling's demeanor gave off a sense of loneliness. Even when being sent away by the academy, she showed no signs of resistance, not even asking a single question, simply lowering her head and following Shen Tian and the others away from the Tiando Royal Academy. Shen Tian looked at Yi Lingling, who had a slim and delicate figure, cascading blue hair like a waterfall draped behind her. With deep blue eyes and dressed in a black outfit, her face was covered by a black veil. Although he couldn't see her features, he could tell from her bright eyes that her appearance must be extraordinarily beautiful. "You're just going to follow us without fear of being sold?" Shen Tian looked at Yi Lingling coldly. The person before him said not a word, and if he didn't know she wasn't mute, he might have genuinely thought she was. Yi Lingling raised her head to look at Shen Tian, her voice soft and gentle as she said, "No, I believe the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect would never engage in selling young girls." "Oh, that's not certain. While I might not sell you to others, I could buy you to be my concubine," Shen Tian replied with a smile, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Yi Lingling. Although she was of a similar age to Huo Wu, her frame was quite frail, particularly lacking in curves. At his words, Yi Lingling's delicate body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Shen Tian, startled by his unabashed gaze. However, she quickly regained her composure, saying, "If that's truly the case, then I can only accept it." Off. Shen Tian was taken aback by Yi Lingling's words. Could this little girl really be someone who accepts everything without resistance, not even putting up a fight? Focusing intently on her gaze, Yi Lingling looked at Shen Tian, her eyes exceptionally clear, yet deep within them lay a sea of fear and unease, clearly not as calm as she appeared. Shen Tian smiled and chose not to say anything further. Soon the group arrived at the Tian Shui Academy. Tian Shui Academy is one of the 5 elemental academies, but what sets it apart from the other 4 is that Tian Shui Academy only admits females. Ning Fengji looked at the Tian Shui Academy before him, his expression somewhat grim as he said, "Are you here to choose teammates or to choose a wife?" Huo Wu and Yi Lingling indeed possess extraordinary talent, but the problem is that their beauty is equally exceptional. Now that they have arrived at an all-female academy like Tian Shui, whoever is chosen will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. While I don't mind if Shen Tian has other women, he doesn't need to find so many, does he? Shen Tian smiled and said, "Both, as the saying goes, good water should not flow to outsiders' fields. Since I have invested a significant amount of effort and resources to cultivate powerful soul masters, naturally, I want them under my wing." With that in mind, I look at Huo Wu and Yi Lingling and say, "Don't think I'm joking. I don't like to joke." Huo Wu's expression changed upon hearing this. She looked at Shen Tian. Although he was quite handsome, evoking a sense of attraction, that didn't mean she had to like him, especially since it seemed he had more than one woman. Yi Lingling's face also turned pale, but because she wore a veil, it was difficult for outsiders to see her change in expression. However, the panic in her eyes was hard to conceal. "I want to withdraw," Huo Wu said without hesitation. She had never wanted to join the so-called Seven Treasure Academy, and now not only was she expected to join, but also to become his woman. How could that be possible? Huo Wu was not someone who would allow herself to be at the mercy of others. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Withdraw. There's no withdrawal unless you can defeat me. Otherwise, don't even think about it, and don't even consider going back to tell your father. Your father is just a soul saint, he can't protect you, and don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, your father might just trip and fall to his death on the way home." "You?" Huo Wu's expression was filled with terror as her delicate body trembled. This was already an outright threat. Throughout her life, she had always been the favored one, the center of attention, yet now she couldn't even control her own fate. Ning Fengji looked at Shen Tian without saying anything. As for Chen Xian, he remained cold-faced, radiating pride. Yi Lingling continued in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. Shui Binger, impossible, absolutely impossible. The dean of Tian Shui Academy, Shui Xinlan, appeared to be a beautiful, noble woman. Although she was a woman, she was no less formidable than any man, refusing without hesitation. Upon hearing the firm refusal from Shui Xinlan, the dean of Tian Shui Academy, Huo Wu thought of how her father had unhesitatingly sold his own daughter, and her anger caused her to bite her lip tightly. Ning Fengji said with a smile, "I heard that Tian Shui Academy wants to purchase a batch of educational materials, and I plan to invest 300,000 gold soul coins into your academy." Shui Xinlan was silent for a moment before saying, "Binger is not only our Shui family's most outstanding descendant, but also the finest disciple of Tian Shui Academy. How could we let her go for just a mere 300,000 gold soul coins?" Seeing Shui Xinlan hesitate, Huo Wu's expression became tense as she wanted to say, "Absolutely do not agree. If she falls into the hands of this scoundrel, it would be like falling into a pit of fire." Shen Tian was calculating the number of people himself. Xiao, Wu Zhuqing Rongrong, Huo Wu Yi Lingling plus Shui Binger, they would have exactly 7 people. Although that was enough for the competition, a few reserves were still needed, as battles consume soul power and there might be injuries. "Let's add Shui Yuer and Shui Wu." Shen Tian said, "We are willing to sponsor your academy with 1 million gold soul coins." "What did you say?" Shui Xinlan's expression darkened at his words as she looked at Shen Tian and said, "Little brat, you're quite bold. All 3 of the most outstanding young talents in our academy are taken by you. Will our academy have to forfeit the next soul master competition? If it were just 1 person, I could barely agree, but 3 is simply impossible. Losing these 3 would mean we wouldn't even be able to pass the preliminaries." Although Huo Wu has high talent, she is not the strongest in the Blaze Academy. The strongest is Huo Wu Shuang, which is why Hu Tianba did not hesitate to release her. Now Shen Tian wanted to take away the three greatest young talents from Tian Shui Academy all at once. It was absolutely impossible for Tian Shui Academy to agree. In Shen Tian's hand a flash of light appeared, revealing three silvery peaches that emitted an alluring fragrance, making one's mouth water. He said, "These are the silver immortal peaches. Consuming one grants a soul master at the soul sovereign level an increase of 2 levels of soul power aside from breakthrough in major realms without any side effects." What? Shui Xinlan suddenly stood up from her chair, her gaze fervently fixed on the 3 silver peaches floating in Shen Tian's hand. Although it was her first time hearing about the silver immortal peaches as a soul saint, she could sense the surging energy contained within the peaches before her. Horwoo's expression changed as she looked at the silver immortal peaches in Shen Tian's hand. She never expected that this scoundrel could casually produce such a treasure. Following him could lead to a rapid elevation in her cultivation level. If she had enough of these peaches, wouldn't she quickly reach the title of Douluo? Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes were fixed on the silver immortal peaches in Shen Tian's hand. Her martial spirit, the 9-heart begonia, possessed healing abilities, making her particularly sensitive to vitality. She could clearly feel the overwhelming life force contained within the peaches. She had not resisted Shen Tian too much before, not because she didn't understand how to rebel, but because when she first met him, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness from him, which is why she chose to trust him. Ning Fengji and Chun Xin's expressions also changed as they were learning about such things for the first time. Had they known earlier, they would have never allowed Shen Tian to bring them out. Although 2 levels of soul power might not seem very high, it required soul masters to diligently cultivate for 2 to 3 months, and they had to be talented soul masters. Moreover, such items had no side effects. Such a peach could be sold for at least 500,000 gold soul coins, and 3 peaches would equal 1,500,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, this kind of item was scarce. Even if the price doubled, there would still be buyers. Shui Xinlan sat back down, a smile appearing on her stunning face as she lazily stretched, her curves accentuated and strikingly alluring. She shot a flirtatious glance at Shen Tian and said, "Our Binger Yue and Xiao Wu are not only incredibly talented, but also breathtakingly beautiful. You think you can use just 3 peaches to take away our 3 flowers? That's not going to happen. Not a single peach less." Shen Tian's gaze remained calm. Although Shui Xinlan was beautiful, possessing a maturity not typical of her age, he was unmoved. He replied indifferently, "Hand over those 3 to me, and in the future their achievements will far exceed the limits you can offer them. Furthermore, the academy is a place for education, not for trading. A qualified teacher should seek better opportunities for their students." Shui Xinlan's smile immediately froze upon hearing this. She reined in her smile and scrutinized Shen Tian carefully, saying, "At such a young age you possess such a sharp tongue. Given that I will let Binger Yue and Xiao Wu go with you." What she said was true. The academy is a place for education. If they continued the negotiation, it might sever the bond between the students and the academy. However, if you dare to mistreat them, even if you are a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect school, I will kill you without hesitation. Shui Xinlan emanated a powerful soul force, and 7 soul rings rose from beneath her feet, indicating that she was a 7-ring soul saint. Shen Tian smiled and said, "You can rest assured about that. My father-in-law is Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect school. If I were a wicked person, do you think he would betroth his only daughter to me?" Shui Xinlan suppressed her aura. She naturally couldn't believe that Ning Fengji would push his daughter into a fire pit, which was why she hadn't directly refused. Soon Shui Xinlan brought the 3 young girls over. The 3 girls were pure and sweet in appearance, bursting with youthful vitality. Their temperaments contrasted sharply with Huowu's fiery nature. While Huowu radiated heat, they exuded a coldness. "So it's you. What makes you think we can achieve better development by joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect school than at the Tianshui Academy?" Before Shui Xinlan could speak, one of the girls took the lead. Shen Tian looked at the girl who spoke. She was tall and slender, and although her figure was not particularly striking, she was very well proportioned. Among the 3, she was the most beautiful. The other 2 were also quite outstanding in appearance. Knowing that there was a sect leader and a titled Douluo present, she remained calm, indicating her strong character. She smiled and said, "You must be Shui Binger, right?" "That's right," Shui Binger replied coldly. Ning Fengji looked at Shui Binger. The girl before him was about the same age as Rongrong, but her demeanor was very composed, her emotions were restrained. The other 2 did not speak, clearly taking her as the center, indicating her leadership presence. It's not about joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect school, but joining the 7 Treasure Academy. You will be the first batch of students at the 7 Treasure Academy. As for guarantees, Shen Tian pondered and said, "If you think I cannot provide you with development, feel free to defeat me at any time. The methods to defeat me are not limited. You can choose to ambush or team up." "Wait, can I team up with them?" At this moment, Huowu couldn't help but speak up. She didn't want to become the scoundrel's little wife. He had the skill to control fire elements which naturally countered her. She couldn't defeat him on her own, but if she could team up with Shui Binger and the others, their chances of winning would be significantly higher. Yes, Shen Tian nodded. Truly arrogant. Do you even know what your current cultivation is, eh? Shui Binger sneered. The young man before her looked quite young, he might not even be older than her. Even as a soul sovereign, the three of them could defeat him together right now. Shen Tian calmly replied, I am a 37th level soul sovereign. What? How is that possible? Shui Binger, Horwu, and Shui Wu's expressions changed slightly. Although they suspected he was a soul sovereign, they did not expect his cultivation level to reach 37. Shui Binger thought of something and said, at such a young age to have such cultivation, did you forcibly enhance it by consuming those so-called immortal peaches? No, I have never eaten an immortal peach, nor have I consumed any rare treasures, Shen Tian replied. His cultivation, aside from breaking through 3 realms in the depths of the Stardow forest, was achieved through his own hard work. Shui Binger appeared thoughtful. The conditions he offered were exceedingly high. Although she wanted to challenge him right now, if she defeated him here, even if he was willing to offer those things, the dean would feel embarrassed to accept. Shen Tian looked at the darkening sky outside and said, I have matters to attend to. Tomorrow the 3 of you go directly to Qingwen Mountain Villa. Are you 2 going now, or will you go with them tomorrow? He looked at Huowu and Yi Lingling, who were at a loss for how. Sunset Forest, one of the 3 major gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent. Douluo, skilled in poison, has set up a toxic miasma marking out an area as his residence. His poison is formidable. Even a titled Douluo would find it difficult to eradicate once afflicted, hence no one dares to provoke him here. Ning Rongrong remarked as he gazed at the vast mountains and forests before him. Titled Douluos represent the pinnacle of soul masters, and there are not many across the continent. Except for those titled Douluos who have secluded themselves for many years, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, as one of the top 3 sects, naturally possesses some information about them. Shen Tian chuckled, saying, this old fellow is quite clever. By using poison to seal off his territory, it's difficult for an ordinary titled Douluo to occupy that coveted land without being detected. Do you know what is there? Ning Rongrong looked at Shen Tian in confusion. Shen Tian did not answer, saying, let's move forward. The 3 of them ventured deeper, as with Chun Xian, a titled Douluo, leading the way, no soul beasts dared to. Soon they reached the central area of the Sunset Forest, which was extremely quiet, devoid of any sound, creating an atmosphere of oppression and terror. Chun Xian stated, ahead is a toxic miasma generated by the 7 absolute flowers. This poison is exceedingly terrifying. Even a normal soul master would perish from inhaling just a little. Even many powerful poisonous insects, snakes, and ants struggle to survive in such an environment. I will cut through it. No. Shen Tian stopped Chun Xian, saying, Grandpa Jian, this toxic miasma serves as a natural barrier. If it's destroyed, it won't be good. It will directly summon the poison Douluo, and we are here for a trade, not to fight. Chun Xian looked deeper and spoke, Douluo. Although his voice was not loud, it carried a spiritual resonance that could be clearly heard even from dozens of miles away. Deep within the icefire Yin Yang, a figure suddenly opened its eyes. Their eyes were not the usual black and white, but rather glimmering like emeralds, reminiscent of a poisonous snake's gaze. Douluo furrowed his brow. It was not long until midnight, and someone had the audacity to come looking for him at this hour. Was it a coincidence, or had they chosen this moment deliberately? Despite his doubts, he stood up. The visitor's strength was formidable. If he did not go out, the other party might very well intrude, and once inside, the secrets here would no longer be kept. Quickly, Douluo emerged from the miasma, looking at the 3 before him with a look of surprise, saying, Master Ning Rongrong, I wonder what brings you both here so late at night. To kill you, Shen Tian replied with a smile. Douluo frowned at the young boy beside Ning Rongrong, whose emerald-like eyes gleamed coldly. He said, when adults are speaking, kids should refrain from interrupting. Although the boy in front of him claimed to want to kill him, Douluo did not believe it. If they truly intended to ambush him, Ning Rongrong would not have brought a mere child, but would have come with both sword Douluo and bone Douluo. Shen Tian paid no mind to Douluo's chilling aura and continued, killing you is not difficult. With midnight approaching, by that time your whole body will spasm. Without Grandpa Jian lifting a finger, even I could easily take your life. Douluo's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He quickly activated his martial soul, and soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet, a total of 9 soul rings, and a powerful surge of soul power erupted. In the forest, countless soul beasts trembled at the sensation of this terrifying power. Shen Tian observed Douluo's tense demeanor and smiled, saying, there's no need to be so nervous. If we were truly here to kill you, I wouldn't have mentioned your boda's peculiarities at midnight just now. You? Douluo's eyes blazed with fury. He had dominated the soul master world for countless years, yet here, he was being toyed with by a mere child. He retracted his soul rings and martial soul looking at Ning Rongrong and coldly said, "What exactly do you want here?" "Hey old poison master, look here. Today I'm the one negotiating with you. My father-in-law and Grandpa Jian are just here to provide support." Shen Tian was displeased that Douluo dared to repeatedly ignore him. Douluo looked at Shen Tian and sneered, "What do you want to negotiate with me about?" Shen Tian replied, "I want the ice fire yin yang eye." Boom. Douluo's internal power erupted once more as he coldly stated, "It seems tonight will determine life and death." Though he did not know what the ice fire yin yang eye was, he understood that what the other party referred to was likely the precious land behind him. Now he needed that land to prolong his life. Giving it away was no different from killing himself. Shen Tian said, "Having lived a long life, there's no need to jump straight to life and death. If I said I could cure the poison on you, would you be willing to give this land up?" Douluo hurriedly asked, "You can cure poison?" Shen Tian replied, "No." Douluo furiously retorted, "You are deceiving me." Shen Tian appeared helpless and said, "Getting angry is harmful to your health. Don't get worked up so easily. While I cannot cure the poison on you, I can cure the poison on your granddaughter." "How do you know my granddaughter is poisoned? Have you captured Yin Yan?" Douluo's killing intent erupted, ready to strike Shen Tian down. As for the so-called negotiation, he had no faith in it, believing the other party was merely stalling for time. Shen Tian sighed and said, "If I had known you were this difficult to communicate with, I should have come prepared to kill you from the start. I have never even met your granddaughter. Curing her poison is simple. You just need to find a suitable soul bone for her, and the poison in her body can be absorbed into the soul bone. As for the poison in you, it has long since seeped into your marrow. Even a divine being would find it hard to save you." Soul bone. Douluo frowned. Shen Tian explained, "If your martial soul is a weapon-type martial soul, and you practice poison techniques, storing the poison within the weapon soul will not affect you. But your martial soul is a beast-type martial soul, which requires merging with the soul master. Naturally, the poison within the martial soul will remain in the soul master's body. However, soul bones can solve this issue, acting as a poison sac of a snake. When you need it, you can release it, and when not in use, you can seal it away." Though he could not cure poison, he understood some of the principles. Douluo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. How had he not thought of such a method before? If he had, his son would not have died, and he would not have to suffer daily. Shen Tian continued, "You could do this as well. While it may not completely resolve the poison within you, at least it can alleviate your pain and help you live a bit longer." Douluo looked at Shen Tian and sneered, "Little fellow, you're quite clever, but also quite foolish. Now that you've revealed the method to me, what will you negotiate with?" Shen Tian replied calmly, "I've shared the method with you. If you still refuse to give this land to me, then I will have no choice but to kill you, and then go to Tiando City to kill your granddaughter and claim this place for myself." "You?" Douluo's face turned ashen as he coldly declared, "If you dare touch my granddaughter, I will destroy your Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. My life poison is something even I cannot undo. That depends on your choice. After all, I come with great sincerity. Tell me your choice first: death, second, hand this place over to us, and become a guest elder of our Seven Treasures Glazed Sect." Douluo took a deep breath, dispelling his killing intent, and looked at Shen Tian saying, "I never expected you at such a young age to have such means." Although the other party was here to coerce him, he could not bring himself to resent them, as the other party had mentioned a solution in advance. Thus the other party not only became his savior, but also the savior of his granddaughter. Ning Rongrong sighed with relief upon seeing Douluo yield. He was taken aback by Shen Tian's methods. Had it been him, he would have first negotiated the terms, as that would ensure greater safety. However, from the outcome, it seemed that the other party's method was indeed better. In the valley there was a rich vitality, while the air was infused with the powers of fire and ice, the two forces intertwining. Fire and ice are opposites, yet they do not cancel each other out. Instead, they form a balance. How remarkable! Ning Rongrong gazed at the eye of ice and fire, his expression filled with astonishment. Even Shen Tian beside him showed an expression of surprise. The herbs here were numerous, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance that was refreshing. This truly is a blessed land. Cultivation here is swift, and the herbs grow rapidly, reaching hundreds or even thousands of years of age in just a few years. Douluo said, turning his gaze towards Shen Tian, "How did you come to know about such a place? There is a natural poison mist here. If I hadn't stumbled upon it by chance, no one would probably know of it." Ning Rongrong and Shen Tian also looked at Shen Tian with curiosity, eager to know. "The Eye of Ice and Fire has existed for millions of years. You are not the first to discover this place. I came across a mention of it in an ancient text." Shen Tian said calmly, walking forward with runes swirling in his gaze, enhancing his vision significantly. This was his second martial soul. Deep within the Stardow forest, he not only awakened his Black Dragon martial soul a second time, but also awakened his second martial soul, the Spirit Eye martial soul. His second martial soul, called the Six Paths Reincarnation, I like his Black Dragon martial soul, was a divine martial soul. Awakening it was challenging due to the vast energy required, and at the time of his awakening, only a small portion of energy was provided, insufficient for a complete awakening. Thus his Black Dragon martial soul did not fully awaken. Fortunately, with the help of the Silver Dragon King, he achieved full awakening, and his second martial soul, the Spirit Eye martial soul, awakened as well. Of course it might have awakened long ago, but he simply didn't notice. After all, the Spirit Eye martial soul is quite unique. The martial soul itself is the eye always present, making it hard to detect. Even if his vision improved, he might have thought it was due to his enhanced strength. His second martial soul, the Reincarnation Eye, was formidable. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, this martial soul could only accommodate 6 spirit rings and possess 6 spirit abilities. He found it. Shen Tian's gaze fell upon a resplendent flower in the distance. Although it was their first encounter, the flower resembled the tulips from his past life. Douluo noticed Shen Tian casually walking around and reminded him, "There are many herbs here that I do not recognize. Some contain deadly poison, and even I do not dare to touch them." Although he occupied this treasure land, he knew too little about the herbs, and thus was unaware of their uses, making him even more reluctant to consume them carelessly. "Although I do not know much about pharmacology, I can sense and judge the effects of each herb," Shen Tian said. After his martial soul's second awakening, his perception of various energy substances became clearer as he approached the Chiluk tulip, saying, "Father-in-law, come here and consume this Chiluk tulip. It can help your martial soul evolve." Chilua tulip. Ning Fengji looked puzzled. It was his first time hearing about this herb. However, upon hearing that it could help his martial soul evolve, he felt a surge of excitement. If his martial soul evolved, he could further break through and reach the rank of Soul Douluo. Even he, usually composed, found it hard to suppress his inner joy. "What is this Chilua tulip?" Douluo asked in confusion. Although he was not well versed in herbs, he had frequently refined various poisons and had some knowledge about herbs, yet he had never heard of this Chilua tulip. Ning Fengji approached Shen Tian, gazing at the resplendent Chilua tulip before him, feeling a pull as his martial soul exhibited unusual activity. Buzz. Ning Fengji summoned his martial soul, 7 beams of light, converging in front of him, transforming into the exquisite and noble 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, radiating 7 colors of brilliance. Chen Xian couldn't help but say, "Little Tian, are you certain this flower can help Fengji advance?" Ning Fengji was the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and if anything went wrong, it could lead to turmoil in the sect, even causing it to collapse, so he had to be cautious. "I cannot guarantee 100%, only 50%, Shen Tian replied. "Martial souls possess spirit. Whether they can evolve depends on whether father-in-law can feel it now." Martial souls possess spirit. Chen Xian frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing such a statement, yet it seemed quite reasonable. Shen Tian explained, "Martial souls are part of a person's body, formed from their essence, spirit, and energy. They have their own preferences and emotions. They are not mere inanimate objects, but can communicate on a spiritual level. However, achieving this communication is challenging. If one succeeds, they can gain the martial soul's recognition and attain a second awakening." Second awakening? Chen Xian was bewildered. Ning Fengji was also confused. Douluo was equally puzzled. Ning Fengji turned to Shen Tian and asked, "Little Tian, where did you learn of this concept?" "Do not ask me where I learned it. If you must know, I can fabricate a perfect explanation for you." "Then forget it," Ning Fengji said. He had watched Shen Tian grow up, who had always demonstrated a composure far beyond his peers. Moreover, Shen Tian harbored significant secrets. Now that he did not wish to share, they chose not to press further. "Martial souls indeed possess spirit. I can sense a desire from my martial soul, a longing for this flower," Ning Fengji said, his gaze filled with fervor. Shen Tian cautioned, "Uncle, when picking it, do not harm its roots. Although it may take 1,000 or even 10,000 years to mature again, it will provide a path for the descendants of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to advance." "You speak well," Ning Fengji agreed, suddenly halting his outstretched hand, looking at Shen Tian, and said, "There is only this one Chilua tulip. If I consume it, then Rongrong will have none. I will find another way for Rongrong. Although the Chilua tulip is rare, it cannot be the only one in existence, and there might be other means to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Moreover, Rongrong is currently only a great soul master, far from becoming a soul saint. Now, with the currents of the continent moving, especially with the ambitions of the Spirit Hall, your advancement as a support-type soul master is even more crucial." "Very well," Ning Fengji acknowledged, as he was naturally aware of the current situation on the continent. The Spirit Hall has secretly trained many soul masters, and their strength was unfathomable, having demonstrated their power over a decade ago, forcing the strongest sect, the Haotian sect, into seclusion. Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Shen Tian approached a violet gold chrysanthemum, his face lighting up with delight. The chrysanthemum before him was as large as a human head, its petals shimmering with a resplendent violet gold hue. At its center the stamen rose over half a foot above the petals, crowned by a faint golden radiance. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Grandfather Jian, this Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum is the most suitable immortal herb for you. Consuming it will vitalize your limbs and unblock all 8 meridians, forging an indestructible adamantine body." Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum, the chrysanthemum gate. Douluo blurted out instinctively. He knew this herb well. It was the spirit manifestation of Douluo, his longtime rival, and a legendary Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Shen Tian said, Douluo's spirit manifestation is the Qirong Tantian chrysanthemum. For him this flower is the supreme immortal herb. Ingesting it could enable him to ascend to the pinnacle of legendary Douluo status, or even break through to the peerless realm of level 99 supreme Douluo within his lifetime. Under no circumstances must he be allowed to consume it. Shen Tian spoke solemnly. Douluo as a legendary Douluo of the Spirit Hall posed ever greater peril to their Seven Treasures Glazed Sect the stronger he grew. Yet Shen Tian himself refrained from taking it. He had sworn to protect Ning Rongrong. Though Douluo had pledged allegiance, Shen Tian could not yet place full trust in him. Douluo gazed at the human head-sized chrysanthemum and remarked, "I hadn't noticed it before, but the more I look the more it resembles the spirit manifestation of the chrysanthemum gate." His eyes turned to Shen Tian, filled with suspicion. "Have you been here before? Why are you so intimately familiar with this place? I've dwelled here for years and never spotted it. Yet you've only just arrived and already found 2 immortal herbs perfectly suited to your companions." "No." Shen Tian replied, curtly, offering no further explanation. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and soon he located the Liehua Xingjiashu, the Bajiao Xianbing Chao, the Shuaxian Yujigu, and the Bapian Xianlan. Yet he made no move to harvest them. These immortal herbs were extraordinarily rare, destined to accelerate the cultivation of Rongrong Zhuqing and the others. The Liehua Xingjiashu suited Huowu, the Bajiao Xianbing Chao matched Shui Binger Shuewu and Shui Yuer, and the Bapian Xianlan was ideal for Yilingling. For now he would not bestow these herbs upon Huowu, Shui Binger, or the others. Such treasures were too precious, and he was no selfless paragon. Douluo asked, "Is there any immortal herb suited for me? After all, I am now, at the very least, a guest elder of your Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. And this place was once my domain. Help me find one." "I do not know." Shen Tian pointed toward a snow-white plant nearby. Its crystalline leaves glistened as if dripping with dew, slender and gracefully curved like a swan's neck. "That is the Shuesa Tian E1, a lethally toxic immortal herb. Even a legendary Douluo would perish instantly upon contact. Should you succeed in refining its venom, however, you could bring down even a pinnacle-level legendary Douluo in mutual annihilation." Douluo stared at the snowy bloom, and his eyes flickered with instinctive dread. Though unfamiliar with the herb, his profound Douluo perception screamed danger, a terror so profound it made his very soul tremble. "This herb suits you, the Longlin Hua. Like the Longshua Chao, it is the supreme immortal herb for draconic spirit manifestations, yet far more potent than its counterpart." Shen Tian stepped before a crimson flower. As he gazed upon it, he sensed subtle resonance pulsing within his own spirit manifestation, an unmistakable sign that the flower held latent affinity for him as well. "Longlin Hua." Nina flashed. Douluo appeared before Shen Tian, eyes locked on the flower. A primal yearning surged within him, yet he refrained from plucking or consuming it. Shen Tian said, "Its effect on you would be marginal. First, you are already a legendary Douluo. Your strength is immense, and such herbs cannot directly elevate your cultivation level. They may enhance innate talent, but your body is saturated with toxins. Your lifespan is short. Better to give it to your granddaughter, or her fiancé." "Humph." Douluo let out a cold snort, saying nothing further. For it was truth, his blood ran thick with poison, his life was all but spent. Bestowing this herb upon Yan Yan would undoubtedly refine her innate talent. As for Yu Tianheng, let him die wherever fate willed. Time flowed onward, silent and steady. Ning Rongrong's aura swelled with increasing intensity. 7 spirit rings rose from beneath him, encircling his form in luminous layers. Then radiant streams burst forth from his body, converging upon his chest to coalesce into a magnificent ornate pagoda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Shen Tian counted the tiers of Ning Rongrong's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, his normally stern face alight with joy. For the tower had evolved from 7 treasures to 8 treasures glazed tower. 8 treasures glazed tower. Shen Tian studied the resplendent pagoda before Ning Rongrong, counting carefully. 8 tiers and no more. A faint frown creased his brow, a disappointment flickered in his expression. It was not the ultimate 9 treasures glazed tower, yet his brow soon relaxed. Rongrong's spirit manifestation could evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower for 2 reasons. First, her innate talent surpassed Ning Rongrong's. Second, her cultivation level remained low with few spirit rings. Her spirit manifestation was comparatively undeveloped. Ning Rongrong was different. At level 79 Soul Saint, his cultivation was formidable, and his spirit manifestation correspondingly powerful. To trigger such a profound metamorphosis in so mature a manifestation was exceedingly difficult. Ning Rongrong opened his eyes, gazing upon the opulent pagoda resting in his palm, and smiled. Though it had not ascended to the ultimate 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, its evolution into the 8 Treasures Glazed Tower, and his breakthrough to level 80 Soul Douluo, were triumphs beyond measure. Shen Tian said, "Father-in-law, your strength is extraordinary, and your spirit manifestation profoundly mature. No immortal herb can propel it to its ultimate evolution, the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. It matters not. 8 treasures is already splendid. Still, it is somewhat regrettable. Had Rongrong consumed it, her spirit manifestation would surely have ascended to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower." Ning Rongrong spoke softly. During the refinement process, he had clearly perceived his spirit manifestation's transformation, glimpsing the 9th tier of the Glazed Tower, yet lacked the sustaining power to complete the final metamorphosis. No immortal herb could grant Rongrong full transcendence, nor could I, Chen Tian said. My cultivation surpasses his. Even ingesting the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum would yield scant advancement. Better to reserve such treasures for the younger generation. Shen Tian said, "Grandfather Jian, even a single level's advancement would be momentous for you. That Mou Shinju, I selected it for Grandfather Gu. He may take it back, or come here to refine it. As for the other immortal herbs, they serve greater purposes in my future plans." Chen Xian and Ning Rongrong asked no further questions about Shen Tian's intended use of these herbs. Though priceless, and capable of rapidly elevating the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower sect, they belonged now to Shen Tian. And though precious beyond measure, neither elder would lay claim to them. The next day morning, a ray of dawn broke through the darkness in the east, casting brilliant morning glow upon the earth. Shen Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer flashing in his gaze. His aura reigned in, giving him an otherworldly presence. Not far away lay a massive corpse, that of a diamond mammoth with a cultivation level of 70,000 years, one of the overlords of the setting sun forest. Though an overlord, it could only taste bitterness in the presence of a titled Douluo. Shen Tian looked at Ning Rongrong. At this moment, the soul rings of the diamond mammoth had all been absorbed, and it wouldn't be long before the latter could condense his 8th soul ring. After a stick of incense, Ning Rongrong manifested his 8th soul ring, a black tentasandier soul ring shimmering with a hint of bloody halo. He opened his eyes, and brilliance flickered within. "Xiao Tian, you truly are my lucky star. Not only have I broken through to the rank of Soul Douluo, but the diamond mammoth you chose is also perfect for me. Additionally, I have obtained a right arm bone," Ning Rongrong said excitedly. Although the probability of soul bones forming from soul beasts over 50,000 years is higher, the actual birth of a soul bone is still very difficult. Chen Xian looked at Ning Rongrong curiously and asked, "Rongrong, what is your 8th soul skill?" "The 8 treasures rotate with glazed glass. The 8 treasures have their names, and the 8th is 8 treasures. Divine light protects the body." Ning Rongrong's 8 Treasures Glazed Pagoda appeared in his hand. The 8th soul ring lit up, pointing at Shen Tian, and immediately divine light surrounded Shen Tian's body, constructing an illusory 8 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. He said, "My 8th soul skill can immunize against any attack below the 9th soul skill, withstand the 9th soul skill 8 times without being extinguished, while converting the attacking soul power into defense. Brother Jin, you can give it a try? 8 times. Shen Tian pondered. It seems the 8 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, unlike the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, not only cannot add a 9th soul ring, but also has one less opportunity to withstand the attack of the 9th soul skill. At this moment, beneath Chen Zin's feet, 9 soul rings appeared, and in his hand materialized an ancient giant sword approximately 2 meters long and half a foot wide, which was his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, a weapon martial soul comparable to the Haotian hammer. Because Chen Zin's family had once suffered a great calamity, their clan members were nearly annihilated, and Chen Xian had no intention of having descendants, otherwise he could have established a large family comparable to the Haotian sect. Chen Zin's 6th soul ring lit up, and a sharp sword light slashed out, cleaving the heavens and earth, capable of splitting mountains with a single strike, yet this strike upon Shen Tian's illusory 8-layer pagoda stirred not a ripple. 7th soul skill. Chen Zin's 7th soul ring shone his momentum, becoming even more terrifying. With a sword strike, countless sword lights burst forth like a million swords launching simultaneously. 8th soul skill. All the myriad forms converged into a giant sword akin to a mountain peak. Shen Xian grasped the giant sword with both hands, delivering a downward strike that shattered the earth, yet did not break Shen Tian's illusory pagoda. Ninth soul skill. Shen Tian called out softly. 9 soul rings merged into his martial soul, the 7 killing sword, along with himself, uniting man and sword, the sword's might soaring to the heavens, dimming the world. Boom. The giant sword fell, and the ground formed a massive bottomless pit. Shen Tian retracted his martial soul, gazing at the deep pit before him, looking at the pale-faced Ning Rongrong, and said, "The defensive power is remarkably strong, but it consumes a great deal of your soul power." Indeed, Ning Rongrong replied, although in theory his 8th soul skill could withstand the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo 8 times, the prerequisite was that he had enough soul power to maintain this 8th soul skill. Cough cough. Shen Tian crawled out of the pit looking resentfully at Ning Rongrong, and Shen Tian said, "Father-in-law Grandpa Jian, are you two taking revenge on me? Your strikes are so harsh. If I don't strike hard, how can I test?" Shen Tian replied coldly. Shen Tian's expression was one of helplessness, feeling that the two before him were doing it on purpose. Testing could be done with a tree, why make him the test subject? Although the attack did not land on him, the impact generated would still harm him from afar. Qinghua Villa. Shen Tian and the others returned to the villa. "Open the door." Huowu shouted angrily upon seeing Shen Tian and the others descending from the sky. They had called for a long time, yet no one responded, realizing there was no one inside. Shen Tian looked outside and saw 5 figures, which were Huowu, Shui Binger, and the others. He said, "The password is Rongrong will be entrusted to you. Don't let her suffer, or I won't spare you." Ning Rongrong said, intending to say a few words to Rongrong before leaving, but it seemed she was still sleeping in. Shen Tian said lightly, "A knife hangs above the color word. You have great talent, and your future path is long. Don't become overly immersed in women. You are without thoughts of women, and thus can draw your sword swiftly." Shen Tian thought to himself, looking at Ning Rongrong, and Shen Tian smiling as he said, "Father-in-law Grandpa Jian, you can rest assured I will take good care of Rongrong. Furthermore, my mind is steadfast, and I will never become infatuated with women." "All right, then we shall take our leave." Ning Rongrong said, as the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, his affairs were busy, and he could not stay long. Immediately the two transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Shen Tian looked at Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu Huowu, and Yi Lingling, his gaze roaming unrestrained across them. At this moment they were all still wearing their academy uniforms, and he smiled, saying, "Are you going to fight now, or eat breakfast first?" "Naturally we fight first, and then eat." Huowu replied coldly, her soul power circulating within. She was eager to give this detestable guy a good beating for daring to propose taking her as a concubine. Although Shui Binger and the others did not speak, their soul power was already in motion. Evidently their choice was the same as Huowu's. "Follow me," Shen Tian said, carrying breakfast as he walked toward the depths of the villa, soon stopping in front of several houses, saying, "From now on you will live here. There are many houses you can choose for yourselves." "Hey, what do you mean?" Huowu said angrily. They had not yet fought, yet the other party had already begun arranging accommodations for them. Did they think they would surely lose? Swish. Shen Tian vanished from his spot, directly appearing before Huowu. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, he smiled and said, "The meaning is quite clear. That is, you have no chance of victory whatsoever." Huowu looked at Shen Tian, who was so close her expression changed, and her soul ring rose, the 3rd purple soul ring lighting up, preparing to unleash her 3rd soul skill, resisting fire ring. On the other side, Shui Binger activated her 1st soul ring, unleashing her 1st soul skill, Eye Seal, buying time for Huowu to unleash her 3rd soul skill. Shen Tian's outstretched hand halted, looking at Shui Binger, not expecting this little girl to react so quickly, making the most correct response at the first moment. Boom. The 3rd soul skill of Huowu was activated, launching Shen Tian, who was trapped in ice, into the... At the same time, Shui Yuer activated her 1st soul skill, waving her jade hand. A stream of water shot forth. This was her 1st soul skill, Water Flow Slash. Although the water was gentle, the rapidly moving stream could cut through gold and stone. Shen Tian sensed Shui Yuer's attack as the 3rd soul ring on his body lit up, causing the ground to rumble. A stone wall then appeared, blocking Shui Yuer's Water Flow Slash. "Is it getting dark?" Shen Tian looked up at the sky, where a dark cloud was forming. In the distance, he saw Shui Wu dancing gracefully, her movements enchanting. Shui Wu's martial soul was delicate dance of snow with the ability to control the weather. Through a special dance, she communicated with the heavens, gaining the power to manipulate the elements, much like the sacrificial dances held in myths from Shen Tian's past life. Tick-tock. Raindrops began to fall, and the rain grew heavier, pouring down in a torrential downpour. A violent wind surrounded Shen Tian, shielding him from the heavy rain. He raised his right hand, and the ground roared as the terrain began to shift. The ground beneath him rose, while that under Shui Binger, Huowu, and the others sank. Water flows downhill. Soon the rainwater had flooded the little feet of the 5. Seeing that her soul skill had not only failed to affect Shen Tian, but had instead turned against them, Shui Wu gave up on using her second soul skill and switched to her third soul skill, wind and snow. Cold winds howled, snowflakes fell, and the biting chill pierced through. Although Huo Wu would be suppressed in this snowstorm, the abilities of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer would be enhanced. Huo Wu chose to retreat to protect Yi Lingling. Shen Tian shivered and rubbed his arms, feeling very cold. His first soul ring lit up, releasing flames that began to dissolve the surrounding wind and snow. Ice seal. Shui Binger unleashed her first soul skill, instantly encasing Shen Tian in ice. Her first soul skill could be activated instantly, possessing the power to lock onto enemies. Shui Yuer activated her second soul skill, 0-degree impact. With a wave of her jade hand, a spiral-shaped ice attack was unleashed, sweeping toward Shen Tian. Achoo! Shen Tian sneezed, causing the ice and snow covering him to rapidly melt. Black lines appeared on his skin and flames ignited around him. His flames were dragon flames, no weaker than Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames. You all have decent strength, but you are still too weak, Shen Tian said, waving his hand as a violent wind swept through, enveloping the area. His second soul skill granted him the power to control the wind element, becoming even more powerful after his second awakening. Tear apart. Shen Tian unleashed the skill Tear apart from his second soul skill, instantly shredding the clothing of the five. He said, since you are now disciples of my Seven Treasure Academy, do not wear the clothes of your previous academy. Ah! The five screamed in unison, hurriedly covering their bodies with their hands, looking at Shen Tian with shame and anger, not expecting him to be so shameless. Shen Tian surveyed the five before him. Indeed, Shui Wu and Huo Wu were the most impressive, but Shui Binger also had potential. Calmly he said, now go change your clothes. Our Seven Treasure Academy's uniforms haven't been made yet, so you can change into your everyday clothes. Gather in the dining hall after changing. The five, with expressions of shame and anger, hurriedly ran towards their rooms. Dining hall. At this moment, everyone had gathered in the dining hall. Shen Tian looked at the 8 beautiful girls before him, each one a rare beauty. He smiled and said, get to know each other first, you will be a team from now on. Rongrong, you start. Yes. Ning Rongrong stood up, looking at the 7 people before her. Each of them was not inferior to her, especially a few with even better figures. However, she wasn't worried because she was Shen Tian's fiancé and would be the big sister among them. Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, a level 29 support system, Soul Master, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, a level 29 agility attack system, Battle, Soul, Master, Martial Soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat. Xiao Wu, 12 years old, a level 31 power attack system, Battle Soul, Master, Martial Soul. Soft Bone Charm Rabbit. Xiao Wu paused while mentioning her martial soul, ultimately not saying rabbit or jade rabbit, but instead directly revealing the true name of her martial soul. Shen Tian looked at Xiao Wu with a satisfied expression. Xiao Wu's revelation of her true martial soul name indicated that she was no longer avoiding it, and was beginning to face her true self. Huo Wu observed as Ning Rongrong, and the other 3 introduced themselves, and said, I am Huo Wu, 16 years old, a level 36 control system, Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow. Yi Lingling, 15 years old, a level 35 support system, Soul Master, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Shui Binger, 13 years old, a level 31 control system, Battle Soul, Master, Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix. Shui Yuer, 12 years old, a level 28 agility attack system, Battle, Soul, Master, Martial Soul, Dolphin. Shui Wu, 14 years old, level 33 support system, Battle Soul, Master, Martial Soul, Delicate Dance of Snow. Seeing everyone had introduced themselves, Shen Tian spoke. I am Shen Tian, your captain. For the next 2 years, I will be responsible for guiding your cultivation. The direction of your training will be arranged by me. Here my words are commands, and must not be disobeyed. What do you mean by must not be disobeyed? If you tell us to strip and sleep with you, can we not disobey? Huo Wu said angrily, her face darkening at the thought of previous events. That's right. Shen Tian nodded, and said, you can serve me tonight. You wish. Huo Wu retorted angrily, her expression grim. If she weren't afraid of losing to him, she would want to kill him for daring to suggest such a thing. We'll discuss these matters later. For now, let's talk about cultivation. Shen Tian looked at Huo Wu and said, let's start with your cultivation. You are on the control path. Not bad. Huo Wu coldly replied, showing no politeness as she glared at Shen Tian. She wanted to see what qualifications he had to guide her cultivation. Great strength does not necessarily make one a good teacher. Shen Tian said, your cultivation path needs to change. Your martial soul is Fire Shadow, which isn't suited for the control system, as your power cannot control the overall situation. Who says so? I in Qihua Academy. All right. Shen Tian interrupted Huo Wu, saying, that's because they actively cooperated with you, not because you cooperated with them. The role of a control system soul master is to control the overall situation and assist teammates. Do you think you have that ability? How can I not? Huo Wu retorted angrily saying, in Shihua Academy, I can easily control the overall situation, overpowering everyone. Everyone submits to me. Shen Tian replied, everyone submits to you because your father is the dean and your brother is the strongest in the academy. With their support, who would dare not submit to you? Huo Wu's personality is proud and domineering. She loves to compete and possesses an extremely strong character. To teach her better, one must suppress her haughty nature. Shen Tian said, do you think your talent is very high? Indeed. Huo Wu nodded proudly, although she did not understand why he asked such a question. She is the most powerful prodigy of the Qihua Academy, and even her father has praised her, believing that her future achievements will surpass both him and her brother Huo Wushuang. Shen Tian pointed at Yi Lingling and said, Lingling is 15, just 1 year younger than you, yet her cultivation has already reached level 35, and she is also a support-type soul master. Huo Wu's pride vanished upon hearing this, and she said, I am only 16 in virtual age, my real age is 15, and I have just turned 15 3 months ago. She liked to exaggerate her age because it made her the oldest, and everyone had to call her sister. Well, even if you are only 15, Shen Tian said, you are the same age as Lingling, yet you haven't even mastered a support type. Yi Lingling interrupted Shen Tian, saying softly, my martial soul, the 9-heart begonia, is very special. Although it is a support type martial soul, my cultivation speed is not slower than that of battle soul masters. Shen Tian glared at Yi Lingling with a dark expression and said, aren't you supposed to be quiet? Why not just continue to act like a mute? Yi Lingling, frightened, quickly shrank her head and stopped speaking. Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Huo Wu's eyes lit up, and she raised her chin like a proud peacock, glancing at Shen Tian, as if to say, how can you still say that my talent is inferior to others? Shen Tian, with a helpless expression, said, compared to me, I was 12. Even if I was 13, I am 2 years younger than you. I am currently at level 38. Your strength is not higher than mine, and your talent is not greater than mine, so you will listen to me, or else I will strip you and hang you up. Why you dare? Huo Wu exclaimed angrily, her face turning red. You can try it. Shen Tian said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. I have thought of your cultivation direction. You will primarily focus on the assault and agility systems with the control system as a supplement. Shui Binger asked in confusion. Isn't it that soul masters can only follow one system? Cultivating multiple systems simultaneously can lead to a lack of focus. Thus, when a soul master embarks on the path of cultivation, they need to determine their position. That's true for ordinary soul masters whose talents are inherently lacking, making it difficult for them to achieve higher accomplishments in their lives, let alone pursue multiple systems. Shen Tian said, looking at Shui Binger and smiling, single system and multi-system are similar to extreme flow and balanced flow. I believe I don't need to elaborate further. Shui Binger nodded. Shen Tian looked at Shui Wu and said, Shui Wu, your martial soul, the snow dance, can control the weather. By manipulating the weather, rain and snow, you can make the battlefield suitable for your team, thus assisting your allies. Since the Tian Shui Academy primarily cultivates water and ice, attributes you as a support-type soul master are the best choice. However, you are no longer a student of the Tian Shui Academy, but my teammate. Your cultivation path will now focus on the control system with the support system as a supplement. Her martial soul is very special. It is a snowflake, and its ability to control the weather is quite powerful, but unfortunately the Tian Shui Academy has not developed it. Control system? Shui Wu nodded and said, my first soul skill has no offensive power, my second soul skill can limit enemies through rain, and my third soul skill can manipulate wind and snow to further restrict enemies, but it will also limit my teammates because apart from me, Binger and Yuer, others cannot withstand the cold. I am currently discussing your own cultivation path. As for whether your cooperation with your teammates is perfect, we can talk about that later. Shen Tian said, then looked at Shui Binger and said, Binger, your martial soul is the top grade beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. The path most suitable for you is the assault system, not the control system. I have positioned you to focus on the assault system with agility and control systems as supplements. As for soul skills, you need not worry. I will help you break through to a 5-ring Soul King in the Soul Master competition. Additionally, aside from the soul skills granted by the soul rings, I will help you develop your own soul skills to enhance your offensive power. Now he somewhat regretted not having brought Shui Binger over for personal guidance and cultivation when he first crossed into this world, otherwise it would not have wasted her 3 soul rings. Can you really help me reach Soul King in 2.5 years? Shui Binger exclaimed in shock. Currently her cultivation is level 31 Soul Master, and she is still 19 levels away from reaching level 50 Soul King, almost needing to improve 8 levels per year. It's just a Soul King, there's no need to be so surprised. Shen Tian said calmly. Let them take the celestial herbs. Each person should be able to increase at least 5 levels. The Silver Celestial Peach can enhance 2 levels, so in a year you only need to improve 5 levels, which can easily be achieved with some effort. He looked at Shui Yuer and asked, You are an agility-type soul master with a dolphin martial soul. What are your soul skills? Shui Yuer smiled sweetly, her voice melodious, as she said, My first soul skill is Water Flow / which allows me to condense the water flow / under my feet, enabling me to glide on the ground at high speed. When condensed in my hands, it can unleash water flow / allowing me to become an agility-type battle soul master. Shen Tian was taken aback, not expecting this little girl to come up with such a method to enhance her speed, allowing her water-type martial soul to exert maximum speed on land. He said, Dolphins excel in speed and mental power. You are currently at level 28, close to level 30. For your third soul ring, you can choose a soul beast that specializes in mental power. He then turned his gaze to Yi Lingling and said, Lingling, as for you, your martial soul only has the healing skill. For now I have nothing much to guide you on. You and Rongrong will be responsible for support in the future. Yi Lingling nodded obediently. Alright, that's all for today. Since it is the first day, I won't arrange any other classes for you. Spend some time getting to know each other and building relationships. You will all be living together in the future, and Binger will be the vice captain. Shen Tian said, then turned and left. After Shen Tian left, Huo Wu stood up and looked at Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, saying, What is so good about this scoundrel that you all like him so much? Although the three in front of her were not very old, each possessed beauty that rivaled her own, especially one whose figure made her envious and jealous. Why would such a person like that scoundrel? Ning Rongrong did not answer, but retorted, Does liking someone require a reason? Huo Wu said, Isn't it not necessary? Ning Rongrong replied, Is it necessary? Huo Wu said, Isn't it not necessary? Ning Rongrong asked, Is it necessary? Alright. Shui Binger interrupted the two's conversation, saying that if it continued they could talk until tomorrow. Her personality was calm. Even after learning from Huo Wu that they were to be treated as child brides, she still maintained her composure and looked at Ning Rongrong, saying, You are his fiancé, don't you mind him looking for other women? Ning Rongrong looked at the woman before her, who was even more beautiful than herself, exuding a hazy and ethereal beauty that was very alluring. With a serious expression she said, I don't mind. Hearing this, Huo Wu's expression turned angry as she asked why. What do you like about such a scoundrel? She wanted to say that the other party was big-chested and brainless, but seeing the other party's flat chest made such a comment inappropriate. However, as the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, how could she allow her fiancé to seek other women, and so many at once? Excellent men are always surrounded by women, and isn't it quite normal for men to have multiple wives? Ning Rongrong said with great certainty, then looked at Shui Binger and said, If I remember correctly, you and Shui Yuer are half-sisters, right? Shui Binger fell silent. In this world it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives, especially those of high status and great power. However, she had never thought that one day she would become one of many women and share a man with others. Shen Tian left Qinghua Villa and arrived at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is one of the top 10 chambers in the Tiando Empire. Although it ranks lower among the top 10, it has a unique advantage that other chambers cannot compare to the variety of treasures. Otherwise, how could it dare to claim the name Wanbao? Young master, these items you requested are exceedingly rare, especially the 20-fold gravity field soul guidance device, which requires 100,000 gold soul coins, said the staff member, attending to Shen Tian somewhat awkwardly. Without saying much, Shen Tian produced a purple gold card from his hand, which bore intricate patterns. This was a soul card comparable to a bank card from his previous life. The soul card is issued by the Empire's established merchant guilds, divided into silver cards, gold cards, purple gold cards, and black gold cards. To obtain a silver card, one must deposit 10,000 gold soul coins. For a gold card, it takes 100,000 gold soul coins, and for a purple gold card, one must deposit 1 million gold soul coins. Seeing the purple gold card in Shen Tian's hand, the staff member's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly smiled, saying, Please wait a moment, the items you requested will be ready shortly. Soon the staff member had prepared everything Shen Tian wanted to purchase, his face beaming with smiles, because these items were sold through him, allowing him to earn a substantial commission. He cheerfully said, All the items you requested are here, totaling 719,000 gold soul coins. I've already taken care of the minor change, so you only need to pay 700,000 gold soul coins. Shen Tian said nothing and directly swiped his card. As the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed School, how could he be short on money, especially since Ning Fengji had given him 5 purple gold cards yesterday? He asked, Do you have ice marrow, earth stone milk, and fire source crystals here? The staff member apologetically replied, Ice marrow, earth stone milk, and fire source crystals are all extremely precious heavenly materials that can greatly aid soul masters in their cultivation. Whenever such items appear, they are quickly bought up by various forces, especially the Spirit Hall, which has deposited a significant amount of gold soul coins with us. Once we receive treasures like ice marrow and fire source crystals, they must be delivered to them and will not be sold. Thank you, Shen Tian said, turning to leave. He did not visit other chambers. He had already purchased all the essentials, and acquiring cultivation resources from a merchant chamber was quite difficult. Returning to Qinghua Villa. After arriving at the villa, Shen Tian went to the back, where there was a small mountain. The entire mountain belonged to Qinghua Villa, filled with many rare flowers with small bridges and flowing water. The scenery was pleasant and the environment elegant. Finding an empty space, he began to set up the gravity soul guidance device. Although the development of soul guidance devices in this era is restricted, some auxiliary soul guidance devices still have good development, especially the gravity soul guidance devices, which every academy possesses, aimed at helping students in their cultivation. As for other simulated training environments, with his current strength, it was difficult to set up, as arranging such environments requires not only a significant amount of money, but also a lot of time. Who? Shen Tian turned to see a striking figure behind him. Though her figure was not exceptionally prominent, there was a noticeable rise and fall of her chest, especially the hazy aura surrounding her, which was captivating. He curiously asked, "What brings you here?" Shui Binger did not answer, but looked at the gravity soul guidance device Shen Tian was setting up. She had initially thought he was merely speaking idly, as such young masters from large forces often play at things without taking them seriously. However, at that moment her heart wavered and she softly asked, "Are you serious?" "Naturally, I am serious about everything I do," Shen Tian replied, pointing to some items nearby. "Since you're here, help me set this up. It needs to be finished by tomorrow." I originally thought it would be simple, but in practice it turned out to be much more difficult than I imagined. Had I known, I would have hired professionals to do it. Shui Binger asked, puzzled. "Then why didn't you let professionals handle it from the start?" Shen Tian explained. "I thought it was simple, just putting up a few pillars, and that would be it. Who would have guessed it was not that easy at all? That doesn't go there." Shui Binger quickly stepped forward to stop him as he was trying to forcefully attach two pieces together. "You assembled it incorrectly. Can't you see there are still many parts left on the ground?" Taking the gravity pillar from Shen Tian's hand, Shui Binger disassembled it and quickly reassembled it. Soon 6 exquisite pillars were set up with no parts remaining. "Have you learned this before?" Shen Tian looked at Shui Binger in shock, not expecting her to assemble it so quickly and skillfully, unlike someone doing it for the first time. Shui Binger replied, "I have a bit of interest in soul guidance devices. When I have free time, I read books on the subject and study their principles. Then I want to ask you something seriously. Did you gather us together because you truly wish to cultivate us as your women?" Shen Tian did not expect her to ask him this. Looking at Shui Binger, he saw her face slightly flushed. He lifted her delicate chin with his hand and smiled wickedly, saying, "Of course, otherwise why would I go to such great lengths to gather you all?" Hearing this, Shui Binger's beautiful eyes revealed a dim expression as she said, "Yue is still young and Shui Wu is innocent. If you let them go, I will submit to your will." Shen Tian looked at Shui Binger in surprise, not expecting her to come to him with the intention of sacrificing herself for Shui Wu and Shui Wu. He smiled and said, "You are already mine now. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? I may not be your match, but if I want to commit suicide, you can't stop me." Shui Binger said, her gaze firmly fixed on Shen Tian. Once she made up her mind, she would not hesitate any further. Shen Tian looked at the determination in Shui Binger's eyes and released her chin, saying earnestly, "If you wish to leave, you can do so now. The same goes for them. Go back and tell Huo Wu and the others that if they wish to leave, they can do so now. Choices are mutual. I chose you to gather here, and you all have the right to choose whether to stay. Moreover, if you are still here before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, your only option to leave in the future will be to defeat." Hearing this, Shui Binger was filled with shock, not expecting him to let them go so easily. She incredulously asked, "Is what you said true?" "I don't like to lie," Shen Tian replied. While a forcibly acquired fruit may quench thirst, it is not sweet, and he did not lack water. He had never truly touched Rongrong Zhuqing or Xiao Wu. "Thank you." Shui Binger expressed her gratitude, stood up, and walked towards the distance. When she arrived, her heart had been heavy as she prepared to sacrifice herself, but unexpectedly, he had let them go so easily. Now as she walked away, she felt a sense of relief, not from regaining her freedom, but a different, indescribable feeling. Not long after, Ning Rongrong arrived at the back mountain. "So how did you manage to send them away? Don't you want to establish the Seven Treasures Academy, or are you unsatisfied with them and wish to change them out?" Ning Rongrong questioned in confusion, not understanding why the other party sent them away. Shen Tian did not respond, but instead asked, "They all left. No Lingling stayed behind." Ning Rongrong replied, adding, "You still haven't answered my question. Why did you let them leave? If they wish to leave, they can naturally do so. This is not a prison from hell, where once you come you can't leave." Shen Tian said with a smile, reaching out to pull Rongrong into his embrace. Looking at her warm and fragrant like jade, she wore a perfectly fitted dress that perfectly outlined her not-so-impressive figure. "What are you doing?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in anger as Shen Tian's hands were rather inappropriate at that moment. Shen Tian did not answer, but leaned down to smell her delicate red lips. Ever since the last encounter with the Silver Dragon King and the Second Awakening, although he had suppressed his own needs, the dragon's nature is inherently wide. Some things are like floods, the more you suppress them, the more ferocious they become. Ning Rongrong's slender waist and perky rounded hips. Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned red, feeling a tingling sensation throughout her body, leading her to an unusual feeling. She shyly exclaimed, "How annoying, you only know how to bully me." She ran away with her face flushed. Shen Tian did not pursue her, but suppressed the fire within him. He indeed wanted to take advantage of Ning Rongrong right then and there. "While holding back such things is bad for your health, let me help you." At that moment a soft voice came. Shen Tian turned back to see Yi Lingling, startled, and asked, "When did you arrive?" Yi Lingling softly said, "I came after Rongrong, you must have been too focused to notice." She walked in front of Shen Tian, removing her black veil, revealing a breathtaking beauty that could overshadow the heavens. Just a glance would leave one enchanted by her ethereal charms. Shen Tian stared blankly at Yi Lingling. Although he had long suspected that Yi Lingling was likely the most beautiful among them, he never expected her to be this stunning. If a perfect score was 100, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Shui Binger were all above 90, while Yi Lingling could reach 120. "You?" Shen Tian was left speechless by her beauty, as it was so unreal that he was willing to give everything to cherish and protect her. Yi Lingling's voice was soft and melodious. "I can help you." "Why? Do you have a crush on me at first?" At this moment Shen Tian calmed down, not being enchanted by her beauty. As for love at first sight, he did not believe in it. Even if there was, it was merely a fondness. "Not entirely." Yi Lingling softly said, "About you I can only say that I don't dislike you. Your martial spirit is the Black Dragon, and you should have a second martial spirit as well." Shen Tian's brows furrowed slightly at her words, looking at Yi Lingling. He had never told anyone about having a second martial spirit. Yi Lingling continued, "At first I was attracted by a certain aura from you. I originally thought it was your life force, but later I realized I was mistaken. Although the life force does attract me greatly, it is not enough to draw me in so intensely. In the morning, when you fought against Shui Binger and the others, you used the power of your second martial spirit. It was at that moment I sensed that what truly attracted me was not the life force, but your second martial spirit, the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye." Boom. Shen Tian's mind buzzed. He never expected that she could name his martial spirit. How could this be? He had never spoken to anyone about his second martial spirit, and he had never even heard of the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye in this world. "My martial spirit is the Nine-Heart Begonia, also known as the Reincarnation Begonia." Yi Lingling looked at Shen Tian and said, "About the name Reincarnation Begonia, only its possessor would know. This name is not known to outsiders because it is linked to another martial spirit, the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye. Regarding your second martial spirit, it seems you have discovered that it cannot be cultivated and cannot be endowed with soul rings." "Well, I haven't discovered it yet because I haven't started cultivating," Shen Tian said somewhat awkwardly. Although he had opened his eyes for some time, many things had happened recently, and he had not had the chance to study the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye. Yi Lingling was taken aback and said, "Once you begin to cultivate you will find out, because you have not truly awakened your second soul source. The source of the power for the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye is not in the Soul Master's abdomen, but in the center of their forehead. To cultivate the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye, you need to open up a second soul source, and my Reincarnation Begonia is the key to help you open your eyes. This is a mission that has been passed down through our clan for generations." Shen Tian felt a bit dazed at this moment. Am I really the person of this world, while she is a traveler who came here just to fool me? Second soul source. Shen Tian frowned. He had only heard of the second soul core. Di Tian had condensed the second soul core, and the future powerhouse, Hui Yuhao, who he killed in the cradle, had 3 soul cores. Buzz. Shen Tian closed his eyes, entering a meditative state, and began to cultivate the second martial spirit. Soon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him, merging into his body. It traveled around his body and did not enter the abdomen's dantian, but instead entered the center of his forehead. This made him unable to help but believe Yi Lingling. But soon he discovered that he indeed could not increase the soul power of the second soul source, but not due to any restriction, rather it was because the soul power of his second soul source was already at full innate level and required soul rings to be attached before he could cultivate. Right, I mentioned that the last time I activated the Six Paths Reincarnation, I felt that the soul power was consumed very quickly. It turns out that the energy consumed was not from the soul power in my lower dantian, but from the 10-level soul power of my upper Danshan's second soul source. You don't need to help me, I have already opened my eyes. Shen Tian opened his eyes, and the runes within them flowed, connecting to form 6 circles expanding outward from the center of his pupils. Yi Lingling's stunning face was filled with shock as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? According to my family's legend, the 6 Paths reincarnation eye is a heavenly eye, and to open it requires using our family's reincarnation begonia. How could you open your eyes without using our family's reincarnation begonia? Could it be that you are not the one our family has been waiting for?" Shen Tian did not doubt Yi Lingling's words. Since she knew about the 6 Paths reincarnation eye, then this world should indeed have seen the existence of the 6 Paths reincarnation eye, and opening it did require the power of the 9-heart begonia. Although he had not opened his eyes using the power of the 9-heart begonia, he had used the power of the Silver Dragon King, an existence comparable to a divine king who inherited half of the dragon god's power and was not weaker than the 9-heart begonia. Shen Tian said, "I am naturally the one your family has been waiting for, your true fated partner. After all, my 6 Paths reincarnation eye is real. Additionally, I did not succeed in opening my eyes before. It was only half a month ago that I coincidentally succeeded in opening my eyes." Coincidence? Yi Lingling looked at Shen Tian in confusion, wondering what coincidence could allow the 6 Paths reincarnation eye to open. Shen Tian did not answer, but gazed at the ethereal beauty of Yi Lingling. Although she had willingly offered herself, he would not take advantage of her. He gently pressed his lips against hers, smiling. "I want you to willingly devote everything to me, not merely obeying some so-called orders." After Yi Lingling left, Shen Tian's expression grew serious. He sensed that he might be caught in a scheme, but he did not dwell on it too much. He would face whatever came his way. Shen Tian was not willing to be a pawn, nor would anyone make him one. However, at present, first the girl Shui Binger provoked him, and now Yi Lingling had come, making it difficult for him to restrain himself. He stood up, his figure flashing as he disappeared from sight. Soon Shen Tian arrived in front of a room and pushed the door open. Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the middle of her training, stopped and opened her eyes. Seeing Shen Tian, she asked in confusion, "What are you here for?" Shen Tian did not answer. He directly embraced Zhu Zhuqing and passionately kissed her. Zhu Zhuqing was startled by Shen Tian's sudden fervor. However, she quickly calmed down and began to respond. After a long while, he lowered his head and kissed Zhuqing's cheek, gently saying, "Take a good rest." The next day, Shen Tian walked out of Zhu Zhuqing's room and arrived at the plaza, where he began to practice his soul skills. The soul power within him was in motion, and 3 soul rings rose beneath his feet. The first soul ring lit up. His first soul skill was the control of fire elements, and its advanced skill was Dragon Flame, a power not weaker than Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flame. Shen Tian gathered his soul power in his right hand, enveloping it in Dragon Flame. It looked as if his arm was ablaze, with black patterns appearing on his arm, soon forming scales that made it resemble a dragon's claw. Boom! Shen Tian pressed his clawed hand against the ground, unleashing his soul power. The ground shattered, but only created a hole the size of a human head, demonstrating that the power was not very strong. "The soul power consumption is considerable, but the power is not very great," Shen Tian murmured to himself as his second soul ring lit up. The first and second soul rings began to fuse, and he pressed his palm against the ground. Boom! The ground exploded again, this time creating a larger pit with a diameter of 3 meters. The terrifying flames even began to dissolve the soil within the pit. The combination of fire and wind will significantly increase the power, but the consumption of soul power will also increase. It needs further optimization. Since my soul skills are primarily elemental, the repulsion between soul rings is smaller compared to other soul masters. Coupled with my strong mental power, fusing the rings is quite simple. We have returned. Not far away, 4 figures approached, their long legs taking elegant strides. The 4 of them were of varying builds. Some were slender and graceful, while others were cold as ice or gentle and demure. Shen Tian looked at the 4 before him, a smile appearing as he walked toward them with open arms, saying, "Welcome back." The 4 were Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and Ho Wu. "Although we've returned, it doesn't mean we wish to become your child bride. We are here to defeat you," Ho Wu said proudly, lifting her delicate chin, exuding a haughty demeanor. "Child brides are nurtured from a young age, but you are not children, especially you, who is quite mature." Shen Tian stood before the 4 unabashedly, gazing at Ho Wu's rather extravagant proportions. Although not as large as Zhuqing's, it was still quite impressive, estimated to be a C-cup. Seeing Shen Tian's brazen gaze, Ho Wu clenched her teeth in anger, regretting her decision to return. She exclaimed, "Let me tell you, we came back just to enhance our strength and defeat you, strutting away afterward. Moreover, we are not selling ourselves to you. If you dare do anything excessive to us, we will never forgive you." As she finished, her face was flushed with embarrassment. Shen Tian paid no mind to her outburst and turned his gaze toward Shui Wu. He had not noticed before, but it seemed Shui Wu's figure was even more pronounced, reaching AC size. Looking at Shui Binger, while not particularly prominent, she was still well-rounded, barely reaching AB. Shui Yuer appeared smaller than Binger, classified as AB. Since you have returned, let's begin your training. First up, Huo Wu. Shen Tian said to Huo Wu as his first soul ring lit up, radiating a brilliant glow. Under his influence, endless fire elements surged into the surroundings, rapidly raising the temperature as if the area had turned into an oven. Huo Wu, being adept at firepower, was not bothered by the high temperature. In fact, she felt quite comfortable. Sensing the rich fire elements around her, she realized that training in such an environment would greatly enhance her cultivation speed. I am not asking you to train, I want you to comprehend and feel the fire elements. Since you cultivate firepower, you should have a certain understanding of fire elements, right? In this world, although soul masters wield powerful soul skills capable of unleashing strength beyond an ordinary person's imagination, they only know the how, but not the why. Soul masters can unleash formidable strength by relying on their martial souls and soul rings, but no one has explored why they can manifest such mysterious and wondrous powers. One reason is that this power is too mysterious and esoteric. The other is that humans have short lifespans. Even powerful soul masters do not live significantly longer than ordinary people. Even for title Douluo, while theoretically they could live far beyond ordinary humans, in reality living 200 to 300 years is considered longevity. Some may not even reach 100, like Douluo. This lack of deep exploration into the essence of martial souls is akin to the smartphones in his past life. In his former world, almost everyone owned a smartphone. Ordinary people purchased phones for their functionality. As for how smartphones were created, how they operated, and why they were so marvelous, it was none of their concern. They only needed to learn how to use them. Similarly, in this world, few soul masters delve into the core of soul masters and soul rings. However, just because few do does not mean no one does. Shen Tian was one such exception. You want me to master the fire elements? Huo Wu looked at Shen Tian in confusion and replied, that's impossible. My martial soul doesn't possess that capability, nor do my 3 soul skills. Not possessing doesn't mean you can't learn. Were you able to walk as soon as you were born? Shen Tian continued, moreover, you think your martial soul lacks this power because it doesn't have the ability, but rather because you don't know how to harness this ability. If your martial soul lacked control over fire elements, why is it that when you cultivate you feel not the ice elements, but the fire elements? In reality, every attribute martial soul possesses elemental control power. It's just that this power is not prominent, making it difficult to awaken during the acquisition of soul skills. Feel it well. Shen Tian gently patted Huo Wu's fragrant shoulder, then walked towards Shui Binger and the others. Looking at Shui Yuer, a glimmer of light flashed in his hand, revealing a silver immortal peach. He said, your cultivation level is relatively weak, so first refine this to enhance your soul power. Just giving this to me. Shui Yuer looked at Shen Tian in shock, not expecting him to simply hand her a silver immortal peach. She knew that such things were extremely valuable, worth 500,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, your task during this time is to quickly raise your cultivation level to level 30, Shen Tian said, then turned to Shui Wu and Shui Binger, saying, you two come with me. Behind the villa, Shen Tian surveyed Shui Wu and Shui Binger, asking, how much do you know about martial soul fusion techniques? Although he knew that Shui Binger and Shui Wu possessed the martial soul fusion technique ice and snow drifting, that was 2 years later. As for now, he was unsure whether they had mastered it. However, he guessed they probably had not mastered it, considering that during the Soul Master competition 2 years later, they had not been able to fully control the martial soul fusion. Martial soul fusion technique. Shui Binger did not expect Shen Tian to ask this. She said, I know a bit about it. It is a special soul skill that is even more difficult than soul ring fusion. It requires both parties to have a spiritual connection, perfectly merging their martial souls to unleash power far beyond that of a single martial soul. In comparison, soul ring fusion is much simpler. As long as the attributes do not clash, it can theoretically be fused. After fusion, the power will be greatly enhanced. Simply put, it's like you have a cup of water, and I have a cup of water, and then we pour both cups into one big cup. Martial soul fusion is much more difficult because the power contained within martial souls is not singular. Even if they are the same type of martial soul, they are essentially 2 different martial souls. In simple terms, it involves 2 different substances that when fused undergo a special transformation, becoming a new substance that possesses new attribute abilities. Xiao Wu. Shen Tian paused for a moment. Currently, he had 3, was especially since Xiao Wu was specifically called Xiao Wu. If he referred to someone else as Xiao Wu, it would be easy to confuse. If one day he wanted to call Xiao Wu to serve him the 3 of them going out, it might not be a bad thing. Looking at Shui Wu's full and rounded chest, it might actually be more appropriate to call her to Wu. What are you looking at? Shui Wu said angrily, covering her chest with her hands and eyeing Shen Tian warily. It's nothing, Shen Tian said, dismissing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was now sincerely guiding them. How could he think of other matters? He continued, your martial soul controls the weather, while Binger's martial soul is a top-tier beast martial soul with immense ice power. The fusion of your martial soul with Binger's martial soul can greatly enhance the power of Binger's martial soul. For the next period, you primarily need to focus on developing in this direction. As for other aspects of cultivation, I will intermittently assist in your training. Additionally, martial souls possess spirits. Don't just focus on cultivation and enhancing soul power, try to communicate with your martial souls mentally. Meditation and communication should be conducted for at least 1 hour every day. Martial souls possess spirits and mental communication. Shui Wu and Shui Binger looked puzzled. Isn't a martial soul just a martial soul? How can it communicate? That's right. Shen Tian said seriously, martial souls are not lifeless objects. They have their own thoughts, consciousness, and preferences. You need to feel them with your heart. Only then can you gain their recognition and truly harness their abilities. Can you just talk without getting handsy? Shui Wu said angrily, her delicate body, trembling, her chest rising and falling. Focus on your training. I've set the direction for you. How far you can go depends on yourselves. Shen Tian smiled and said, then directly left. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but your cultivation is up to you. His primary responsibility now is to guide them and show them a path to greatness. As for how far they could go on that path, that depended on them. Of course, even if they couldn't find their own path, he could still help them grow in the future. Binger, do you think he can really lead us to the peak? And what did she mean by martial souls having spirits? Shui Wu asked Shui Binger beside her. Although she was a few months older than Shui Binger, her character was gentle, and she was not good at thinking. Shui Binger pondered for a moment and said, his guidance is different from those teachers in the academy. As for what he said about martial souls having spirits, it probably means that martial souls possess a certain spirituality. Shen Tian arrived at the front yard, seeing Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. He said, what are you two doing standing here? Tie this to your legs and run 30 laps around the entire villa. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed angrily, why do I have to run? Because I noticed you've gained quite a bit of weight recently, you need to lose some. Shen Tian said, then without giving the two of them a chance to argue, he equipped them both with weighted soul-guiding devices. Although these devices did not appear very large, once worn they would make one feel as if their legs were filled with lead. After sending these two off, Shen Tian approached Xiao Wu. What is my arrangement? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Your task is significant. You are responsible for accompanying me. Shen Tian smiled as he pulled Xiao Wu into his arms and planted a kiss on her delicate pink cheek. Xiao Wu's face turned completely red, and then her body suddenly vanished from Shen Tian's embrace, reappearing on the other side, angrily saying, quickly arrange a task for me. Shen Tian said, your task is to battle with me. You are a strong attack-type battle soul master. The best way to cultivate is through combat. Your opponent is me. Defeat me without using soul rings or soul skills. Okay. Xiao Wu did not hesitate. She looked at Shen Tian, her eyes sparkling like jewels, radiating a red glow akin to rubies. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she said, Tian, go. Charm. Xiao Wu directly unleashed her second soul skill, charm. However, Shen Tian immediately closed his eyes, unaffected by Xiao Wu's charm. Even if he had not closed his eyes, he could still break Xiao Wu's charm skill, but if he forced it, Xiao Wu would suffer backlash. When Shen Tian closed his eyes, Xiao Wu's face showed no disappointment. Instead, she revealed a triumphant smile. The third soul skill teleport activated, and she instantly appeared behind Shen Tian. At this moment, she had already activated her martial soul manifestation. Her long, graceful legs wrapped around Shen Tian's waist, and she used her first soul skill, bow and waist, to perform a reverse takedown. Boom! Shen Tian's head directly struck the ground, creating a deep pit. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu was startled to see Shen Tian take her attack, her expression anxious. She thought he would be able to evade, but unexpectedly he did not. It's nothing. Shen Tian emerged from the deep pit, his black scales vanishing, a smile on his face as he directly embraced Xiao Wu. He gently caressed her legs, which were white as jade and smooth, exclaiming, but your legs are surprisingly strong. I secretly exerted force employing the 1000 gene drop technique, yet you still tossed me aside. When it comes to legs, Xiao Wu is the most beautiful among everyone. Her long legs could endure a day and night of play without tiring, especially now that she was wearing tight pants that perfectly outlined her flawless curves. Don't touch me randomly. Xiao Wu blushed, feeling his hand misbehave. The tingling sensation made her weak, causing her to collapse into Shen Tian's embrace. I am helping you test your legs. They are not only beautiful, but also strong. I have a technique here that is perfect, Shen Tian said earnestly, his hands not idle as he held her crystalline white leg, gently massaging it. He made Xiao Wu sit on his lap, then spread her legs apart. With her legs spread apart, Xiao Wu had to lean closer to Shen Tian, and this position was quite embarrassing, filling her with shame and anger. However, for some reason, he felt quite pleased, especially when he heard Shen Tian praising her. A sense of pride welled up within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Shen Tian looked at the shy Xiao Wu wrapping her legs around his waist. He pulled her pert behind closer, saying, "From now on, do not use this waist bow on others. You are my woman, and I do not want to see you entangle with anyone else. Also, I will teach you a leg technique which will be your main means of attack in the future." The 12 paths of leg techniques. This was a leg technique he had practiced in his previous life. Although martial arts had long since declined, some techniques were still passed down, including the 12 paths of leg techniques. Practicing the 12 paths of leg techniques requires high standards for leg skills, needing not only strength, but also speed, and Xiao Wu's legs perfectly met these requirements. Xiao Wu nodded. Shrek Academy. With Shen Tian taking the 3 girls away, only Dai Mu Bai Tang, San Ma Hongjuan, and Oscar remained. Although there were only 4 left, Master Yu Xiaojing's guidance did not cease. On the contrary, it became even stricter, with tasks heavier than those originally destined for them, even making them engage in life and death matches. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing approached Flinder directly, stating, "Flinder, I intend to recruit a few more students." Recruit more. Flinder frowned slightly at this. Shrek was established by him, and from the very beginning, he set the rule that the academy would only recruit monsters, not useless individuals. Now, Yu Xiaojing continued, "Rest assured, these individuals are definitely not here through connections. They are also monsters, they simply did not apply to Shrek before. As long as they are monsters, that's fine. Although it's not recruitment season, if they are monsters, they qualify for special admission, just like Ma Hongjuan, who was brought in directly, without taking any assessments." By the way, Xiaojing, why do you want to expand the recruitment? Aren't 4 enough? Flinder asked in confusion. To him, 4 seemed quite a lot already, considering how rudimentary their academy was. Although there were plenty of tutors, resources were limited, and they could barely support the 4 of them. Not enough. Yu Xiaojing's eyes revealed a sharp light as he said, "At least 7 are needed." Originally, with Shen Tian and the others here, the number would have been just right, but unfortunately they left. It's indeed a pity. But why 7? Flinder asked, puzzled. Then he thought of something, looking at Yu Xiaojing with a serious expression. "Are you planning to have them participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition in 2 years? Exactly. Yu Xiaojing's eyes sparkled even more intensely. He had waited a long time for this opportunity. Only at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition could he better showcase himself, fulfill his ideals, and prove his worth to the world. Flinder said, 2 years. Isn't that a bit too rushed? I think the next session would be better. By then, even Dai Mu Bai will only be 23. With their talents, the next session of the Advanced Soul Master Competition wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Yu Xiaojing stated, though deep down he did not think so. If it were the next session, even if they won, it would be hard to showcase his extraordinary capabilities. If he could lead a team with an average age of 14 or 15 to defeat all participating teams, that would create a much bigger sensation. He initially had this opportunity, especially after learning about Shen Tian's terrifying martial soul. He was extremely excited. If he could utilize him, he could be almost certain of winning first place. However, it was unfortunate that he had a disagreement with Tang San, which infuriated him. Tang San, who had once pleased him greatly, had now disappointed him, ruining his dreams for the sake of a woman. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, his gaze passionate as he declared, "I will take full responsibility for their training. I will make them the most dazzling existence on the continent, and their names will spread to every corner of the land." Flinder wanted to say something, but seeing the determination in Xiaojing, he could only sigh helplessly. It was not easy for him to regain his motivation, so he did not want to hinder him. A month later, Douluo Continent North. This place is very cold all year round, making it sparsely populated with sometimes not a single household for dozens of miles. At this moment, 2 figures were walking in this desolate land, 1 man and 1 woman. Both were quite young. The man was handsome, with a sharp, domineering aura, while the woman had skin as delicate as congealed fat, and a beauty that could topple cities. The biting cold wind howled. Shui Yuer couldn't help but shiver, tightly hugging Shen Tian's arm. Although she practiced ice attribute powers, she found it hard to withstand the relentless cold wind. Shen Tian opened his coat, wrapping Shui Yuer inside. Looking at her face, which was slightly pale from the cold, he held her icy little hand with tenderness, saying, "I'll carry you." Shui Yuer shyly nodded. Shen Tian carried Shui Yuer on his back. This time they came to the extreme north, not only to help her obtain her 3rd spirit ring, but also to acquire his own 4th spirit ring, and the 1st spirit ring for his 2nd martial soul, the 6 Paths Reincarnation Eye. The extreme north is one of the 3 great gathering places for soul beasts in the Douluo continent, but it is different from the Star Doe Forest and the Sunset Forest. Here, due to being covered in ice and snow for years, few soul masters come, but because of the extreme cold, even soul beasts find it hard to survive. Before long, Shen Tian arrived at a massive stone tablet, a large portion of which was already covered by ice and snow. Clearing the ice and snow revealed the words Extreme North Human Forbidden Zone. Without any hesitation, Shen Tian took a step forward, entering this forbidden zone for humans. He not only intended to step into this human forbidden area, but also to set his sights on the two emperors within. Indeed, his main purpose for coming here was to target the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. With the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind almost gathered, he was only missing the water element. In the past, he was too weak. Although he far surpassed ordinary soul masters in the selection of soul rings, he still struggled to unleash the true power of his martial soul. Therefore, this time he aimed directly at the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, hoping to leverage their power to advance further and see if he could achieve a third awakening of his martial soul. Of course, while his ideals were noble, achieving success would be incredibly difficult. After all, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if they were quite innocent and easy to deceive, it did not mean they were foolish. Boom. Shen Tian's soul power surged, the sky darkened, and a shadow of a black dragon emerged from within him, soaring into the heavens, releasing an overwhelming dragon might. Shui Yuer, feeling the overwhelming dragon might, was startled and thought there was an enemy, hurriedly saying, "Put me down, let us fight together." "There is no enemy, you just rest well," Shen Tian replied. The extreme north was far too dangerous and extremely cold. With his current strength, venturing deeper would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus he chose to lure out the two emperors of ice and snow. Although Shen Tian's strength was weak, his martial soul was powerful, with dragon might comparable to that of pure-blooded dragons who were the overlords among soul beasts and originally the dominators of the world. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the ice and snow emperors, as one of the 10 ferocious beasts of the continent, were surely aware of the Silver Dragon King's existence. Now, with such a powerful dragon clan appearing here, it would undoubtedly attract their attention. Soon, in the depths of the extreme north, a figure approached rapidly. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, standing proudly in the void, her dress fluttering in the wind. At this moment, the world seemed to transform into eternity, and she was the only one within it. Shen Tian looked at the stunningly ethereal woman before him, akin to a celestial being from the ninth heaven. Without needing to guess, he knew this was undoubtedly the strongest presence in the extreme north, the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor's appearance was indistinguishable from that of humans, with snow-white long hair and sky-blue eyes like sapphires. Her beauty was flawless, her figure tall and curvaceous. She was a special being, a primordial spirit formed from the purest ice elemental energy of the extreme north. The Snow Emperor frowned slightly, looking at Shen Tian, initially expecting a Dragon Clan member, but was surprised to find a human instead. Coldly she asked, "Who are you, and why have you come here?" As she spoke, an intense chill emanated from her, a terrifying aura that enveloped Shen Tian in an endless storm of ice and snow, as if he would be swallowed by this dreadful climate in the next moment. Shen Tian felt an overwhelming sense of oppression compelling him to kneel. The ground beneath him constantly cracked, and under this pressure his soul felt as though it would freeze, his thoughts slowing. Evidently, the Snow Emperor's aim was to use her formidable power to force Shen Tian to tell the truth. At that moment, Shui Yuer, standing behind Shen Tian, fainted due to the unbearable mental pressure. After all, such oppression was difficult for even a Soul Emperor to endure. "I came to find you." Shen Tian gritted his teeth and said, raising his gaze to the Snow Emperor, his eyes showing no fear or trepidation, but rather a domineering scrutiny. He declared, "I came to seek you for a sacrifice." "What did you say?" The Snow Emperor said coldly, not expecting the other party to dare speak such arrogant words. She intended to understand him directly, but when she saw his domineering gaze, it inexplicably stirred something in her heart, prompting her to inquire again. Shen Tian resisted the Snow Emperor's power and said, "In the future, I can become a deity and take you with me. The Ice Emperor is your sister, and now her time is approaching. Your soul beast clan cannot ascend to godhood. If this continues, she will die. In other words, you're saying that if I sacrifice myself for you, you can save her when you become a deity?" "No." Shen Tian shook his head, his gaze sincere, as he said, "What I want is for you and her to sacrifice together. I do not wish to deceive you. If I said it was possible, you would likely agree, but that is not what I want, as I need both of you. You will become my soul spirits, not have your consciousness erased, and become mindless soul rings." Upon hearing that you wish for both her and me to sacrifice, a killing intent flashed in the Snow Emperor's eyes, but upon hearing the last sentence, her heart stirred. "What do you mean by soul spirits?" "In this era, soul spirits have yet to appear, so even the Snow Emperor, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, does not know what this is. A special spiritual body that allows your soul to reside within my soul ring, where your thoughts, consciousness, and memories will not be erased. After I become a deity, I can reconstruct your physical body. Shen Tian briefly explained soul spirits looking at the Snow Emperor. This is currently the only way for your soul beast clan to break through to godhood. With your cultivation level exceeding 600,000, you must understand that the heavens restrict your soul beast clan from ascending to godhood. Even if you break through to 700,000, 800,000, or even 1,000,000 years, it is impossible to break through. The restriction preventing soul beasts from ascending to godhood is not solely due to the power of the dragon god. More importantly, it is the gods of the divine realm. With their constraints, the soul beast clan will have no way out. Even if our soul beast clan finds it difficult to ascend to godhood, how can you guarantee that you can? As far as I know, your human clan has not given birth to a deity for many thousands of years. The Snow Emperor said coldly. Regarding ascension, she had long since despaired. As her cultivation continuously increased, she could clearly sense an invisible force preventing her from reaching that realm. The Snow Emperor's heart sank as she realized the truth in his words. Shen Tian wore a confident and domineering smile as he declared, "I can become a deity." The Snow Emperor looked at the somewhat immature human youth before her, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She wanted to say that he was out of his mind for claiming he could become a deity, but upon seeing his confident smile and sensing the immense power emanating from him, she asked, "Have you mastered the inheritance of a divine position?" "No." Shen Tian continued, "I know where the divine position inheritance is and how to obtain it, but I have no intention of taking that position. Others can create their own divine positions, and so can I. Shen Tian will never be weaker than anyone else in my lifetime." At this moment he was filled with a sense of dominance and arrogance, as if he were an emperor standing proudly between heaven and earth. The Snow Emperor gazed at the domineering human youth before her, stunned by his confidence and strength. She never expected that there would be such a presence among the humans. Indeed, humanity was a race favored by heaven and earth. "Snow Emperor, I need your strength." Shen Tian extended his hand, looking at the unparalleled Snow Emperor before him. At this moment the Snow Emperor felt quite unsettled. The youth's words sounded like madness, but for some reason, Schwer don't agree to him. At that moment a figure rushed in from a distance, not a person, but a gigantic scorpion. However, this scorpion was not menacing, instead it was beautiful, its body akin to jade with a translucent icy sheen and green color resembling exquisite jade meticulously carved. The newcomer was the Ice Emperor, one of the three kings of the extreme north, in the form of the Ice Blue Emperors. The Ice Emperor glared at Shen Tian with her icy green eyes, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. The temperature around them plummeted rapidly, the biting coldness, making one feel as if they had fallen into a freezing abyss. Shen Tian paid no heed to the Ice Emperor's murderous intent, instead smiling at her and saying, "Are you afraid of death and unwilling to take the gamble?" The Ice Emperor was furious. How dare this mere human look down on her? An extreme chill radiated from her feet, intending to turn this arrogant human into an ice sculpture. Boom! Shen Tian's soul power erupted, and he breathed out dragon flames. The Ice Emperor's ice was the ultimate ice, but his flames were equally the ultimate fire. The Ice Emperor unleashed her power, an infinite frost spreading outward instantly, turning the all-consuming dragon flames into red crystals. Stop! The Snow Emperor hurriedly tried to stop the Ice Emperor. Although the human before them had immense talent, he was still far too weak to withstand the Ice Emperor's formidable power. But how could the Ice Emperor relent at this moment? Shen Tian remained calm, gathering all his soul power into his right fist. Two soul rings manifested on his right fist, his first and second soul rings. As the two rings fused, the fist's aura pierced through the fused rings, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that charged at the Ice Emperor, shattering even the ultimate ice. Boom! The Ice Emperor showed no sign of fear. A stronger force erupted from her, blocking the terrifying fire dragon. Her eyes reflected astonishment, for that punch possessed enough power to obliterate a six-ring soul emperor, yet this human youth was merely a three-ring soul master. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Now that you've seen my power, it should be enough for you to consider the gamble. If you win, you shall not perish, and the wager is merely 10,000 years. Though 10,000 years seems long for you, it is but the blink of an eye." His words were not exaggerated. For humans, 10,000 years was a long time, enough for great changes, but for soul beasts, especially those that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, 10,000 years could merely be a time of seclusion. At this moment the Ice Emperor hesitated, looking at Shen Tian and asking, "Are you sure we won't die?" "Absolutely," Shen Tian replied. Though he had never condensed a soul spirit and was unsure how to do so, the principle should be similar to absorbing a soul ring, simply requiring acceptance of the other party's essence. "All right," the Ice Emperor said. "Then I will go first." She always acted decisively. Once she made a decision, there would be no hesitation, especially since she did not want the Snow Emperor to go first. In case of danger, the Snow Emperor would not need to sacrifice herself and could seek revenge while she herself would only die 1,000 years earlier. Hearing this, Shen Tian felt joy looking at the Ice Emperor and saying, I possess two martial souls. One is the Black Dragon martial soul, and the other is the Six Paths Reincarnation I martial soul. You will become the fourth soul ring of my Black Dragon martial soul. He gently laid down Shui Yuer, who had fainted, and asked the Snow Emperor to take care of her. The Snow Emperor waved her hand, and a 3-meter diameter hemispherical ice house appeared enveloping Shui Yuer within. The Ice Emperor began to burn her essence, her massive body, transforming into a pure energy form. Within that energy was a crystal-clear soul bone. Seeing that the Ice Emperor was ready, Shen Tian felt somewhat speechless. She was indeed decisive, leaving no retreat for herself. He hadn't even said to begin, and she was already fully prepared. The Ice Emperor's soul bone was the torso bone. The entire fusion process was incredibly painful, as merging with the soul bone was akin to shattering one's own bones and replacing them with the soul bone. The discomfort was something only those who experienced it could understand. The process lasted a long time. Shen Tian experienced what it meant to endure heavenly pain. The next day, Shen Tian became an ice sculpture, sitting cross-legged on the ground, motionless with not a hint of aura. Suddenly, the ice sculpture developed a crack, and soon more cracks appeared, ultimately shattering into pieces. Shen Tian's figure leaped out from within, and soul rings rose beneath his feet, totaling for yellow, purple, and orange gold. Roar! Shen Tian let out a furious roar, activating his martial soul, transforming into a half-dragon, half-human form, standing proudly in the void. As he felt the changes within him, he sensed his strength had surged by dozens of times, especially with the torso dragon bone, which harbored immensely abundant power, seemingly inexhaustible. The Ice Emperor was a soul beast of 300,000 years. The soul power she contained was beyond what even a 4-ring soul master could bear, let alone a 9-ring titled Douluo. During the fusion process, the Ice Emperor sealed 99% of her power within the soul bone. As Shen Tian's strength continued to grow, he would be able to unseal this power, transforming it into his own. Shen Tian waved his hand, and the fourth soul ring flew out from him, shining brilliantly. A figure manifested, taking the form of the Ice Emperor in human guise. In her human form, the Ice Emperor possessed an unparalleled beauty, rivaling that of the Snow Emperor. However, she lacked the Snow Emperor's arrogance and exuded an additional cold elegance. With fair skin and a proud posture, she had greenish patterns tracing along her snow-white neck, extending to her stunning face. Her dark green hair flowed with the wind. Although she was a spiritual entity, she radiated a sense of reality, emitting a greenish glow that made her appear somewhat ethereal, as if she existed in another time and space. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor's appearance, the Snow Emperor's worries vanished, replaced with joy on her exquisite face. The Ice Emperor examined her current form, her delicate brows furrowing as she turned to Shen Tian and asked, "Why am I in human form instead of my original shape?" Although she had reached a cultivation level where she could transform into human form without choosing to undergo metamorphosis, this change was not her will. "I don't know," Shen Tian replied. He truly did not know, as this was his first time condensing a soul spirit. Perhaps it is because of the separation from the soul bone. Whether in human or beast form, it is merely a shell. There is no need to be concerned about that. At this moment, he felt very pleased. Although the Ice Emperor's original form was not ugly, if given a choice between merging with a scorpion or with the currently ethereal Ice Emperor, he would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. Shen Tian looked at the Snow Emperor and said, "Now you should believe me, right?" The Snow Emperor nodded. Her garments began to dissipate, and she radiated light, gradually becoming ethereal. Why is everyone so impatient? Shen Tian hurriedly collected the Ice Emperor and stored the Black Dragon martial soul within his body, activating his second martial soul. His second martial soul, the Six Paths Reincarnation, I would not have any soul rings attached, while the Snow Emperor would serve as its first soul ring. Now he was worried whether his eyes could withstand it. After all, the eyes themselves were quite fragile, and the Snow Emperor was a soul beast over 600,000 years old. The Snow Emperor's form had vanished, leaving only a crystalline skull behind. Next, Shen Tian experienced a craniotomy and uncensored surgery without anesthesia. Night fell. Shen Tian opened his eyes, and at that moment his eyes turned blue. An orange-golden soul ring rose beneath his feet, and blue light shot out from his gaze, striking a distant mountain peak, which exploded and turned into ice. He then closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared in the spiritual world. The spirit bone granted to him by the Snow Empress connected with his spiritual world, causing her figure to appear and build a realm of ice and snow within. You really don't hold back. Shen Tian watched as the Snow Empress began to arrange her new home, feeling somewhat speechless, while also sensing her grand ambitions. Looking at her magnificent creation, it was indeed vast. Although the Snow Empress had transformed into a spirit, she could still control the powers sealed within the spirit bone. Coupled with her already formidable mental strength, she easily constructed an ice palace, as if she were an ice and snow empress. And indeed she was. Sitting on her throne, the Snow Empress looked at Shen Tian with a cold expression and said, "I originally planned to grant you a second soul ring, but I encountered restrictions. The only power I can bestow upon you now consists of two. The first is the snow domain from the first soul ring, a power of domain. With your current strength, you can only manifest a domain with a radius of 10 meters, and the second is the mental domain from the spirit bone, in which you can perceive and even control everything. As a soul beast of 600,000 years, the power she contained was naturally immense, and it was impossible for her to have only one soul ring. It was just that Shen Tian's martial soul was exceptionally unique, preventing the addition of more." The Snow Empress continued, "Although I cannot add a second soul ring, I can pour all my power into one soul ring. In simple terms, you will only receive one soul ring, but this soul ring will bear all my strength. The consequence may very well be the explosion of the soul ring, leading to the destruction of your martial soul as well. A single soul ring." Shen Tian was astonished. The Snow Empress' strength was great enough to account for at least 3 of his soul rings, yet now she could only occupy one. Would he be able to handle it? The 6 paths reincarnation, the 6 paths. Could it be 6 different paths? A glimmer of realization shone in Shen Tian's eyes as he seemed to comprehend something, saying, "You will merge all your power into one soul ring." At present, the soul power of his second soul source had already surpassed level 20, reaching level 26. Yet even so, he still could not acquire a second soul ring, indicating that the 6 abilities of the 6 paths reincarnation could not be of the same power. Moreover, his second soul source differed from the first. It did not have the limitation of requiring an additional soul ring every 10 levels, allowing for continuous cultivation. This should be the ability of the dual martial souls, the dual soul sources. Or perhaps his first martial soul had already broken the constraints of heaven and earth, allowing the rules of heaven and earth to cease affecting the second soul source. The Snow Empress gazed deeply at Shen Tian. If all her power were concentrated in one soul ring, that ring would be immensely powerful, but it was also highly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Yet she hesitated not. Such determination far surpassed that of ordinary people. Without any hesitation, the Snow Empress directly infused all her innate abilities into the first soul ring. Golden patterns of profound intricacy appeared on the first soul ring, resembling natural creations, each pattern embodying the truths of heaven and earth. Soon this merging was completed without any issues arising during the entire process. The newly formed soul ring granted the first soul skill snow domain, which expanded to a range of 30 meters, and additionally granted a second soul skill, Emperor's Sword. As for the other soul skills, they were no longer present. To obtain them would require self-creation in the future. He withdrew his mind from the spiritual world, returning to the real world. Shen Tian looked at the dim sky. The extreme north's night was very cold. "I seem to have forgotten something," he murmured to himself, glancing at the ice house beside him, and suddenly realized what he had forgotten. The Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor were both efficient in their actions, leaving him no time to prepare one after another, causing him to neglect Xiaoyuer. The ice house crafted by the Snow Empress was exceptionally sturdy. Even a 10th sandier soul beast could not break through it. However, Shen Tian, now mastering the utmost ice, found opening the ice house quite simple. With the circulation of his soul power, he pressed his hand against the ice house, and soon a portal appeared. The moment the portal to the ice house opened, a figure darted out. It was Xiaoyuer, her delicate face filled with anxiety and grievance, as if she were about to cry. Seeing this, Shen Tian felt a wave of self-reproach. He wanted to embrace Xiaoyuer, but she did not look at him. Instead, she ran behind a nearby snow pile, and soon the sound of flowing water could be heard. He was taken aback. This was her holding it in. A moment later, Xiaoyuer emerged, her face flushed with embarrassment, wanting to run further away, but she simply could not hold it any longer. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Shen Tian stepped forward and embraced Xiaoyuer apologetically. Her face turned even redder. Shen Tian started a fire to cook. Though this was the extreme north, the temperature of his dragon flame was very high, and even the cold here could not extinguish his fire. After the two finished dinner, they felt very warm. Of course, now that Shen Tian had acquired the 4th soul ring, his body had been rejuvenated. Coupled with his mastery of utmost ice, he was unafraid of the cold, and instead found it very familiar. Xiaoyuer asked in confusion, "What happened earlier? I felt a terrifying power descend, and then..." "Just some minor issues," Shen Tian replied, omitting the matters concerning the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. It was not that he did not trust Xiaoyuer, but this matter was of great significance and could not be disclosed. With the Ice Emperor of 390,000 years and the Snow Empress of over 600,000 years, once this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir, not only in the human world, but even in the soul beast world, creating a significant commotion. Shen Tian looked at Shui and said, "Would you be willing to become my woman?" Shui did not expect Shen Tian to suddenly ask this. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head, unable to look at him, her heart racing, and after a while a barely audible voice escaped her lips. Shen Tian's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he directly lifted Shui into his arms, heading towards the ice house. With his enhanced strength, his needs in that regard had grown. If Shui were unwilling, he could endure it, but now that she was willing, there was no need to hold back. Soon joyous sounds echoed from within the ice house. Much later, Shen Tian held the delicate and fragile his face filled with tenderness. Shui leaned against his embrace, feeling very warm, her pretty face showing a blissful smile as she gradually entered a dream. Shui possesses a martial soul that is a dolphin belonging to the sea spirit beast category and is most adept in combat within the ocean. However, with her mastery over soul skills, she can become formidable even on land. In addition to speed, dolphins excel in mental power. Therefore, the soul beast chosen by Shen Tian for Shui is the ice silkworm, known for its exceptional mental prowess. Shui gazed at the plump, large insect before her. Despite being an insect, its body resembled jade. Even though she was afraid of bugs, she felt no fear at this moment. Shen Tian said the ice silkworm is a soul beast that, although it has almost no combat power, possesses tremendous mental strength, allowing it to avoid danger in advance with its powerful mental capacity. This soul beast is the most suitable for you. The soul beast I most wanted to find was the heavenly dream ice silkworm, but unfortunately, I do not know where it hides. Otherwise, not only could I hunt it, but I could also obtain a large amount of Tinthasandier ice marrow. Shui had no doubts about Shen Tian's words and swiftly killed the 1,000-year ice silkworm. Soon a dazzling purple soul ring appeared. Shen Tian helped protect Shui while his consciousness entered the sea of spirit, looking towards Shui and directly asking Shui, "Do you know where I can find Tinthasandier ice marrow?" "If I knew where to find Tinthasandier ice marrow, I would have consumed it myself long ago." Shui rolled her eyes at Shen Tian, exhibiting her charming demeanor. For a soul beast that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years like her, Tinthasandier ice marrow holds tremendous benefits. With enough of it, she could even break through the Tinthasandier barrier. She continued, "I don't have Tinthasandier ice marrow, but I do have some 1,000-year ice marrow in my cave. You can go retrieve it." Her true form is the Ice Empress, and her kind is a rare innate being born from the heavens and earth. Currently, she is the only one of her generation. Shen Tian looked at Shui, sensing that she seemed different from before. She had less indifference and more emotion. However, he didn't dwell on it and began to consult her about ice element issues. Even though he could control the ice element, now he needed to activate the power of the soul ring. He wanted to rely on his comprehension to directly control the ice element. This way, he could greatly reduce the time required to unleash soul skills, while also enhancing his own strength. Having cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, Shui's character is simple, but her understanding of the ice attribute is profound. She detailed the power of the ice attribute to Shen Tian, even imparting some methods for using ice attribute skills. Although these methods couldn't compare to soul skills in terms of might, they could be activated instantly, without cooldown. Shen Tian's talent is high and his comprehension is strong. He quickly grasped some methods of using skills without releasing soul skills through the soul ring, as well as sensing the ice elements in the world without relying on the soul ring's power. Shui's beautiful eyes kept observing the youth before her, astonished by his talent. She had taken tens of thousands of years to master these concepts, yet this young man had only taken less than a stick of incense worth of time. Shen Tian opened his eyes, his gaze becoming somewhat profound, yet a bit confused, carefully sensing as if he felt an unseen pressure. "It seems you have sensed it. This is the constraint of the laws of the great Tao. Soul masters must use the soul ring as a medium to cast soul skills. The techniques I imparted to you, while they do not require activating the soul ring to release soul skills, still need the soul ring as a medium." Shui said, her expression showing a hint of loneliness. Although she hadn't touched the opportunity to become divine, she could clearly sense the constraints of the heavenly laws upon her, and every time one reaches the Tinthasandier threshold, there is a heavenly punishment that follows. Thus her perception of the laws of the great Tao is quite keen. After becoming Shen Tian's soul ring spirit, she began to sense the restrictions imposed by the soul ring. Constraints of the laws. Shen Tian smiled, unafraid of the constraints of the laws. What he feared was not being able to sense them. As long as he could perceive the rules, he could comprehend and gradually learn to control them. The reason why humans can become overlords is that they have mastered the ability to learn, analyzing and continuously understanding the unknown, ultimately mastering everything. To touch the law's soul masters must at least reach the rank of titled Douluo. Even general titled Douluos do not have the qualifications to touch them, only limit Douluos can achieve this. But Shen Tian is different. He possesses Shui of being comparable to a limit Douluo. Shui, merge your spirit into mine. Shen Tian said. He wanted to cultivate a spiritual bond with Shui. Although his mental power was not weak, it was still insufficient to touch the laws of the great Tao, hence he needed Shui's mental power. Upon hearing this, Shui's delicate face flushed slightly, but without any hesitation, she merged her mental power into Shen Tian's spirit. In that moment their spirits connected, allowing both to sense each other's everything. Shen Tian could clearly feel Shui's exquisite figure, her long snow-white legs, rounded and perky derriere, delicate waist, and proud bosom. However, he harbored no lascivious thoughts. Instead, he focused on sensing the first soul ring of his second soul ring. Under his perception, he could distinctly sense the intricate patterns densely etched upon the soul ring, constructed from countless complex symbols. Carefully observing these arcane symbols, they appeared to be a special type of character, seemingly containing the profound principles of heaven and earth, leaving a deep impression on him. These special patterns were similar to those found on soul guides. He had studied soul guides which are inscribed with intricate patterns, but those patterns differ from what he was currently observing. The ones before him were far more complex and profound. Upon thoughtful reflection, he realized that these intricate patterns originated from Shui, who is a soul beast of 600,000 years. The laws of the great Tao she embodies are naturally not comparable to those found on ordinary soul guides. Shen Tian began to attempt to construct these patterns with his mind, wondering if he could replicate them completely. Could he then forge a second soul ring of 600,000 years? Quickly he abandoned this unrealistic thought. Even if it was theoretically feasible to replicate, it was not something he could achieve at this moment. If 600,000 years is impossible, then how about a 10-year soul ring? However, it is quite large and very white. Shen Tian no longer pondered such matters, focusing instead on sensing Shui. With a thought, he could clearly feel every part of her, a sensation more real than what could be seen with the naked eye. Shui soon noticed Shen Tian's thoughts, her pretty face turning slightly red as she hurriedly severed the spiritual link between them, angrily asking, "What are you doing?" Thinking about something, Shen Tian replied nonchalantly, unable to help but glance at Shui's graceful figure. When he felt an intense chill, his consciousness transformed and vanished without a trace. Seeing Shen Tian depart, Shui's stunningly beautiful face was filled with embarrassment and anger. Due to their spiritual connection, they could clearly sense each other's thoughts, and recalling that image made her cheeks flush with heat. Outside world, Shen Tian released his soul ring. Although he did not possess a 10-year soul ring, he had a 100-year soul ring. The intricate patterns in his gaze manifested as he activated the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye. The principle behind the birth of twin martial souls is that they cannot suppress or devour each other, allowing them to coexist. However, while they can coexist, they repel each other. Therefore, theoretically, twin martial souls cannot be used simultaneously, but this is merely a theory. Shen Tian's second martial soul is his original martial soul, which is his own eyes. Coupled with his second soul source, even when used simultaneously, they do not strongly repel each other. Additionally, the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye can attach 6 soul rings, gaining 6 skills, while the martial soul itself enhances his vision, allowing him to perceive extremely minute things. Soon Shen Tian noticed intricate patterns within his 100-year soul ring, formed by mysterious. In comparison to the first soul ring of the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye, the patterns on this 100-year soul ring are considerably fewer and less profound. Shen Tian's soul power circulated within him, using his mental energy as a pen and soul power as ink, drawing mysterious symbols in the air. The moment these symbols took shape, the wandering fire elements in the world began to gather, and soon the symbol seemed ready to ignite. Seeing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Shen Tian's eyes. These special and enigmatic symbols, imbued with unfathomable power, could very well be the great Tao symbols from mythological legends. Next, he continuously studied them. He felt that as long as he completely mastered these mysterious symbols, he would become even more powerful, bringing him closer to his ideal. Evening. The sky gradually darkened. Shui Yuer fully absorbed the ice silkworm's soul ring, forming her third soul ring, a purple soul ring radiating brilliant light. Upon opening her eyes, her beautiful gaze sparkled and her delicate face was filled with joy. "I did it." Shui Yuer excitedly hugged Shen Tian and kissed his cheek, smiling as she said, "The ability of my third soul ring is mental probe, allowing me to scan everything within 100 meters. However, my cultivation level is too low, and as I improve, the range will expand. Although your ability lacks offensive power, it serves as excellent support, especially in complex terrains." Shen Tian held her in his arms, not surprised by the ability of her third soul skill. The ice silkworm's greatest strength is indeed mental probing, allowing it to detect enemies in advance and escape. Glancing at the darkening sky, he said, "Let's rest for the night and return tomorrow." Shui Yue nodded. The next day, Shen Tian left the ice house early, mainly due to not sleeping the previous night. He gazed at the rising sun in the east and waved his hand, closing the door of the ice house. Although the northernmost regions are not teeming with soul beasts, there are still quite a few. The depths are very dangerous and even colder. He could not take Shui Yue deeper, so he left her behind. His ice is the purest, containing a trace of the Snow Emperor's aura, which even the sandier soul beasts dare not approach. His figure flashed as he swiftly moved deep into the northernmost regions to claim the Snow Emperor's legacy. The cold wind of the extreme north blew over him, yet he did not feel the biting chill. Instead, it felt somewhat refreshing. Too slow. Shen Tian halted. Although he used his second soul skill, harnessing the power of the wind to reach speeds of 50 to 60 meters per second, it still felt slow. Buzz. Shen Tian activated the Six Paths Reincarnation Eye, and an orange-golden soul ring rose beneath him, radiating a brilliant light, within which a stunningly beautiful figure appeared. Though the Snow Emperor had transformed into his soul spirit, and her power was suppressed by him, she remained immensely strong. The Snow Emperor appeared outside, feeling the ice and snow. Though she no longer had a physical body, she could still sense the chill of the world, and this coldness felt clearer than ever. "What's wrong?" Shen Tian observed the Snow Emperor, who was dazed, radiating a holy and peaceful aura, giving him a sense of ethereal ascension. This feeling is quite remarkable, as if the constraints on us spirit beasts have vanished. The Snow Emperor softly spoke, looking up at the sky. The suppression from heaven and earth was gone, giving her a sensation akin to shedding shackles and being reborn. Constraints. Shen Tian quickly understood. Now that the Snow Emperor had no physical form and was no longer a spirit beast, the rules of heaven and earth naturally could not restrict her. Holding her hand, he smiled and said, "Do you now believe what I said earlier? One day when I become a deity, you too can become a deity. This is what they call when one person attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend. Am I a chicken or a dog?" The Snow Emperor looked at Shen Tian, asking seriously. Shen Tian's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. It was merely an idiom, yet she was fixated on chicken and dog. Laughing, he replied, "Sorry, I misspoke earlier. You are my treasure. How could I replace you with anything else? We should hurry to your dwelling. You need to constantly consume my soul power while you're outside." The Snow Emperor rolled her eyes at Shen Tian and led him forward quickly. Due to her power being suppressed, her speed was greatly limited, only reaching 200 to 300 meters per second. An hour later, Shen Tian and the Snow Emperor arrived deep in the northernmost regions, where it was extremely cold, with temperatures reaching 70 to 80 degrees below zero. A single spit would instantly freeze. Here stood an ice palace magnificently sculpted from ice. The Snow Emperor directly took Shen Tian to the depths of the ice palace, where there were many ice crystal stones, ice source stones, and even some highly valuable ice attribute metallic ores. As expected of the leader of the three kings of the extreme north, any one of these treasures would be worth a fortune outside. Shen Tian exclaimed. He was not polite and directly packed these items, which could help Shui Binger and the others improve rapidly. Additionally, he could forge some soul tools from the ice attribute ores. The Snow Emperor did not rush to take Shen Tian away, though instead, she took him to find Xiao Bai, a spirit beast she had adopted. Now at 200,000 years of cultivation, Xiao Bai was even stronger than the Titan Snow Demon King among the three kings. As she and the Ice Emperor were leaving the extreme north, there were certain matters to clarify, otherwise it could lead to trouble. After explaining, the Snow Emperor took Shen Tian and left the northernmost region. A week later, in Tiando City, Shen Tian and Shui Yue returned to Qingyue Mountain Manor. The return of Shui Yue brought great joy to everyone who eagerly inquired about her third soul skill, while Shen Tian was completely overlooked by the girls. Unbothered, Shen Tian waited for the others to finish their discussions, then scanned the group of girls before him and said, "It has been half a month since we last met. Let me see your progress. I hope you won't disappoint me." Shui Binger and the others hurriedly arranged themselves in formation. After 1 or 2 months of training, they had developed a strong synergy with one another. "Today we are going to take you down," Po Wu declared with confidence as 3 soul rings rose beneath her feet, her entire body engulfed in flames resembling a queen of fire. Her martial soul fire shadow was her shadow itself, allowing her to manifest her martial soul. Although it did not enhance her claws or armor like other beast martial souls, it significantly boosted her own speed and power attributes. "Courage is commendable, but don't start crying when you get beaten later on," Shen Tian replied with a smile, and as his soul rings appeared, only 3 were visible. Black patterns emerged on his body, greatly enhancing his strength and speed. This was the manifestation of his martial soul in an incomplete state. Previously, he did not understand this condition, but after comprehending the rules of the runes, he realized that the black patterns on his body represented the rules contained within his black dragon martial soul. His black dragon martial soul was a divine-level martial soul containing rules and principles that far exceeded ordinary martial souls, allowing the manifestation of these unique patterns. 7 treasures turn out the Lioli. The 7 treasures are renowned. 1 is strength, 2 is speed. Ning Rongrong directly unleashed the 7 treasures Lioli Pagoda with 3 soul rings shining on her body. The first and second rings lit up consecutively, radiating brilliant light. Now having entered the realm of a 3-ring soul sovereign, her amplification effect reached 40%, enhancing Shui, Binger, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu Huo Wu, and Shui Yuer. As for Shui Wu and Yi Lingling, they did not receive any amplification. This was because Yi Lingling, being a support-type soul master like her, did not require combat enhancement. Increasing strength and speed would be futile unless in critical moments. At this juncture, amplification would only waste her soul power. Huo Wu switched to a strong attack type and immediately launched an attack towards Shen Tian. With the aid of her martial soul and Rongrong's support, her speed became exceedingly fast, appearing as a red shadow that flashed by. In the face of Huo Wu's fierce attack, Shen Tian chose not to confront her directly, but instead retreated because Xiao Wu was right behind Huo Wu. Once he engaged with Huo Wu, Xiao Wu would instantly use her 3rd soul skill teleport to appear behind him. His 2nd soul ring lit up as he waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that whipped up the dust on the ground, obscuring the vision in front of him. Huo Wu and Xiao Wu quickly retreated. Shui Binger's 3rd soul ring illuminated as she unleashed resisting ice ring, which generated a shockwave that dispersed the dust swirling towards them. Ice seal. The 1st soul ring on Shui Binger lit up. In an instant, Shen Tian was encased in ice. At that moment, he was not far behind Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. Had he not been struck by Shui Binger's soul skill, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling would have been directly eliminated. I didn't rush in just to guard against you, Shui Binger said, coldly activating her martial soul to attack Shen Tian directly, ice feathers emerging behind her, making her speed nearly comparable to that of an agile attack-type soul master. Crack! The ice on Shen Tian shattered, flames igniting over his body as he looked at the approaching Shui Binger with a smile, saying, "Not bad, you can actually predict my movements." Boom. The two collided with a palm strike, and Shui Binger was sent flying while Shen Tian remained motionless. Clang, clang. At that moment, a metallic clang echoed from behind Shen Tian, and a figure darted away to the distance. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face showed seriousness, not expecting Shen Tian to react so quickly, even able to use the scale armor while battling Shui Binger. "This is distraction control," Ning Rongrong remarked. Although Shen Tian was not a true disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, he was her fiancé, and thus qualified to learn the skill of distraction control. At the same time, Ning Rongrong secretly cursed herself for forgetting this detail. However, she soon realized it was not that she forgot, but that Shen Tian had not used this technique in the past. Now he was forced to employ it due to the circumstances. Quickly, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling ran to the distance. As support-type soul masters, their priority in battle was not just to aid their teammates, but also to protect themselves. Shen Tian looked towards the approaching Huo Wu and Xiao Wu, stomping his foot. The dust on the ground rose, creating a whirlwind of sand and flying leaves, making it difficult to open one's eyes. "Damn, not this move again," Huo Wu exclaimed angrily, her face grim. Just earlier, the opponent had used this tactic, almost successfully ambushing their support-type soul masters, and now it was being used again. There's no fear in using a tactic repeatedly, as long as it's effective. A soul master in battle must not only master their own power, but also adeptly utilize the surrounding environment. Shen Tian's voice echoed around, making it hard to pinpoint his exact location. At the 3 o'clock position, Shui Yuer stated, her 3rd soul ring lighting up. Even amidst the swirling sand, she effortlessly locked onto Shen Tian's exact position, as his 3rd soul skill, mental detection, could pierce through anything, including rocks. Huo Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She unleashed her 1st soul skill, spitting out a fireball that directly cleared the storm of yellow sand, revealing Shen Tian behind it. Shen Tian looked at Shui Yuer. With her presence, it was impossible for him to hide his location. His 1st soul ring illuminated as he raised his right hand, directly obliterating the massive fireball in front of him. Simultaneously, his 2nd soul ring lit up, and a violent wind enveloped him, devouring the flames and transforming into a fiery tornado. Huo Wu displayed no fear in her expression. The last thing she feared was a fire attack as she charged directly at Shen Tian, flames erupting from her body, her 3rd soul ring illuminating. Resisting fire ring. Huo Wu's resisting fire ring had the same ability as Shui Binger's resisting ice ring. Once unleashed, everything within dozens of meters would be impacted by a powerful shockwave. The immense shockwave tore through the fiery tornado surrounding Shen Tian, even threatening to send him flying. But at that moment his third soul ring lit up. His third soul ring's basic skill was earth element control with an advanced skill of gravity control, directly applying gravity to himself and unleashing the 1000 gene drop, making him immovable as a mountain. Huowu saw that Shen Tian was not knocked away by her attack, and at that moment, because she had just used her third spirit ability, she was at her weakest. Her charming face changed, and she was so frightened that she lost her color, unable to maintain the state of her martial soul. Shen Tian looked at the panicked expression on Huowu's face and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Your acting is too poor, but being able to think of such a method to avoid danger is quite clever." "Of course this young lady is exceptionally wise," Huowu said proudly. At this moment, there was no trace of fear in her expression. She glanced at Shen Tian and said, "Now that the warm-up is over, it's time to get serious." After saying that, her figure directly turned ethereal, transforming into a crimson shadow, which was her martial soul. Huowu's second spirit ability was named Shifting Position, allowing her to swap places with her martial soul at any time. Just now she had contacted her martial soul to make it escape quickly before using this skill to dodge danger. Fusion of rings. From a distance, Shui Binger and Huowu stood together, their hands clasped back to back, and rings of spirit energy rose from beneath their feet, a total of 6 rings, 3 yellow and 3 purple. In the end, after the fusion of the 6 spirit rings, only 2 remained, 1 deep yellow and 1 deep. The first deep yellow spirit ring lit up, dark clouds gathered in the sky, enveloping the entire Qingwen Manor, and then a bone-chilling cold wind swept in. Immediately following, the second deep purple spirit ring lit up and snowflakes fell. Each snowflake was exceedingly beautiful, yet contained an extreme cold. This is not a martial soul fusion technique, but a spirit ring fusion technique. Shen Tian looked at the fusion technique demonstrated by Huowu and Shui Binger. Spirit ring fusion was much simpler than martial soul fusion, but it had significant drawbacks. Now the two of them were like living targets. To attack them, one would first have to defeat Huowu, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Although spirit ring fusion techniques were not as powerful as martial soul fusion techniques, they were still extremely strong, with power far surpassing the original spirit ring abilities. Now with the fusion of 6 spirit rings, their might was comparable to a 10th Sandier spirit ability. If it were before, your move would indeed have caused me significant trouble, but now, it's quite refreshing. Shen Tian extended his hand, embracing the falling snow and ice. Although the cold wind was piercing, it had no effect on him, as his body had been tempered by the ice and fire emperors, granting him immunity to the cold. By the way, I forgot to mention that Brother Tian does not fear the power of ice. Shui Yuer said softly, startled by the power demonstrated by her sister and Huowu. This kind of power was enough to threaten a 5-ring spirit king, yet this icy force was ineffective against Shen Tian. "Now that the warm-up is over, it's time to get serious," Shen Tian said with a smile, channeling his spirit power, and the first and second spirit rings on him lit up successively, appearing before Huowu in an instant. Huowu was instantly defeated. Xiao's third spirit ring lit up, and she used instant teleportation to appear behind Shen Tian, her long graceful leg kicking out with a loud explosive sound. It was the 12 paths of Tan legs that Shen Tian taught Xiaowu with enough force to shatter rocks. Shen Tian's third spirit ring lit up, and a powerful gravitational force acted around him, causing Xiaowu to feel as if she were sinking into a swamp, and the force of her kick slowed down dramatically. Xiaowu was defeated. Shen Tian dodged Zhu Zuking's sneak attack, appearing beside Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer was defeated. Zhu Zuking's third spirit ring lit up, and black lightning flickered around her body. She vanished from sight, and in the next moment appeared before Shen Tian, her sharp claws glowing with black lightning. This black lightning was her third spirit ability, Netherworld Lightning Shadow. Zhu Zuking's third spirit ability was acquired from absorbing the Dark Demon Lightning Beast, a rare dark attribute spirit beast that possessed dark lightning power. To locate this spirit beast, Shen Tian specially had Sword Daochen Xian take Zhu Zhuqing into the Sunset Forest to search for 3 days before finally finding it. Netherworld Lightning Shadow can double Zhu Zuking's speed and also grant her the power of lightning, increasing the potency of her attacks by 50%. Although this spirit ability is powerful, it has significant drawbacks. It consumes a great deal of spirit power, meaning it can only be used once a day, and the entire process cannot exceed 3 minutes, or it will harm her. Shen Tian looked at the sharp claws in front of his chest. Although the scale armor on his skin blocked Zhu Zuking's claws, it could not withstand the arc of lightning on her claws. The lightning coursed through him, leaving him feeling numb all over. He smiled and said, "The power is impressive, but unfortunately it still cannot cause me significant harm." Zhu Zhuqing was defeated. Shen Tian looked at Shui Binger and Huowu in front of him. Their spirit ring fusion technique was powerful, but unfortunately, it was countered by him. He said, "All right, you haven't disappointed me today." He looked up at the western sky, where the sunset painted half the sky red, and continued, "First, let's rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to a place." After this period of training, Shui Binger and the others have firmly established their foundations and can consume celestial herbs to help them rapidly increase their spirit power. The next day, Shen Tian brought Shui Binger, Xiao Wu, and 8 other exceptionally talented beauties to the depths of Sunset Forest, where the ice and fire duality was located. Although Douluo Bo had already left, this place remained a forbidden zone as the surrounding area was filled with the poison of the 7 deadly flowers. Even a spirit Douluo could die from this poison. What is this place? Huo Wu frowned, looking at the eerie surroundings. It was extremely silent, with not a single insect, bird, or beast in sight, and especially upon seeing many bones not far away, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Shen Tian wrapped his arms around Huo Wu's slender waist, lifting her snow-white chin with a smile, and said, "This is the prison where I will keep you. From now on you will stay here forever and serve me." "Serve you?" Huo Wu rolled her eyes at Shen Tian. Through their time together, she no longer felt the initial aversion and resistance. She had developed a good impression of this powerful and handsome young man, and said, "To be honest, what is this place? I know a bit about Sunset Forest. It's a gathering place for 3 major spirit beasts. Although it's not as dangerous as Stardew Forest, it's still quite fearsome, with many perilous locales. Even title Douluo would not dare to approach. This is one of them." Shen Tian did not continue to tease Huo Wu, but still held her waist, saying, "This is the ice and fire duality, a place where you can rapidly enhance your abilities. I must clarify one point: the information regarding this place must not be disclosed to anyone, including your parents and family. Otherwise, I will impose my family law." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and the others felt a weighty burden. This place could very likely be Shen Tian's biggest secret, yet he brought them here, which meant he trusted them, making them feel quite pleased. Although the ice and fire duality, I was surrounded by toxins that could threaten a title Douluo. Shen Tian had obtained plenty of detoxification pills from Douluo Bo. Shen Tian led 7 people through the toxic mist, and what lay before them was no longer the grim silence, but a vibrant scene filled with auspicious clouds and fragrant flowers with rare medicinal herbs scattered everywhere. There are many medicinal herbs here, but do not touch them carelessly, as many contain potent toxins. Shen Tian said, having lived here for a long time, Douluo Bo had cultivated an unknown number of poisonous plants, and it would be very dangerous if they accidentally touched them. "It's so hot. It's so cold." As they delved deeper, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and the others felt the chilling and scorching energies hitting them, making their expressions serious. The icy power made them feel as if they were about to be frozen stiff, while the scorching power made them feel as if they were being roasted alive. Although they were quite powerful now, enduring the forces of the Eye of Ice and Fire was still quite difficult, especially in the center. Even a titled Douluo would find it unbearable. "One at a time, please. The process may take some time, so you can practice outside for now." Shen Tian observed the difficulty the girls had in proceeding further, and could only send them in one by one, helping them choose the most suitable celestial herbs for them. Looking down at Huo Wu in his arms, he smiled, and said, "Let's start with you." Though Huo Wu possessed a powerful fire attribute martial soul, and had been continuously attuning herself to the fire elements, she still found it hard to endure the terrifying heat of this place. Shen Tian brought Huo Wu to the flame fire apricot blossom. Among the 8 of them, only Huo Wu had a fire attribute martial soul, so this particular herb naturally had to go to her. Huo Wu gazed at the plant before her, entirely fired and resembling a type of cabbage. Her martial soul suddenly became jubilant, transmitting a wave of yearning emotion to her. "This is the flame fire apricot blossom, a top-tier fire attribute, celestial herb. Consuming it will strengthen your martial soul and make you even more powerful. It is quite dangerous to consume the flame fire apricot blossom alone. Although the herb contains tremendous medicinal power, it also harbors potent fire poison. However, with me here to assist you, there is no need to worry too much." Shen Tian picked the flame fire apricot blossom and brought Huo Wu to the ice eye, where it would be safer for her to consume it. Huo Wu sat cross-legged and began to refine the flame fire apricot blossom. As soon as she started, she felt an overwhelming burning force, a terrifying power that she could not withstand, as if she were about to be burned alive. Shen Tian's eyes glimmered with swirling runes as the first soul ring appeared, an orange-golden soul ring radiating light, enveloping Huo Wu in extreme cold. Huo Wu suddenly felt a wave of coolness and continued refining. As she refined it, she could clearly sense her martial soul growing stronger, with flames burning around her, her dress turning to ashes, revealing her stunning figure. While maintaining his power, Shen Tian admired the breathtaking scenery before him. 3 hours later, Huo Wu slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze radiating a scorching light, like 2 blazing suns, making it hard to look directly at her. Her fiery red hair floated without wind, her skin glistening with a rosy hue, while a tremendous aura emanated from her, as if a volcano lay dormant within her delicate form. Soul rings rose from her feet, a total of 4 rings colored, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 red. Seeing this, Shen Tian was momentarily stunned. He knew that consuming celestial herbs could increase soul power and enhance martial soul quality, but how could a soul ring appear, and even a red one at that? A red soul ring represented 100,000 years. Could it be that this flame fire apricot blossom was a celestial herb of 100,000 years? At this moment, Huo Wu did not notice these details. She felt the surging soul power within her, and the overwhelming strength, sensing that her power had increased by 2 to 3 times, making her extremely excited. Humming, Huo Wu unleashed her martial soul. Her fire shadow martial soul was no longer an illusion, becoming solid, clothed in a fiery red dress engulfed in blazing flames. Now I feel that my power surpasses yours. Huo Wu looked at Shen Tian proudly, raising her fair chin and puffing out her chest, declaring, "From now on you must call me Xiao Wu Jie when you see me." Shen Tian looked at Huo Wu's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Could you put on some clothes first? My Xiao Wu Jie. Clothes, eh? Huo Wu was taken aback, looking down to see that her clothes were mysteriously missing. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she quickly turned around indignantly, saying, "You, shameless." She had wanted to establish a tall image for herself, but never expected. It was embarrassing. "All right, put on some clothes and find a place to stabilize yourself," Shen Tian said. He turned to leave. Although it was indeed very beautiful, he had already looked for several hours and was experiencing aesthetic fatigue, needing a change of scenery. The second one was Yi Lingling. He chose the 8-petal immortal orchid for her. The 8-petal immortal orchid is a flower with 8 petals, pure white and translucent, giving off an ethereal feeling. Its medicinal properties are gentle and rich, capable of solidifying the foundation and expelling impurities from the body. Yi Lingling was already extremely beautiful, and after consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid, her entire aura underwent a tremendous transformation, as if she had transformed into an otherworldly fairy ready to ride the wind. My soul power has reached level 40. Yi Lingling felt the soul power within her now at level 40, an increase of 5 levels, making her very excited. Additionally, she sensed that her martial soul seemed to have strengthened significantly as well. Not bad. After a few days, once you stabilize, I'll have Grandfather Jian help you find a suitable soul. Shen Tian reached out and ruffled Yi Lingling's hair, taking her away from here. She was different from Huo Wu. Her physical body was weak and couldn't bear the forces here alone. The third one was Zhu Zhuqing. Shen Tian brought Zhu Zhuqing deeper into the eye of ice and fire. He did not directly take her to a specific celestial herb. In the original Destiny, she consumed the water fairy jade skin bone, which had mild medicinal effects and could strengthen oneself, but could not enhance a martial soul. Thus, Shen Tian wanted Zhu Zhuqing to feel for herself if there was a celestial herb that could resonate with her martial soul. Unfortunately, none of the celestial herbs resonated with her martial soul. Upon reflection, it was understandable, considering this was the eye of ice and fire. The celestial herbs here, aside from those with ice and fire attributes, only had herbs with neutral medicinal properties, and those with shadow attributes were hard to survive in such an environment. Eventually, Shen Tian brought Zhu Zhuqing to the water fairy jade skin bone. The water fairy jade skin bone was a white and crystalline herb, appearing as pure as a blue lotus, and white, due with medicinal properties that nourish tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the meridians. As Zhu Zhuqing consumed the water fairy jade skin bone, a faint white light quickly enveloped her, giving her a somewhat divine appearance, her aura losing some of its coldness and gaining a touch of ethereality. The fourth one is Shui Binger. Shen Tian brought Shui Binger to the front of the octagonal ice grass. Octagonal ice grass, like the blazing apricot blossom, is a top-tier immortal herb among many. The blazing apricot blossom contains the ultimate power of fire, while the octagonal ice grass embodies the ultimate power of ice. Huo Wu absorbed the blazing apricot blossom and gained a special soul ring. Now he wanted to see if Shui Binger could, like Huo Wu, also obtain a special soul ring. Shui Binger did not directly absorb it, but looked at the octagonal ice grass before her and said, "This ice attribute immortal herb is very precious. I wonder how many such immortal herbs there are here." Although she did not understand the specific value of this immortal herb, she could feel that its worth was far beyond that of the silver immortal peach, as the top-tier ice phoenix martial soul within her was extremely excited. Shen Tian replied, "Just one." Upon hearing this, Shui Binger said, "Then this one should be left for Shui Wu. My martial soul is already quite powerful, and it would be difficult for me to improve further. She is more suited for it than I am." From the perspective of martial soul enhancement, that is indeed the case. However, I still intend for you to refine this immortal herb. As for Shui Wu, I will find a way to enhance her martial soul in the future. I have already made up my mind you should refine it quickly. Shen Tian was pleased with Shui Binger's choice. Refining the octagonal ice grass could potentially elevate Shui Wu's martial soul to rival that of top-tier martial souls, but what he lacked now was not a top-tier martial soul, but a divine-level martial soul. He wanted to elevate Shui Binger's martial soul to that level. Shui Binger knew she could not change Shen Tian's decision, so she began to refine the octagonal ice grass. Soon a faint glow radiated from her, and a terrifying icy power emanated from her center. Although the icy power was strong, it could not harm Shen Tian. He activated his second martial soul's first soul skill to summon the Snow Emperor, assisting Shui Binger in better refining the octagonal ice grass. The Snow Emperor looked at Shui Binger, sensing her Ice Phoenix martial soul, and said the Ice Phoenix martial soul has high innate talent, making the octagonal ice grass very suitable for her. If it were an ordinary immortal herb, she might not recognize it, but she was quite familiar with the octagonal ice grass, as this level of immortal herb had considerable effects for her. The Snow Emperor drew upon the ice elements between heaven and earth to envelop Shui Binger, while instructing Shen Tian to take out a Millennium Ice Marrow, using it to seal her within. Soon Shui Binger transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Shen Tian looked at the Snow Emperor with confusion and said, "Why did you freeze her? I asked you to help her refine the octagonal ice grass." If it weren't for her trust in the Snow Emperor, he would have thought she intended to harm Shui Binger. After all, once a person is frozen for too long, they could die, and even though Shui Binger was an ice-type soul master with a top-tier Ice Phoenix martial soul, she would still perish over time. The Snow Emperor replied, "This is to help her undergo a more comprehensive transformation. Don't worry, it will take about a day for her to fully absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herb and the icy energy within the ice marrow." Shen Tian had no doubts. Since the Snow Emperor said this was best, then it was indeed the best. The fifth one is Shui Wu. Shen Tian brought Shui Wu into the ice eye. Although the ice-fire duality eye is very suitable for the growth of immortal herbs are inherently rare. No matter how suitable the environment, they cannot be found everywhere. Now there were very few immortal herbs in the entire ice eye. Shui Wu searched for a while, and ultimately chose an ice lotus, which appeared as if it were meticulously carved from crystal radiating auspicious light. Shen Tian looked at the ice lotus. Although he did not recognize it, he could sense that it was not much weaker than the octagonal ice grass. Shui Wu sat cross-legged, releasing her martial soul. Elegant snow and a crystal-like snowflake appeared, seeming to resonate perfectly with the ice lotus due to their shared brilliance. The refining process went very smoothly. At this moment, Shui Wu's aura underwent a significant transformation, exuding an icy chill that repelled others, while her elegant snow martial soul emitted an even stronger icy power than before. The sixth one is Shui Yuer. Shui Yuer chose the autumn water dew. Although this immortal herb has limited benefits for soul power enhancement, it can refine the eyes and significantly improve vision. With the help of the Snow Emperor, Shui Yuer successfully refined it, and her beautiful eyes became as clear and bright as moonlight, while her soul power was raised by 4 levels, reaching level 36. The seventh is Ning Rongrong. Shen Tian looked at Ning Rongrong before him and was unsure which immortal herb to help her choose. The most suitable one for her was the Chihuahua tulip, but it had already been consumed by Ning Fengji. In the end, Shen Tian let Ning Rongrong refine the 9-grade purple Ganoderma. Although the 9-grade purple Ganoderma is not a rare immortal herb, it contains immense medicinal power, helping Ning Rongrong directly elevate her soul power by 5 levels to level 36. The last one is Xiao Wu. Shen Tian chose the Heartbreak Red for her, as only this immortal herb could conceal the unique aura of the soul beast upon her. However, obtaining this Heartbreak Red is not simple. At this moment, he felt a bit anxious. Although he had feelings for Xiao Wu, he was unsure of the extent of those feelings. The Heartbreak Red is an ordinary-looking white flower about the size of a palm, resembling a peony. It has no leaves, and the white petals possess several stunning red spots, bright red as blood, giving a heart-stopping impression. The stem connects to a large stone that is entirely black. Shen Tian took a deep breath and said this herb is called Heartbreak Red. It is a top-tier immortal herb, and it is also a very special kind of immortal herb. This flower is extraordinary and cannot be forcibly picked. It requires a bond with its master, and when picking it, one must think of their beloved sincerely and wholeheartedly, dropping a drop of blood onto the petals. Only with true feelings can it be plucked. Once picked, as long as it is near its master, it will never wither. Upon hearing Shen Tian's words, Xiao Wu looked at the white flower before her, her beautiful eyes somewhat dazed. She then turned her gaze to Shen Tian, revealing a sweet and charming smile. Without any hesitation, she bit her finger, letting a drop of bright red blood fall onto the Heartbreak Red. The Heartbreak Red fell directly from the rock into Xiao Wu's delicate hand. Seeing this, Shen Tian's anxiety dissipated, and his expression filled with excitement as he tossed away the black stone in his hand and hugged Xiao Wu tightly in his arms. Xiao Wu also embraced Shen Tian, her charming face displaying a happy smile. Heavenly Do City, the Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena in Heavenly Do City covers an area 20 times that of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, making it one of the 3 highest-level Great Soul Arenas in the Douluo continent alongside those in Wuhuan City and Xingluar Empire. At this moment, Shen Tian sat in a VIP room watching the battle on the arena. On the arena, there was a Tuntuo match with one side consisting of 2 masked young women. Despite their masks, it was evident that they were quite young and undoubtedly stunning beauties. These 2 were Huo Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Their opponents were 2 young men, one of whom was burly with bulging muscles, while the other appeared quite frail. The burly youth was a defense-type soul master, while the frail one was a power-type soul master, both at the rank of Forang Soul Ancestor. Huo Wu and Zhu Qing are going to lose. Shui Binger, sitting beside Shen Tian, said. Although Huo Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were strong and nearly unmatched in the same realm, Huo Wu was merely at the early stage of Soul Ancestor, and Zhu Qing only had the cultivation of a 3-ring Soul Master. Shen Tian nodded, not concerned. The defense-type Soul Master possessed the Xuanwu Martial Soul Adept at water attribute powers, countering Huo Wu's flames, while the power-type Soul Master's Martial Soul was the Wind and Thunder Sparrow, known for its formidable attack power and speed, completely suppressing Zhu Qing. Shui Binger looked at Shen Tian with confusion and asked, why pair Zhu Qing and Huo Wu together? This combination is unreasonable and impossible to win. We didn't come here to win battles, but to fight against different types of Soul Masters and gain combat experience. If you want to win, you can bully those low-level Soul Masters. Shen Tian said with a smile, looking at Huo Wu on the arena, who was still unwilling to admit defeat. Huo Wu was very proud. She wanted to ensure that they gained experience through battle, while also wanting to suppress her. On the arena, Huo Wu's eyes blazed with fire. Although she wore a mask, it was clear that she was extremely angry at this moment. Her 4th soul ring lit up, expanding outward, turning everything in its path into flames. She looked like a lord of flames. Huo Wu's 4th soul ring was a special one formed after absorbing the fiery apricot blossom. Its skill was Flame Domain, which would double her strength within the domain. The first 3 soul rings could be released instantly, while enemies would be suppressed by the flames. Step back. The defense-type Soul Master said solemnly, instructing the power-type Soul Master to step back while he took the initiative. His 4th soul ring lit up, and the sound of crashing waves echoed as a large river surged forth from his 4th soul ring. Huo Wu initially intended to use her 4th soul ring to suppress the water-type defense Soul Master, but unexpectedly the opponent's 4th soul skill directly summoned a river. How could she fight against that? I admit defeat, Huo Wu said with a grim expression. Although she had a strong competitive spirit, she was not foolish. Continuing would only lead to humiliation, and her 4th soul skill consumed enormous soul power, leaving her nearly drained. In the VIP room, Huo Wu and Zhu Zhuqing came to Shen Tian's side and sat down. Huo Wu glared at Shen Tian and said, are you doing this on purpose? These 2 guys are clearly targeting Zhu Qing. One counters me and the other counters Zhu Qing. What are the odds of this happening? They were engaged in a betting match, which is different from a brawl. They could choose their opponents. Thus Huo Wu believed that their opponents were manipulated by Shen Tian. Shen Tian reached out and playfully pinched Huo Wu's nose, smiling as he said, you've become smarter. I was always smart. Huo Wu retorted angrily, turning her head away from Shen Tian. Unless he gave her a reasonable explanation, she decided to ignore him for 3 days. Shen Tian, unaware of Huo Wu's thoughts, would have definitely faced consequences if he did. He smiled and said, this is the Great Soul Arena, you can choose your opponents. But if it were outside, do you think you could choose your enemies? If your enemy comes to kill you displaying a martial soul that counters you, would you say, no, your martial soul counters mine, find someone else to kill me? Shui Binger could not help but laugh upon hearing this. Huo Wu, feeling more embarrassed and furious, realized that Shen Tian was right. If an enemy chose to attack her, they would definitely pick a soul master that countered her, not one she could counter. Shen Tian continued, in this match you still have a chance to win. If you 2 switch opponents, that defense-type soul master, even if he's a rank higher than Zhu Qing, would still be suppressed by her. Furthermore, the water attribute power he excels in could become his greatest weakness because water conducts electricity. As for the power-type Soul Master, although he is fast and strong, your speed is not slow either, and combined with your flame suppression, you are more than capable of defeating him. Switching opponents assumes they are willing. This is a match, how could they possibly listen to me? If they are unwilling, can't you still not switch? Shen Tian asked. That defense-type Soul Master is slow, you can definitely find a breakthrough from him. You need to learn to be flexible, which is why I said you are not suited for control type. Control is about mastering everything, whether it's the opponent or yourself. You must have control over both. Huo Wu felt that Shen Tian's words made sense. When she fought, she only thought about how to quickly defeat her opponent without considering how to control her opponent and assist her teammates. However, she was still displeased. So powerful. Shui Binger exclaimed as she watched a masked girl on the arena effortlessly defeat heavy sword. Shen Tian looked at the girl on the arena, and although she wore a mask, he could see that she was extraordinarily beautiful, not inferior to Shui Binger and the others. She was around 17 or 18 years old, tall and slender, holding a heavy sword taller than herself, yet she wielded it with remarkable agility. Huo Wu said, "I know her. She has been at the Great Soul Arena for several days. Her cultivation is at rank 41, and her martial soul is the heavy sword in her hand, which is quite powerful. She once broke through a fourth soul skill of a defense-type soul master with a single strike. A heavy sword without an edge, great skill without effort." Shen Tian murmured, recognizing that this girl had exceptional talent and strength, not much weaker than Shui Binger and the others, but he wondered which faction had trained her. The next day, this exceptionally talented beauty was assassinated, dying on a street outside the Great Soul Arena, causing quite a stir. However, this was just a minor episode in this world, quickly forgotten. In the following period, Shen Tian had Shui Binger, Zhu Zhuqing, and others fight in the Great Soul Arena, allowing them to become increasingly proficient in their soul skills through battling various types of soul masters, while their teamwork grew more and more tacit. In less than 2 months, they all obtained silver soul badges, and most of the battles were conducted as team. Among the 8, only Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, and Shui Wu were soul ancestors, while the other 5 were soul masters. Yet this team defeated numerous teams composed of soul ancestors. "What reward do you intend to give us, since we have all obtained the silver soul badge? What reward do you desire? Perhaps I could grant you a kiss," Shen Tian said with a smile, stepping forward and lifting Huo Wu's delicate chin. His gaze dominated. "What reward do you desire? Perhaps I could grant you a kiss," Shen Tian said with a smile, stepping forward and lifting Huo Wu's delicate chin. His gaze domineering. Huo Wu blushed and ran away. While she usually appeared carefree, she was too shy to kiss Shen Tian in front. Shen Tian looked at everyone and said, "There's no need to go to the Grand Soul Arena for now. Although your talents are remarkable and your strengths are formidable, continuing to win will be difficult. For the time being, focus on enhancing your soul power. Do not concern yourselves with celestial herbs, as they are rare and hard to come by. The soul badge is a standard for measuring strength. Most soul masters with an iron soul badge, apart from those who just acquired the badge, are at the bottom within their soul sect. Their first soul ring might even be a 10-year soul ring, and some only have a 1,000-year soul ring at their 4th soul ring. Such sects may not possess the combat power of some strong soul Douluos. However, those who possess a silver soul badge are far stronger than the iron soul sects. They either have rich battle experience or possess optimal soul ring ratios, or even the best soul ring ratios. These types of soul sects are incredibly strong, and with the current strength of Shui Binger and her companions, they cannot hope to defeat them unless most of them advance to soul sect status." After briefly explaining the arrangements, Shen Tian left Qingyue Mountain Manor. Many have already forgotten the tragic incident that occurred 2 months ago outside the Grand Soul Arena, yet Shen Tian still remembered. While it could not be ruled out as a vendetta, he believed it was the work of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall secretly plotted to control the entire continent, nurturing many exceptionally gifted soul masters. As for those who were talented but unwilling to join the Spirit Hall, they either mysteriously disappeared or met with bizarre deaths. Although he greatly disapproved of the Spirit Hall's methods, he was currently unable to change things. Soon Shen Tian arrived at a magnificent palace, the residence of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. The Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is a disciple of Ning Rongrong, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school, while Shen Tian is the son-in-law of the sect master. Thus, upon arriving at the Crown Prince's residence, the attendants were naturally courteous. Deep within the Crown Prince's residence, Xue Qinghe frowned upon learning of Shen Tian's arrival, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "What is that detestable guy here for?" At that moment, he lacked his usual grace, his expression filled with rage. The nearby attendants trembled, not daring to speak. They were aware of the Crown Prince's displeasure towards Shen Tian. "What are you all doing? How dare you block me? Have you all lost your courage?" At that moment, an angry shout rang out, and Shen Tian pushed aside the guards, forcing his way through with a broad smile. The surrounding guards found themselves in a dilemma. They could neither stop him nor let him pass, eventually choosing to fall down howling as if severely injured. Shen Tian glanced at the guards around him, his mouth twitching. This was clearly a setup. He had not touched them. If they dared to ask him for medical fees later, he would definitely give them a good beating. Soon Shen Tian stood before Xue Qinghe, directly wrapping an arm around his shoulder and laughing heartily. "Qinghe, my little brother, I've been really busy lately and neglected you. Please don't take offense." Xue Qinghe frowned, his expression displeased, even getting goosebumps. However, he could not explode in anger. Waving his hand to dismiss the mournful figures on the ground, he looked at Shen Tian and forced a smile, saying, "Little Tian, I wonder what brings you here." With a smile on his face, he began to curse internally. "Just wait, once I complete my task, I will make sure to settle the score with you first, and hang you on the wall to torture you. How dare you make me call you Brother Tian?" Though he was filled with anger at the moment, he dared not act out, because this guy before him was incredibly barbaric and completely disregarded rules. Moreover, he would not hold back, just because he was the crown prince. A punch from him could hurt, and he particularly enjoyed hitting the backside. The last time he had been laid up in bed for an entire day and night. "It's nothing major, I just missed you," Shen Tian said with a radiant smile, looking at Xue Qinghe. He added with a grin, "The weather is nice today, and I feel a bit hot. How about we take a bath together while discussing my glorious achievements during this time?" The real Xue Qinghe had long since died. The current Xue Qinghe was actually Qian Renshua, the heir of the Spirit Hall. However, even though she had to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe, she felt unable to retort, even when being taken advantage of. "No need." Xue Qinghe hurriedly replied, recalling how this guy had dragged him to bathe last time, his face flushed with embarrassment. He then spoke in a deep voice, "I still have many matters to attend to. If little Tian has no important business, I won't keep you company." Again with the official business. "Qinghe, I'm not saying you shouldn't work, but as the crown prince you should learn to enjoy life. You've been so busy that you've lost weight. Just look at your belly, your chest, and your thighs." Shen Tian ran his hands over Xue Qinghe. Xue Qing's expression darkened, his gaze filled with cold light. Although the soul bone had helped her change her form, this body was still hers, and the sensations were very clear. "Why are you so angry? We're all men, but it's nothing to touch a bit. Could it be that you are a woman?" Shen Tian whispered in Xue Qing's ear. Xue Qing's expression changed upon hearing this. Shen Tian laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Xue Qing's shoulder, and walked towards the room, saying, "The reason I came to find you is due to something very important." "What is it?" Xue Qinghe said coldly. If it weren't for the other party's identity, he would have liked to beat him up and throw him out of the crown prince's residence. Shen Tian smiled, and said, "I heard that there is a lady in the Spirit Hall named Qian Renshua, who is exceptionally beautiful and reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the continent. I want to abduct her and make her my concubine." Upon hearing the first half of Shen Tian's words, Xue Qing's face revealed a proud expression, but upon hearing the last sentence, her expression turned grim, as she coldly replied, "You are the fiancé of my master's daughter. How could I help you in abducting a commoner? My master would never forgive me." She inwardly seethed, "How dare you make me your concubine? Just wait for it. Rest assured my father-in-law is quite understanding and will not mind." Shen Tian smiled, and said, "Find someone to inquire about her whereabouts. Once you find out, let me know, and I will go abduct her. I hope she is not as ugly as the rumors say. You are the real ugly monster." Xue Qinghe said angrily, but quickly regained his composure and calmly added, "There is no falsehood beneath a great reputation. Since she is known as the most beautiful woman in the continent, she must indeed be extraordinarily beautiful. Are you sure you've seen her?" Shen Tian asked, looking at Xue Qinghe with curiosity. "No," Xue Qinghe replied, "although I have never seen her, I have heard much about her. She is said to possess a beauty that leaves fish sinking and birds falling, with astonishing talent as a soul master. Furthermore, she excels in all arts, being hailed as the foremost talented woman in the land." Hearing this, Shen Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Truly she knows how to boast. Smiling, he said with you, saying that I want to pursue her even more. "Qinghe, you must help your brother. If you assist me in this matter, I will help you ascend to the throne another day." "You?" Xue Qinghe was taken aback, and quickly glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. "What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here, nothing is unspeakable. That old fellow Xue Yi is half in the grave, and won't last many years. You as the crown prince are failing miserably. If it were me, I would have already dealt with him to inherit the throne." Shen Tian said calmly. He was not just talking. If he were Qian Renshua, he would have eliminated the Emperor Xue Yi within a year of being named crown prince, and claimed the throne himself. To be a good crown prince waiting for the old emperor to die before ascending. Nonsense, he wouldn't do that. Although Xue Qinghe had some cunning, he was still too inexperienced. To control the Tiando Empire, one only needed to inherit the title of emperor, and then eliminate any opposition with any excuse, supporting one's own people to make everything fall into place. Xue Qing's expression darkened as he glanced at Shen Tian. He was not angry at Shen Tian's words, but rather speculating whether he had revealed any flaws. Why else would the other party mention Qian Renshua, and now speak of assassinating Emperor Xue Yi so boldly? "Don't look at me like that. If you don't want to listen, then forget it." Shen Tian waved his hand. He knew that the other party would not trust him, and said, "Quickly send someone to gather information on Qian Renshua. Once we find her, I will capture her. For now, I will stay here with you." As he spoke, Shen Tian unceremoniously walked out, asking someone to prepare a room for him. His primary purpose for coming was to find Qian Renshua, not Xue Qinghe. Thus he needed to see Qian Renshua. After Shen Tian left, Xue Qing's expression turned serious. Next to him, a phantom figure appeared radiating no aura. Although it emitted no energy, it carried an imposing presence akin to a towering mountain only to be gazed upon. This person was Shilong, one of the two titled Douluo responsible for guarding Qianrenxue. Shilong said Chen Xian and Gu Rong are not nearby. He has come here alone. Shueqinghe pondered for a moment and said, find out Qianrenxue's recent whereabouts and inform me. Shilong was momentarily stunned. Aren't you Qianrenxue? What could you possibly want to inquire about? However, being a titled Douluo, he quickly regained his composure and said this could be dangerous. Why don't I subdue him and interrogate him to see what he plans to do? No. Shueqinghe hurriedly replied, then coldly added, you cannot harm him. He is Ning Fengzi's son-in-law. If anything happens here in my crown prince's residence, it will be troublesome. Although he was now the crown prince, Ning Fengzi's position was particularly special. Not only was he the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, but he was also trusted deeply by Emperor Shuiyi. If he said anything before Emperor Shuiyi, it would be difficult for Shueqinghe to retain his position. A smile appeared on Shueqinghe's face as he said, since he wants to capture Qianrenxue, let him do so. I am curious to see how strong this talent, whom Ning Fengzi calls the greatest genius of all time, truly is. A day later, I have found out about Qianrenxue's whereabouts. She will appear in the 100 Broken Mountains tomorrow. Shueqinghe said, looking at Shen Tian, and continued, Qianrenxue holds a very noble status in the Spirit Hall and will surely be protected by powerful experts. If you want to capture her, it's best to bring strong allies, or be careful of falling into a trap. Qinghe, are you concerned for me? Shen Tian reached out to grasp Shueqinghe's chin, teasing him, while gazing into Shueqinghe's beautiful eyes with a bright and confident smile. Don't worry, I guarantee that Qianrenxue will not return. You? Shueqinghe looked at Shen Tian with a mix of anger and embarrassment, his body trembling in rage. He never expected that the other party would dare to treat him this way. If he didn't know that this guy genuinely liked women, he would have thought he had some strange quirks. What's wrong with me? Shen Tian asked with a smile. Shueqinghe took a deep breath and said, you stay here. I wish you good luck in embracing beauty. I have things to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer. After finishing, Shueqinghe left in a somewhat flustered manner. Shen Tian watched Shueqinghe's somewhat flustered figure and chuckled, turning his gaze towards the distance. The 100 Broken Mountains were a unique range originally not called by this name, but were renamed after a significant event. Now that Shueqinghe chose this location, was it a warning to him? Regardless, he had to go. Moreover, even if there was an ambush, would he be afraid of them? The next day, in the 100 Broken Mountains. Although the 100 Broken Mountains stretched for dozens of miles, there were no soul beasts here, and the entire range appeared barren and desolate. 500 years ago, this place was not so desolate. However, a great battle occurred here 500 years ago between two top-titled Douluo, destroying everything and severing the mountains. Standing atop a peak, Shen Tian gazed at the desolate mountains before him. Even after 500 years, one could still feel a powerful oppressive aura. Something feels off. Shen Tian furrowed his brow, his eyes swirling with runes as he surveyed the barren mountains before him. When he activated the 6 paths of reincarnation, he immediately saw a different scene. A celestial rain of light falling from the heavens, mysterious substances descending containing a divine essence that couldn't be absorbed. Although it was right before his eyes, it was not within this space, akin to a mirage or an illusion. This made him solemn. The world before him seemed not to be the real world, but a void or a projection of another world, like a mirage. In this hazy world, endless light rain fell, emanating a powerful and chilling aura, as if there was some terrifying existence within this void. What are you looking at? There is a force fluctuation that makes my heart uneasy. At this moment, the voice of the Snow Empress echoed in Shen Tian's mind. Shen Tian was taken aback. The other party was comparable to a peak Douluo, a near-invincible entity. Communicating with the Snow Empress, he asked, what do you sense? A terrifying aura permeated the air. Shuedi spoke in a deep voice. This aura is not of the mundane world, but of the divine. Only a god could emanate such a presence. Although she had not reached the divine realm, she had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and had certainly felt the aura of a god. A god? Shen Tian gazed into the void world before him, pondering whether the great battle years ago was not between two titled Douluos, but rather between two gods. Few knew of the great battle from back then, for it had been so devastating that the entire mountain range was destroyed, and the lives within were nearly extinguished. 500 years have passed, and this place has yet to recover. Shen Tian was instantly stunned. 500 years without recovery clearly indicated a grave issue. A 99-level ultimate Douluo could easily destroy a mountain range, but to erase its vitality and render it desolate with no grass growing for 100 years would be a daunting task, let alone after 500 years. If even an ultimate Douluo could not accomplish this, then those two from back then were likely not titled Douluos, but rather gods. The people of Douluo continent simply had never encountered a god, leading to the misconception that they were titled Douluos. If they truly were gods, could this void world be the divine realm? Was the 100 Broken Mountain range the confluence of the Douluo world and the divine realm? What if I could open the space here? Would I be able to enter the divine realm? In an instant, Shen Tian's mind raced with. However, he quickly dismissed these ideas. Setting aside whether this truly was the divine realm, even if he were to sneak into the divine realm, he could easily be struck down given how weak he currently was. Moreover, from what he saw of the ruined remains, the scattered rubble, and the collapsed palaces, it was clear that the other side of the space node was undoubtedly a wasteland. Shen Tian turned around, and his gaze fell upon a stunningly beautiful figure in the distance. She exuded an unparalleled grace, wearing a white dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous form. A veil obscured her face, but her clear and bright eyes revealed that she was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty. Qian Rengshu's gaze met Shen Tian's, and a smile graced her lips as she stepped forward gracefully, emanating an aura of nobility and divinity. She didn't allow anyone else to confront Shen Tian, as she wanted to take matters into her own hands. On one hand, she was eager to personally deal with this shameless fellow who always took advantage of her, and on the other, she needed to stretch her limbs after being pinned up for so long. "Hey there, little beauty, are you lost? Would you like me to escort you home?" Shen Tian said with a grin, his smile cheeky, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Qian Rengshu's figure. Although she did not quite compare to Zhu Zhuqing, she was a close second, standing half a head taller than Zhu Zhuqing, making her appear utterly flawless. Combined with her unique divine aura, she looked even more enchanting, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Qian Rengshu's teeth clenched, her beautiful eyes flashing with fierce light. Soul rings rose from beneath her feet, totaling 5, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. A surge of soul power erupted from her. Her talent was extraordinary, starting at innate level 20. As a soul master, she began at level 20, and had it not been for her undercover mission delaying her cultivation, she would now be at least a level 60 soul emperor. Facing the aggressive Qian Renshua, Shen Tian showed no signs of anger. Instead, he wore a bright smile. 4 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, yellow, purple, and orange gold. Seeing the colors of Shen Tian's soul rings, Qian Rengshu's expression froze momentarily, especially upon noticing the 4th orange gold ring. Her brows furrowed. How could a soul ring be orange gold? Could it be that a 100-year yellow soul ring had mutated? As it stands, the known colors of soul rings are white for 10 years, yellow for 100 years, purple for 1,000 years, black for 10,000 years, and red for 100,000 years, but no one knew of orange gold soul rings. From the color alone, orange gold closely resembled a 100-year yellow soul ring. Hence, Qian Rengshu's first thought was that something had gone wrong when Shen Tian absorbed the soul ring, resulting in its mutation. Such occurrences were not unheard of in the past. For instance, if one absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring that did not match or even clashed with their martial spirit, the resulting soul ring could be orange-yellow. Additionally, some special martial spirits could also produce mutated soul rings, such as plant-type martial spirits yielding green soul rings, or sea soul masters producing blue soul rings. Although Qian Renshua was very curious about Shen Tian's 4th soul ring, she was more concerned about whether to attack from the front or the back, whether to strike for 1 hour or 2 hours. Bang! Shen Tian's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, a fierce whirlwind sweeping across the land, stirring up dust and transforming into a sandstorm that blotted out the sky. A divine radiance emanated from Qian Renshua as she activated her martial spirit. 6 pairs of wings appeared behind her, flapping and spreading light everywhere. Her martial spirit was that of a 6-winged angel, a divine-level martial spirit possessing purifying powers. Wherever the light shone, the powerful whirlwind instantly dissipated. With the wind gone, the dust naturally fell back to the ground, and everything returned to tranquility. Is this purification? Truly strange and powerful. It seems ordinary soul skills are ineffective, Shen Tian remarked, gazing at Qian Renshua, whose body was enveloped in divine radiance. To harm her, he would need to break through that divine light. Since spells were ineffective, it would have to be a brawl. Boom! Shen Tian's figure appeared before Qian Renshua, unleashing the 12 paths of Tan Leg. Though his leg techniques could not compare to Xiao Wu's, their might was still formidable. Qian Renshua extended her jade hand, tracing an unusual trajectory, causing a divine light shield to emerge that blocked Shen Tian's attack. At the same time, the shield contained a repulsive force that sent Shen Tian flying. This was her 2nd soul skill, Angel's Shield, capable of withstanding all attacks. Her 3rd soul ring lit up, and a great sun appeared behind her, illuminating the area with an intense divine. Shen Tian immediately felt his strength suppressed, even experiencing an urge to surrender to the light, which startled him, and he quickly focused his mind. Qian Renshua clenched her fist, vanishing from her spot, and reappearing before Shen Tian, her fist striking him directly. What seemed like a soft punch contained immense power. Under her third soul skill, the enemy would be weakened while she would be enhanced. Letting you take advantage of me. Letting you scheme against me. Letting you disturb my mind. Letting you hit my backside. Qian Rinxue scolded angrily while ruthlessly beating Shen Tian. In that moment, she bore no semblance of a celestial maiden resembling, instead of vengeful, which her fists falling like rain. Have you had enough? Suddenly Shen Tian grasped Qian Rinxue's soft and delicate hand. Looking closely at her, he caught a faint, delightful fragrance which was uniquely pleasant. Closing his eyes to savor it, he quickly opened them again, smiling as he looked at Qian Rinxue. It truly is you. That little girl from back then has grown up quite a bit and has become even more beautiful. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Qian Rinxue. This was not his first time seeing her, but he was not referring to the disguise of Xue Qinghe, but rather the true Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue's face was slightly flushed, but since she was wearing a veil, others could not see it. Looking at the calm Shen Tian before her, she asked, "What do you want from me?" Shen Tian did not release Qian Rinxue's delicate hand. Instead, he tightened his grip, waved his hand, and the rocks on the ground swiftly transformed into a long stone bench, indicating Qian Rinxue to sit down. Seeing Shen Tian still holding her hand, Qian Rinxue felt both shy and angry, but she said nothing and sat down on the chair waiting for his response. Shen Tian smiled as he said, "First, I missed you. Secondly, I want to help you by getting rid of the Snow Knight Emperor so that you can ascend to power. That's the truth. While I can't say I think about you all the time, you have always been in my heart." Shen Tian looked at Qian Rinxue with sincere eyes and continued, "The Snow Knight Emperor is considered the emperor and the highest authority in the Tiando Empire, but to me he is merely an old man who now stands in my way and must be eliminated." Upon hearing Shen Tian's previous words, Qian Rinxue's face turned crimson and her heart felt sweet. However, she was not the type to be swayed by sweet talk and replied, "As far as I know, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has always supported the royal family. Are you suggesting that your school is going to betray the royal family?" The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and I am me. Moreover, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is not under the Tiando Empire, so how could we betray them? Shen Tian said he did not want to follow the plot because it would take too long. According to the original trajectory of fate, it would take another 7 years. He did not want to wait that long. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Qian Rinxue, he reached out and caressed her face, saying, "How many 7 years can one have in life? I don't want to see you wasting your youth here. Besides, I don't understand what you're worried about. You are now the crown prince, and once the Snow Knight Emperor dies, you will naturally inherit the throne. What is there to be concerned about? Although I am the crown prince and the first heir, it does not mean that I will smoothly inherit the throne after the Snow Knight Emperor's death. The Tiando Empire is different from the Xinglua Empire. The power is very decentralized. What I want is a complete empire, not an empty title of emperor." Qian Rinxue said, revealing nothing. The person before her already knew her identity, so there was no point in hiding anything, and she did not wish to conceal anything. "You," Shen Tian sighed and said, "in terms of political strategy, you are too inexperienced. You seem calm and deep-minded, but in reality you are too naive. If I were you, the Snow Knight Emperor would have been dead within the first year of my enthronement. As for being sidelined," he chuckled and continued, "you are the master of the Spirit Hall. Have a few titled Douluos act as assassins to eliminate those who won't submit. The rest will quickly fall in line. After all, you are the nominal emperor. After a few years, a new generation will replace the old, allowing you to support new nobles." In matters of political strategy in the history of his past life, which one was not stronger than Qian Rinxue? Some were only backed by a few people, yet dared to rebel and kill the emperor to become the emperor themselves, while Qian Rinxue, armed with great power, was hesitant. Qian Rinxue was stunned by Shen Tian's words. She had never considered such methods, but to dare say that she was too inexperienced. Where was she inexperienced? Let's not discuss these trivial matters. How much do you know about the 100 Broken Mountains? Shen Tian asked, looking at the 100 broken mountains before him. Earlier, when Qian Rinxue unleashed her martial spirit, he noticed that the void world he could see had undergone slight changes, as if something was about to awaken, causing him a sense of unease. Trivial matters. How can this be trivial? Qian Rinxue said angrily. She had wasted 7 or 8 years on this. For him to consider it trivial was infuriating. A mere mortal emperor, how can that be a major issue? If I were interested in the emperor, I could easily raise an army of rebellion and sweep through the Tiando Empire in less than 3 years. Shen Tian said. The Tiando Empire was different from the Xinglua Empire. Power was highly decentralized. The 4 kingdoms could militarily contend with the Tiando Empire, especially the Balak Kingdom, which had long coveted the imperial power. He only needed to sow discord and secretly incite their rebellion. Qian Rinxue looked at Shen Tian and said, "I never realized before that you like to brag. Do you understand the power an empire possesses? Even titled Douluos are insignificant under the Empire's iron cavalry. I don't want to discuss these trivial matters with you. Just follow my instructions, and I can ensure you ascend to the throne of the Tiando Empire within a month. I originally came to find you to recruit you. Shen Tian unveiled Qian Rengshu's veil, revealing an utterly stunning beauty before him, a visage that could overshadow the heavens. Qian Rengshu's looks were not inferior to those of the Snow Empress. Qian Renshua did not expect Shen Tian to lift her veil, and hearing that he wanted to recruit her filled her with shame and anger. She retorted, "Do you think too highly of yourself wanting to recruit me? Do you think I am like your other women? Indeed." Shen Tian lifted Qian Rengshu's delicate chin and kissed her vibrant red lips, then looked at the dazed Qian Renshua and asked, "Do you have any questions?" "You." Qian Rengshu's body trembled in anger, her chest rising and falling violently. She did not expect him to dare kiss her, and her soul power surged as she prepared to unleash her strongest soul skill. Shen Tian's eyes glimmered with runes as a powerful mental force erupted, directly suppressing Qian Renshua and pulling her into his embrace. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? You are my woman. Is there a problem with me kissing you?" "Who is your woman?" Qian Renshua retorted angrily, feeling extremely constrained. She had thought she could easily suppress him, but unexpectedly she was suppressed by him and humiliated. "You are." Shen Tian replied, then lowered his head and kissed her once again. This kiss lasted a long. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shilong, who was secretly protecting Qian Renshua, was at a loss for what to do. He was too far away to hear Shen Tian and Qian Rengshua's conversation. He could only see them holding hands and laughing together, ultimately sharing a kiss. Whether it was voluntary or coerced. Although he could not tell, he did not believe it was forced. After all, Qian Renshua possessed the cultivation of a 5-title soul king, while Shen Tian was merely a 4-title soul master. How could he suppress Qian Renshua? Shen Tian finally released Qian Renshua, looking at the blushing beauty in his arms with a smile on his face. Qian Renshua felt extremely embarrassed and furious. Shen Tian changed the subject and asked, "How much do you know about the 100 Broken Mountains?" "The 100 Broken Mountains." Qian Rengshu's shyness vanished as she replied, "The 100 Broken Mountains originated 500 years ago. It is said that this was once a very famous soul beast forest. Later, 2 titled Douluos fought here for 100 days. In the end, one of them broke through to divinity, but ultimately perished in the heavenly tribulation." Divinity? Shen Tian frowned slightly, looking at the silent void world beside him. Qian Renshua, unaware of Shen Tian's gaze, continued, "Although titled Douluos are powerful, they are still merely mortals. Only by breaking through to level 100 can they step into the divine realm and become immortal gods." As she spoke of divinity, a gleam appeared in Qian Rengshua's eyes. Who wouldn't want to become a god to achieve eternal life and remain young forever? Shen Tian asked, "Are you suggesting that those 2 were limit Douluos? Do you know who they were?" Qian Renshua shook her head and said, "Although our spirit hall's influence is vast and nearly spread throughout the Douluo continent, titled Douluos are at the peak of soul masters, and they can live much longer than ordinary people. Some titled Douluos who understand health preservation can live for 500 or 600 years without issue. Who knows how many titled Douluos are hidden on the continent? It wouldn't be surprising if a powerful figure from 1,000 years ago suddenly appeared one day. Once a soul master breaks through to titled Douluo, they can live for 300 years. With each subsequent breakthrough, they can extend their life by another 100 years. Qian Renshua continued, "My grandfather once came here and speculated that those 2 likely knew their end was near, wanting to make a final stand before dying. But unfortunately, they ultimately failed to take that final step and died in the divine tribulation, leaving behind some divine power and the force of the heavenly tribulation, which caused this place to become a forbidden zone. Her grandfather was Qian Daoli, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, possessing the cultivation of level 9 edenine, making him one of the strongest known figures in the Douluo continent. As for Sea God Island, it is not on the continent, but overseas. The ancestor of the Haotian sect, Tang Chun, who was once equal to Qian Daoliu, has long since disappeared for hundreds of years, and his fate is unknown." Shen Tian's eyes sparkled with runes as he gazed at the other world that only he could see. Soon he spotted a person, a frail figure with disheveled hair, resembling a walking corpse. At that moment, the corpse moved, turning to look at Shen Tian, its hollow eyes emitting a chilling flame. It then reached out, attempting to grab Shen Tian, but was blocked by an invisible force. Shen Tian broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. Qian Renshua, in Shen Tian's embrace, sensed his unusual demeanor and thought he was afraid of her grandfather. A smile crept onto her lips as she said, "Now you know fear, right? If you apologize and ask for my forgiveness, I might consider forgiving your rudeness. Moreover, if you truly want to pursue me, I can give you a chance." Shen Tian did not heed Qian Rengshua's words, but continued to stare at the void world. He felt his scalp prickling as if a sword was about to pierce his brow at any moment. The corpse in another space was not completely dead and sensed his gaze. It attempted to reach across infinite time and space to grab him, but unfortunately, it was too weak to break the constraints of space. Though it couldn't break through, he dared not stay here any longer. Feeling that something might happen, he hurriedly left the area with Qian Renxue. Just after he left, he heard a loud rumble from the place he had just been, followed by the earth cracking, and the entire mountain range shook violently, as if a massive earthquake was occurring. What's happening? Qian Renxue asked, her arms around Shen Tian's neck, looking at the continuously collapsing mountains with a horrified expression. That force was terrifying, but if they had not left in time, they would have likely been buried alive. Shen Tian turned back and saw the enormous hand visible only to him reaching out from another time and space. The hand was adorned with intricate patterns like chains that blocked its descent. Even though it did not succeed in descending, it still caused a terrible disaster. If it had truly descended, the destruction would have been more than just a mountain. The ground trembled. Shen Tian embraced Qian Renxue's slender waist, quickly moving away from the area. Outsiders could not see what was happening within the 100 Cuts mountain range, but he could clearly see that the dried corpse had come to life, attempting to enter this world, yet was obstructed by a powerful force, likely the rules of the Great Tao. Earthquake. Qian Renxue gazed at the continuously collapsing mountains before her, seeing no signs of an attack. Clearly, it wasn't the work of a powerful soul master. Since it wasn't caused by a soul master, the mountain's collapse could only be due to a natural disaster. But could it really be an earthquake? Qian Renxue, being exceptionally intelligent, sensed that this matter was not so simple, especially recalling not long ago Shen Tian had inquired about the 100 Cuts mountain range. Could it be related to the divine? Shen Tian brought Qian Renxue to a distance, gazing at the 100 Cuts mountain range. Activating his 6 paths of reincarnation, the illusory world became increasingly tangible, as if everything before him was a mirage, beautiful, yet distant, seeming close at hand, but actually separated by endless time and space. Should he take the plunge and risk it all? Shen Tian's eyes sparkled. He felt that his 6 paths of reincarnation could absorb that illusory projected world, but this was likely just an illusion created by that dried corpse deity. Although he often said that martial spirits had a spirit of their own, at this moment, the martial spirit truly fed him information, yet he found it hard to believe. His 6 paths of reincarnation itself made him wary. He felt this martial spirit was very strange, even more so than his black dragon martial spirit. Wait for me here, Shen Tian said to Qian Renxue as he headed towards the mountain. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or truly a scheme, he had to investigate. What if it really was an emotional wave transmitted to him by his martial spirit? If he fled out of fear, it would be incredibly difficult to communicate again in the future. Don't go. Qian Renxue blocked Shen Tian. Though she couldn't see what was within the mountain, she could sense a terrifying aura emanating from it, causing her soul to tremble in fear that Shen Tian might enter and never return. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shen Tian gave Qian Renxue a reassuring look before heading towards the mountain. As he approached, he could clearly feel a force so powerful that he could not resist it, far surpassing that of a tidal Douluo. It's no longer illusory, I can feel it clearly. Shen Tian's eyes sparkled with runes. The mysterious substance no longer seemed illusory, but became real. He could feel this substance clearly, and it made him feel very comfortable as the vitality within him surged and his soul power boiled. Just as Shen Tian was puzzled, a crisp, melodious voice rang in his ear. It feels strange. There is some special energy here. Yeah, how did you get here? Didn't I tell you not to come close? Shen Tian looked at Qian Renxue, beside him, his voice low. This place was filled with the eerie and the unknown, and he didn't want her to take risks. Qian Renxue shot Shen Tian a glance, and said lightly, if you tell me not to come close, does that mean I want? What do you think I am? Whatever you say, I must listen to you. You. Shen Tian wanted to say something, but suddenly he realized that the scenery around them had changed. They were no longer in the 100 Cuts mountain range, but in another world. A blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, and a cold wind howled through the air, an ominous aura, causing one's soul to tremble. Open. Qian Renxue's soul power erupted within her. Mere illusions could not interfere with her sight. When she was Qian Renxue, the sacred light radiated, purifying all. A second passed. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Qian Renxue's beautiful face revealed a serious expression, as if this was not an illusion. But how was that possible? Just moments ago they were in the 100 Cuts mountain range. How could they suddenly be in another world? Was it spatial teleportation? Shen Tian looked around, glancing at the blood moon in the sky. This world felt very desolate. However, this desolation did not mean there was no life, but rather that it was eerily quiet. Although there were many peculiar plants around, the overall feeling still lacked vitality. Now this was not the same space where he saw the dried corpse. Though desolate, there were no collapsed architecture. Be careful. Shen Tian sensed something beneath the ground, and hurriedly led Qian Renxue away. As they left, the ground erupted and thick arm-like, tentacle-like black entities burst forth from the earth. Utilizing his martial spirit, the second soul ring lit up as the power of wind gathered in his palm. He unleashed wind blades which could easily slice through hard rock, yet at this moment they couldn't sever those black tentacles. The first soul ring lit up and the power of flames coalesced in his hand. Wind and fire energies gathered and shot towards the black tentacles, yet still did not harm them. At this moment Shen Tian did not attack further, but quickly distanced himself. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength, he had already used 1/10 of his power, and still couldn't damage those tentacles, opting to retreat for the time being. Boom! The ground roared, and a giant monster appeared resembling an octopus with dozens of tentacles. However, since this was land, it was clear that an octopus could not exist here. What kind of soul beast is this? Why does it look so strange? Qian Rinxue gazed at the dark creature, her eyes filled with confusion. She studied diligently and had read many books about soul beasts, yet had never seen such an eerie one. Not every fierce beast is a soul beast, Shen Tian said as the fourth soul ring lit up. The icy power spread and white light gathered in his hands, forming a battle spear which he then hurled forcefully. Although this was not a soul skill, the battle spear contained extreme ice and his strength was immense. This strike was enough to pierce through steel plates several centimeters thick. Combined with the secondary damage from the icy power, it should heavily injure this strange fierce beast. Boom! The ice battle spear struck the monster, exploding with terrifying force. The icy energy erupted, spreading outward, beginning to turn into an ice sculpture. Crack! But soon the ice sculpture shattered. The black monster let out an enraged roar, its tentacles thrashing as they lunged toward Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue. Shen Tian's fourth soul ring lit up, radiating brilliant light. Centered around him, powerful icy energy expanded, turning everything in its path into ice sculptures. Qian Rinxue felt the power Shen Tian exhibited. This power far surpassed an ordinary 10th Ascendier soul skill, at least much stronger than her own 10th Ascendier soul skill. Could this truly be due to the mutation of a 100-year soul ring? Let's go, we need to get out of here. Shen Tian urgently led Qian Rinxue away. Although he did not know where they were, it was clear that staying here would not allow them to return to their original world. Boom! Shen Tian killed a monster that resembled a tiger, but its body was covered in scales, and it had 8 legs and 4 wings. Why is there no spirit ring appearing? Qian Rinxue stared at the slain monster for a long time without seeing a spirit ring, which baffled her. Typically, when a soul beast is killed, a spirit ring appears, unless this creature is not a soul beast, but an ordinary wild beast. But if it were a wild beast, how could it possess such terrifying power? The absence of a spirit ring indicates that this monster is not a soul beast. The world has fearsome beasts that are not just soul beasts. There are also spirit beasts and exotic beasts, Shen Tian said calmly. While it is true that most ferocious beasts in the Douluo continent are soul beasts, there are still spirit beasts like the 10-headed sun snake that resides in the Slaughter City. Of course, it is possible that this place is no longer the Douluo world. A low, deep bird call echoed, sounding harmless, but for some reason Shen Tian felt a heaviness in his head, as if he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. His forehead glowed, and his previously scattered gaze became piercing as he held the unconscious Qian Rinxue, activating his skull and enveloping the two with his spiritual energy. Qian Rinxue, who had been unconscious, began to awaken, her gaze hazy, as if she had just woken up. She said, "Darling, you're awake. They'll go prepare lunch for the child." Before she could finish her sentence, she froze in place, quickly realizing that everything was just a dream. No, it wasn't just a dream. Shen Tian looked at Qian Rinxue, whose expression was a mix of shame and shock, and asked, "Is something wrong? Just a moment ago I felt as if I had experienced 3 lifetimes, or perhaps 3 dreams, but now when I try to recall them, I can only vaguely remember having 3 dreams." Qian Rinxue said with a serious expression. Her spiritual power was strong, otherwise she wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Yet despite this, she still fell prey, indicating that the enemy's soul skill was quite formidable. Shen Tian frowned slightly, looking around and finding no monsters. The sound from earlier had vanished. He smiled at Qian Rinxue in his arms and said, "So how many children do we have?" Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's face flushed bright red, feeling extremely embarrassed. She never expected to dream of such things. Before Qian Rinxue could say anything, Shen Tian had already kissed her red lips and smiled, saying, "What you think about during the day, you dream about at night. Don't worry, it'll make your wishes come true from now on." "How rude. Who said the person in my dream was you?" Qian Rinxue replied, her face still flushed, appearing charming and alluring. Seeing Qian Rinxue's shy demeanor, Shen Tian felt a surge of heat in his heart and couldn't resist kissing her once more, this time for a long duration. As they continued to kiss, their consciousness slowly became hazy, leaving only the most primal instincts in their minds as they embraced each other. Suddenly Shen Tian released the hazy Qian Rinxue, circulating his soul power as his arm transformed into a dragon claw. The second spirit ring lit up, and he swiped behind him. Dragon Claw Tier. The full power of the second soul skill erupted, and the terrifying force directly killed a monstrous bird that had appeared behind him without him noticing. Do you really think I would succumb to temptation? Shen Tian scoffed. From the beginning he had sensed danger, but hadn't realized where it was coming from, so he went along with it, pretending to be entranced. This monster resembles the mythological creature known as the ghost pigeon, which is said to be a fierce beast from hell capable of manipulating emotions and controlling dreams. Shen Tian muttered to himself. Just now their spiritual consciousness had become muddled, and their entire awareness had been consumed by desire, which was eerily similar to the legends. Alright, stop it. That feels inappropriate. Shen Tian noticed Qian Renxue was still kissing him and increasingly moving downwards, making him feel embarrassed. He released his spiritual domain from his forehead to awaken Qian Renxue, who was lost in desire. Qian Renxue quickly came to her senses, recalling her previous actions, her face burning. Let's leave this place. Shen Tian picked up Qian Renxue and left the area, arriving at a tranquil location where he set her down, her face still flushed. He chose not to mention what had just happened. Naturally, Qian Renxue also felt too embarrassed to bring it up. In the following days they wandered through this unknown and mysterious world, and they could now confirm that they were no longer in the Douluo world. This world had no day or night, only a blood moon hanging high in the sky. Moreover, while this world had many strange ferocious beasts, there were no soul beasts. However, it did possess numerous rare spiritual herbs that could accelerate their cultivation. Someone is here. Shen Tian's expression changed as his divine sense detected a person in the distance, causing him both joy and panic. After all, in such a desolate place, the sudden appearance of a person was evidently not simple. In the end, Shen Tian and Qian Renxue still approached. To leave this place, they needed to know what it was. Soon they arrived in front of a lake that radiated misty brilliance, resembling a celestial lake. Beside this lake stood an elderly man who looked wise and ethereal. Elder, who are you, and how did you end up here? Where's this place? Shen Tian asked straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. He didn't mind being abrupt if this elder was indeed the corpse he was looking for. His tone was already quite polite. The elder turned to look at Shen Tian, a gentle smile on his face, giving the impression of a kind grandfather. He said, "This is my spiritual realm. As for my name, it's been so long that I've forgotten. You can call me Kong Lao." Kong Lao as in the void? Shen Tian asked. The elder nodded. Shen Tian continued, "Why not call yourself Su Lao?" The elder's expression stiffened for a moment, but he maintained his gentle smile on the surface and said, "Little one, do you wish to return?" Shen Tian inquired, "Return where?" "To where you came from." "Where did I come from?" "From where you should come." "Where am I supposed to go?" "To where you ought to go." Shen Tian and Kong Lao's question and answer left Qian Renxue perplexed, feeling as if they were communicating in code, not understanding a single word. Suddenly Shen Tian burst into laughter, looking at Kong Lao, his gaze filled with coldness. He said, "What if I don't want to go back?" Kong Lao smiled and replied, "Then you won't go back." Shen Tian's expression stiffened at this unexpected answer. He looked at Kong Lao puzzled and said, "I want to know." "I know what you want to ask." Kong Lao interrupted Shen Tian, saying, "Do you believe this world is real or fake?" Naturally, Shen Tian replied without hesitation, but soon realized something. He cut open his own skin, letting crimson blood flow out. The intense pain made him acutely aware that everything was not a dream, yet there was an unreal feeling prompting him to remind himself that all of this was illusory. The elder smiled and said, "What is real and what is fake? Reality and illusion, illusion and reality. The unreal is real and the real is unreal. Existence does not equate to reality and non-existence does not equate to illusion." Your words leave me at a loss for words. Shen Tian replied, dumbfounded. "Since you are helping me analyze, let me give you a saying in return: seeing mountains as mountains, seeing waters as waters, seeing mountains as not mountains, seeing waters as not waters, seeing mountains still as mountains, seeing waters still as waters." Debating philosophy with me you won't win. Shen Tian thought to himself with a cold smile. However, at this moment he began to understand. Whether it is creation or the emergence of something from nothing, truth and falsehood, all of it is unimportant. What matters is what you believe to be true, it is true. What you believe to be false is indeed false. At this moment, he gazed at the blood moon in the sky, his eyes swirling with runes, activating the 6 paths of reincarnation, transforming his eyes into blood-red ones. The celestial rain fell from the sky, enveloping Shen Tian and making him appear extraordinary. Shen Tian circulated his soul power to absorb the energy within the rain, strengthening his second soul source. Soon the first soul ring emerged on his body, followed by the gradual condensation of the second soul ring. The newly formed second ring was blood red, a 10th Sandier soul ring. Although it was a 10th Sandier soul ring, it was extremely easy for him, as his first soul ring was 60,000. A blood-colored soul ring, is this a 10th Ascendier's soul ring? Qian Rinxue stared in shock at the blood-red soul ring on Shen Tian, unable to believe he had acquired a 10th Ascendier's soul ring. Wait a minute. 2 soul rings. Does he possess 2 martial souls, a twin martial soul? At this moment, the elder carefully tasted Shen Tian's words, finding them increasingly interesting. Seeing the second soul ring successfully condense on Shen Tian, he nodded in satisfaction. At this time his eyes were also like Shen Tian's, possessing the 6 paths of reincarnation eye. He said, "Little one, you've passed the first test. When your cultivation reaches the Soul Emperor realm, come back for the second test." The first test. What does the first test assess? Shen Tian was perplexed. Although he had obtained the divine gift soul ring, he was utterly confused about what the test entailed. Perception, Kong Lao replied. Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue's figures gradually faded away. Outside world. At this moment Shi Long appeared anxious, as both Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue had become living dead. This caused his face to turn pale, cold sweat dripped down, and he wanted to flee. How could this happen? What exactly occurred to lead to this? Shi Long paced back and forth. Just moments ago he had seen Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue step into the ruin by Duan Mountain, and then both fell one after the other. Realizing something was wrong, he rushed over. By the time he arrived, although the two were not dead, yet their breaths were alarmingly weak, flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. At this moment Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue almost simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes dazed, as if they had just woken from a strange dream. Although dreaming, they did not feel weary, instead they felt invigorated and could clearly sense a significant enhancement in their mental strength. Seeing Shen Tian and Qian Rinxue awaken, Shi Long's face immediately lit up with joy. He hurriedly said, "Young master, you're awake. This is wonderful. I was so scared just now." Though he was a titled Douluo, a being standing at the pinnacle of soul masters, admired by countless others, he understood better than anyone at his level that being a titled Douluo was not the peak, but merely the beginning. For a titled Douluo, at level 9 one could say it was merely the first level, the first sky. Shen Tian sat up, reflecting on everything he had experienced in his dream. It now seemed that all of it was indeed a dream, yet it felt incredibly real. Every perception and detail was genuine, without a hint of falsehood. If it weren't for that old man revealing the truth, he might have lived his life without realizing he had been dreaming all along. However, to be precise, it couldn't be called a dream, for the world within that dream was also a real world equivalent to him, having traversed into that dream world. The real and the illusory are merely forms of cognition. Just like does spiritual energy exist? Yes, all soul masters grow stronger by absorbing spiritual energy. But who has seen spiritual energy? Does the soul exist? Yes, every living being has a soul, for it is the soul that brings forth cognition, thought, memory, and more. But who has seen the soul? This encounter was not merely an opportunity for Shen Tian, it also enlightened him to the true essence of all things in the world. This opportunity granted him a second spirit ring, with the soul skill being an illusion, not just any illusion, but a reincarnation dream. Blood Moon Dream Fantasy. This second soul skill is called moon reading. Looking at Qian Rinxue beside him, Shen Tian smiled and said, "What just occurred was merely a dream, likely the residual power from 500 years ago. It's nothing to worry about. Now we should discuss how to kill the Snow Knight Emperor." Killing the Snow Knight Emperor is simple, but seizing control of the Heaven Do Empire after that is not straightforward, as currently a significant portion of the empire's power rests in the hands of Prince Xuexing. It is precisely because of Prince Xuexing's presence that it becomes difficult for Xuexinghe or Qian Rinxue to infiltrate and seize control of the Heaven Do Empire. Upon hearing Shen Tian's words, Shi Long's expression changed. He circulated his soul power, ready to strike down Shen Tian, fearing that the other was deliberately probing him, as the other's identity was the son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect school's master. He feared that the young master might be tempted by male beauty and make a wrong decision. Qian Rinxue looked at Shen Tian and asked, "What suggestions do you have?" Recently, the Douluo continent has not been peaceful, as friction has occurred between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire at the border, erupting into a small-scale war. For many citizens of the Heaven Do Empire, this matter did not seem to matter much, as conflicts between the two empires frequently erupted nearly every year. Both empires wished to devour each other and become the sole overlord of the Douluo continent, but both are colossal entities, making it difficult to annex the other, especially with the Spirit Hall acting as a meddlesome force. On this day, at the Heaven Do Empire in the royal palace, Shen Tian, Qian Rinxue, and Shi Long entered the depths of the palace into the grand hall. At this moment, there were 5 people in the hall: the Snow Knight Emperor Prince Xuexing, Ning Rongrong, Douluo, and the Snow Knight Emperor's personal guard Yigu. Ning Rongrong looked at Xuexinghe with some surprise, as without any notification Xuexinghe had directly walked in, which was very discourteous. Based on his understanding of Shui Qinghe, he would not make such a discourteous act. Then he saw Shen Tian next to Shui Qinghe, and his expression became even more surprised. Although he knew that Shen Tian and Shui Qinghe had a relatively good relationship, how did Shen Tian end up here? Did Shui Qinghe feel that Shen Tian's talent was good and wanted to introduce him to the Snow Knight Emperor, pulling him into the royal family? The Snow Knight Emperor looked at Shui Qinghe, his expression somewhat displeased. After all, Shui Qinghe had directly brought someone in without courtesy, especially with Ning Rongrong still present. However, as a ruler, he could not show his anger and said, "Qinghe, you are here." Shui Qinghe did not look at the Snow Knight Emperor, but instead at Ning Rongrong and Douluo beside him. Today she was taking a great risk, essentially gambling her life on whether Shen Tian would truly not betray her. Prince Xuexing saw that Shui Qinghe actually ignored the Snow Knight Emperor, and his expression turned sour. He coldly said, "Qinghe, your father is speaking to you. Did you not hear?" "I heard," Shui Qinghe said coldly. Since she had decided to trust Shen Tian, she would not have doubts. She looked at Prince Xuexing and said, "Prince Xuexing, you have colluded with the Luo Empire in secret to assassinate the Snow Knight Emperor. Do you know your crime?" "What?" Prince Xuexing stood up abruptly, looking at Shui Qinghe in shock. Had she lost her mind? When did I collude with the Luo Empire? The Snow Knight Emperor was right beside. When was he assassinated? Hearing Shui Qinghe's words, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened immediately. Initially he had a good opinion of his son, but now he never expected him to dare speak such words. It seemed the position of Crown Prince needed to be reconsidered. Ning Fengzi's expression also changed drastically. Shui Qinghe was his disciple, and he knew her well enough to understand she would not say such arrogant words. He turned to look at Shen Tian, only to see Shen Tian's expression was calm, wearing a smile, even smiling at him. This left Ning Fengzi puzzled. Could it be that Shui Qinghe's words were related to his son-in-law? If that were the case, the situation would be serious. Ning Fengzi said sternly, "Qinghe, do you know what you are saying?" Shui Qinghe respectfully replied, "Teacher, I know what I am saying." Not to mention that Ning Rongrong was her teacher, and still Shen Tian's father-in-law, she needed to show him a certain level of respect, or it would anger Shen Tian. "Let me speak." Shen Tian felt that leaving it to Qianren Xue was too dragging, and stepped forward smiling as he said, "It's quite simple. Prince Xuexing covets the throne and plotted against the Snow Knight Emperor, but Qinghe discovered it. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fortunately, we have eliminated the traitor Prince Xuexing. That's the whole story. Is there anyone who does not understand?" "Shen Tian, do you know what you are saying?" Ning Rongrong shouted. Although he knew his son-in-law was quite reckless and had his ambitions, he never expected him to be this bold, essentially dragging Qinghe into rebellion. "I know," Shen Tian replied. "Uncle, you can just watch from the side. After everything is over, I will explain it to you in detail. Originally, I intended to explain it to you beforehand, but you were not in Heavendo City recently, so I didn't have the chance to inform you." "Shen Tian. You are called Shen Tian." Prince Xuexing looked at Shen Tian and then turned to Ning Rongrong saying, "Ning Sect Master, if I am not mistaken, this Shen Tian should be your son-in-law, right?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong did not deny it. He felt that something significant was about to happen in the entire empire. He looked at Shen Tian, then at Shui Qinghe. Both their expressions were very calm. From the moment Shui Qinghe entered directly, he should have understood that Shui Qinghe's rebellion had likely been thoroughly prepared, and most people in the royal palace had probably been replaced by Shui Qinghe's supporters. Prince Xuexing said coldly, "Do you intend to rebel alongside Ning Sect Master?" Ning Rongrong took a deep breath and looked at Prince Xuexing saying, "I know you do not like Qinghe, but do you think he is an arrogant and ignorant person? Now that he dares to rebel, it is clear he possesses the strength to do so." Prince Xuexing was not as foolish as he pretended. On the contrary, he was quite astute, otherwise he would not have realized there was a problem with Shui Qinghe and come up with a method to protect Xuebong. The Snow Knight Emperor, as the Emperor of the Empire, was naturally not foolish either. He looked at Shui Qinghe and asked, "Qinghe, why are you in such a hurry to become emperor?" "Yes." Shui Qinghe finally looked at the Snow Knight Emperor and said, "I have been the Crown Prince for 7 or 8 years. I do not wish to continue being the Crown Prince. Your health is quite robust, living for another 10 years is not a problem. Do you want me to remain the Crown Prince for another 10 years? The Snowy Knight Emperor looked at the indifferent expression of Shui Qinghe and sighed helplessly. He never expected that his son would choose to rebel simply because he did not want to continue being the Crown Prince. He said, "Even if you kill me and Xuexing, do you think you can secure your position as emperor? The internal conflicts within the empire are deep, and the 4 major kingdoms are eyeing our Tian-Do Empire with envy. Can you guarantee that you can suppress them? Moreover, the Spirit Hall harbors ulterior motives. With your cunning, do you think you can suppress the Spirit Hall? Additionally, there is the Luo Empire which seeks to swallow us whole. Once our Tian-Do faces internal strife, they will certainly seize the opportunity to annex us. In his final words, his tone was filled with disappointment and frustration, and he continued, "If you do not wish to continue as crown prince, you could have spoken to your father. I was originally planning to abdicate the throne to you in 3 to 5 years, as by then you would be mature enough to shoulder the responsibilities of the empire. As for today's events, enough with the sentimentality." Shen Tian interrupted the Snowy Night Emperor's words. For an ordinary person, such words would surely sway them, especially when coming from their own father. But unfortunately, the current Xueqinghe was not the true Xueqinghe. The interruption of his speech made the Snowy Night Emperor's gaze turn cold. However, being a cunning and scheming man, he refrained from scolding. The young man before him was the son-in-law of Ning Fengji, and given the urgency of his situation, he could not afford to anger Ning Fengji. He needed to win him over along with the title Douluo by his side. With Ning Fengji's help, even if they faced 1,000 soldiers outside Ning Fengji, could lead him to safety. Shen Tian said impatiently, "Get it over with quickly, I have matters to attend to, and no time to waste on these trivialities." Shilong said nothing further as 9 soul rings rose beneath his feet, unleashing a surge of formidable soul power. A snake spear appeared in his hand, ready to strike down Prince Xuexing and the Snowy Night Emperor. Swish! At that moment, a figure appeared before Shilong, blocking his attack. It was Yigu, the Snowy Night Emperor's personal guard, who possessed 8 soul rings. His martial spirit was a spear and a shield, which were part of the same martial spirit, not 2 separate ones. A 9-ring title Douluo. Yigu's expression turned grave as he did not expect that Xueqinghe would have a title Douluo by his side. The Snowy Night Emperor, realizing the situation could not end well, turned his gaze to Ning Fengji and said, "Lord Ning, please assist me in suppressing this rebellious son." Currently, the rebellious son only had 1 title Douluo by his side. As long as Ning Fengji stood with him, suppression would be easy, especially since the title Douluo beside Ning Fengji was exceptionally strong. Ning Fengji remained silent, not answering immediately. Gurong stood there with an indifferent expression, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. To him, who was emperor, was of no concern. Ning Fengji did not look at the Snowy Night Emperor, but instead turned to Shen Tian and asked, "Xiao Tian, can you give me a valid reason?" Shen Tian did not respond, but smiled and asked, "I am Rongrong's husband, your son-in-law. Do you think I see?" Ning Fengji nodded and said, "Prince Xuexing has ulterior motives and seeks to harm the Snowy Night Emperor. Gu Shu, kill the traitor." As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengji was neither soft-hearted nor indecisive. Once he made a decision, he acted. Gurong, upon hearing this, flashed and directly appeared behind Yigu. As a sensitive attack-type soul master and a title Douluo, his speed was naturally swift. The moment he appeared behind Yigu, the latter's fate was already sealed. Shilong looked at Gu Douluo with a wary gaze. He had not clearly seen the latter's movements earlier and questioned whether he could withstand an attack from him. The Snowy Night Emperor, seeing his guard killed so easily by Gu Douluo, wore a grim expression. He never expected Ning Fengji to betray him, glaring at Ning Fengji and roaring, "Ning Fengji, I thought you were a clever man, but I never expected you to be this foolish. My rebellious son is accompanied by a title Douluo. Title Douluos are limited in this world, and this one before me is certainly from the Spirit Hall. This soulless beast would even kill his own father. Collaborating with him is akin to seeking your own demise." Ning Fengji's expression changed slightly at this remark. He looked toward Shilong. The known title Douluos were limited, and the sudden appearance of one might be linked to the Spirit Hall, but he trusted his son-in-law. Shen Tian looked at the Snowy Night Emperor and smiled, saying, "I never expected this old fellow to be so clever as to guess correctly. This guy is indeed a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall." "What? He is truly a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall." Gurong's expression changed slightly as he glared at Shen Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, what is the meaning of this? Have you allied with the Spirit Hall, or are you actually one of them?" He had no good feelings towards the Spirit Hall, as he had been hunted by them in his youth, and due to his good friend Chen Xian. The revelation that Shen Tian was collaborating with the Spirit Hall infuriated him. Shen Tian smiled and said, "Grandpa Gu, why must it be that I have allied with the Spirit Hall? Why can't it be said that I have tamed the Spirit Hall?" Tamed the Spirit Hall. Gu Douluo could not help but burst into laughter and said, "Xiao Tian, do you take your Grandpa Gu for a fool? You think you can tame the Spirit Hall? Why not say you have seduced the Pope of the Spirit Hall, becoming Bibi Dong's man?" The Snowy Night Emperor did not expect that his rebellious son truly collaborated with the Spirit Hall. A glint of light appeared in his eyes as he said, "Lord Ning, you are a wise man. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall are well known to all. Do you wish to see the 7 Treasure Glazed School destroyed under your watch? This rebellious son collaborating with the Spirit Hall is a path to ruin. Once the Spirit Hall gains control over Tiando, will the 7 Treasure Glazed School have any chance of survival? Why can't the 7 Treasure Glazed School survive under the rule of the Spirit Hall?" Shen Tian smiled at the Snowy Night Emperor and said, "Old fellow, you are quite astute, and see things comprehensively, but your words contain a significant error. Referring to this rebellious son is quite inaccurate. You do not truly believe this man is your son, do you? What do you mean? The Snowy Night Emperor looked at Shen Tian finally regarding the young man before him. Shen Tian smiled and said, "It is quite literal. This man is not your son has long since died. This is an impostor, one of the Spirit Hall's people." What? Ning Fengji, the Snowy Night Emperor, Prince Xuexing, and Gu Rong all changed their expressions in disbelief, not expecting the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire to not be the Snowy Night Emperor's son, but rather a person from the Spirit Hall. Shen Tian continued, "The Spirit Hall has already laid out plans across the continent. Many of the city lords and high-ranking officials within the Tiandou Empire have already sided with the Spirit Hall or are inherently part of it. Once the Spirit Hall raises its hand, this seemingly powerful empire will instantly change hands." Hearing Shen Tian's words, the Snowy Night Emperor collapsed into his chair, looking as though he had aged decades, becoming a twilight elder. He never expected that his crown prince was a fake, and he truly was a failed emperor. "You are a fake. I see now. I originally thought you were plotting against the other princes to solidify your position, but it turns out you are not even the son of the late emperor's brother." Prince Xuexing spoke in a despondent tone. Although he had long suspected that Xuexing was problematic, he merely thought it was due to deep scheming, never realizing it was simply not deep scheming at all. Ning Fengji was greatly shocked upon learning that Xuexing was not the real Xuexing. He never expected that the disciple he had guided for years was actually a false crown prince and a person of the Spirit Hall. Shen Tian looked at Ning Fengji and said, "My esteemed father-in-law Grandpa Gu is a 95th level title Douluo, and with your assistance you can determine the life and death of everyone in this hall. I wonder if you choose to kill the Snowy Night Emperor and support Xuexing in ascending the throne, or to eliminate Xuexing and end this rebellion, or perhaps to kill them all and install a puppet." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked toward Ning Fengji, for his choice would decide the fate of all. Qian Renxue and Shilong both felt a tightening in their chests, as this was not part of their plan. At this moment, they feared Ning Fengji might choose to eliminate them. The heavenly fight changes the world. The heavenly fight changed the world, but it did not stir up as much turmoil as imagined, though everything remained quite calm. Apart from some who failed to recognize the situation and were imprisoned for various justifiable reasons, there was no dissenting voice within the empire. After all, the emperor is dead, and the crown prince ascending the throne is simply a matter of course. Ning Fengji stood atop a pavilion in Tiandou City, gazing at the streets that appeared just as they always had. He lamented, "Even the emperor of the empire is no different from an ordinary person. When he's dead, he's just dead. That's natural. For these commoners who holds power in Tiandou, and who the emperor is, has little to do with them. They still need to eat and live their lives as usual." Shen Tian spoke, looking at Ning Fengji. "Father-in-law, are you wondering if I am truly an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall?" "No." Ning Fengji shook his head and said, "I believe you are not a person of the Spirit Hall, but I do have a question I want to ask you. What exactly do you want to do?" "Me?" Shen Tian looked into the distance and smiled. "There are many things I want to achieve, such as possessing all the beauties of the world, attaining immortality, wielding great power, and wandering freely among the heavens. However, these are still far from me. What I need to do now is to unify the Douluo continent." Unify the continent. Ning Fengji was stunned by Shen Tian's ambition, not expecting his son-in-law to have such grand aspirations. The unification of the continent by the Spirit Hall is an inevitable trend. Originally due to selfish desires, Tang Xin caused the continent to fragment once again. Now that Shen Tian has appeared in this world, the original fate is bound to change, thus allowing more opportunities to be utilized. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed. On the way, Gu Rong could not help but ask Fengji, "Why are you and Xiao Tian both so reckless? If you're going to be reckless, why not be a bit more reckless and kill everyone than support a puppet?" The current Tiandou is already riddled with holes, internally rotting. Many have secretly allied with the Spirit Hall, and its destruction of Tiandou is only a matter of time. Supporting a puppet would instead put us in direct opposition to the Spirit Hall, and there's a possibility that they might use this as an excuse to say we conspired against Emperor Shuya and launch an attack on my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji finally sighed helplessly, saying, "Although I know about the corruption in Tiandou, I did not expect it to have reached this degree, where even the crown prince is a fake. The primary reason that made me give up on supporting Emperor Shuya is that the crown prince Xuexing is actually a person of the Spirit Hall. Just thinking about it is frightening. It's indeed very deceiving." Gu Rong couldn't help but speak up. The crown prince is fake, and even he couldn't see through the disguise. The Spirit Hall is truly hiding deeply. He asked that fellow Xiao Tian. Ning Fengji interrupted Gu Rong, saying, "We watched him grow up. How could we not know what kind of person he is?" Shen Tian sat in the pavilion. Soon after, Qian Rinxue appeared, exuding an otherworldly elegance, sitting across from Shen Tian. Xuebong has escaped. Oh. Shen Tian's expression became somewhat surprised. To prevent Xuebong from escaping, he had instructed Qian Rinxue to send a titled Douluo to kill him, yet he still managed to escape. Qian Rinxue said it was Douluo who rescued Xuebong. Douluo? Shen Tian suddenly understood. No wonder Xuebong could escape. He said it seems Xuebong's life was meant to be spared. Don't underestimate him. I have observed him, and he possesses the aura of an emperor. The aura of an emperor. Qian Rinxue couldn't help but laugh, saying you can read faces as well. Shen Tian smiled and said Xuebong is not as simple as you think. His playboy persona is all an act to save his life. Otherwise, why would such a debauched waste be valued by that old fox Xuexing? Qian Rinxue, being a woman of exceptional intelligence, immediately understood, saying, I did not expect Xuebong to hide so deeply. It seems I need to eliminate him quickly. If Douluo chooses to return, then there's no need to worry about him. After all, he is a guest elder of my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Of course, one mistake can be forgiven, but if he makes another mistake, he shouldn't expect me to be polite. Shen Tian understood why Douluo risked his life to save Xuebong. Although the old poison master is sinister, he values loyalty and will repay kindness. Prince Xuexing had once saved his life, and now that Prince Xuexing is dead, he will certainly find a way to protect Xuebong's life. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, everything is as usual. Shen Tian said, walking up to Qian Rinxue, lifting her snow-white chin, and said, I know you are a woman of opinions and ambition, but there is one thing I need to make clear. Do not apply your little schemes to me, otherwise I will be very upset. Qian Rinxue looked at Shen Tian with a resentful gaze, saying, when have I ever schemed against you? I just wanted to ask if you need any special care. Shen Tian replied, I've said, everything is as usual. You are Xuexing and Ning Fengji is your teacher, and that's all. As for other matters, if Ning Fengji wants to interfere, let him. If he does not wish to be involved, then do not ask. Shen Tian kissed Qian Rinxue's beautiful red lips, and then said with a smile, let's not talk about that anymore. Help me gather the masters in the field of soul tools across the continent. Also, please invite the principal of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong, over for me. The principal of Lamba Academy. Qian Rinxue looked at Shen Tian with a mix of shyness and anger, saying, I've heard that the principal of Lamba Academy is a great beauty. You're not interested in her, are you? What are you thinking? Shen Tian flicked Qian Rinxue's pure white forehead, saying, I am interested in her martial soul. My martial soul is a dragon type, and hers is also a dragon type. Recently I have been studying martial souls, and want to further develop mine, so I need to learn from hers. Remember I said invite, do not harm her. Alright. Qian Rinxue pouted, her eyes filled with resentment. Shen Tian looked at Qian Rinxue, who resembled a deeply wronged woman from a palace, knowing that his earlier words might have been a bit harsh. He embraced her, saying, I was suspicious of you earlier, which was my fault. The reason I said that is that I care about you too much and fear that we will end up on opposing sides. If that happens, I would be very sad. Really? Qian Rinxue looked at Shen Tian. Really more genuine than diamonds. My heart for you is as clear as day. Shen Tian took Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and placed it on his chest. Qian Rinxue's face flushed red, and then she angrily said, how many women have you said this to? Only two. Shen Tian spoke sincerely, then kissed her red lips, not giving her a chance to continue asking. Purple Bamboo Villa. Shen Tian gazed at the astonishingly beautiful and transcendent woman before. Lu Erlong appeared to be in her 20s with fair and tender skin, a remarkably attractive figure dressed in a green dress that perfectly accentuated her proud form, exuding a mature charm compared to Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. I hope you won't be offended by my boldness in inviting you here. I apologize, Shen Tian said with sincerity. Recently, he had been researching his martial soul, feeling that there was still potential for further development, but he was unsure of the direction to take. Thus, he sought to draw inspiration from Lu Erlong's martial soul. Lu Erlong's talent was remarkable. Her martial soul was originally the strongest beast martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had mutated into a fire dragon martial soul. Her mutation was not malevolent, but rather a beneficial one, making her even stronger, otherwise she could not have reached such heights at a young age. At this moment, Lu Erlong cast a cold gaze at Shen Tian, surprised to find that a mere teenager had brought her here, and asked, Who are you, and why have you brought me here? Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm simply very interested in your martial soul. During this time you need to stay here, so I can study it, Shen Tian replied with a smile. Lu Erlong sneered coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with sharp intensity. Aren't you too arrogant to dare research my martial soul? Do you know? Shen Tian continued. I know who you are, the illegitimate daughter of the second head of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Because you are an illegitimate child, you cannot enter the family and follow your mother's surname. Your martial soul has mutated, possessing both lightning and fire attributes, making it an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul. In your youth you wandered the continent, encountered Flinder and Yu Xiaojing, and formed the Golden Iron Triangle renowned in the Spirit Master world. Later, due to emotional issues, the Golden Iron Triangle disbanded, and the three went their separate ways. Lu Erlong's gaze grew even colder. You investigated me. She was uncomfortable that this young man had so thoroughly uncovered her past. I suppose so. I heard you have feelings for Yu Xiaojing, but Yu Xiaojing is your brother. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Lu Erlong's eyes intensified. A series of spirit rings rose from beneath her feet as she struck out to suppress Shen Tian. She didn't care who he was, as she needed to teach him a lesson first before slowly interrogating him. Seeing Lu Erlong attack without hesitation, Shen Tian was not surprised. After all, if a mother Tyrannosaurus could be obedient, then there would certainly be an issue. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed terrifying power, causing the ground to collapse around the point of impact, a formidable storm sweeping outwards. Roar. Lu Erlong let out a loud roar, her first spirit ring glowing, igniting her fair fists with flames that blazed fiercely, burning the heavens and earth. Although her first spirit skill was only a century-old skill, Lu Erlong, as a level 78 spirit sage, unleashed a power far exceeding that of an ordinary spirit master. Her flames were extremely formidable, with a temperature hot enough to roast a person. Shen Tian's first spirit ring lit up, allowing him to control the fire element. Flames spread around him without harming him in the slightest. He seized Lu Erlong's jade hand, pulling her forcefully, then charged forward with his shoulder. Lu Erlong was taken aback by Shen Tian's sudden move. She hadn't expected such a young opponent to possess such rich combat experience. However, it was truly arrogant of him to think he could compete with her in physical strength. Boom. The collision of their bodies produced a force even greater than that of their fists crashing together. Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock. She hadn't anticipated that he could withstand her physically. Though not a defensive spirit master, her fire dragon martial soul granted her formidable physical strength comparable to that of defensive spirit masters. It seems I underestimated you. Lu Erlong's arms became adorned with crimson patterns that radiated a glow, her fair skin transforming with red scales, and her hands morphed into dragon claws. This was dragon transformation. Although Lu Erlong had not entered the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, she still mastered the skill of dragon transformation. After transforming, her attack power would increase by 100%. Among the top 3 sects, each possessed powerful skills. The Seven Treasures Glazed School mastered distraction control and ring fusion, while the Haotian School mastered explosive rings and the Great Samurai Hammer. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family mastered the skill of dragon transformation, which could double one's attack. Shen Tian's eyes glimmered with symbols as he activated his 6 paths reincarnation, eye closely observing the changes in Lu Erlong's soul power. However, he could only vaguely see the flow of her soul power, unable to discern how she achieved it. Boom. Bang. Boom. Shen Tian and Lu Erlong battled fiercely, with both sides evenly matched. However, it was not that Shen Tian was particularly strong, but rather Lu Erlong was only using her first 4 spirit skills. Lu Erlong realized she could not suppress Shen Tian and activated her 5th spirit ring. The black Tinthasandier spirit ring emitted a dazzling glow, and a terrifying power spread its mere presence enough to obliterate the souls of ordinary people. Shen Tian remained calm as he summoned his martial soul, transforming into a dragon man. A powerful dragon aura erupted from within him, directly suppressing Lu Erlong. Although he did not fear Lu Erlong's 5th spirit skill, he did not want her to destroy his villa, as they would be living there for a long time, and he did not wish to reside in ruins. How could this be? Lu Erlong's expression was one of horror. She had sensed from the beginning that the person before her possessed a dragon-type martial soul, and even suspected he was a disciple from the younger generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This was why she had initially held back and refrained from using her Tinthasandier spirit skill. However, she never expected his martial soul to be so fearsome that it could suppress her with ease. When had such a prodigy emerged from her family? Shen Tian retracted his martial soul, noticing the confusion in Lu Erlong's heart. He said, I am not from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. My martial soul is a black dragon. Let's continue our previous discussion. Do you truly have feelings for Yu Xiaojing? Lu Erlong was taken aback by the question. Shen Tian continued, liking someone is different from being in love. Just as a father loves his daughter or a brother loves his sister. The former is a familial bond. The latter is romantic love between 2 people without blood ties. You like Yu Xiaojing because of your shared bloodline and his care for you, which has led you, lacking paternal love, to develop feelings for him. Or do you truly love him? He inherently despised Yu Xiaojing not only for being a hypocritical and pretentious individual, but also for being a weak coward who constantly claimed there were no waste martial souls, only waste spirit masters. Yet why was this waste martial soul spirit master considered a useless spirit master? Moreover, he had now stood on the opposing side of Tang, San Yu Xiaojiang, and the others. He was not a heartless person. If Lu Erlong chose to unwaveringly stand by Yu Xiaojiang, he could not leave himself open to danger, as the process of analyzing her martial soul would inevitably expose the secrets of his own martial soul, as well as his insights into it. At this moment Lu Erlong did not know how to respond, as no one had ever asked her this question before, nor had she ever contemplated it herself. Additionally, she had long since let go of her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. When he fled back, then her heart had all. The cowardice displayed by Yu Xiaojiang, who chose to flee, reminded her of her father, who had also been weak. Every martial soul possesses its unique attributes. However, Shen Tian's martial soul is different. Currently, with 4 soul rings, he has control over the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Elemental control skills cannot compare in power to ordinary soul techniques, but they are fundamental skills that can be continuously developed. For instance, his first soul ring skill is fire element control, which he developed into a second-tier soul technique called Dragon Flame. The second soul ring skill is wind element control, which he developed into a second-tier soul technique named Dragon Claw Tear. As Shen Tian's cultivation continues to rise, especially after using his 6 paths reincarnation to glimpse the rules of runes, he gains a deeper understanding of soul techniques. The dragon god controls elemental powers, bestowing elemental attributes upon other dragon clans, resulting in the birth of 9 great dragon kings. So can he bestow them as well? Of course, Shen Tian is not bestowing a martial soul to others, but rather to himself, allowing his martial soul to mutate. Not a permanent mutation, but a change in form. For example, he could endow the fire attribute of his first soul ring to his martial soul, transforming his black dragon martial soul into a fire dragon martial soul, and then he could manifest his martial soul. Though this idea seems fantastical, he feels it's worth a try. What if he succeeds? To succeed, Lu Erlong is indispensable, as her martial soul is the fire dragon martial soul. If he can thoroughly study her abilities, he stands a chance of success. At this moment, Lu Erlong has grown silent, uncertain whether her past feelings for Yu Xiaojiang stemmed from a desire for paternal love or romantic affection. Shen Tian gazes at the dazed Lu Erlong. Her feelings for Yu Xiaojiang are not romantic, but rather a deep familial bond. Lu Erlong's mother came from humble beginnings, preventing her from entering the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Growing up with her mother, Lu Erlong harbored deep resentment towards her father, yet simultaneously longed for his affection. During this time, Yu Xiaojiang, who shares the same bloodline and cares for her deeply, appears, allowing her to feel the warmth of family. For a period afterward, Shen Tian and Lu Erlong lived in the Zizhu mountain villa. Most of their time was when they grew tired of fighting, they would discuss matters related to their martial souls. After all, both of their martial souls are dragon type, providing ample common ground. Gradually, Lu Erlong's vigilance began to relax. She was astounded by Shen Tian's understanding of martial souls, especially after receiving his guidance, which furthered her own understanding and elevated her strength. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, Shen Tian stroked Lu Erlong's smooth long hair, looking at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, who bore a shy expression. Their time together over the past 6 months had greatly deepened their feelings. Lu Erlong did not expect Shen Tian to come so close, making her acutely aware of his breathing. Her heart raced, and she did not know how to respond. Erlong. Shen Tian whispered, his gaze commanding, filled with possessiveness. Lu Erlong hurriedly replied, "No, we have too great an age difference." After she spoke, her face turned even redder, and she turned to leave. However, Shen Tian had already tightly embraced Lu Erlong and passionately kissed her on those delicate red lips. As a dragon, how could he hesitate? Their half-year relationship caused Shen Tian to develop feelings for the mature and charming woman before him. Coupled with the innate sensuality of dragons, when a male dragon and a female dragon meet, love sparks easily ignite. Lu Erlong attempted to push Shen Tian away, but he held her tightly. Eventually, she began to stop resisting. Over the past 6 months, she realized she had developed feelings for the young man before her. The 2 dragons entwined with one another. The following day, they lay naked beneath a tree in the courtyard. Shen Tian looked at Lu Erlong in his arms. It took him a full 6 months to conquer her, the longest time spent among all the women he knew, yet it was well worth it. Lu Erlong's face was flushed. She never expected to fall for a boy much younger than herself. If this were to get out, wouldn't people think of her as a case of an older cow eating tender grass? How would she face others in the future? Shen Tian gazed at the blushing Lu Erlong, who appeared even more alluring, and lifted her straight long legs. Her body was soft and could easily perform splits. Lu Erlong realized what Shen Tian was intending to do and hurriedly tried to stop him. Shen Tian directly lifted Lu Erlong's long legs. After acquiring the second soul ring, Shen Tian's 6 paths reincarnation, I not only enhanced his mental power, but also greatly improved his vision, allowing him to clearly observe every change in the rule runes. Lu Erlong's martial soul is the Fire Dragon martial soul, a top-tier beast martial soul. When she manifests her martial soul, intricate red patterns appear on her body. Outsiders are unaware as it is impossible for them to see her without clothing while manifesting her. Shen Tian meticulously studied these patterns. The intricate designs were profound and contained the essence of great principles constructed from countless runes. These runes are too intricate, especially the key runes, which even he found difficult to fully comprehend. Ultimately, Shen Tian could only reluctantly give up and shift his focus to studying Lu Erlong's first and second soul rings. Lu Erlong's first soul technique, Dragon Fist, emits a punch beam like a great sun, unleashing terrifying flames with astonishing destructive power. The second soul technique, Dragon Claw, possesses razor-sharp claws imbued with the power of flames. Shen Tian quickly grasped both, and he possessed runes for these two soul techniques. After a week, although Shen Tian's Black Dragon martial soul did not evolve into a Fire Dragon martial soul, he mastered the Fire Dragon's Fist and Claw with power surpassing that of ordinary soul masters' thousand-year soul techniques. Lu Erlong asked in confusion, "How can your fusion ring skill possess two different techniques?" Shen Tian explained that using Dragon Fist and Dragon Claw is not a single soul ring skill, but rather a combination of the first and second soul rings. He possesses not only these two soul techniques, but also the Dragon's Breath. Shen Tian thought for a moment and replied, "This is due to the proportion of the soul rings. Fusion of rings does not forcefully combine two soul rings. Of course, one can forcibly fuse them, but it would waste a significant amount of soul power. The proportions of the two different soul rings vary, resulting in different combined soul rings. Simply put, the fusion of the first and second soul rings is like cooking rice. If there is too much water and too little rice, the result will be rice soup. If there is little water and much rice, it will be rice. If water and rice are about equal, it results in porridge." After the fusion of the rings, Shen Tian's three soul techniques not only depended on the proportions of the soul rings, but also integrated additional abilities. His own soul techniques not only consist of elemental control skills, but also possess additional capabilities, allowing him to bestow these techniques upon others or himself. Shen Tian infused the power of wind and fire into his mouth, forming the soul technique Dragon's Breath. He applied it to his fists, creating the Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon, and to his claws, resulting in Tear of the Fire Dragon. During this time, Shen Tian and Lu Erlong made tremendous progress in their cultivation, with Lu Erlong breaking through to level 80 Soul Douluo, while refining the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower. Moreover, their little world together was incredibly vibrant. In the entire Zizhu Mountain Manor, it was just the two of them, free to leave their footprints all around the manor, including in the clear lake within. However, only 3 times, as it was difficult to stretch out within, which was not only uncomfortable, but also caused him to drink a lot of water. For this, Shen Tian once angrily scolded, wondering which fool thought it was comfortable in the water. Lu Erlong's body was more mature compared to Zhu Zhuqing and the others, and she was extremely flexible. Even when Shen Tian manipulated her into various challenging poses, there was no issue. Yet no matter how beautiful life may be, there will inevitably come a time of separation. After last night's craziness, the two lay on the grass, watching the sun gradually rise in the east. Lu Erlong leaned against Shen Tian's embrace. At this moment, she was no longer the demanding female tyrant from last night, but had transformed into a delicate and charming little woman. In the year and a half of hard training by Shen Tian and Lu Erlong, many events transpired in the Tiandou Empire. The biggest event was the rebellion of the Balak Kingdom. Upon learning of the deaths of his father, the Snow Knight Emperor, and his uncle Prince Snowstar, Xue Peng realized it must be the doing of his elder brother Xue Qinghe. Not one to accept his fate, he fled to the Balak Kingdom. The king of the Balak Kingdom was the Snow Knight Emperor's cousin. Upon learning from Xue Peng that his cousin had been murdered, the Balak King saw an opportunity to claim the throne himself and immediately raised the banner to purge the traitor Xue Qinghe. However, before the Balak King could reach Tiandou City to carry out his plan, he suddenly dropped dead. Subsequently, Xue Peng, under the support of many soldiers, donned the imperial robes and became the king of the Balak Kingdom. The Balak Kingdom was the most powerful among the 4 great kingdoms of the Tiandou Empire, with military strength not weaker than that of the Tiandou royal family. Coupled with Xue King's recent ascension to the throne and his unstable foundation, the situation quickly turned unfavorable. However, the Tiandou Empire had a solid foundation, ultimately blocking the Balak Kingdom's advances. At the same time, the Xingluo Empire was gathering troops at the border, forcing Xue Peng to leave a significant number of troops behind to guard it. Xue Qinghe initially wanted to take the chance to eliminate Xue Peng, but many generals were former subordinates of Prince Snowstar. When asked to eliminate Xue Peng, they all merely stalled, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly declare Shui Peng the legitimate king of the Baloch Kingdom. The internal strife of the Tian-Do Empire thus came to a brief conclusion. Shen Tian, upon understanding the current situation in the Tian-Do Empire, was quite surprised that Shui Peng could become the king of the Baloch Kingdom, ultimately sighing truly deserving of being the person of destiny. As for why the Xingluo Empire was gathering troops at the border at this time, he understood that it was to further throw the Tian-Do Empire into chaos. Only in this way could they slowly erode Tian-Do, otherwise if Tian-Do destroyed the Baloch Kingdom, a new Tian-Do would undoubtedly be even stronger, and the same would be true if Baloch destroyed Tian-Do. However, he did not take Shui Peng too seriously. For a person of great destiny, if he wished to kill, there would be no one he couldn't eliminate. His not doing so was merely due to the high cost. Qingyue Mountain Manor. Shen Tian looked at the Qingyue Mountain Manor before him. He had not returned for more than half a year. Although he had been in Tian-Do City for the past 6 months, he had been too busy cultivating to spare any time. Precious ones, him back. Shen Tian said loudly as he walked into the depths of the manor, looking at the women who were practicing. After half a year apart, each had become even more beautiful with improved figures, especially Xiao Wu and Rongrong, whose curves had become more pronounced. The women merely glanced at Shen Tian and continued with their activities, ignoring him. He felt a cold breeze pass by him, and the smile on his face stiffened. This was different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't they be overjoyed and rush towards him? Ahem. Shen Tian coughed several times, but not a single person acknowledged him, as if they regarded him as heir. Looking at the women before him, it was as if they had conspired to stage a silent protest. Since you won't pay attention to me, then he'll leave. Shen Tian declared, and at that moment mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and 2 soul rings rose beneath his feet. The first soul ring was orange gold, and the second was blood red. The second soul ring shone brilliantly, soaring into the sky and transforming into a blood moon. The blood moon hung in the sky. The entire world became dim, as if it had turned into an apocalyptic scene, with calamity descending and all things perishing. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Shui Binger, and others looked up at the blood moon in the sky, their eyes reddening, and their exquisite faces filled with sorrow as tears streamed down. Seeing the pained expressions of the women, a smile crept onto Shen Tian's lips. His second soul skill of the 6 paths of reincarnation, I was also a domain power capable of manifesting the blood moon domain, within which everyone would fall under his illusion. However, before he could revel in his joy, his body suddenly became weak and his spirit waned. The blood moon in the sky then dimmed and ultimately vanished. 100,000-year soul ring, with my current spiritual power, I cannot sustain it for long. Shen Tian murmured. Although the skills contained within 100,000-year soul ring were powerful, the consumption of soul power and spiritual power was several times that of a 10,000-year soul skill. Once the blood moon disappeared, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and the others broke free from the illusion, each appearing quite bewildered. They all looked at the pale-faced Shen Tian. Although they did not know what had just happened, it was clear that it was closely related to Shen Tian. You seem to look quite weak, Huo Wu said with a smile, her soul ring rising beneath her feet, her body ignited with flames, resembling a queen of flames, as she said, after half a year, let me see how much you've improved. Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and others unleashed their martial spirits, and soul rings, dazzling soul rings erupted, and the overwhelming soul power spread, turning this space into a realm of ice and fire. After a long while, Shen Tian lay on the ground, unable to get up. Although he was very strong, his spiritual power had been greatly depleted, making it hard to control his soul skills effectively. Fortunately, he was tough, and the women were careful, balancing heavy strikes with healing from Lingling. Slap. Shen Tian pulled Yi Lingling into his embrace and gave her a light slap on her rounded backside, saying, "When did you become so mischievous, daring to conspire with them against me?" Yi Lingling's face flushed red, as this was her first time being so close to Shen Tian. Shen Tian held on to Yi Lingling without letting go, looking at the women before him. Although they had only engaged in simple sparring, he could clearly feel their significant improvement in strength. The Great Soul Arena of Tian-Do City. Shen Tian rented a luxurious private room, covering an area of 300 square meters. Inside there were multiple bedrooms and a vast hall where a gigantic screen measuring 3 meters long and 2 meters high was located. This large screen was a soul guiding device, allowing simultaneous viewing of the battles taking place on dozens of fighting platforms in the Grand Soul Arena. Instead of watching from the audience seats, Shen Tian lazily reclined on a comfortable sofa, holding a remote control to navigate the screen and observe different battles, a lifestyle that made him feel as if he had returned to his past life. Suddenly Shen Tian's expression changed as he gazed at a figure on the screen. It was a young woman in a white dress, her skin fair and her face obscured by a mask, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Although her features were hidden, it was still evident that she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. However, the main point was not her beauty or the heavy sword she wielded, but rather that she was supposed to have been killed. How could she appear once again? At this moment, Shen Tian's expression became serious. If she was not a twin, then it meant that this girl's identity was peculiar. Although he had heard of her tragic death, he had never witnessed it with his own eyes. Moreover, since the girl before him was wearing a mask, he could not determine if she was the same person. It was very possible that she merely resembled her, and their martial souls happened to be similar. Perhaps this girl was trying to lure out the murderer of the girl who had died. Shen Tian left the VIP room and approached the audience seats, looking at the girl on the fighting platform. The girl moved gracefully, and although she wielded a heavy sword, her speed was astonishing. The power of her heavy sword was formidable, breaking through the fourth soul skill of a powerful assault-type soul master, and with a swing she knocked the assault-type soul master off the platform. Congratulations to the sword spirit contestant for winning. The host stepped onto the stage to announce the battle results, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Soon the host began to announce the two contestants for the next match. Shen Tian's gaze remained fixed on the contestant known as Sword Spirit. His eyes shimmered with runes as he activated the Six Paths reincarnation, perceiving a peculiar wave of power emanating from her which he could not penetrate. What are you looking at? At this moment a cold voice rang out, and then Shui Binger walked over gracefully. She initially thought Shen Tian was watching her battle, but was disappointed to realize he was not. However, she did not show her feelings on her face. Following Shen Tian's gaze, she looked at the departing figure of the girl in white, and her expression darkened angrily, saying, "Shameless. How am I shameless?" Shen Tian withdrew his gaze and looked at the frosty-faced Shui Binger, puzzled about how he had offended this young girl. He said, "Do you remember the mysterious girl who tragically died outside the Grand Soul Arena last time?" "Who died?" Shui Binger asked in confusion, not understanding what Shen Tian was talking about. Shen Tian was taken aback by her words, saying, "It's the talented girl wielding a heavy sword around 15 or 16 years old, whose cultivation had reached the level of a soul master, but suddenly died tragically outside the Grand Soul Arena. This incident caused quite a stir." "I don't remember anything like that," Shui Binger said, looking at Shen Tian with a puzzled expression. "Are you making up a story to fool me? What am I trying to fool you about?" "Fooling me about how you just peeped at another woman, and I caught you red-handed," Shui Binger said with a stern face, her eyes filled with indignation and resentment. Now that the other party had someone, he still thought about other women every day. Men truly are like big pigs eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl. "You really don't remember," Shen Tian said with a serious expression. He had an uneasy feeling in his heart. If Shui Binger wasn't lying, then the mysterious girl wielding the heavy sword definitely had issues. Shui Binger sensed that Shen Tian did not seem to be lying. After thinking carefully, she indeed could not recall anything, saying, "I have no impression at all. How about we ask Xiao Wu and the others later? Let's first find the person involved." Shen Tian said, taking Shui Binger to find the staff of the Grand Soul Arena to inquire about Sword Spirit's information, but the staff were very responsible, and after being beaten refused to divulge a single word. In the end, Shen Tian could only helplessly give up. The Grand Soul Arena of Tiando City is vast, with millions of people present every day, and the participating soul masters exceeding 10,000. Finding one person among such a crowd without knowing their appearance and only knowing their code name was not much easier than searching for a needle in a haystack. In the VIP room, Shen Tian opened the crystal screen and watched the battles on the fighting platform. One of the matches featured Huo Wu teaming up with Xiao Wu, with their opponents being a male and a female, representing agility and strength. Over the past half-year, both Xiao Wu and Huo Wu had made significant progress, reaching the level of high-ranking soul masters. Their growth was not just in cultivation, but also in their mastery of their martial souls and soul skills. On the fighting platform, Xiao Wu used her second soul skill, Charm, to bewitch the agile young man. Then her third soul ring lit up, and she activated her soul skill, Teleport, appearing before the young man, controlled by her second soul skill, launching her first soul skill, and kicking him directly off the platform. At this moment, the young woman from the assault type suddenly reacted, unleashing her third soul skill as flames shot forth from her spear. "How dare you play with fire in front of me?" Huo Wu's first soul ring lit up, and with a wave of her hand the flame beam was redirected by an invisible force, creating a circular trajectory that bypassed Xiao Wu. Third soul skill, Rejection Fire Ring Starfire. Huo Wu's third soul ring lit up, and tiny fire stars flew from her hand, hovering around the body of the young woman from the assault type. If one looked closely, they would see that these fire stars were actually mini fire rings. Suddenly, these fire stars exploded, and the violent flames engulfed the young woman wielding the long spear. Huo Wu's charming face broke into a smile. Although the mini version of the fire ring was not very powerful, it was significant due to its sheer number. Thousands of mini fire rings exploded their power several times that of directly using Rejection Fire Ring, with destructive force reaching dozens of times. A single rejection fire ring had great power capable of sending a person flying several meters away, but that was just a one-way push. Now it was different. The thousands of mini fire rings exploded, creating shockwaves from all directions, causing even more terrifying destruction. At that moment, a woman wielding a long spear burst out from the flames, her entire body engulfed in fire, the spear as fiery as her, descending from the air, with the brilliance of her fourth soul ring radiating. Fourth soul skill moon slash. Huowu looked at the blood-colored crescent, her expression calm. Her third soul ring lit up once more, but this time instead of releasing countless star fires, the entire soul ring soared into the air, radiating boundless brilliance. Third soul skill rejection fire ring. Huowu's third soul skill not only possessed extreme area effect attack capabilities, but also had strong defensive power capable of repelling everything around her. Boom. The assault-type soul master holding the spear was directly sent flying by the rejection fire ring, landing on the fighting platform with a somewhat dispirited expression. She put away her spear and said, "I lost." In the following period, the 8 girls improved significantly in their control over soul techniques through numerous battles, and their teamwork became increasingly harmonious, resulting in a victory rate exceeding 70% for their 7-member team. As for why it wasn't 100%, that is because there are always stronger individuals among the strong. Although their talent is high, it does not mean they can sweep through the entire 4-ring soul sect. This is Tiando City, the center of power, economy, and culture of the Tiando Empire, where genius soul masters are abundant. It should be noted that among the top 20 Soul Master Academies in the Tiando Empire, 7 are located in Tiando City, with most of them ranked within the top 10. Moreover, they have now become Golden Soul Masters, and their opponents are naturally Soul Masters, who also possess Golden Souls, all of whom are outstanding individuals within the same realm. During this time, Shen Tian had been at the Great Soul Arena searching for the girl named Sword Spirit, but he had asked Xiao Wu Zhuqing and others, but none of them remembered the girl who had been killed, as if everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, Shen Tian was certain that it was not his imagination but a real existence. He just did not know why everyone had forgotten her. The more it was so, the more it intrigued him, prompting him to seek the truth. At Qinghua Mountain Manor, Shen Tian gathered the girls and looked at the 8 before him. After 2 years of training, they had undergone tremendous changes, not only growing physically, but also strengthening their cultivation and demeanor. Xiao Wu, a level 47 assault-type soul master. Zhu Qing, a level 46 agility-type soul master. Ning Rongrong, a level 46 support-type soul master. Huowu, a level 49 assault-type soul master. Yi Lingling, a level 48 support-type soul master. Shui Binger, a level 49 assault-type soul master. Shuewu, a level 49 control-type soul master. Shui Yuer, a level 46 agility-type soul. Now, with just over a month until the elite competition of the high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, during this time, there is no need for intense cultivation. They can take a break. Shen Tian said, originally planning to have several Soul Kings emerge before the Soul Master competition began, but he underestimated the hurdle of level 50. Even someone as talented as Shui Binger was stuck at level 49. Of course, he still had ways to help Shui Binger and Huo Wu break through the level 50 barrier, but such methods were too dangerous and could be counterproductive. Furthermore, being at their current level was just right. If they broke through to level 50, the preliminary and advancement rounds would no longer be interesting. The 8 girls showed excitement on their delicate faces upon hearing this. During this period under Shen Tian's devilish training, they had certainly endured a lot. In the Balak Kingdom, in a large canyon, a bloody atmosphere permeated the air with numerous corpses on the ground, including human bodies and soul beast carcasses. Here, several young individuals, not very old, each emanated a terrifying light in their eyes like the gaze of fierce beasts, making it difficult for others to meet their eyes. These individuals each possessed 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. On a mountain peak outside the canyon, 3 figures stood looking at the several young ones in the canyon, their eyes filled with shock, joy, and indifference. Zhao Wujia's shock gradually faded, but deep within his eyes there was still a sense of astonishment. He had not expected such immense progress from these kids in just 2 short years. But was such progress truly a good thing? He couldn't help but recall how the faces of Ma Hongjun and Oscar had once been filled with smiles, but now he could no longer see that. Although the world of soul masters is extremely cruel, to survive and thrive one must become stronger. But is it really right to extinguish everything for the sake of power? Flander watched as Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others survived, and with their strength they had killed this powerful gang of wolf bandits. As for Master Yu Xiaojing, his expression was indifferent as he said, now with less than a month until the elite competition of the high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, we need to quickly find an academy that can participate. Flander showed a conflicted expression upon hearing this. These children had consumed all his efforts. He had invested countless resources in their training. He He was reluctant to give them up just like that, but his Shrek Academy was a 3-no academy lacking the qualification to participate in the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies. Let's go to Tiando. Zhao Wujia said, didn't Qin Ming invite us to the Tiando Royal Academy last time? With the strength of these little monsters, they can easily crush the geniuses of the Tiando Royal Academy and secure a spot in the competition. Then let's go to the Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Xiaojiang said the Tiando Royal Academy is the first academy of the Tiando Empire. There he would be able to meet more people, allowing him to climb higher and prove to everyone that he is not useless. In Tiando City in recent days, Shen Tian accompanied the girls to explore the scenic spots of Tiando City. After being here for more than 2 years, it was the first time he truly wandered around Tiando. Since crossing into this world, he had spent most of his time focused on cultivation and had not fully experienced the unique customs and culture of this world. Now that he had this rare leisure time, he naturally wanted to savor it slowly. With 8 stunning beauties by his side, countless people were envious and jealous as they passed by. At night, Shen Tian did not sleep, but instead studied books on soul guide devices. During this time, he had been busy not only with cultivation and researching soul techniques, but also with studying soul guide devices, hoping to discover a way to create artificial soul spirits. Creak. The door to the room was pushed open, and a figure walked in, her face flushed with embarrassment, head lowered, not daring to look at Shen Tian. She wanted to say something, but ultimately did not make a sound. Shen Tian looked up at Huowu, who now appeared shy, wearing a silk nightgown that was cool and sheer, almost like a thin veil. The scenery beneath it was faintly visible, creating an immense temptation. Seeing such a charming and alluring Huowu, Shen Tian immediately felt dry in his mouth. Although he had already regarded Huowu and Shui Binger as part of his women, in reality among the 8 girls, he had only been intimate with Zhu Qing and Shui Yuer. Even with his fiancé Ning Rongrong, he had not touched her. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but in the past 1 or 2 years he had been too busy, always lacking the time, focusing on his own cultivation, while also trying to find ways to enhance everyone else's strength. In between, he also helped Qian Renshue seize the Tiando Empire. Recently he had some free time, but he was almost drained by Lu Erlong. Huowu took a deep breath, lifted her head, her gaze firm, and said, I'm here today to pamper you. Saying this, she directly walked towards Shen Tian. As the oldest among the girls, she naturally had to take on the role of the big sister. Today, she would pamper him. Pamper me? How do you plan to pamper me? Shen Tian directly pulled Huowu into his embrace, caressing her beautiful face before moving his hand down. Huowu blushed, unsure of what to say, feeling his hand wander over her body, that tingling sensation rendering her speechless. Without waiting for Huowu to say anything, Shen Tian lowered his head and kissed her tender red lips. For the next half a month, Shen Tian experienced both pain and joy. During this time, he came to understand another side of the women around him. For instance, Yi Lingling appeared weak and gentle, but when she went mad, she resembled a man-eating flower. Shui Binger, beneath her cold exterior, harbored a warm and considerate heart. At the same time, he also became aware of Xiao Wu's long and alluring legs. Although Shen Tian's physical body was powerful, even a soul emperor could not compare to him, and he could even rival a soul saint. Yet it still left him somewhat overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies was gradually approaching. The entire empire was filled with anticipation, for this was a grand event for the entire continent. The competition was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the preliminary rounds, with the Tiando Empire divided into 6 subregions, each with 1 subregion for the 4 kingdoms and 1 principality. The Tiando City subregion had numerous advanced soul master academies and was directly overseen by the Tiando Empire, allowing it to have 5 qualifying spots from the preliminary rounds, while the other kingdoms and principalities within the empire only had 2 each. The second stage was the advancement matches. The advancement matches were individual competitions where each team sent 7 participants to face off 1 by 1. The winner remained on the field, while the losing side continued to send up their contestants until all participants from one side were defeated. This stage ranked the 15 teams selected from the preliminary rounds without any eliminations. The third stage was the finals. The finals adopted an elimination mechanism to select the strongest team. 3 days later, the opening ceremony of the Tiando City subregion would begin on this day. Shen Tian led the women to the competition area, which was crowded with people. Without the Imperial Army maintaining order, they would not be able to squeeze in. Although the Seven Treasure Academy had not been officially established, they still had their own academy badge and uniforms, which were designed by the 8 women and looked quite stylish. The Douluo Gurong approached. Although he appeared frightening, like a millennia-old corpse risen from a grave, he was actually very gentle and considerate. Now the Douluo was the team leader for the Seven Treasure Academy, responsible for ensuring their safety and handling various administrative tasks such as registrations and negotiations. The Bone Douluo feigned a fierce demeanor and said, "Young ones, if I assist you, you better win the championship, or I won't let you off easily." "Championship? You think you can win it? Don't make me laugh." At this moment a cold voice sounded, and a group of people approached. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Tian looked over, displaying surprise. After hearing the earlier words, he thought it was someone from the Tsanghui Academy, but to his astonishment, it was the Shrek group. He gazed at the 10 young men before him, 7 of whom emanated a similar aura, suggesting they were the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. Shen Tian felt no surprise at the appearance of the Shrek 7 monsters. Destined by fate, even after their departure, the Shrek 7 monsters would not end, but would instead give birth to a new generation. Not minding the earlier mockery, Shen Tian inquired, "Those clothes you are wearing are from the Tiando Royal Academy. It seems you have joined the academy. Are you in the first team or the second team?" Since Xue Bong had fled, there was naturally no obstruction to Shrek joining the Tiando Royal Academy. Additionally, as the largest academy in the empire, the Tiando Royal Academy had 2 competition spots. The first team did not need to participate in the preliminary and advancement matches and could directly enter the finals, while the second team needed to go through the preliminary selection. Tang Sen looked at Shen Tian, his eyes devoid of concealment for his killing intent, and said, "You better pray not to encounter us." He did not utter any harsh words and left directly. He was no longer the person he was 2 years ago, and as for Xiao Wu, he merely glanced at her without saying anything. "You are quite confident. It seems you have grown stronger." Shen Tian blocked Tang San's path and smiled, saying, "I wonder if you can last 3 moves against me now, little San. I don't need a single move to kill you." Tang Sen replied, staring closely at Shen Tian. "Is it poison?" Shen Tian knew that Tang San's poison was unparalleled in the world. Especially at this distance, if the opponent attacked, he would have no way to dodge. However, he remained unconcerned. Firstly, he knew the opponent would not strike, and secondly, while he could not dodge, it was not so easy to kill him with poison. Tang Sen did not respond, instead circumventing Shen Tian and walking forward. At this point, saying more was pointless. During the competition, he wanted to trample Shen Tian underfoot in front of everyone. As for killing him, there was no rush. Dai Mubai gazed coldly at Shen Tian. Although he did not say anything, the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Once weak and powerless, even when his fiancé ran off with someone else, he dared not speak, but he was no longer the person he used to be. Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked at Shen Tian with complex expressions. They bore no grievances against him, and even considered him their benefactor, but now they stood on opposing sides, and it seemed they could never be friends in this life. Among the new 3 monsters of Shrek, their expressions remained indifferent, showing no emotion from beginning to end. They merely glanced at Shen Tian and continued walking forward. Flander looked at Shen Tian with a complex gaze and finally said, "Well, if you encounter us, it's better to admit defeat voluntarily." "Hey, what a good child raised to be like this by you." Shen Tian sighed, feeling somewhat regretful for Oscar and Ma Hongjun. He said, "Strength does not represent everything. Flander, you are not a qualified dean. Let's go." Shen Tian said, leading the women away without looking at Yu Xiaojiang. The latter was merely a twisted and weak individual. What good disciples could he possibly teach? Were Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun weak? Not at all. They were very strong, even more so than Shui Binger and Huo Wu. Yet they still faced defeat. Now they were akin to the academic top students from Shen Tian's past life who excelled in every exam. But were they truly talented individuals? The Bone Douluo observed the direction in which the Shrek group departed, furrowing his brows. These individuals exude a heavy killing aura, especially that Tang San, as if he crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If you encounter him, do not underestimate him. Such powerful beings who grew amidst slaughter were different from ordinary strong individuals. Their techniques were almost all aimed at killing, making each strike deadly. "I will be cautious," Shen Tian replied, though he did not take it too seriously. Although he had not experienced much slaughter, it did not mean his killing intent was weak. His black dragon martial soul contained a strong will for destruction, and under the tempering of this, well, how could he possibly care about mere intentions of killing? "Who are they?" Huo Wu asked in confusion, feeling that those people were not simple, exuding a terrifying aura that made her very uncomfortable. Ning Rongrong said, "They were former classmates. Some events occurred later, and we parted ways. I didn't expect that after more than 2 years apart they have changed so much." The joy of reuniting was absent. Instead, the attitude of the other party made her quite disgusted, especially their arrogant demeanor, each one thinking themselves quite impressive. Shen Tian said with a smile, "Fortunately, we separated. Now, seeing the few people honed by Yu Xiaojiang, if the 3 of you had stayed at Shrek, you would probably have to train into muscle-bound individuals with dark skin like them. I definitely don't want that." Ning Rongrong hurriedly said, looking at her fair skin and somewhat proud figure. Although she was still somewhat dissatisfied with her current figure, she absolutely did not want to turn into someone with dark skin and a body full of muscles. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shook their heads in a hurry as well. Even if their strength became stronger, they did not wish to become dark-skinned, muscular women. What woman does not love beauty, especially those who are already beautiful? Because the Seven Treasure Academy is a new academy and does not have much reputation. To say it has no reputation is an understatement, as very few people have heard of the Seven Treasure Academy, hence the staff of the competition were somewhat uncertain about whether this academy actually existed and did not dare to guide them. Thus, the Seven Treasure Academy waited until the end before a staff member confirmed and came to guide them in. Soon everyone followed the staff into the venue, a vast outdoor arena, filled with countless spectators constantly shouting and cheering. Looking at everything before him, Shen Tian felt as if he were at the Olympics of his past life, where each team would be introduced by an announcer starting with the academy, followed by the whole team. When it was the turn of the Seven Treasure Academy, the announcer was momentarily stunned because aside from the academy's name, there was only one slogan, and that slogan. However, the announcer, being professional, spoke calmly about the Seven Treasure Academy, and then said, "Their slogan is who reaches the peak of soul masters. The Seven Treasure Path is but an empty dream." As soon as these words were spoken, it sparked a heated discussion among the audience, feeling that this Seven Treasure Academy was quite impressive, but whether their strength matched their slogan remained uncertain. Shen Tian looked at Douluo and said, "Old Gu, your slogan is quite good. During registration, those guys insisted that I come up with a slogan, so I modified it based on your previous catchphrase." "Wait, what did you just call me?" Douluo looked coldly at Shen Tian, thinking that this guy's audacity was growing. He used to call him Grandpa, and now he called him Old Gu. It seemed he lacked proper education. Shen Tian replied with a puzzled expression, "I called you Bone Grandpa. Is there a problem?" "None," Douluo said indifferently. "I haven't personally guided you for a long time. When I have time, I'll properly teach you so you can progress better." Hearing this, Shen Tian's mouth twitched slightly, and he stopped speaking, turning his gaze to the VIP area. At the very front of the VIP area, there were only 3 seats. Sitting in the middle was the newly appointed emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, with the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, on the right, and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, on the left. The highest ruler of the Spirit Hall is the Pope, and under the Pope are the 4 great bishops whose statuses are extremely noble, thus qualifying them to sit in the same row as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, the announcer on the side of the VIP platform said loudly, "Next, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to announce the opening of this competition." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, wearing a scarlet gold robe, stood up, raised his right hand, and waved to the audience and the competing soul masters below, causing the applause to quickly subside. Shui Qinghe's voice, amplified by a soul guiding device, spread throughout the venue, saying, "I, Emperor Shui Qinghe of the Tiando Empire, on behalf of the Tiando Empire and the organizers of this competition, announce that the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent is now open." The applause thundered once more, and cheers rose and fell. When the applause quieted down again, Shui Qinghe continued, "Here I hope all soul masters participating in this competition can fully display their strength and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Tiando Empire. For the glory of the empire, show your brilliance." Shui Qinghe continued, "Here I hope all soul masters participating in this competition can fully display their strength and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Tiando Empire. For the glory of the empire, show your brilliance." This competition. As Ning Rongrong stood up, warm applause erupted once more, with many people looking at this first auxiliary soul master in the soul master world, eager to witness his demeanor. A gentle smile appeared on Ning Rongrong's face, making people feel as if they were basking in spring. He gestured with both hands to quiet the applause, saying, "I am very glad to be invited as a guest for the opening of this competition. As the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I have seen too many soul masters grow. As the noblest profession on the continent, the development of every soul master requires numerous trials. But I want to say the sharpness of the sword comes from being tempered, and the fragrance of the plum blossom comes from the bitter cold. Those participating in this soul master competition are undoubtedly the elite of the younger generation. Just as His Majesty mentioned earlier, I hope you can bring glory to the empire and to the academy you represent. The empire needs talents like you. Thank you." Immediately, thunderous applause filled the venue. Ning Rongrong looked at her father, her eyes filled with pride, and then turned to Shui Qinghe, whispering, "I didn't expect Brother Qinghe would become emperor so quickly. Wearing the royal robe, he does indeed have a certain majesty." Douluo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His ascension to emperor was largely thanks to your husband, who otherwise he would have to wait several more years to outlast Shui Yi. However, this was not something that could be said aloud, or it would surely bring about great trouble. In the VIP, the announcer smiled and said, Next, we invite the master of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, Lord Salis, the Platinum Bishop, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminary competition. After the draw, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team will compete against their first-round opponents. This will also be the only match of the day. Platinum Bishop Salis slowly stood up, and under the guidance of the palace maid walked over to the announcer to begin the draw. He did not read the results aloud, but left it to the announcer to announce. Preliminary Round 1, Songhue Academy vs. Xinghe Academy. Preliminary Round 1, Auckland Academy vs. Fire Radiance Academy. Preliminary Round 1, Tiando Royal Academy vs. Lambo Academy. Shen Tian was momentarily taken aback when he heard that Tiando Royal Academy was to face Lambo Academy, but he did not pay much attention. He learned from Lu Erlong that although this year Lambo Academy had recruited several outstanding disciples overall, it would not be easy to achieve a good ranking, as Lambo Academy was a newly emerging academy difficult to compare with those old prestigious academies.